3 years ago, Lin Chen unexpectedly found himself entangled with the stunning campus beauty, Xu Mengyao. On a fateful day, 3 years later, Xu Mengyao appeared at his doorstep, accompanied by a timid little girl just over 2 years old. Qianqian, call him daddy, she instructed. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The super daddy system has been activated. By taking care of the child, Lin Chen could rapidly enhance a myriad of his abilities. Host cooks for 1 hour. Chef experience increases by 1 year. Host accumulates 10 hours of playing bumper cars with the child. Driving skills elevate to master level. Host accumulates 20 hours of practicing martial arts with the child. Martial arts skills advance to grandmaster level. Chapter 1. The goddess visits, the system awakens. Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen stood stunned at the sight of the beautiful woman outside his door. Memories from 3 years ago flooded his mind. During his senior year, while renting a place off campus, Xu Mengyao was a sophomore and the school's renowned ice queen. One night, he noticed her looking frightened, and upon inquiry, she implored him to take her home. Upon arriving at his residence, Lin Chen intended to call the police. Yet, to his astonishment, the flushed Xu Mengyao began to undress, having been drugged, and she prevented him from alerting anyone. That night was surreal, and Lin Chen never imagined he would claim Xu Mengyao's innocence. Regrettably, she departed the following day, having dropped out of school to study abroad. Qianqian, come here. Call him daddy. Xu Mengyao turned to the little girl beside her. A cute little girl shyly approached Lin Chen, her large, beautiful eyes gazing up at him. Are you my daddy? Lin Chen could hardly believe his eyes, staring in shock at Xu Mengyao. With a calm demeanor, she explained, I became pregnant with Qianqian that time. The doctor said my health was poor, and I might only be able to carry this one child, so I brought her into the world. I initially planned to raise her alone without disturbing you, but other children have fathers, and Qianqian also wanted a father. Moreover, I'm quite busy lately. Could you take care of Qianqian for a while? At that instant, the unfamiliar voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind once more. Super Daddy system activated. Host, do not doubt, the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinary, invincible father. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. Out of the blue, he had an adorable daughter, and he had awakened the Super Daddy system. This was the rhythm of reaching the pinnacle of life. Xu Mengyao, please come in. Lin Chen beckoned. Xu Mengyao shook her head. I won't go in. Qianqian is your daughter, and you needn't doubt that. You may conduct a paternity test if you wish, but we have no relationship. Qianqian, he is your daddy. Aren't you always saying you want to find your daddy? Other children have daddies, and so does Qianqian. Xu Mengyao bent down, planting a kiss on Lin Qianqian's cheek. Daddy, Lin Qianqian sweetly called. That single word made Lin Chen's heart melt. Ah, Qianqian, you are so well-behaved. Lin Chen replied, feeling somewhat flustered. Xu Mengyao stood and handed him a business card. This is my contact information. If there's anything important, call me. But please, refrain from calling unless it's urgent. This suitcase contains Qianqian's clothes. She can be a bit picky, so you'll need to put in some extra effort at mealtimes. Lin Chen inquired, when is Qianqian's birthday? Xu Mengyao replied, her birthday is March 6th. She is just over 2 years old now. You can take her to kindergarten when the time comes. Qianqian, you must listen to daddy. Mommy has things to do, and will come to see you again soon. Lin Qianqian nodded, displaying a maturity beyond her years as she said, Mommy, don't be afraid alone. He'll keep daddy company. Daddy must feel very lonely. And Xu Mengyao left reluctantly. Lin Chen bent down to scoop Lin Qianqian into his arms. She resembled him closely, and given what the system indicated, this adorable little girl was undoubtedly his daughter. I'm so happy. Now I have a daddy just like other children. Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. With one arm around Lin Qianqian, Lin Chen used the other to carry the suitcase inside, which appeared to be of considerable value. Daddy, your place is so small. Lin Qianqian observed as she looked around. Lin Chen's residence was a rented one-bedroom apartment, adequate for him alone, but a bit cramped with Lin Qianqian's presence. The living room was small, leaving her with little space to play. Was your previous home very large? Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian nodded yes. Mommy's house is huge, like a castle, but sometimes Mommy isn't home, and I feel unhappy with the two aunts. I like Daddy and Mommy. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian's cheek. Daddy likes Qianqian too. He'll find a bigger place in the next few days. Due to the company's poor performance, he had been laid off last month. Fortunately, he had been frugal, and the company had provided him with some severance pay, leaving him with around 60 to 70,000 in his bank account. "Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy?" Lin Qianqian asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Though she appeared wise for her age, she didn't grasp the complexities of adult relationships. Lin Chen gently ruffled her hair. "Qianqian, let me ask you something. Has Mommy brought other uncles home?" Having had a relationship with Xu Mengyao and fathered a child, he naturally harbored some thoughts about her. However, if she had moved on, he would not pursue her, regardless of her beauty, as he did not wish to wear the green hat. "No, she hasn't." Lin Qianqian shook her head. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Perhaps there was still hope. 3 years ago, Xu Mengyao was the campus belle, and Lin Chen sensed that she had grown even more beautiful in the intervening years. If he could win her back, it would be splendid. "Qianqian, play by yourself for a moment. Daddy will tidy up your things." Lin Chen smiled as he dragged the suitcase to the bedroom. Upon opening the suitcase, he was taken aback. Inside, he discovered a bag containing several bundles of cash. A quick count revealed a total of 60,000. Alongside the cash was a note. "Lin Chen, this is your living expense for 3 months. I know you are currently unemployed, so please take good care of Qianqian. Once she starts kindergarten, you won't need to look after her anymore." Lin Chen mused to himself. Xu Mengyao had been quite considerate, providing him with funds to ensure Lin Qianqian would not suffer. However, he had no intention of using that money. Lin Qianqian was his daughter, and it was his duty to raise her. He did not require Xu Mengyao's financial assistance. Soon, Lin Chen organized Lin Qianqian's clothes. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Host has organized the suitcase system space activated. The system space is 1,000 cubic meters and can store items that are touched." Lin Chen was astonished. Organizing the suitcase unlocked the system space? While 1,000 cubic meters wasn't exceptionally vast, it was more than sufficient. Even a standard villa might not boast such a large interior. "Store." Lin Chen willed it. The bag of money vanished into the system space. In the next moment, it reappeared in his hand. Retrieving and storing items was effortless. Delightful. Lin Chen rejoiced. Even without additional benefits, possessing an 1,000 cubic meter system space could lead to substantial gains if utilized wisely. Life is truly wondrous. After 24 years of being single, I suddenly have an adorable daughter. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He was elated, yet also somewhat bewildered. Suddenly thrust into the role of a father, he found himself struggling to adapt swiftly. Chapter 2. Culinary Skills and Physical Enhancement. Should I tell my parents? Lin Chen pondered to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be best to keep it a secret for now. He was still somewhat bewildered himself. Explaining his situation with Xu Mengyao would be equally challenging. It would be better to wait until he had adjusted before discussing it with his parents. "Xiaoxi, what dishes do you like?" Lin Chen asked as he returned to the living room, picking up Lin Xiaoxi. She was so small and adorable, cradled in his arms, which brought an involuntary smile to his face. "Daddy, I like to eat meat. I also like eggs. I don't like green vegetables. They don't taste good," Lin Xiaoxi replied cutely. Lin Chen chuckled. "Xiaoxi, you must eat meat, but you also need to eat your greens. If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. Do you eat the meals Annie makes at home?" "Yes," Lin Xiaoxi nodded. She leaned in closer to Lin Chen and whispered, "Daddy, I have a secret to tell you. Mommy's cooking isn't very tasty, but I eat more when she cooks." Lin Chen was puzzled. "Why is that?" Lin Xiaoxi giggled. "That way, Mommy will be home more often, and I get to see her more." Lin Chen was taken aback. It was surprising to hear such mature thoughts from a little girl like Lin Xiaoxi. Her understanding tugged at his heartstrings. "Xiaoxi, Mommy is very busy, but Daddy isn't. I will have plenty of time to spend with you," Lin Chen said tenderly, kissing Lin Xiaoxi. "Some kids say I don't have a daddy. They are wrong. I have a daddy, and he is the best daddy," Lin Xiaoxi beamed, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with joy. Lin Chen inquired, "What about your grandparents?" Xu Mengyao was busy with work, but surely her parents had time. It seemed that when Xu Mengyao was away, a nanny took care of Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi replied softly, "Grandma is sick, and Grandpa is with her overseas getting treatment. I miss them." Lin Chen quickly reassured her, "Xiaoxi, your grandparents must miss you too. They will come back to see you when they can." Lin Xiaoxi nodded. "Daddy, why don't you come to find me and Mommy?" Lin Chen sighed inwardly. That night with Xu Mengyao had been an accident. The repercussions of that unexpected encounter had raised his standards. Having been with such a beautiful school belle, yet here he was, still single. Daddy and Mommy's situation is a bit complicated, and you wouldn't understand yet. Play for a while, and Daddy will go prepare dinner for you. Eat well, and you'll understand when you grow up. Lin Chen gently ruffled Lin Xiaoxi's hair. She nodded in agreement. Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Usually, he would prepare just one dish for himself, but with Lin Xiaoxi around, he felt compelled to serve at least 3 dishes for every meal. He enjoyed spicy food, so one dish would certainly have chili peppers, while the other 2 would be mild enough for Lin Xiaoxi to enjoy. 5 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your culinary skills are beginning to improve. For every hour you spend in the kitchen, you will gain a year of culinary experience. Lin Chen was overjoyed. If he could enhance his skills by spending just an hour in the kitchen, he could become a master chef in no time. With 3 meals a day likely taking 2 hours, he could surpass even a 5-star chef in just a month. In 3 months, he would be a culinary god. Time ticked by, and a wealth of knowledge flooded Lin Chen's mind, intertwining seamlessly with his actions in the kitchen. Did I really create this? Lin Chen marveled at the 3 dishes he had prepared. He had been cooking for 2 to 3 years, but it had always been a casual affair. This meal alone had garnered more experience than all his previous attempts combined. Daddy, it smells so good. Are you tired? Lin Xiaoxi approached him adorably. Lin Chen smiled. Daddy's not tired. Let's wash our hands before we eat. Okay. She agreed. After washing their hands, Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoxi back into his arms. He realized a problem. Without a high chair, Lin Xiaoxi wouldn't be able to reach the table to eat. He silently noted that they needed to find a bigger place soon. You can sit beside Daddy, and I'll feed you, Lin Chen said with a smile. He spoon-fed Lin Xiaoxi a small bite, and she gleefully exclaimed, Daddy, your cooking is so much better than Mommy's. This is our little secret. So don't tell her, okay? All right, it's our little secret, Lin Chen grinned. After finishing the meal, he noticed that Lin Xiaoxi was not keen on eating her greens. She barely touched the stir-fried vegetables. He didn't force her, believing that once his culinary skills improved, she would eventually come around. Daddy, I'm a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. If I fall asleep, you won't leave, right? Lin Xiaoxi asked with a hint of worry. She didn't want to lose her father after finally getting him back. Of course not. Daddy will always be here with you, Lin Chen reassured her as he carried her to his bed. The sheets had just been changed yesterday, so there was no need to replace them again. Daddy, kiss, Lin Xiaoxi said, and after giving Lin Chen a peck, she closed her eyes to nap. Lin Chen looked affectionately at his precious daughter. She was simply adorable. System, does washing the dishes improve my culinary skills? Lin Chen asked while tidying up the kitchen. Indeed, came the reply. Lin Chen smiled, feeling pleased that his experience would increase even faster. System, you're quite thoughtful. After washing the dishes, Lin Chen felt his culinary skills had indeed improved further. It was time to clean up. I can be lax about the mess for myself, but with little Xiaoxi around, I need to keep the house tidy to prevent her from getting sick. Lin Chen dedicated an hour to cleaning. Host, you have worked hard for an hour. Your physical condition has improved by 1 point. The standard physical condition for an average adult male is 60 points. The system's voice chimed in Lin Chen's mind again. System, what is the physical condition of a top-tier boxer? Lin Chen inquired. Host, a top-tier boxer has a physical condition approximately 3 times that of an average adult male. An increase of 1 point in your condition will enhance your combat strength tenfold. System, what is my current physical condition? Lin Chen asked. Host, your initial physical condition is exactly 60 points. With the recent increase, it is now 61 points. You can increase your physical condition by 3 points each day through labor or exercise. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Increasing by 3 points daily was quite substantial. In just a month, he could potentially enhance his condition by 90 points, bringing his total to 150 points. Since a top-tier boxer has a physical condition of around 180 points, if he maximized his daily gains, he could surpass that within just over a month. Chapter 3. Renting a new house. Lin Chen wondered if there were any houses available for rent in the Ziyuan community. He pulled out his phone to check. Ziyuan community was a nearby upscale neighborhood with beautiful landscaping and playgrounds for children. He had visited it once and found it quite appealing. However, he had never dared to think about renting there before because of the high costs. This is so expensive, Lin Chen murmured. He discovered that the smallest rental units in Ziyuan community started at 160 square meters, with the cheapest rents exceeding 10,000. Moreover, well-decorated units were priced at 15,000 or more. He was currently in Modu, where housing prices were steep and rents were equally high. Such rates were beyond the reach of most people. Should I consider renting here? Lin Chen mused. If he were alone, he would certainly dismiss the idea, as he couldn't even earn that much in a month. But now, with a little one to care for and a system that could help him earn money to pay Xu Mengyao back, he had to reconsider. If he rented a unit for 15,000, with a deposit and 3 months' rent, he would need 60,000. He had a total of 60 to 70,000 in his bank account. Including the 6,000 Xu Mengyao left behind, I have about 60 to 70,000 for myself, so I won't need to touch much of Xu Mengyao's money, Lin Chen reflected carefully. Ultimately, he decided to rent a place in Qianqian community. With the system's assistance, he might not have to stay in a subpar unit for long before needing to move again. He needed to think about Lin Xiaoxi. After moving, she would surely make new friends. Wah! Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi's cries echoed from the room. Lin Chen rushed in. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Daddy's here. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Daddy, when I woke up and didn't see you, I was scared you didn't want me anymore, Lin Xiaoxi said, wiping her tears with a pitiful expression. Lin Chen scooped her up. How could that be? Daddy promises he will never not want you. Let us make a pinky promise. If anyone lies, they will be a puppy, he added. Lin Xiaoxi agreed, sealing the promise. Daddy, I need to pee. Lin Chen carried her to the bathroom. Lin Xiaoxi looked puzzled. Daddy, Mommy holds me while I sit to pee. How do I do it here? Lin Chen figured that Xu Mengyao used a toilet, while he had a squat toilet. Daddy will hold you while you go. Okay. Shoo. Lin Chen carefully helped her. He silently thanked his luck. At least Lin Xiaoxi knew to ask, otherwise, he would have had a lot more to deal with. Xiaoxi, what did you usually do in the afternoons? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoxi thought for a moment. Mommy teaches me to recite ancient poems, takes me to paint, and sings for me. Daddy, I'll let Mommy sing for you too. Her singing is really beautiful. Lin Chen mused inwardly that this might not be easy. He had only known Xu Mengyao superficially, having clumsily received her first time and fathered a child without any emotional foundation. What do you do when Mommy isn't around? Lin Xiaoxi replied glumly. When Mommy isn't here, I play by myself at home. Sometimes the nanny takes me out to play, but she is not as good as Mommy. I like Mommy, and I like Daddy too. Lin Chen stroked Lin Xiaoxi's head. Though she was young, she understood a lot. Children can sense who truly cares for them. While Xu Mengyao could afford a nanny, finding a good one was another matter altogether. Xiaoxi, Daddy is going to take you to see some houses. We need to find a bigger place. This one is too small for both of us, Lin Chen said as he lifted her. Lin Xiaoxi beamed. Yay, Daddy, I want to buy lots of toys. Mommy has so many, but you don't have any here, and no problem, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Soon, he was on his way out with Lin Xiaoxi in his arms. System, does carrying Xiaoxi count as exercise? Lin Chen asked in his mind. Host, anything over 5 minutes counts. Lin Chen smiled. The system was quite considerate. Carrying Lin Xiaoxi for over 5 minutes would help him steadily increase his physical condition by 3 points daily. Daddy, are you tired? If you are, Xiaoxi can walk by herself, she said sweetly as they exited the community. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. His little girl was truly a thoughtful companion. Daddy's not tired? He said, kissing Lin Xiaoxi's cheek with a smile. Qianqian community was only 2 to 3 kilometers away, and since Lin Xiaoxi wasn't heavy, Lin Chen carried her all the way. His physical condition had only increased by 1 point today, so he was determined to maximize the remaining 2 points. Hello, I'd like to rent a place in Qianqian community. I prefer something with environmentally friendly decor. Do you have any good recommendations? Lin Chen arrived at a real estate agency outside Qianqian community. The agent quickly presented several options, among which 3 stood out, 2 were spacious, and 1 had poor decor, which Lin Chen promptly dismissed. I'd like to see the remaining 3 in person, he stated. Sure. The enthusiastic agent led Lin Chen on a tour. After viewing the first 2 properties, Lin Chen was not impressed. The decor style simply did not appeal to him. He asked Lin Xiaoxi, who echoed his sentiments. Mr. Lin, the last property has quite nice decor, but there is something unique about this one, the agent explained as they walked. What makes it unique? Lin Chen inquired. The owner originally wanted to sell it through us, but due to the poor market, they decided to rent it instead, the agent clarified. How is it unique? Lin Chen asked again. The owner prefers selling, so they are not open to long-term rentals. If the market improves, they may sell it quickly. Additionally, this is a new property that has never been lived in, which could pose some issues if you have a young child. The agent noted. Let us take a look anyway. Before long, they arrived at the property. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Daddy, I like this one. Lin Chen carried her around to inspect the place. The decor and views were indeed appealing, and he liked it as well. Lin Xiaoxi was well-behaved and wouldn't cause any damage. If anything were to be broken, I would naturally compensate for it, he assured. How much is the rent for this unit? Lin Chen asked the agent. Mr. Lin, the price is 15,000, with no discounts available. The other 2 units can offer some concessions, the agent replied. The rent is due monthly with a 1-month deposit. The advantage is that the landlord will cover the agency fee. He added. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. The 1-month deposit with no agency fee was exactly what he wanted. Will there be other people coming to view the house since the owner wants to sell? Lin Chen asked. Yes, Mr. Lin. If there are clients interested, we can schedule a viewing each week, and it will take no longer than half an hour, the agent assured. What do you think? Xiaoxi, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. Daddy, Xiaoxi likes it here, she replied cheerfully. I'd like to know why the owner is selling. I also have a small request. The house must not have any issues, Lin Chen stated. The owner is selling because their son wishes to study abroad, and the expenses are significant, the agent explained. As for your request, Lin Chen interjected, I would prefer that no one comes to view the house for 3 months. If I find it comfortable and the price is right, I will consider buying it. He currently had only a few tens of thousands in his account, and this property was worth over 10 million. However, with his system, he was confident he could earn that amount within 3 months. Without a doubt, with the system space of 1,000 cubic meters, he could potentially earn tens of millions in that time frame. Mr. Lin, let me discuss this with the landlord, the agent said, promptly calling him. Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed. Shortly after, Lin Chen returned to the agency and finalized the contract. He transferred 30,000, leaving him with 30 to 40,000 without needing to touch Xu Mengyao's funds. Xiaoxi, we'll be moving tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a smile. Chapter 4, Xu Mengyao's Wealth. Lin Chen returned to the newly rented house with Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy, why are we back here? Aren't we moving tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled. No one has lived here before, so look around. It's a bit dirty, I sent it. Daddy needs to clean the house so that tomorrow we can just move our things in. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Daddy, I'll help you. Great, with your help, we'll definitely clean it up faster, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Soon, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work, with Lin Xiaoxi assisting him. She was only 2 years and 2 months old. What could she possibly help with? Yet, with her by his side, joy abounded. Ding. Host, your physical constitution has increased by 1. Today, your constitution has augmented by 3 points, reaching the upper limit of growth. An hour later, the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. A smile graced his face. Embracing Lin Xiaoqian, he thought, it was effortlessly achieved. From now on, I should be able to increase my constitution by 3 points daily. Xiaoqian, we are done for the day. We've managed to tidy up quite well. Lin Chen smiled as he made the final sweep of the floor. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with delight, Daddy, you are amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow. We can move to our new home. I really like it here. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the house. It looked even better after cleaning, and he felt quite satisfied with every aspect of it. He needed to find a way to earn money to purchase this house. Otherwise, if the landlord decided to sell, moving would surely bring tears to Xiaoqian's eyes. He mused. In the metropolis, housing prices had slightly decreased, currently averaging 57,000. The Ziyuan community, being upscale, was considerably more expensive, with an average price just over 80,000, and this particular residence was priced at 13 million in total. Xiaoqian, let us head home. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you, Lin Chen said as he carried Lin Xiaoqian back on the roadside. A vendor was selling books, and Lin Chen bought several storybooks. Daddy, can you read me a story first? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly requested upon returning home, clutching the books. Of course. But first, let me start cooking, Lin Chen replied with a smile. After setting the rice to cook, he carried Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony. The balcony was small, but it was a part of the house. This story is called The Ugly Duckling. Lin Chen began to narrate slowly, cradling Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your fairy tale reading volume and creative ability are beginning to enhance. The difficulty of both is less than that of physical constitution enhancement. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling, and you will reach a high level. Lin Chen pondered. System, your statement makes it difficult for me to gauge. Levels 1 to 5. Level 1 is ordinary, level 2 proficient, level 3 master, level 4 grandmaster, and level 5 grandmaster, the highest standard in the world. What level can I attain? The system replied. With 10 hours, you can reach the grandmaster level. After 20 hours, you will attain the grandmaster standard. Host, there must be even higher levels beyond that. Lin Chen inquired. Then. Level 6 legendary, level 7 mythical? Correct. Host. Various skills will be categorized according to the levels you've mentioned. The system replied thoughtfully. Lin Qianqian looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes wide with innocence. Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? Lin Chen smiled. Daddy was just thinking of other matters, and continued with the story. Countless tales and knowledge surged into his mind. As the system assisted in augmenting his storytelling volume while simultaneously enhancing his creative capacity, in this era, parents were willing to spend generously on their children. If he could publish an enchanting story, the profits would not be insignificant. However, to earn money, he first needed to elevate his own abilities. After spending half an hour with Lin Qianqian, Lin Chen smiled and said, Qianqian, how about you read on your own for a bit? Daddy has to prepare a meal with your favorite meats. Okay. Lin Chen spent half an hour preparing the dishes. Daddy, this is so delicious. Even better than lunch, Lin Qianqian exclaimed happily after tasting the food. Lin Chen served her some vegetables, saying, Qianqian, you should eat some greens. We mustn't be picky eaters. Daddy, just a little bit, okay? And indeed, Lin Qianqian only consumed a minuscule amount. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Compared to lunch, there was progress. She hadn't touched her greens then. After dinner, Lin Chen bathed Lin Qianqian and dressed her in her sleepwear. He quickly took a shower himself. Qianqian, what's wrong? Lin Chen noticed Lin Qianqian was crying as he emerged from the bathroom. Daddy, I miss Mommy, she whimpered, tears glistening on her cheeks. Qianqian, Mommy will come to see you in a few days. Right now, she's working and we shouldn't disturb her, okay? Let us continue with your story. Lin Chen gently reassured Lin Qianqian as he held her close. Xu Mengyao had not added him on WeChat, making video calls impossible. The fact that she hadn't added him indicated a lingering resistance in her heart. Lin Chen refrained from mentioning it, lest he be met with rejection. An hour later, Lin Qianqian, lulled by the stories, fell asleep. Having a precious daughter, the system awakened, enhancing his culinary skills, physical constitution, and fairy tale storytelling ability. What a perfect day it was! A smile illuminated Lin Chen's face. System, if I practice other skills now, will new abilities emerge? Lin Chen inquired within his mind. The system responded, deliberately pursuing this will not yield results. Abilities will naturally arise during your time spent with your child. Understood, Lin Chen nodded slightly. This was preferable. He wouldn't have to rack his brain trying to figure out how to improve. Mengyao, what troubles you? Her friend Xinqing asked. Xinqing's family was quite affluent, with assets totaling 30 million, but this paled in comparison to Xu Mengyao's wealth. Xu Mengyao's parents had laid the foundation of a vast empire for her, and when the conglomerate was passed to her a year ago, it boasted assets in the range of 4 to 500 billion, with the Xu family holding 51% of the shares. Xu Mengyao was quite capable and fortunate. After her parents left the country and relinquished control, the company's assets had soared to 600 billion, with the Xu family's share standing at 300 billion. Xu Mengyao was their only child. All of this would eventually belong to her. I sent Qianqian to Lin Chen's side, Xu Mengyao said, taking a sip of red wine. Huh? Xinqing looked at Xu Mengyao in surprise. She was aware of the past events. Mengyao, do you wish to be with Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I have no such intentions. We come from entirely different worlds. We are simply not suited for each other. It's Qianqian who wants her daddy, she continued. Now that she's over 2 years old, she's starting to understand. She envies the other children who have their daddies with them. When they say she doesn't have a daddy, it makes her sad. Xinqing pressed, Mengyao, have you never considered finding someone to marry? Xu Mengyao replied, it's likely I won't be able to have more children. The chances of infidelity are sky high with any potential partner. Besides, having Qianqian is enough for me. Xinqing asked. Lin Chen is Qianqian's father, so what are you worried about? He is he, and you are you. The child is yours together. There's no issue with that. Xu Mengyao muttered softly, I worry about Qianqian. Can Lin Chen take good care of her? Chapter 5. Moving to a new home, new abilities. Mengyao, what's Lin Chen's current situation? Xinqing inquired. Xu Mengyao sighed. He was laid off last month. Now he lives in a village in the city, renting a one-bedroom apartment that's south less than 40 square meters. If it weren't for Qianqian genuinely wanting to see her daddy, I wouldn't want to send her to suffer with Lin Chen. Xinqing remarked, Lin Chen's circumstances are too poor. You should send him some money. No matter how difficult it is, we can't let Qianqian suffer. I left him 60,000, Xu Mengyao said. I told him it was for 3 months' living expenses. Do you think that's too little? She pondered. But I'm afraid if I give him too much, He might start to expect more just because he is Qianqian's father. Xinqing replied, "Are you worried he'll cling to you? 2,000 a month, 1,000 for rent, and 1,000 for food. That should be sufficient." Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Let us see how things develop. Even if it's not 3 months, 60,000 should at least ensure they live decently for a month. With that, Xu Mengyao stood up, saying, "I'm done drinking. I have to catch a flight to America tomorrow. My mom is going to have surgery, and it's quite important." Xinqing reassured her, "Your mother will be fine. She is sure to be safe. Don't worry too much about Qianqian. After all, Lin Chen is her father, and he should take good care of her. Focus on being with your mom for a few days." Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. Soon, she boarded a Bentley and departed, accompanied by a female bodyguard, while the driver was also a woman, a professional bodyguard she had hired. What a pity for Mengyao, Xinqing thought to herself. Sighing quietly, Xu Mengyao came from a good family and was extraordinarily beautiful. Had it not been for the events 3 years prior, she would have married well. 3 years ago, Xu Mengyao was drugged, and ultimately it was Lin Chen who benefited, rather than the one who had drugged her. Otherwise, it would have become her lifelong nightmare. If only Lin Chen were more accomplished, then perhaps Mengyao could have genuinely been with him. But he was so ordinary, the gap between them was simply too vast. Later that night, Lin Xiaoqian awoke. She gently nudged the sleeping Lin Chen. "Daddy, Daddy." "Xiaoqian, what's wrong?" Lin Chen quickly woke up. "Daddy, I need to pee," she said. "Good babies can't wet the bed." Lin Chen hurriedly scooped Lin Xiaoqian up and took her to the bathroom. Just as he squatted down, she had already relieved herself, narrowly avoiding a bedwetting incident. "Xiaoqian, do you usually wear diapers at night?" Lin Chen inquired as he carried her back to bed. Lin Xiaoqian replied innocently, "Daddy, I don't wear diapers. I'm 2 years old now. Not a 1-year-old baby." Lin Chen chuckled softly. "What a good girl now. Let us go back to sleep." When Lin Chen awoke again, it was already dawn. Lin Xiaoqian was the first to rise. She didn't wake Lin Chen but giggled when she saw him awake, saying, "Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says good babies go to bed early and wake up early." Lin Chen smiled. "Of course, Xiaoqian is a good baby." Lin Xiaoqian snuggled into Lin Chen's embrace. "Daddy, I want to wake up to see you, and I also want to wake up to see Mommy. That would make me so happy." Lin Chen's heart ached. He wished he could wake up to see Xu Mengyao too. "Xiaoqian, Mommy is very busy right now." He gently stroked Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Lin Xiaoqian sighed, "Daddy, I miss Mommy. I want to call her." Lin Chen sat up and said, "Xiaoqian, you just arrived at Daddy's place yesterday. If I call Mommy now, she might think that Daddy can't take care of you well. How about we get up, have breakfast, and then move to a new house?" Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. "Okay, we're moving to a new home." Lin Chen sighed in relief. Thankfully, children were easily persuaded. Xu Mengyao had told him not to call unless it was important. Soon, both of them got out of bed. "Daddy, I don't have a toothbrush. Mommy says if I don't brush my teeth, bugs will bite." Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. There was a bath towel in Lin Xiaoqian's suitcase, but no toothbrush. He hadn't bought one yesterday. As a first-time father, he had no experience. "Xiaoqian, Daddy will take you out to buy one." There was a small supermarket nearby, and Lin Chen quickly returned with a toothbrush. "Xiaoqian, how about we have noodles for breakfast?" he asked. "Daddy, does the noodles have meat in it?" "Of course, it must have meat." After breakfast, Lin Chen began packing their belongings for the move. He didn't have many things, and some items he decided not to keep. Once he packed the suitcase, a taxi would suffice to transport them. By around 9 o'clock, Lin Chen arrived at their new home. After purchasing some additional items, they would be settled in. "Xiaoqian, let us go to the big supermarket. We'll buy more vegetables and I'll cook something delicious for you at noon." The Ziyuan community had commercial facilities, including a supermarket, where Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian bought numerous items. "Daddy, I want to draw. I want to draw you, and Mommy, and the baby," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, clutching the newly bought drawing supplies. "All right." Lin Chen prepared paper and pencils for her, but since Lin Xiaoqian struggled with drawing, he held her tiny hand to guide her. 5 minutes passed. "Host, your drawing skills are beginning to improve. After accumulating 10 hours, you will reach the level of a grandmaster. After 20 hours, you will attain the level of a great grandmaster." The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Teaching his daughter to draw would elevate his own skills to that of a grandmaster in just 10 hours. The system was quite supportive. If things continued this way, he would undoubtedly become an all-rounder dad. A wealth of drawing experience surged into Lin Chen's mind, and with the system's assistance, He rapidly absorbed the knowledge. "Daddy, you're so amazing. Can you teach me to draw?" Lin Xiaoqian looked at him with adoration. Lin Chen kissed her. "Of course, besides drawing, do you want me to teach you anything else?" Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. "I want Daddy to teach me to draw, sing, swim, and also, I want Daddy to teach me to play soccer. Yang has a big soccer ball. He says he wants to play with me because I don't know how." Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. Soccer at just over 2 years old? Nonetheless, he must support his daughter's interests. He figured that if he taught her a bit, she might even become a star player. "Xiaoqian, it's no problem for Daddy to teach you those things. But do you have anything you can teach me as well?" Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head in thought, and after a while, she exclaimed a few phrases in English. "Daddy, I can speak a little English. Can I teach you English?" "Sure. Let us make that a deal," Lin Chen laughed. Lin Xiaoqian, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Daddy, put your hands in place. I'm starting the class now." "Good morning" is said like this. Lin Xiaoqian taught with great enthusiasm. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, after 3 hours of study, you will master English. Thereafter, for every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoqian a foreign language, you will proficiently master another foreign language. With no limit on the number of languages." Chapter 6. Seeking Xu Mengyao for foreign language lessons? Lin Chen internally applauded the system 1,000 times over. Mastering a foreign language in just 3 hours was quite efficient. While it couldn't compare to the crude and rapid sign-in systems, he enjoyed the natural learning that occurred while teaching Xiaoqian. "Daddy, you're not being serious. Unattentive children want to receive little red flowers," Lin Xiaoqian said with a pout. Lin Chen snapped back to attention. "You're right, Xiaoqian. I will pay close attention. So please continue your lesson." "Okay." Lin Xiaoqian resumed the lesson, teaching Lin Chen with the knowledge she had acquired during her time abroad. She had picked up quite a bit of English from Xu Mengyao, and her teaching was surprisingly on point. Time ticked by, and a wealth of English phrases flooded Lin Chen's mind. In just 3 hours, he grasped more than he had in previous studies. "Xiaoqian, shall we continue our lessons this afternoon? It's almost noon, and I need to prepare lunch for you." Lin Chen raised his hand. Smiling, "Papa, class is over. You can't call me teacher Xiaoqian anymore. I'm your little treasure. Yes, you are my little treasure." Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair, feeling a warm glow inside. "Now, I'm off to cook for my little treasure. You can play and draw for a bit, and then teach me again this afternoon." Soon, Lin Chen was busy in the kitchen. 5 minutes passed, and his culinary skills began to rise rapidly. "System, the first 5 minutes don't count, right?" Lin Chen asked in his mind. The system replied, "Host, only durations of 5 minutes or more will be calculated. The initial 5 minutes are included in the total. Got it? A fleeting interest 1T suffice. But the system's requirements are reasonable. 5 minutes of effort is all it takes." Half an hour later, Lin Chen had prepared a sumptuous meal. "Dad, it smells so delightful. It must be delicious. I want 2 bowls of rice." Lin Xiaoqian, drawn by the enticing aroma, came over. Lin Chen picked her up and said, "Xiaoqian, let's wash our hands first, and then you can sit in your chair and eat by yourself." "All right. You're not a little baby anymore. You can eat independently now, right?" Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Soon after, Lin Chen took her to wash her hands. Gazing at the dishes on the table, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, "Dad, your dishes look so beautiful. They seem incredibly tasty." "You're amazing." Lin Chen prepared her meal using child-friendly utensils, saying, "Xiaoqian, today let's have an extra piece of greens." Lin Xiaoqian made a little pout. But when she tasted the vegetables, they didn't seem so bad after all, thanks to Lin Chen's culinary skills. A little over 2 hours later, after her nap, Lin Xiaoqian was full of enthusiasm to continue her role as a little teacher. Lin Chen had only studied for half an hour in the morning, but he spent an hour in the afternoon. He felt that he could communicate fluently in English. "System, what is your standard for proficiency?" Lin Chen wondered in his mind. The system replied, "Host, the proficiency standard is simultaneous interpretation." Lin Chen replied, "What a lofty standard at IT. Seems that even native English speakers might not achieve this in a lifetime of study. No wonder, after 3 hours of study, I only managed to learn for an hour and a half and felt quite accomplished. Xiaoqian, we should engage in some outdoor activities. Didn't we buy a football?" "Dad will take you to play," Lin Chen said with a smile. "We need at least 1 or 2 hours of outdoor exercise every day." "All right, let's go play football," Lin Xiaoqian replied happily. While living in Xu Mengyao's villa, the nanny would sometimes take her out to play, but outdoor activities were rarely arranged. After all, children from affluent families are considered precious. What if you get hurt while playing outside? Qianqian, Daddy will carry you, and you can hold the football, Lin Chen said, pulling out the ball with a grin. Lin Qianqian hugged the football with both hands. Before long, Lin Chen took her downstairs. Ziyuan community was an upscale neighborhood with vast stretches of grass within. Qianqian, kick it to Daddy, Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Hey, Lin Qianqian kicked with all her might, sending the ball 2 to 3 meters away. Qianqian, catch. Lin Chen gently kicked the ball back. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your football skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level. And after 20 hours, grandmaster leveled. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. With levels set, everything became much clearer. 10 hours. If I practice 1 or 2 hours outdoors every day, I'll be ready to play in the World Cup in about a week. Lin Chen felt a surge of delight. However, he had no intention of becoming a professional player. Being a dedicated father to Lin Qianqian seemed far more appealing. System, mastering a language takes merely 3 hours. But this takes 10. Is it really that much more challenging? Lin Chen inquired. The system responded, yes, host. Even a 3-year-old can learn a language, so its difficulty is relatively low. Half an hour later, Lin Qianqian pouted. Dad, this football is uncooperative. Let's buy a new one. Her little feet often missed the ball. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, it's not the football's fault. You just need more practice. Watch Daddy. As he spoke, he juggled the ball effortlessly with his feet, maintaining control for dozens of touches. Wow! Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen in admiration. Dad. Yang said his dad is the best, but he's wrong. My dad is the greatest. Lin Chen paused, crouching down with a smile. Qianqian, we shouldn't compare ourselves to others. We just need to learn well, okay? As long as you study earnestly, that's already wonderful. Lin Qianqian nodded, though only partly understanding. Let's continue practicing passing. Another half hour passed, and Lin Qianqian, looking weary, said, Dad, I'm so tired. Can we go home and take a nap? Lin Chen laughed. You already napped at noon. We won't sleep until tonight. But if you're tired, we can stop playing football and head home to the bookstore to buy you some books. We'll get lots of storybooks. Lin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, Dad, let's go to the bookstore. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Chen attended another hour and a half of lessons with Lin Qianqian. Host, you have now mastered English. Continuing lessons with Lin Qianqian will no longer enhance your skills, the system informed Lin Chen. After 3 hours in total, Lin Qianqian had little left to teach. Teacher Qianqian, what you just taught has already been covered, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed. Dad, I don't know anymore. Maybe you should let Mom teach you English from now on. Mom is really good at it. Learning a foreign language from Xu Mengyao? That seemed rather promising. Lin Chen replied. Qianqian, you are impressive. After your teaching, I remembered a lot of English knowledge I had forgotten. How about I teach you instead? The roles of teacher and student had switched. Lin Qianqian appeared bewildered. How did Dad become so capable? Chapter 7. Mom, you should call him husband. Ding ding, Lin Chen's phone rang. The caller ID showed a peculiar number, so he hung up. However, the caller persistently tried again. Hello, Lin Chen finally answered. Xu Mengyao's voice came through. Lin Chen, it's me. How is Qianqian? Is she doing well with you? Lin Chen replied, quite well. Let me pass the phone to Qianqian, he pondered. Xu Mengyao had said there were no important matters, so why was she calling? Was she missing Qianqian already? In such a short time? She had called. Qianqian, stop drawing for a moment. Mommy is on the phone, Lin Chen said, handing the phone to Lin Qianqian. She held the phone with both hands, cheerfully saying, Mommy, where are you? I miss you so much. On the other end, Xu Mengyao's heart softened. Mommy misses you too. Is everything all right with Daddy? Lin Qianqian giggled. Mommy, I'm great. Daddy's food is delicious. He's amazing. Even more so than Yang's dad. Mommy, hurry and come so we can all sleep together. That way, when I wake up, I can see both Daddy and Mommy. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. Although she had been intimate with Lin Chen and had a child, her memories of that night were hazy due to being drugged. Lin Chen silently praised his daughter. What a good girl, Lin Chen. Could you step away for a moment? I want to have a chat with Qianqian, Xu Mengyao requested. Lin Qianqian innocently chimed in. Mommy, other moms call their husbands husband. You should call him that too, Lin Chen quickly said. I'll just step into the restroom. You two chat. He walked away. Qianqian, Mommy and Daddy have a unique situation. You shouldn't say things like that in the future. All right, Xu Mengyao advised, finding it somewhat amusing. After all, Qianqian was only a little over 2 years old. Would she even remember? Qianqian, Are you happy with Daddy? If you're not, Mommy can ask Aunt Qingqing to come pick you up, Xu Mengyao added. Lin Xiaoqian quickly replied, Mommy, I don't want to go. I love Daddy. He's the best daddy in the world. Xu Mengyao sighed inwardly. It was clear that blood ties were powerful in such a short time. Lin Xiaoqian had already grown attached to Lin Chen. Xiaoqian, Mommy is a bit busy and might be delayed in coming back. You must listen to Daddy and eat well, okay? Don't worry. Mommy, I'm a good baby. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Machem. Xiaoqian is the best. After chatting for a while, Xu Mengyao hung up, her mind preoccupied. Her mother had just entered the operating room. Mengyao, how is Xiaoqian? Su Guofeng inquired. He missed Lin Xiaoqian but felt it inappropriate to mention it, knowing it would prompt her to converse with her grandmother, who was currently unable to do so. Xiaoqian is fine. After all, Lin Chen is her father. They are quite close. Su Mengyao replied. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father, and you are her mother, but you both need to maintain some distance. You and Lin Chen belong to two different worlds. His intent was not to belittle Lin Chen. It was simply a matter of their vast differences in social standing. Being with him would only cause you distress, Su Guofeng stated. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Dad believes you will surely find your ideal partner in the future. Su Mengyao remained silent. The events of the past had left her with psychological scars, and she harbored no intentions of seeking another man or entering marriage. Dad, if this surgery is successful, will you and Mom be able to return to the country and regain control of the company? Su Mengyao asked. Su Guofeng shook his head. Even if the surgery is successful, she will need a few months of recovery. It won't be that easy to return. You can manage the company for now, that's quite fine. After all, the family business will eventually fall into your hands. Su Mengyao responded, Dad, you initially said it would only be for 3 to 5 months. Now it's been over a year. Do you plan to retire before you're even 50? Su Guofeng cleared his throat. I have no choice. Your mother's condition is serious, and I need to be by her side. Seems you have handled everything quite well. Su Mengyao frowned. But I'm so busy managing the company. I hardly have time to accompany Xiaoqian. Su Guofeng replied. Mengyao, manage it for another 6 months. By then, your mother should be well on her way to recovery. 6 months. Fine. I only plan to let Lin Chen take care of her for a maximum of 6 months. By then, Xiaoqian will be starting kindergarten and I need to spend more time with her. All right. Su Guofeng nodded. Daddy, have you and Mommy divorced? Lin Xiaoqian innocently asked. Huh? Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian. Do you know what divorce means? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes, you and Yuan's parents got divorced. She said her daddy didn't want her anymore. Lin Chen scooped Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Xiaoqian, Daddy and Mommy would never abandon you. We are not divorced. Don't think such things, okay? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian gently. Tio consider divorce. He and Su Mengyao would first need to marry. Can you write your name? Daddy will teach you. All right, Lin Chen asked. Sounds good. Lin Xiaoqian's attention was quickly diverted. Lin Chen prepared paper and pen and began the lesson. 5 minutes passed. Host, your calligraphy skills are starting to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level. And after 20 hours, grandmaster level, the system announced. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Indeed, teaching Lin Xiaoqian to write would enhance his calligraphy. His handwriting had been quite mediocre. He had never learned calligraphy. But now both his hard and soft writing skills would improve. With various styles from different dynasties at his fingertips, he would be quite proficient. Daddy, my name is so hard to write. Can I just be called Linny instead? Lin Xiaoqian said with a pained expression after half an hour. Lin Chen kissed her little face. Xiaoqian, we can't give up just because of a little difficulty. You are the best. Don't worry, Daddy will teach you well. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Lin Chen continued to teach her for another half hour. Considering her age, being able to persist for an hour was quite impressive. Xiaoqian, what would you like to do next? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly responded, Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park. Mommy took me there before. It was so much fun. Lin Chen chuckled, stroking her little face. Then let's go to the amusement park, but Xiaoqian, we must promise not to go too often. You still need to study, right, Image? Lin Xiaoqian obediently nodded. An hour later, they arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to ride that. Mommy took me on it too. Hee hee. Lin Xiaoqian pointed excitedly at the nearby carousel. Chapter 8. Finally starting to earn money. Before long, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian were seated on the carousel. Xiaoqian, hold on tight. Lin Chen reminded her. He sat next to her, ready to catch her if she lost her grip. Daddy, you need to be safe too, she sweetly replied. As the music played, the carousel began to spin. System, does this count as horse riding? Lin Chen inquired mentally. The system replied, Host, it can be considered horse riding, though it likely won't last more than 5 minutes. Indeed, after 3 minutes, it came to a stop. Daddy, let's go ride the bumper cars. I had so much fun with Mommy, Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Bumper cars were indeed vehicles. He had a driver's license, obtained during his sophomore summer, but had never actually driven, so his license was almost gathering dust. Boss, how long is this ride? Lin Chen asked as they reached the bumper car area. 10 minutes, the boss replied. Lin Chen promptly paid. Here we go. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice sounded again. Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level, and after 20 hours, grandmaster level. Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Driving skills were quite practical. He would definitely need to buy a car in the future for greater convenience. Otherwise, on windy or rainy days, waiting for a bus while carrying Lin Qianqian would be disheartening, especially if they couldn't get a ride. Time ticked by. Lin Chen's driving skills were rapidly improving. Qianqian, do you want to ride again? After their first ride, Lin Chen asked with a grin. Yes, Daddy, I want to ride 2 more times. Lin Qianqian replied joyfully. Lin Chen took her for 2 more rides, and after half an hour, his driving skills had improved significantly. If they came to the amusement park regularly, he would soon be a seasoned driver, perhaps even a race car driver. Qianqian, how about trying your hand at shooting? If you hit the balloon, you might win one of those plush toys, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Qianqian looked at the game and said, Daddy, you try. I want that big dog. It's looking at me. Hee hee. All right, Daddy will definitely help you win it, Lin Chen assured her with a smile. Bang, bang. Lin Chen shot slowly, taking 5 minutes to finish. The system chimed in, Host, your shooting skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level. The wealth of shooting experience flooded Lin Chen's mind. Qianqian, Daddy didn't win this time. Let me try again. I promise I'll win you that big dog, Lin Chen said, planting a kiss on Lin Qianqian as he smiled. Sure, Daddy will definitely succeed. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. In the second round, Lin Chen still didn't win, but his shooting skills had improved considerably after 2 rounds. Finally, in the third round, Lin Chen successfully won the big dog. The operator was quite surprised at his sudden skill improvement. Please hold onto the plush toy here. We will come back for it later, Lin Chen said with a grin, carrying Lin Qianqian as they left. As time passed, Lin Chen did not acquire any new skills. The amusement park offered games like archery and basketball, but Lin Qianqian was not interested in those. His main purpose was to play with her, gaining skills as a bonus. Qianqian, we need to head home now. Look at the clouds above. It seems like it might rain, Lin Chen said, carrying Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian reluctantly replied, Daddy, the amusement park is so much fun. Can we come back again? Of course, Lin Chen promised with a smile. He still needed to enhance his driving and shooting skills. Taking the large dog that they had won, Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian hailed a taxi to return home. Shortly after they boarded, the sky began to rumble and rain poured down. The house prices were too steep to rush into a decision. He needed to purchase a car without delay. Lin Chen mused to himself. To buy a car, he had to resolve one critical issue. He needed money. Lin Chen began to ponder silently, which skill could conveniently generate income. So far, he had acquired various skills: cooking, crafting fairy tales, painting, soccer, calligraphy, driving, shooting, and English. If he could reach the pinnacle of painting and calligraphy, he should be able to earn a substantial amount, but his current proficiency was inadequate. As for cooking, he had no interest in preparing meals for others. While excelling in sports and driving could yield considerable earnings through playing soccer or racing cars, he could not choose such a path. Currently, the easiest ways to earn some money were through fairy tales and English. Lin Chen thought to himself. He could narrate more fairy tales to Lin Qianqian to enhance his skills quickly and could submit stories online to receive payment promptly. His English had already reached the level of simultaneous interpretation, enabling him to take on highly challenging translation tasks online. Many people in Hua country were studying English, and the translation industry was fiercely competitive. However, very few could match his current level. Earning money was undoubtedly within his reach. Daddy, I miss Mommy so much, Lin Qianqian murmured as she nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. At the amusement park, she had seen many children accompanied by their parents and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Lin Chen comforted her. Qianqian, when Mommy returns, you can discuss with her about going to the amusement park together, all right? Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. Let Daddy tell you a story. Lin Chen had many fairy tales in his mind. Even without a book, he could narrate directly to Lin Qianqian. After they arrived home and finished dinner and bathing, Lin Qianqian quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen began searching online. I should be able to complete this translation in a few hours. The fee is 5,000 yuan. That's not too bad. Let us give it a try, he murmured to himself. He accepted an online translation task. Such high difficulty tasks had very few takers, although the remuneration was decent at 5,000 yuan. If his skills were insufficient, it might take him a month to complete the task properly. If the translation turned out poorly, he would not receive any payment. Clickety-clack. Lin Chen began typing in the study. There was already a computer in the study of this house. Why typing speed has certainly improved compared to before, Lin Chen mused, attributing it to his enhanced physical condition. He estimated it would take 4 hours, but in reality, it took just over 3 hours. Lin Chen finished the translation and checked it over without finding any issues. Soon, he sent the completed manuscript to the other party's email. He had verified that the recipient had a good reputation. Even if they tried to cheat him out of the translation fee, he had only spent a little over 3 hours, and he could gradually settle accounts with them later. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Oh, that was quick. The supervisor of a translation company wondered. Their company handled numerous translation tasks, but when overwhelmed, they would release some tasks online. He remembered that this task had only been accepted the night before. Could it be that the translation is terrible? The supervisor quickly opened the email to check. His eyes widened in astonishment. The translation was exceptionally well done. He felt that the translator's skill was far superior to his own. Wow! Upon checking the time, the supervisor realized that the translator had completed the task in just 3 hours. Goodness, I've encountered a master. The supervisor was elated. If he could establish a connection with such a talented individual, they could take on more challenging tasks and earn even more money in the process. You translated exceptionally well. We'll transfer the payment immediately. Would you be interested in a long-term collaboration? The supervisor quickly replied to Lin Chen's email, providing his phone number and WeChat ID. Chapter 9. Have you done a paternity test? Ding! The sound of a text message from Lin Chen's phone interrupted his thoughts. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from the bank. The 5,000 yuan from the translation had already been deposited. That was quite efficient, Lin Chen thought to himself. If the other party claimed that there were issues with his translation, he would have to argue his case thoroughly. Qianqian, play by yourself for a while. Daddy has some matters to attend to. Lin Chen smiled as he ruffled Lin Qianqian's hair. Machim, Daddy, you go ahead. Lin Qianqian replied obediently. Lin Chen entered the study and turned on the computer. Logging into his email, he opened the message from the other party. Long-term cooperation? Lin Chen mused. He was not particularly interested in long-term collaboration, as the potential earnings were limited. Even if he earned a few thousand each day, it would only amount to over 100,000 a month. While that might seem substantial to an ordinary person, he possessed a system that could earn him much more than that each month. He could make even more by using the system's space for transportation. However, utilizing this opportunity to earn some extra money was acceptable. The 60,000 yuan from Xu Mengyao was not included. He had only around 30,000 left. After moving, he had spent several thousand on necessities. 30,000 would last him a long time if he were alone, but with Lin Qianqian, expenses would escalate quickly. Their trip to the amusement park yesterday had already cost quite a bit. He paid his rent monthly, amounting to 15,000 yuan. Hello. Lin Chen quickly added the other party on WeChat. Hello, you're quite impressive. Your translations are both fast and excellent. We often have urgent and high-quality tasks. Would you be interested in collaborating? Came the response from Yao Bin, the manager of the translation company. Lin Chen replied, I'm only looking to earn some pocket money in the short term. Feel free to send me tasks. If I find them suitable, I will accept them. All right. Yao Bin felt a tinge of regret. However, masters have their own ways. He could not force Lin Chen, as he could also take on tasks elsewhere. I have 3 tasks for you. Let me know if any interest you. Yao Bin quickly sent Lin Chen 3 high-difficulty manuscripts. They were unable to handle such tasks themselves, and with the difficulty being too high and the price too low, no one would take them on, plus quality could not be guaranteed. The price is slightly lower. We can increase it by 10%. If that works, I'll accept all 3. Lin Chen reviewed and replied. Yao Bin was taken aback. Are you sure you can handle all 3? It's not a problem. Soon, Yao Bin agreed to Lin Chen's request for a price increase. After the 10% increase, the 3 tasks amounted to 21,000 yuan. Lin Chen estimated it would take him about 10 hours in total. Lin Qianqian would take a nap around noon for an hour or 2, and he could work for over 3 hours in the evening, finishing it all in 2 days. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Chen had only acquired one new skill, singing. This skill emerged while he was teaching Lin Qianqian to sing nursery rhymes. Ding, a message from the bank came through. His translation was accepted, earning him 21,000 yuan. Adding the previous 5,000, his total earnings for just over 10 hours of work reached 26,000. Lin Chen felt a surge of realization. Knowledge is power. Previously, he had worked hard for a month and earned only a few thousand. Qianqian, you just read that incorrectly. Let Daddy read it to you again. Lin Chen glanced at the message and continued teaching Lin Qianqian English. Soon, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your proficiency in French has reached an advanced level. A faint smile spread across Lin Chen's face. He had learned another foreign language effortlessly. System, let us tackle German next, Lin Chen commanded in his mind, as he could now choose independently. Understood, host. Continue teaching Lin Qianqian foreign languages to improve your German proficiency. The system responded. Knock, knock. Xunqing arrived outside Lin Chen's former residence. She knocked for a while but received no response. Are you looking for Lin Chen? A woman descending the stairs inquired. Xunqing quickly replied, Yes, elder sister. I'm here to find Lin Chen. The woman scrutinized Xunqing. You must be Lin Xiaoqian's mother. Xiaoqian is very adorable. You parents need to be responsible. Xunqing replied, Sister, you misunderstand. Xiaoqian is the daughter of my dear friend. The woman felt a bit embarrassed. I see. Lin Chen no longer lives here? I don't know where he moved to. Thank you, elder sister. Xunqing hurriedly descended the stairs and left. Beep beep. Xunqing dialed Xu Mengyao's number. That Xu Mengyao, who frequently traveled abroad, had activated her international calling. Xunqing, how did it go? Xu Mengyao asked nervously. She knew Xunqing would check on Lin Chen today, worrying about Lin Xiaoqian's well-being. Mengyao, Lin Chen has moved. Didn't he inform you? Xunqing inquired. No, he didn't. I told him not to contact me unless it was urgent, and he hasn't called me. I'll call him now and let you know shortly. Okay. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao called Lin Chen. Hello, Lin Chen answered the phone, already aware that it was Xu Mengyao's number. Lin Chen, where have you moved to? A friend of mine went to see Xiaoqian and found out that you had moved. Lin Chen responded, Building 5, Room 2001, Ziyuan Community. You don't need to worry. Xiaoqian is my daughter. I will not mistreat her. Have you done a paternity test? Xu Mengyao inquired. No, Xiaoqian looks just like me, and I believe you wouldn't lie about such a matter. With your background, you could easily find a multitude of suitors, Lin Chen replied. You can tell Xiaoqian now. He switched the phone to speaker mode and handed it to Lin Xiaoqian while he headed to the bathroom. Xiaoqian, how have you been with Daddy for the past few days? Do you want to continue living with him? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully responded, Of course. Mommy, let me tell you, Daddy is amazing. He is a superhero. Oh? In what way is Daddy amazing? Lin Xiaoqian held the phone as she exclaimed, Daddy is incredible. He teaches me to sing, paint, write, and tells me stories. Daddy knows so many stories. Mommy, when are you coming back? Xiaoqian misses you so much, Xu Mengyao replied. Mommy will be back in a week. Lin Xiaoqian mentioned that her grandmother's surgery was quite successful, but she was still in the hospital. After chatting with Lin Xiaoqian for a while, Xu Mengyao ended the call and informed Xunqing of Lin Chen's new address. Xunqing, when you arrive at Ziyuan Community, take several photos of Lin Chen's place and send them to me. Xu Mengyao instructed. Understood. Ziyuan Community was not far, and Xunqing quickly arrived by car. After visitor registration, she entered the community. This community is quite nice, Xunqing mused. She had checked online. Housing prices in Ziyuan Community were not cheap. Ding dong. Xunqing arrived at the door of room 2001 in Building 5 and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10. Xunqing shock. Hello, you must be Xunqing? Please come in. Xiaoqian, your Auntie Qing is here. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Xunqing examined Lin Chen. He made a good first impression. Although his attire was ordinary, he appeared clean and tidy. Auntie Qing. Lin Xiaoqian ran over excitedly. Xiaoqian, Auntie Qing has missed you so much. Xunqing said, squatting down to embrace Lin Xiaoqian with a smile. Lin Chen, I brought some fruit for my first visit. It includes blueberries, which Xiaoqian likes. Please help yourself, Xunqing said. Thank you. Xunqing carried Lin Xiaoqian into the house. Her gaze swept across the spacious interior. While it couldn't compare to Xu Mengyao's villa, it was nonetheless quite nice. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian had more than enough space. The decor of the house exuded a comfortable ambience. Auntie Qing, some kids say I don't have a daddy, but I do. And my daddy is the best, Lin Xiaoqian said, a hint of pride in her voice. Xunqing kissed Lin Xiaoqian's cheek. Xiaoqian, don't pay attention to what those kids say. Of course, you have a daddy. She overlooked Lin Xiaoqian's remark about Lin Chen being the best. The Xu family had previously conducted an investigation and found Lin Chen to be quite ordinary. During high school and college, he had been rather unremarkable, and his family background was also typical. His parents were merely ordinary farmers. While they were not impoverished, they certainly weren't wealthy. Compared to the Xu family, they were worlds apart. Lin Chen, may I take a look around and snap a few pictures? Mengyao wants to see, Qianqian asked. Lin Chen nodded. Sure, feel free to take as many pictures as you like. The house was 160 square meters, featuring 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Qianqian carefully photographed each room. Lin Chen, this rent must not be cheap, Qianqian inquired. Lin Chen nodded. 15,000 a month. By the way, please help me return this to Xu Mengyao later. He opened his suitcase and took out a bag of money. Qianqian was somewhat surprised. You don't want it? This is for your and Qiaoqian's living expenses from Mengyao. Lin Chen replied, I can earn my own money. For the first 2 years when she took care of Qiaoqian, I didn't provide any living expenses. Now that I'm taking care of Qiaoqian, she doesn't need to support us. I will not neglect Qiaoqian. Qianqian shook her head. You should give it to her. She will definitely come to visit Qiaoqian in the future. It's almost noon. Let me treat you and Qiaoqian a lunch. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Qiaoqian said, Auntie Qing, I don't want to eat out. The food outside isn't as delicious as what Daddy makes. I like Daddy's cooking. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, if you don't mind, let us eat at home. You can play with Qiaoqian while I cook. It will take about 40 to 50 minutes. That's very kind of you. Qianqian nodded. Qiaoqian, would you like Auntie Qing to tell you a story? Qianqian embraced Lin Qiaoqian and led her to the balcony, where a small table held numerous storybooks. Lin Chen quickly busied himself in the kitchen. Having spent 5 days with Lin Qiaoqian, he had been doing the dishes daily, accumulating over 2 hours of kitchen time each day, with each hour equating to a year of experience. He now had over 10 years of culinary expertise. This experience was not typical. It was honed under the guidance of top chefs. Lin Chen's culinary skills now surpassed those of most 5-star hotel chefs. After about 20 minutes, Qianqian sniffed the air. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was delightful. After 40 minutes, Lin Chen brought the dishes to the table, and the enticing scent intensified. Qianqian, Qiaoqian, it's time to eat. Lin Chen called out, Auntie Qing, let us wash our hands first. We need to wash our hands before eating, Lin Qiaoqian chimed in. Soon, they finished washing their hands and reached the dining room. Qianqian was astonished to see 5 exquisite dishes prepared by Lin Chen. Although the time was short, Lin Chen had managed to create 5 dishes, and each looked incredibly appetizing. Auntie Qing, the food Daddy makes is delicious, Lin Qiaoqian exclaimed, pointing to one of the dishes. All right, Daddy will serve you some. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Lin Qiaoqian's hair. Lin Chen, your culinary skills look impressive, Qianqian praised. Lin Chen chuckled, it's decent enough. If you find it tasty, you should come over to eat a few more times with Xu Mengyao. Qianqian laughed. Mengyao is my good friend. If you want me to entice her, it better be exceptionally delicious. After saying that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Upon tasting the food, Qianqian was taken aback. Lin Chen's culinary skills were on par with those of 5-star chefs. This dish is quite good. She tried another dish. The fish was incredibly fresh and flavorful. After sampling all 5 dishes, Qianqian was left in awe. Lin Chen's culinary skills far surpassed Xu Mengyao's by a long shot and likely reached the level of a 5-star hotel chef. To be aware, the number of chefs in 5-star hotels is considerable, and for an ordinary person to dine there, it is nearly impossible to savor a meal prepared by the head chef. Aunt Qingqing, your father's cooking must be delightful, right? Qianqian absolutely adores it, Lin Qiaoqian sweetly remarked. Qianqian pondered silently. With Lin Chen's culinary skills being so exceptional, how could the food possibly be anything less than exquisite? Even Lin Qiaoqian, who is notoriously picky, has become less discerning. The dishes prepared by the nanny hired by Xu Mengyao are decent, but they pale in comparison. Xu Mengyao's own cooking is a tale of its own. Qianqian, your father's dishes are indeed delicious, Qianqian praised. After finishing the meal, Qianqian felt utterly stuffed. Typically, she maintains her figure by eating sparingly, yet Lin Chen's delectable creations proved too tempting to resist. Qiaoqian, why don't you go play over there for a bit? Qianqian suggested. Lin Chen, given the sumptuous meal, may I ask you a question? He inquired with a smile. Qianqian nodded. Go ahead. Lin Chen asked. Has Xu Mengyao been involved with anyone else in these past 3 years? Qianqian raised an eyebrow. If she has been with someone else, even if she currently has no boyfriend, wouldn't you consider that? Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. 3 years is a considerable span. If she had been with someone else, it would be quite normal. In that case, I would refrain from interfering. He is a man of principles, with certain expectations, Qianqian added. In light of this meal, I shall share with you. She has not been with anyone else. After the events of that year, she developed a psychological barrier and has become quite resistant to men. Even holding hands is a challenge for her. Even if you were Qianqian's father, pursuing her would likely prove difficult. Lin Chen chuckled. Thank you for the information. Today was just a warm-up. In the future, do bring Xu Mengyao over more often and I assure you, the dishes will only get better. His culinary skills are still rapidly improving, and by the time Qianqian visits again, his abilities will have surpassed their current level. Lin Chen, is this merely average? You are being a bit ostentatious, Qianqian laughed. With such culinary talent, why not become a chef? Being a chef would surely be far superior to your current job. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. He had long been critical of his former culinary skills. Chapter 11. Has the fairy tale burst? At noon, Lin Xiaoqian was ready for her nap, and Qianqian departed. Ding ding. Upon leaving the neighborhood, Qianqian dialed Xu Mengyao's phone. Xu Mengyao was abroad, and it was quite late there, but Qianqian knew she would not be asleep. Indeed, the call connected almost immediately. Qianqian, what is going on? Xu Mengyao asked anxiously. Qianqian laughed. Mengyao, we were overly concerned. Qianqian is likely faring even better with Lin Chen than before. Lin Chen's apartment is in a high-end complex, spacious and nicely decorated. It would be comfortable for anyone to reside there, let alone the two of them. Xu Mengyao retorted, don't speak nonsense. Qianqian continued, in any case, Xiaoqian is living quite well. In terms of food, she is certainly eating better than we do. That can't be true, Xu Mengyao exclaimed in disbelief. They are wealthy and certainly do not skimp on food. Mengyao, did you not mention that your father had investigated previously? Could it be that he did not uncover Lin Chen's exceptional culinary skills? His cooking is on par with that of a five-star hotel chef. Xu Mengyao responded incredulously, are you serious? If he possesses such skills, why hasn't he become a chef? The remuneration for a five-star chef is certainly not meager. That remains a mystery. Regardless, the lunch I had there today featured 5 dishes that were all exquisite. I am quite stuffed now, Qianqian said, rubbing her belly. Xu Mengyao remained skeptical. How could he have such remarkable skills without formal training? Perhaps it is a matter of talent. Qianqian claimed that her father's dishes are the best, and I thought she was just being flippant, but it appears to be true. Qianqian reflected. At this point, she paused. Mengyao, the 60,000 yuan that Lin Chen didn't use is still in Qianqian's suitcase. He asked me to take it to you, but I didn't. You will surely visit Qianqian in due time. You can retrieve it then. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. Why wouldn't he accept it? The rent for that apartment must be quite high. The rent is 15,000 a month, Qianqian replied. Lin Chen stated that as her father, he should take care of Qianqian, and there is no need for you to contribute financially. Mengyao, perhaps Lin Chen is not as ordinary as he seems, Qianqian suggested. Lin Chen exuded a confidence that was palpable, Xu Mengyao retorted. You are clearly being influenced by the meal. You have taken his side after just one dinner. Weren't you supposed to take pictures? Did you capture any? Qianqian replied, I did. I will send the photos to you shortly. Not long after, Xu Mengyao received the pictures that Qianqian had sent. The living environment appeared quite pleasant. Xu Mengyao exhaled in relief. As long as Lin Xiaoqian was happy, she could relax and stay a few more days. She was both a mother and a daughter, and her own mother had just returned from a brush with death. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days passed. Lin Chen completed 3 translation assignments, earning over 20,000. His bank account now boasted over 70,000. Host, your fairy tale storytelling ability has reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Over the course of a week, he spent 20 hours narrating stories to Lin Xiaoqian, with 10 hours qualifying him as a master and 20 hours elevating him to grandmaster status, placing him among the elite globally. Another piece of good news. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. Half an hour ago, while teaching Lin Xiaoqian English, the system had also informed him that he had achieved proficiency in German. He was now fluent in English, French, and German, capable of simultaneous interpretation in all 3 languages. Daddy, your stories are so delightful, Lin Xiaoqian whispered while lying beside him. Could you tell me another story? Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He began to weave a new tale. However, halfway through, Lin Xiaoqian could no longer resist sleep and dozed off sweetly. Leaning down, Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian gently before heading to the study. Now that his fairy tale storytelling had reached grandmaster level, it was time to monetize this skill, Lin Chen mused. Though he could earn a few thousand from each translation task, the income was meager, making it challenging to afford the apartment. The children's market was vast, and the demand for quality fairy tales was immense. Establishing a reputation through publishing would yield far greater returns than translation work. Moreover, once successful, it could provide a continuous stream of income. Lin Chen registered a pen name for himself. Clickety-clack. Shortly, he completed a 1,000-word fairy tale and uploaded it to Tongxinnet, a prominent fairy tale platform in the country. Tongxinnet is the largest fairy tale platform in China, offering online reading, and if a story gains popularity, an editor will reach out for publication. After posting one tale, Lin Chen continued to write. He did not intend to sell just one or two stories. He aspired to produce several to build a reputation for future publications. Xu Xiao was an editor at Tongxinnet. Though it is the largest platform for fairy tales in the country, the industry faced significant challenges. Editors needed to identify good stories to recommend, thereby attracting more users. With a larger user base, they could retain more quality authors. What is this rubbish? Xu Xiao furrowed her brow. She had encountered very few good stories throughout the day. The industry was rife with mediocrity. A new author, Xu Xiao read Lin Chen's tale. After reading it once, she reread it carefully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As a professional editor, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a top-tier work. Editor-in-chief, I've discovered a gem. Xu Xiao quickly called the editor-in-chief. She had the authority to recommend, albeit limited. Her endorsement could not compare to that of the chief editor. Really? Editor-in-chief Chen Wenhan replied, elated. Perhaps there is more to it. I believe this fairy tale could endure for a century, Xu Xiao asserted. Chen Wenhan, at home, hurriedly opened his computer. After reading, he shared the same sentiment as Xu Xiao. This fairy tale had the potential for lasting significance. Chen Wenhan noticed that Lin Yu had updated with another story. Good, wonderful. After finishing the second piece, Chen Wenhan was even more thrilled, feeling it surpassed the first. Have you read the second piece? Lin Yu is truly a master. Why haven't we arranged for a recommendation yet? We must not let him slip away, Xu Xiao called Chen Wenhan again. Right away. Chen Wenhan promptly arranged for the best recommendation. With only a dozen reads, it was rather dismal, yet the ratings were all perfect 10s, which was commendable. This is disappointing, Lin Chen muttered. After uploading the second piece, he checked the performance of the first. A mere 10 clicks was quite underwhelming. Onward, Lin Chen continued to write. Ideas flowed abundantly in his mind. Crafting a story of around 1,000 words was no challenge, and he could easily write 3 tales in an hour. He aimed to complete 10 tales that evening. Once he had around 20 or 30, he could publish a collection. Is this real? Has it reached the level of a gem? The editor-in-chief even described it as such. Achieving gem status was already impressive. Chen Wenhan arranged for recommendations, and soon many clicks began to accumulate. Every night, numerous users sought stories on Tongxinnet. This particular time was peak traffic for the site. Indeed, it was a gem. Lin Yu was remarkable. Perfect reviews abounded. I can't wait to share these 2 stories with the kids tomorrow. The comments section quickly filled with messages. 3 hours slipped by. Phew, Lin Chen completed the remaining 8 tales in one go. Uploading them one by one was cumbersome, so he planned to upload them all at once. What is happening? Opening the website, Lin Chen was stunned. The 2 fairy tales had each surpassed 50,000 clicks, with thousands of comments. This was nothing short of a sensation. Chapter 12. Signing with Tongxinnet. It turned out they had received a feature on the homepage. The combined tips from the 2 short stories amounted to an astonishing 1,000 yuan. Quite impressive. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face as he hurried to upload the remaining 8 tales. These fairy tales were likely to become popular, and once they did, the daily tips would bring him considerable income. Remarkable, Chen Wenhan marveled. After the recommendation was made, he monitored the data closely. In the same 3-hour span, Lin Yu's 2 short stories garnered far more clicks. His recommendations had a tangible impact. Additionally, he surmised that some readers had shared the stories with others, attracting a significant audience. Normally, similar recommendations would yield only 1,000 or 2,000 clicks for other stories. 3,000 would be considered exceptional. Yet Lin Yu's 2 tales had each surpassed 50,000. Ding ding. Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Editor-in-chief, are you still awake? I just got into bed. Is everything all right? Chen Wenhan asked, feeling anxious that another website might be trying to poach Lin Yu on the other end. Xu Xiao replied excitedly, Editor-in-chief, it seems our timely recommendation has made an impression. Lin Yu has uploaded 8 more fairy tales. I reviewed one, and it was still a gem. Chen Wenhan immediately sat up straight, rushing to his study to reopen his computer. Indeed, Lin Yu had updated with 8 new stories. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Lin Yu's talent was undoubtedly at a world-class level. Chen Chen Wenhan quickly read through 2 of them, finding that their quality matched that of the previous stories. Ding ding! Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. It was a publisher inquiring about purchasing a tale. 3,000 for a buyout. If you have tales of this caliber, I'll pay 5,000 each. How many do you have? Chen Wenhan hung up. 3,000 for tales of this quality. You must be dreaming. For a newcomer, 3,000 might seem generous, but Lin Yu's caliber was far beyond that of a novice. If he were to name a price, Lin Yu might very well disappear overnight. Ding ding. Within 2 minutes, Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Another party sought his contact information for a purchase. Lao Zhang, 1,000 for a gem-level tale is reasonable, but Lin Yu's works are beyond that. Even a century from now, these tales will still be cherished, Chen Wenhan asserted. Do you truly believe Lin Yu is a newcomer? 30,000 for each? I can ask Lin Yu, but I doubt he would accept such an offer. After chatting for a while, Chen Wenhan hung up. 30,000 per tale was a substantial offer, yet he knew that securing works of such quality at that price would be quite challenging. Ding ding. Not long after, a third call came in. A night passed with Lin Chen sleeping soundly, while Chen Wenhan finally drifted off around 3 in the morning, only to be awakened by phone calls at 6. Lin Qianqian was still asleep, so Lin Chen rose early and headed to the study. Upon opening the author dashboard, Lin Chen was astonished to find that the first 2 tales had nearly reached 100,000 clicks. The other 8 tales had also accumulated 4 to 50,000 each. The total tips across 10 tales had exceeded 10,000. Of course, he would not receive the entirety of the tips, as the website retained 30%. Editor-in-Chief Chen Wenhan? Lin Chen noticed a message in his inbox. The editor-in-chief of Qianqian wished to add him as a friend on WeChat. He decided to hold off for now, not wanting to appear overly eager. Time passed until noon. After Lin Qianqian had her lunch and played for a while, she fell asleep again. Only then did Lin Chen add Chen Wenhan. Throughout the morning, Chen Wenhan had been unable to focus on work. Lin Chen's prowess was so formidable that if he did not secure the best recommendations, Lin Chen might vanish, but if he did provide the best recommendations, Lin Chen might take the users with him. Given the current situation, he had given the best recommendations. Should Lin Chen decide to leave, he could potentially lose his job. Ding, the phone rang. Chen Wenhan quickly answered. He added me, finally. Chen Wenhan was ecstatic. Lin Chen had taken his time, which had made him anxious. Big shot, I am Chen Wenhan, the editor-in-chief of Qianqian. I've been contacted by numerous publishers looking to purchase your fairy tales. Chen Wenhan swiftly sent Lin Chen a message. What are the prices? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. Chen Wenhan replied promptly, the 10 tales are of high quality, with the highest offer reaching 680,000. Lin Chen's heart raced slightly. Those 10 tales were composed in just 3 to 4 hours. However, they were not entirely his original work. They were generated by the system. While he had high skills, creating a tale of such caliber in 3 days would be commendable. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I am not currently interested in selling. I have more tales to publish soon. What conditions can Qianqian offer me? Lin Chen responded. Chen Wenhan sighed in relief. As long as Lin Chen did not run away, everything else could be negotiated. I also recommend that you hold off on selling for now. Your works will undoubtedly fetch a higher price in the future. Can we arrange to meet? We will provide the best conditions for you. Lin Chen contemplated. If he didn't sign with Qianqian, they would likely worry. He could walk away at any time since he hadn't signed a contract. There was no need for a face-to-face meeting. Discuss among yourselves and see what conditions you can offer. If they are favorable, an online contract will suffice. Lin Chen concluded. He needed to take Lin Qianqian with him and had no time for an in-person meeting. Moreover, he did not wish to reveal his identity, as it could disrupt his parenting efforts. Writing fairy tales was merely a means to earn some extra money. Ensuring Lin Qianqian's well-being was paramount. Understood, big shot. Chen Wenhan quickly reported back to his superiors. Even as the editor-in-chief, he could not make unilateral decisions. An hour later, Chen Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen opened it to review. The conditions presented by Qianqian were quite favorable, offering extensive recommendations and additional promotional resources outside the platform. Furthermore, the revenue split for tips was 90 to 10, with him receiving 90% while Qianqian retained just 10, barely enough to cover taxes. Editor-in-Chief, these terms seem acceptable. I can enter into a contract with the website. Lin Chen examined the response carefully and replied, he has only published on Qianqian, retaining the copyright for himself. If he wishes to publish, the website must cooperate with him in promoting it. Boss, we shall prepare the contract immediately, declared the superior. The manager stated that to demonstrate sincerity, They would offer an additional 300,000 as a signing bonus. Chen Wenhan responded with delight. For top-tier writers, a signing bonus of 300,000 is not excessive, yet negotiating favorable conditions alongside this bonus is indeed heartwarming. Lin Chen smiled gently. The signing bonus was likely determined in advance, and he did not nitpick, while the website did not skimp on this expenditure. Thank you. Soon after, Chen Wenhan sent the electronic contract. Lin Chen completed the signing process. Boss, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me, Chen Wenhan replied, beaming. With a superlative talent overseeing the website, rapid growth is assured. This year's bonus is certainly within reach. Chapter 13. Taking Lin Qianqian to buy a carding. An alert sounded from Lin Chen's bank card. The signing bonus of 300,000 from Tongxin.net was promptly credited to his account. Taxes will be deducted from this amount, but there is no immediate need to pay. The annual settlement can be managed via the personal tax app. Quite efficient, Lin Chen thought, a subtle smile gracing his face. With earnings from translations and the signing bonus combined, purchasing a car in the range of 300,000 poses no issue in due time. As his finances grow, he can acquire a better vehicle, yet a car in this price range adequately meets his needs. At this level, the safety features and specifications are commendable. Any further investment primarily enhances prestige. What car should I choose? Lin Chen pondered. If it were solely for himself, he would opt for an electric vehicle, swift acceleration and delightful to drive. However, with Lin Qianqian in mind, the safety aspect of electric cars necessitates further validation. Perhaps a Volvo will suffice. After researching online for a while, Lin Chen decided on the Volvo XC60, which is reasonably priced and boasts commendable safety standards. He does not possess a strong desire for brand prestige. Moreover, within the 300,000 bracket, it is merely a practical vehicle. Acquiring a BBA would not elevate others' perception of him. He has the nanny system, adeptly caring for Lin Qianqian, making him formidable in due course. The sound of Lin Qianqian crying echoed from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurried inside. Qianqian, Daddy's here. Why are you crying? He quickly gathered Lin Qianqian into his arms. Noticing his hand had become wet, Lin Qianqian tearfully confessed, Daddy, I wet my pants, I'm not a good girl anymore. Wah, Lin Chen comforted her. Qianqian, who said that? It's perfectly normal for little ones like you to have accidents. Some children even wet their pants at 5 or 6 years old. Daddy will help you change. Lin Qianqian, with a pitiful expression, asked, Really, Daddy? The nanny said that wetting pants means you're not a good child. Lin Chen frowned inwardly. The nanny likely wished to avoid extra work, but it is natural for a child as young as Qianqian to have such accidents. Of course, what Daddy says is true. Your nanny may have cared for older children before and doesn't understand that you are still just over 2 years old. Lin Chen reassured her, kissing Lin Qianqian gently. Soon, he cleaned her up and changed her clothes. Naturally, the bed linens needed washing as well. Fortunately, it was no hassle. The washing machine is a washer-dryer combo, and he could toss the linens in for a thorough clean. Thank you, Daddy, that you're the best, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, planting kisses on both of Lin Chen's cheeks. This afternoon, we are going to buy a car, Lin Chen announced with a smile. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars. I prefer dolls. Can we buy a doll instead? Lin Chen playfully pinched her little nose. Not a toy car, but a real one. We need a car for outings to the amusement park and other places. Taxis lack safety seats. But Mommy has 3 big cars. We can use one of hers. Mommy said we should share, Lin Qianqian replied, somewhat puzzled. She couldn't comprehend why they needed to buy a car when her mother already owned 3. Qianqian, Mommy's cars are different from what we need. Now, hurry and put on your little shoes. We are leaving, Lin Chen encouraged, smiling. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the dealership. After inspecting the vehicle, Lin Qianqian also expressed her approval, prompting Lin Chen to make the purchase immediately. The car was available for immediate delivery, and once the temporary license plate was printed, they could drive it away. Qianqian, Daddy must drive in front. You need to sit in the safety seat like a good girl, or it could be dangerous, Lin Chen instructed, placing her in the safety seat. Currently, the car market is sluggish, leading to lower prices, and the dealership even provided a quality safety seat complimentary. Daddy, Qianqian is the best. She chirped innocently, Mr. Lin. Your daughter is absolutely adorable. If I had a daughter, I would be so happy. My wife only gave me twin sons, the sales representative remarked enviously. Lin Chen chuckled. If you try hard enough, perhaps the heavens will bless you with a daughter for your 3rd child. The sales representative shook his head helplessly. With 2 sons, I'm already at my wit's end. What if a third son arrives? Mr. Lin, feel free to reach out anytime if you have questions. Lin Chen nodded, then confidently drove away. System, can driving like this improve my driving skills? Lin Chen inquired mentally. The system replied, host, of course. Accumulate 10 hours for master level, 20 for grandmaster level, 40 for legendary level, and 80 for mythical level. What happens after achieving mythical level? Lin Chen asked, considering that driving is often necessary. Host, the limits vary across different skills. The maximum for driving skill enhancement is 100 hours. Once you reach this threshold, further improvement will cease. Understood. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. In just 20 hours, he could attain grandmaster level, the highest driving skill acknowledged on Earth. After achieving this, he would surpass even the most renowned driving experts. Daddy, where are we going? Lin Qianqian, sitting obediently in the back, inquired. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, we are going to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can buy things that were previously inconvenient to get. What would you like to buy? Lin Qianqian responded thoughtfully. Upon entering the supermarket, she sat in the shopping cart as Lin Chen pushed her along, with Lin Qianqian glancing around with curiosity. Before long, Lin Chen filled half the cart with items. Ding! Lin Chen's phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw a call from his mother, Chen Mei. It was time to share the news with the family. Although they still rented a place, having changed residences meant that even if his parents visited Shanghai, they would have somewhere to stay. With a new car, he could take his parents and Lin Qianqian out together. Quickly, Lin Chen answered the call. On the other end, Chen Mei asked, Son, are you out of work now? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei speak to you about it? Zhou Wei, a fellow villager, worked in a different department of the same company. He had been laid off, while Zhou Wei had not. Yes, he mentioned that you were laid off. Your father and I just visited, ostensibly to check on you, but really to boast about how much better his son is, Chen Mei explained. Lin Chen silently shook his head. This phenomenon is typical in rural areas. While some villagers are genuinely kind-hearted, others can be quite gossipy. Mom, let us focus on living our own lives, he suggested. Well, son, without a job, do you have any money? If not, I can transfer some to you. Chen Mei replied. Chapter 14. Lin Chen's parents arrive. I still have money. Is Dad not at home? Lin Chen inquired. Chen Mei responded, your father's out in the fields. If you run low, don't hesitate to reach out. We still have some savings. Mom, wait until Dad returns, then give me a video call. I have something important to discuss with both of you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Chen Mei's eyes brightened. Son, have you found a girlfriend? I'll tell you later. Bye for now. Lin Chen concluded the call, realizing he was in the supermarket, surrounded by a bustling crowd, making it inconvenient to chat. Lin Qianqian looked up at him. Daddy, was that Grandma? How did you know? Lin Chen asked playfully. Lin Qianqian proudly replied. The rocking horse said so. Daddy's mommy is Grandma. Daddy, I want to ride the rocking horse. Okay, we'll ride it after shopping, Lin Chen said, ruffling her hair affectionately. Meanwhile, back home, Chen Mei could not resist calling Lin Chen's father. Lin Hai, dear, our son seems to be acting mysteriously. He might have found a girlfriend. Really? Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chen Mei continued. He said he'd discuss something important when you returned, which probably means he has a girlfriend. By the way, there's something else. Last month, our son was laid off from work, so he might be short on cash, she added. I in the fields. Lin Hai wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, I still have some money in my account. Let us pool together and send him 10,000. If that is not enough, we can withdraw some from the fixed deposit. Chen Mei advised, make sure to return home early to shower and put on nice clothes. Perhaps his girlfriend will be with him, and we shouldn't embarrass our son. All right, Lin Hai agreed, quickly finishing his remaining tasks. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian arrived home. Qianqian, if you meet Grandpa and Grandma, you must greet them, understood? Lin Chen smiled. He had already shown Lin Qianqian pictures of his parents. Lin Qianqian nodded, her face clouded with worry. Daddy, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could that be? You're so adorable. They will surely love you, Lin Chen reassured her, giving her a couple of affectionate kisses. Half an hour passed. Ding! Lin Chen's WeChat notification chime. He opened it to find his father had transferred 10,000 to him. Lin Chen quickly initiated a video call to his father. The call connected swiftly, revealing both his parents dressed in their best clothes, as if for a family visit. Dad, Mom, why did you send me money? I'm fine, Lin Chen stated. Chen Mei chimed in, son, have you found a girlfriend? If so, expenses will increase, and your father and I wanted to support you a bit. Lin Chen smiled. Mom and Dad, I have a surprise for you. He waved for Lin Qianqian to come over. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly into the camera. Lin Chen's parents were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Isn't this supposed to be about a girlfriend? Why is there an adorable little girl calling us grandparents? Daddy, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't accept me? Lin Xiaoqian asked anxiously. Dear, we love you, Lin Hai quickly assured her. Son, what is going on? He added, visibly confused. Lin Chen cleared his throat. This is Lin Xiaoqian. 3 years ago, an accident occurred, and her mother, Xu Mengyao, found me a week ago with Xiaoqian. She is your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were utterly astonished. They had unexpectedly gained such a delightful granddaughter. Xiaoqian, Grandma didn't he respond quickly. Please forgive me. When I visit, I'll bring you some treats. Chen Mei promised. Lin Hai added, Grandpa will do the same. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Are you coming to see me? Lin Xiaoqian asked, her eyes sparkling. Yes, we'll be there tomorrow, Chen Mei declared, eager to set off immediately. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian, go draw a picture. Daddy will chat with Grandpa and Grandma for a while, and then I'll come join you. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian skipped off to the balcony to draw. Lin Hai then asked, Son, have you and Xiaoqian's mother registered your marriage yet? Lin Chen shook his head. Xiaoqian's mother is Xu Mengyao. Our situation is quite unique. We were merely acquaintances before circumstances led to our relationship. She went abroad later, and I had no idea she had a child. Chen Mei remarked, if Mengyao is single, you should hurry and marry her. We'll provide a generous bride price. It's not easy for a woman to raise a child alone. Lin Chen replied, Mom, it's not that simple. Mengyao may not have anyone else, but from my research, her family's assets conservatively exceed 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were left speechless. 10 billion. Such a sum was astronomical to them. As Xiaoqian began to understand, she expressed a desire for her father, while Xu Mengyao has been busy, resulting in her sending Xiaoqian to him. But now, I am me, and she is she, Lin Chen explained. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded, comprehending the situation. Chen Mei added, it's normal for her to have such vast assets. Your father and I know your worth. We'll come over tomorrow, Lin Chen said. Mom, please send me your and Dad's ID numbers. I'll book your tickets. Once at the airport, don't hesitate to ask the staff if you need help. Shortly, Chen Mei sent over their ID numbers, and Lin Chen successfully booked their tickets. Dear, what will happen with this situation in the future? It seems unlikely for him and Mengyao to end up together. Will he ever marry again? Chen Mei queried. Lin Hai frowned slightly. It was a pressing issue. The prospect of Lin Chen marrying Mengyao seemed slim, particularly given her family's wealth. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Lin Hai sighed. The following morning, Lin Hai and Chen Mei boarded a black car bound for the provincial capital. After 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at the airport, with 2 hours remaining before their flight. After lunch, Lin Chen announced, Xiaoqian, we are going to pick up Grandpa and Grandma. He cradled Lin Xiaoqian as they exited. Lin Xiaoqian, who needed her nap, would conveniently sleep during the car ride. Grandpa, Grandma, around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian greeted his parents. Xiaoqian, come here for a hug, Chen Mei said, carefully embracing Lin Xiaoqian. Grandma, kiss. Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on Chen Mei's cheek, causing her to beam with joy. While Lin Hai looked on enviously, Mom and Dad, I was a bit bewildered by Xiaoqian's sudden appearance, so I didn't tell you right away, Lin Chen explained. Lin Hai nodded, it's all right. We understand that if we rushed over, it might have startled Xiaoqian. Now that she is familiar with you, it's better this way. Indeed, Lin Chen agreed as he led them to the parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Chen's car, Lin Hai and Chen Mei were not overly surprised. They assumed it was Xu Mengyao's. Son, are your driving skills up to par? If anything happens, it's fine, but Xiaoqian must be safe, Chen Mei expressed concern. In a short time, Lin Xiaoqian had completely won over Chen Mei. Mom, don't worry. I'm known as the Autumn Sound Mountain driving god, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Chapter 15, Dad, I've earned some pocket money. After driving a few kilometers, Lin Hai and Chen Mei finally relaxed. Lin Chen's driving skills were commendable. Even at a brisk pace, he navigated smoothly. Dad, Mom, was the journey smooth? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Hai nodded. Very smooth. Your mother was a bit impatient and we arrived at the airport nearly 2 hours early. Better early than late, Chen Mei added. If something had delayed us, you would have been even more anxious than I. The plane doesn't wait for anyone, Lin Xiaoqian said in a sweet voice. Grandpa, Grandma, Mommy has gone abroad. Otherwise, she could have arranged for her plane to pick you up, and then the plane wouldn't fly away. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. Does the Xu family own a private jet? That would imply their assets exceed 100 billion. A private jet likely costs several hundred million. And with other expenses considered, maintaining a fortune of around 100 billion would be quite a strain. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Chan Mei, who was seated in the back. The wealthier the Xu family, the less likely Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao would end up together. It seems that marrying off their son in the future may pose a challenge. Qianqian, have you ever flown on mommy's plane? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. Grandma, I have. I've flown many times, but I can't count how many. It is quite normal for little Qianqian to lose track of such details. Chen Mei smiled. Over an hour later, Lin Chen drove back to the community. Lin Hai remarked, son, you didn't live around here before, did you? No, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Qianqian giggled. Grandpa, Daddy and I chose this house together. We both like it here, as long as Qianqian is happy. Lin Hai muttered to himself, frowning slightly. If Lin Chen is living here, it must be with Xu Mengyao's money, which would further diminish the chances of their union. The four of them took the elevator upstairs, entering the house where Lin Qianqian bounced around, showing Lin Hai and the others around. Son, come here for a moment. While Lin Qianqian was playing with Chen Mei, Lin Hai called Lin Chen aside. Housing prices in the magic capital are steep. This place must not come cheap, right? Did it come from Qianqian's mother's funds? Lin Chen shook his head. I rented it myself. Lin Hai nodded. That's acceptable. Son, your mother and I aren't looking to climb the Xu family social ladder. But if you and Xu Mengyao have a child, it's best if you can stay together. Just don't spend her money, or it will leave a bad impression. I'll transfer you 100,000 when we get back. You should save some and spend some wisely, Lin Hai added. Lin Chen felt touched. Earning 100,000 in the countryside is no easy feat, son. Let me be clear. We have a total of 300,000 to 400,000 in savings, and the rest will go towards your wedding. This is all we can provide, Lin Hai said. If Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao cannot be together and marry someone else in the future, they would still have to host a wedding and provide a dowry. They certainly cannot spend all their savings. Lin Chen chuckled. Dad, let me show you something. Lin Chen took out his phone, opening the chat history with Chen Wenhan. After being laid off, I had some free time, so I started writing fairy tales. Though my surprise, I discovered I have a talent for it. Why 10 stories have received bids of up to 680,000, and the website offered me 300,000 as an advance. I used that money to buy a car, Lin Chen explained with a smile. Lin Hai was left astonished. Son, you really have this talent? Is this true? He asked, somewhat incredulous. Lin Chen affirmed, of course it's true. But you and Mom must keep this a secret. If my identity is revealed, it might affect my ability to take care of Qianqian. Log into the website and see for yourself, Lin Hai said. He harbored some doubts, wondering if Xu Mengyao had given Lin Chen the money and if this chat record was fabricated. Dad, what happened to the trust between us? Lin Chen pouted. Soon, Lin Chen logged onto the Qianqian website on his computer. Lin Hai observed the data in Lin Chen's account. Look, Dad, these 10 fairy tales have already received 3,000 to 4,000 in tips alone, and more will surely follow. I get to keep 90% of the readers' tips. Lin Hai inquired, haven't you sold them yet? Lin Chen shook his head. The price of 680,000 seems a bit low. I plan to contact a publisher directly for publication. In the long run, I'll certainly earn much more than that. These stories are like golden geese. Lin Hai nodded. That does sound better. Son, if you develop well, there might still be hope for you and Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen smiled. Dad, there is hope. Even if it doesn't work out, you don't need to rush when I get married in the future. Lin Hai nodded. As long as Lin Chen can earn his own money and has his own career, he can surely manage his marriage without their concern. Dad, you must keep this a secret. I don't want to take Qianqian out and be surrounded by fans, Lin Chen cautioned. Although he currently has few fans, as he writes more fairy tales and eventually publishes them, his fan base will undoubtedly grow significantly. If his identity were to leak, it could lead to unwanted attention. Don't worry. If people find out you're making money, they might come to us for loans, Lin Hai joked. He understood the rural mentality well. People often resent the poor and envy the rich. Dad, I don't have much money right now, but once I'm financially stable, I'll make sure to honor you and Mom. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Hai shook his head. You don't need to give us money. Your mother and I are still capable. We can still earn a bit every year. We're not at the stage where we need your financial support for retirement. Just take good care of Qianqian and yourself. At this point, Lin Hai hesitated. Son, the money we initially saved for your wedding or to help you buy a house, now you don't need it. Should I use that money to renovate the house? It's quite old, and Qianqian might not feel comfortable living there. Lin Chen replied, Dad, let's not renovate. Our house has a poor layout, and rather than making extensive modifications, it would be better to tear it down and build a new Chinese-style villa. If the funds fall short, I'll help you out later. Lin Hai frowned. Tearing it down and rebuilding would cost at least 500,000, and with renovations, the total would be nearing 1 million. Lin Chen laughed. Dad, I wrote these 10 stories in just a month. They are worth at least 1 million. You don't need to worry about the construction funds. The house needs to be nice. You should live comfortably, and who knows, Xu Mengyao might come back with me in the future. Lin Hai took a deep breath. All right then, let's build the house. Daddy, Daddy. Lin Qianqian ran to the door of the study. Qianqian, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian replied, Daddy, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but Grandma doesn't believe me. Daddy, I'm a good girl and I don't lie. Chen Mei approached. Son, how is it that Qianqian thinks your cooking is so good? Lin Chen internally mused. I'm not the person I used to be. I've been practicing cooking every day. I am a genius. He chuckled. He would keep the existence of the system a secret. Chapter 16. The benefits of paper airplanes? In the evening, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Chen Mei had intended to cook dinner herself, but Lin Qianqian expressed her desire to eat what Daddy made. And Lin Chen wanted his parents to try his cooking as well. Son, how did you learn to chop like that? Chen Mei marveled at Lin Chen's knife skills, which were far superior to hers. With just a few swift motions, Lin Chen had a fish cleaned and filleted. Practice makes perfect, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Chen Mei felt a bit doubtful about her own culinary skills. Despite a lifetime of cooking, she had never reached such a level. Mom, you and Dad take Qianqian out to play. We haven't had enough outdoor activity today. Come back by 6 for dinner, Lin Chen instructed. Chen Mei nodded, and she and Lin Hai took Lin Qianqian outside. Once they left, Lin Chen worked even faster with the ingredients. If Chen Mei had seen him, she would have been left in awe. A few minutes before 6, Chen Mei and the others returned. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Daddy, it smells so good, Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Rushing to the kitchen, Qianqian, take Grandpa and Grandma to wash their hands. Once you're done, we can eat, Lin Chen said with a grin. As they washed up, Lin Chen brought out the dishes. The sight of 6 beautifully plated dishes left Lin Chen's parents in shock. Each dish resembled a work of art, rivaling even that of a 5-star restaurant. You've been hiding such culinary skills from us all this time. Why didn't you cook at home before? Chen Mei chided. Lin Chen replied, Mom, I used to be a terrible cook. It's as if I suddenly had an epiphany this year. I'm learning everything quickly. I used to struggle with English, but now I'm quite proficient. Grandpa and Grandma, Daddy is amazing, Lin Qianqian exclaimed as Lin Chen lifted her into a dining chair. Mom and Dad, I've turned into a genius. Please don't let anyone else know. I don't want to be taken away to be a lab rat, Lin Chen urged his parents. Lin Qianqian, looking puzzled, asked, Daddy, what is a lab rat? Lin Hai and Chen Mei exchanged serious glances, fully aware of what that term meant and deeply concerned for their only son. Time to eat? Son, these dishes look fantastic, but I'm curious about how they taste, Chen Mei said as they picked up their chopsticks to sample the food. With the first bite, their astonishment only grew. How come the same ingredients taste so much better when you cook them? Lin Qianqian chimed in, Daddy's dishes are the best. I'm a good girl. As she gnawed on a rib. Yes, our Qianqian is the most well-behaved. Lin Hai and Chen Mei chimed in eagerly. Lin Qianqian beamed, Daddy, I want another big rib. They're so delicious. Lin Chen smiled, all right, Qianqian, I'll get you another rib. But you must also eat some vegetables, okay? Lin Qianqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen's vegetables had also become tastier, and she no longer resisted eating them as she once did. By the end of the meal, Chen Mei and Lin Hai were thoroughly stuffed. Son, take Qianqian out while we clean up, Chen Mei suggested. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't need to be overly polite with his parents. After he and Lin Qianqian left, Chen Mei remarked, Honey, with our son's cooking skills, I believe there's a real chance for him and Xu Mengyao to be together. Lin Hai agreed. There was something he hadn't had the chance to share yet. Our son has started making money. Lin Hai then recounted Lin Chen's fairy tale writing. Seems our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret under wraps. Chen Mei said. Yes, Lin Hai nodded. There are many geniuses in the world, and even if this information were to leak, it might not necessarily lead to trouble. However, as parents, they were naturally worried. What if something happened to their only son? Daddy, what is that? Lin Qianqian asked as they descended the stairs and spotted other children playing with paper airplanes. Lin Chen smiled. That's a paper airplane. If you want to play, just politely ask the ant for 2 sheets of paper. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. Her sweet nature helped her quickly obtain several sheets of paper. Daddy, can you teach me? She asked, handing the papers to Lin Chen. Of course. Daddy will teach you how to fold a paper airplane. Lin Chen patiently began to demonstrate. 0.5 minutes flew by in no time, and suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The host has taught Lin Qianqian how to fold paper airplanes. Gaining aircraft manufacturing skills. 100 hours to reach master level, 200 hours to attain grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Teaching Lin Qianqian to fold paper airplanes grants him aircraft manufacturing skills? This system is truly remarkable. System, has the time needed increased? Lin Chen inquired mentally. The system replied, Host, this task is significantly more complex, thus requiring more time. 200 hours to reach grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing is quite impressive. What more could one desire? Lin Chen mused. Does this include fighter jets and commercial airliners? He asked the system. All types of aircraft are included. Small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, refueling aircraft, and civil aviation passenger planes. The system confirmed. Lin Chen marveled at this revelation. The system truly is a thoughtful companion. Daddy, this is too hard, Lin Qianqian pouted, feeling frustrated. She tried folding a piece of paper herself, but at just over 2 years old, she struggled with even the simplest paper airplane. Qianqian, don't rush. There are various types of paper airplanes online. I'll teach you how to fold them all and soon, you'll be the best at it. Lin Chen reassured her with a smile. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I want to make one for Grandpa and Grandma, so they can have an airplane to go home. But she lamented. But I can't fold one. Lin Chen comforted her. So you want to gift it to Grandpa and Grandma? They will surely be very happy when they receive it. Don't worry, Qianqian. They will stay with us for a few days. So you have plenty of time to practice. Lin Qianqian's spirits lifted. Daddy, I will practice hard. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen had uploaded 30 fairy tales, each one a gem above the rest. The entire industry was shaken. Producing even a single tale of such quality is no small feat. Yet Lin Chen had managed to create 30. Big boss, we have a publisher offering 3 million for the entire package of 30 tales. Chen Wenhan excitedly messaged Lin Chen. That essay 100,000 per tale. That's quite a decent price, editor-in-chief. I want to self-publish, Lin Chen replied. Big boss, self-publishing carries certain risks. You can only earn a maximum of 16% in royalties. If the book is priced at $30, you'd only get $4.80. You'd need to sell over 60,000 copies to earn 3 million. Chen Wenhan contemplated before responding. Lin Chen challenged, do you think I can't sell that many copies? It should be possible, but there are indeed some risks, Chen Wenhan replied. The quality of the work is excellent, but high quality doesn't always guarantee good sales. Editor-in-chief, I want to self-publish. Chapter 17. A special contract. Chen Wenhan quickly relayed the news. 5.3 million wasn't enough to sway him. This was to be expected. Old Zheng once earned over 20 million in royalties in a single year. Would Lin Chen's level satisfy such an offer? What royalty rate would he receive? Although Lin Chen's name was new, his caliber was undoubtedly that of a top-tier talent, and a low royalty rate would likely lead to his exclusion. Various publishing houses began discussions in today's market. Electronic books reigned supreme, making it difficult for printed books to sell. However, fairy tale books still perform well, as parents prefer not to hold a phone or tablet while telling stories. Many publishers are vying for a piece of this market. In the Tongxin website conference room, the boss said, we also have our own publishing house, and after years of development, our strength is not to be underestimated. We can definitely compete, Chen Wenhan asserted. Liang Zhirong, the boss of Tongxin, responded, Old Chen, although I founded Tongxin, I don't know much about fairy tales. Could you provide a professional perspective on whether it's worth it? Competing could potentially damage our relationships with other publishers. Chen Wenhan replied, the quality of Lin Chen's fairy tales is absolutely unquestionable. Even if we have to pay a hefty price up front, we will reap great rewards in the long run. As long as he can produce 30 such tales each year, he can overcome any obstacles in this market. It's not about feelings. We must not give up on this opportunity. Another editor chimed in. Chen, you make a valid point, but what if this is all Lin Chen has produced? 30 excellent tales in a year. Aren't you overestimating his capabilities? If he continues to produce, it's worth it. His fame will grow, and that fame translates to traffic and money. But if he cannot produce more quality stories, then paying a high price to acquire them may not be justifiable. The others weighed in as well. Boss Liang Zhirong listened intently to their opinions. I understand your concerns. If Lin you can continue to soar, we shall fly as well. If he cannot, we must inevitably face the dust, Liang Zhirong stated. Chen Wenhan and the others nodded in agreement. Liang Zhirong continued, Old Chen, please contact Lin Yu and inquire whether he would be willing to sign a special contract with us. For total sales of his books under 500,000 copies, the royalty rate will be 15%. For sales between 500,000 and 2 million copies, it will be 16%. For sales from 2 million to 5 million copies, it will be 17%. And for all books accumulating over 5 million copies, I shall grant him 18%. Chen Wenhan gazed at his boss in astonishment. The standard 15% was already at the limit. An 18% rate would significantly compress their profits, considering the myriad expenses involved in publishing. Typically, an ordinary author is fortunate to receive a 10% royalty, with some receiving as little as 6 or 7%. Aren't you worried he might struggle to write in the future? Chen Wenhan questioned. As long as he can write, I believe he will agree, Liang Zhirong replied. Such a high royalty rate is only feasible for him. Others cannot match it. With Tongxi Network, Lin Yu's prospects will only improve, and so will Tongxi Network, which can compensate in this regard. Boss, are there any other advantages? Chen Wenhan inquired. Only this. I fear he might hesitate to collaborate with us otherwise. After pondering, Liang Zhirong suggested, we will print an initial run of 300,000 copies. The funds for this initial print can be allocated to him upon signing. Boss, isn't an initial print of 300,000 a bit risky? Another editor interjected. Liang Zhirong responded, if you all believe in the quality of his fairy tales, then I trust the sales will surely be promising. Old Chun, tell him that if we initiate a reprint, his royalties will be immediately transferred to him. Chen Wenhan nodded and quickly messaged Lin Chen. Such a contract? Quite intriguing, Lin Chen thought, a subtle smile gracing his face. Collaborating with Tongxi Network seemed favorable, and he was indeed pleased with the prospect. I'm in, Lin Chen swiftly replied to Chen Wenhan. Boss, Lin Yu has agreed, Chen Wenhan exclaimed with delight. Liang Zhirong remarked, Old Chen, this contract is of utmost importance. We must meet him in person to sign it. Arrange a meeting with him, and I will accompany you. Understood, Chen Wenhan messaged. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. With his parents present, he could meet Chen Wenhan and the others. Chief Editor Chen, an in-person signing is feasible, but I must bring my child along. I cannot travel far, and I do not wish for my notoriety to impact my child. You may come for the signing, but please refrain from taking photographs. After deliberation, Lin Chen replied, bringing a child? It seems Lin Yu is rather young, Liang Zhirong noted. Agreed, let us hasten our departure, he smiled. They were not in the bustling metropolis, but after purchasing tickets, Liang Zhirong and his team swiftly made their way to the bustling city, arriving by afternoon. Are you the esteemed Lin Yu? Upon seeing Lin Chen, Chen Wenhan and the others were taken aback. The figure they revered appeared strikingly youthful. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Liang, Chief Editor Chen, my real name is Lin Chen. You may simply call me by my name. Chen Wenhan and the others shook Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so young, Chen Wenhan remarked in amazement. Youthful hearts possess an advantage when crafting fairy tales. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Chen Wenhan nodded. That is indeed true. Lin Chen, may I inquire how long it took you to create those fairy tales? Less than a month, I can manage one story a day. Though I may not maintain such diligence in the future, Lin Chen stated. Liang Zhirong and the others were astounded. Chen Wenhan, incredulous, asked, Lin Chen, are you certain it was less than a month? You can write one story a day? Lin Chen pondered internally. He did not write merely one a day. During his spare moments while caring for his child, he could compose 10. Yes, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan felt exhilarated. If Lin Chen could sustain such productivity, it would be extraordinary. Lin Chen, for fairy tales of the same quality, if you surpass 30 stories a year, I will grant you a bonus of 10,000 for each additional story, Liang Zhirong promised. Lin Chen smiled. Thank you, Mr. Liang. A bonus of 10,000 per story is quite appealing. Presently, he had a considerable backlog from the system, allowing him to write 10 stories a day, potentially earning 100,000 in bonuses. Of course, he knew he could not maintain such a pace indefinitely. It would seem excessive. Lin Chen, let us proceed with the contract, Chen Wenhan suggested, retrieving a document from his bag. Lin Chen meticulously reviewed the contract. Finding no discrepancies, he signed his name and pen name. Liang Zhirong followed suit, affixing his signature and the company's seal. Mr. Liang, Chief Editor Chen, you have traveled a great distance. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of hospitality. Lin Chen smiled. They found themselves in a tea house adjacent to a restaurant. After dinner, Lin Chen hurried home. Grandma, when will Dad be home? Qianqian longed for her father. Outside the door, Lin Chen heard Lin Xiaoqian's voice. His physical constitution had reached 93 points. and with this enhancement, he noticed a marked improvement in his hearing. Dad should be home shortly, Lin Chen's mother, Qianmei, replied, somewhat exasperated. Lin Xiaoqian had asked at least 20 times. Lin Chen swiftly opened the door. Dad, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran to Lin Chen, wrapping her arms around his leg. Did you eat well? Lin Chen bent down to lift Lin Xiaoqian. She replied, Dad, I didn't finish and my tummy is full, but it's not that Grandma's cooking is unappetizing. Chapter 18. Xu Mengyao has arrived. Qianmei appeared somewhat helpless. She had exerted all her efforts, yet the disparity in culinary skill compared to Lin Chen was considerable. Mom, your cooking is still quite good. After so many years, I still prefer your meals, Lin Chen said with a grin. It's perfectly fine for Qianqian to eat a little less. Children should experience a bit of hunger and cold for their health. Qianmei nodded. Qianqian, when Grandma returns home, make sure to practice well. When you visit Grandma's house, her cooking will surely be even better. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Grandma, Mama said children shouldn't be picky eaters. Grandma's food is delicious too. Little Qianqian is truly obedient. Qianmei beamed. Dad, teach me how to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoqian remembered her intention to gift paper airplanes to Qianmei and the others. Sure, Lin Chen agreed, taking Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony to teach her earnestly. 2 hours later, after a bath and a story, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Lin Chen returned to the living room, where Qianmei and the others were watching television. Son, how did the contract go? Lin Hai inquired, knowing Lin Chen had gone out to sign with the publisher. Lin Chen smiled. I treated them to a meal, so of course we signed. The initial print is 300,000 copies, and the copyright fee for this print, which should be over 1 million, will be transferred to me soon. Lin Hai and the others stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. They had never earned such a sum in their lifetimes. Dad, I will find a good company online for the house construction, handling both labor and materials, so it will be much easier for you, Lin Chen assured. Just supervise the process. Lin Hai expressed surprise. Aren't you hiring local builders? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction team in our area specializes in older-style houses. Even if they were given the blueprints, the results might be subpar. Hiring a professional company might cost a bit more. But it's the better option. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Son, we plan to return tomorrow, Lin Chen said, surprised. So soon? Lin Hai explained, we need to handle the paperwork for the house. Time is of the essence if we want it completed by the end of the year. Otherwise, during the new year, we will have to rely on others for accommodation. Once the house is built, perhaps you can bring Qianqian back to celebrate the new year. Lin Chen realized that bringing Lin Xiaoqian back for the new year was indeed the main priority. Son, it would be best if you could bring Mengyao along too, Qianmei added. The next day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian accompanied Qianmei and Lin Hai to the airport. Grandpa, Grandma, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, Lin Xiaoqian said mysteriously. Qianmei and Lin Hai obediently closed their eyes. Lin Xiaoqian presented a paper airplane she had crafted. Grandpa, Grandma, look, this is my paper airplane. When you see it, you will think of Qianqian. Lin Chen, astonished, remarked, Little Qian, you previously said if Grandpa and Grandma's airplane flew away, they would ride yours. Why has your statement changed? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Silly Dad, this is a paper airplane. It isn't real and it can't carry anyone, Lin Chen. Lin Hai and Qianmei burst into laughter. Thank you, Qianqian, Qianmei said, embracing Lin Xiaoqian and giving her a kiss. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. As Qianmei and Lin Hai entered the airport, Lin Chen drove away. An hour passed. Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving, elevating your driving skills to the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen smiled. His parents had visited for 3 days, during which he had taken Lin Xiaoqian and them around the bustling city, driving extensively. Achieving the grandmaster level was quite impressive. The grandmaster level equated to top-tier standards globally. The world's best race car drivers were now comparable to Lin Chen, yet he knew his skills could still improve. He could reach the legendary and mythical levels. System, what levels are my various skills at? Lin Chen inquired mentally, having not paid much attention to this aspect. After all, his skill enhancements came naturally while caring for Lin Xiaoqian. Being overly deliberate would not yield improvement. The system responded, Host, your culinary skills have reached 30 hours, equivalent to 30 years of diligent study for others. Your culinary skills are at the grandmaster level. Fairy tale storytelling is also at the grandmaster level, as is driving. Painting and calligraphy are at the master level, while the others have yet to reach that standard. Additionally, your physical constitution is at 95 points. You are proficient in English, German, French, and Russian. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Although he had possessed the system for a short time, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dad, I miss Mom. When will she come back to see Qianqian? Does she not want Qianqian anymore? Lin Qian began to cry. Lin Chen quickly comforted her. Little Qian, how could Mom not want you? She will return soon. Once we get home, you can call her, all right? Lin Qian nodded. Dad, how much longer until we get home? I miss Mom so much. Lin Chen replied, very soon. We will arrive after we pass that intersection. Half a minute later, as Lin Qian gazed out the window, she exclaimed joyfully, Dad, I see Mom's car. That car over there is Mom's. Lin Chen, surprised, asked, Are you sure, little Qian? Others might also drive a car like your mom's. Dad, that is definitely Mom's car, Lin Qian insisted confidently. Lin Chen pondered, could Xu Mengyao be planning a surprise visit to see how he was handling things? Soon, Lin Chen drove into the neighborhood. Beep beep. Just as he stepped out of the car, his phone rang. It was Xu Mengyao calling. Lin Chen, where are you and Qianqian? I'm outside the house you rented, but no one answers the doorbell. Lin Chen replied, We are in the underground parking garage. We will be up shortly. Moments later, they arrived upstairs. Mom, I miss you so much, Lin Qian shouted excitedly upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Qianqian, I miss you too. Xu Mengyao smiled, taking Lin Qian into her arms. Lin Qian innocently asked, Mom, do you miss Dad? Dad misses you very much. Lin Chen. When did he ever say he missed Xu Mengyao? Xu Mengyao turned to look at Lin Chen. He felt somewhat awkward. Although he and Xu Mengyao had a child together, they were not particularly familiar with one another. Mom, do you want Dad? Lin Qian pressed again. Yes, Xu Mengyao nodded. If she said otherwise, it might negatively impact Lin Qian, who was eagerly hoping for a family. Mom, please don't leave. I want to sleep with both you and Dad tonight, Lin Qian pleaded. Good girl, Lin Chen thought to himself, silently giving Lin Qian a thumbs up. Chapter 19. Discussing getting the marriage certificate with Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao said, Qianqian, dear, Mommy has been quite busy lately. I came to see you, but I must head back soon. Lin Qian pouted. Mom, are you leaving so soon? I really miss you. Lin Chen opened the door. Xu Mengyao carried Lin Qian into the house, while Lin Chen retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for her. Qianqian, go play for a bit. Mommy and Daddy need to talk, Xu Mengyao said, setting Lin Qian down. Mom, are you going to kiss? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, come here, she beckoned. Once in the study, Xu Mengyao addressed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the rent here is not low, and your salary is modest. You probably haven't saved much. Why don't you accept the 60,000? Lin Chen replied. Qianqian is also my daughter. It is only right I provide her with better conditions. There is no need to use your money. I can support her. Xu Mengyao furrowed her brow, perceiving Lin Chen as somewhat pretentious. Lin Chen, you have put in the effort. I have the means. Giving you some living expenses is only reasonable. Living here is indeed much better for Qianqian. How about I increase it to 50,000 a month? Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It's not that I think you are offering too little. 2,000 a month is already quite sufficient. I truly have my own means. To illustrate, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and opened a bank message. He had spent 400 on gas during his return trip, and the message showed a balance of over 140,000. Tongxin Network had already deposited the initial print payment of 300,000 into his account. Did you win the lottery? Xu Mengyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen. Can't that money be earned by myself? Xu Mengyao questioned. Before you brought Qianqian here, I learned that you were only making a few thousand a month before your termination. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Everyone has their secrets, right? I never knew you were from a wealthy family. Little Qian said you have a private jet? Xu Mengyao inquired. I bought it during the pregnancy. It was inconvenient to take commercial flights with a big belly. After giving birth to Qianqian, it became even more inconvenient to travel with a child. Hence, I purchased a small private jet. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the practicality. You can take the 60,000 when you leave. You saw that I can take care of Qianqian without issue. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. With over 100,000 in his account, Lin Chen had sufficient funds. I have a question I want to discuss with you. If you marry someone else in the future, let Qianqian stay with me, Lin Chen proposed. Xu Mengyao quickly objected. No, Qianqian is mine. Lin Chen reassured her, please don't be upset. If you don't marry, this won't be an issue. But if you do marry someone else, is it truly best for Qianqian to stay with you? If she stays with me, I will wholeheartedly care for her, Xu Mengyao frowned. Letting Qianqian stay with you means she might have a stepmother in the future. Isn't that the same? Lin Chen shook his head. It's not the same, but it's acceptable for men to marry later, but women have a much smaller window for ideal marriage. We can adjust the terms. Whoever marries first will have custody of Qianqian. How does that sound? This way, it would be better for her. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. That works. It is inconceivable that you could obtain custody, as I never intended to marry. Lin Chen inquired. Are you certain you have no plans for marriage? Of course. With Shi, that suffices for me, Xu Mengyao replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen chuckled. Xu Mengyao, since you have no such intentions, why don't we go and obtain a marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Chen continued. Shi is beginning to understand things. It's not ideal for her to know we are not married while she exists. Other children are the result of their parents' love, but she is an unexpected occurrence. Don't you think that could be a source of emotional harm for her? Xu Mengyao pondered this. Lin Chen reassured her, rest assured, even if we get the certificate, you remain you, and I remain me. I will not claim any portion of your assets. We can go to a notary to formalize this. Your property will remain yours post-marriage. Xu Mengyao contemplated for a moment and replied, you make a valid point. Shi is indeed more perceptive than the average child. Lin Chen added, simply obtaining a certificate changes nothing. If you do not intend to marry, it will not affect you. By the way, when little she said she misses you, that was merely her fanciful imagination. I suspect she may have become aware of something. Xu Mengyao fell silent. She had originally resolved never to marry, yet acquiring a certificate with Lin Chen would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoxi. I have no objections. As you suggested, let's notarize first before obtaining the certificate, Xu Mengyao stated. Her family had considerable wealth, so this aspect certainly required caution, and no problem. Lin Chen smiled. Xu Mengyao added, if you develop feelings for a certain girl and wish to pursue her, you must first propose a divorce before taking action. If you were to stray while married, it would significantly impact me. And you as well? Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Lin Chen laughed. Then there is no issue. It seems quite fair. When would be convenient for you? Xu Mengyao considered before saying, I will have Xinqing take care of Shi. You can bring the household registration book and come with me in the afternoon. I will grab the household registration book from home, and then we can proceed. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. The two agreed and stepped outside. Lin Xiaoxi was alone on the balcony, practicing her writing. Xu Mengyao approached her. Look, Mama, this is what Daddy taught me to write. Little she proudly declared, I can write my name now. Xu Mengyao was somewhat taken aback. Lin Xiaoxi's writing was quite commendable. Shi, is this written by Daddy? Xu Mengyao picked up a nearby sheet of paper, which bore characters penned by Lin Chen after he had reached master-level calligraphy. Each character was aesthetically pleasing. Yes, Daddy is amazing. He teaches me to write, to draw, to play soccer, to sing, and he even teaches me English, Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed with admiration. Xu Mengyao felt a tinge of jealousy. Lin Xiaoxi had never shown such adoration towards her. After all, she had also taught Lin Xiaoxi these subjects. Lin Chen interjected, Mengyao, are you and Xinqing having lunch here? The fridge is empty, so I'll go out to buy some ingredients. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen had called her Mengyao. However, she quickly realized it was likely because Lin Xiaoxi was present. Let us dine out together, and no need to trouble yourself. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Little she chimed in, Mama, I don't want to eat out. Daddy's cooking is better than anything from outside. Lin Chen chuckled. I'll step out to buy some ingredients. I didn't know you were coming. The food at home is only enough for me and little she. All right, Xu Mengyao nodded as Lin Chen exited. Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoxi on the forehead. Shi, you little ingrate. Mama has taken care of you for so long, yet you favor your daddy more. Little she looked at her mother, puzzled. Mama, I didn't. I love you the most, Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed, hugging Xu Mengyao and planting a kiss on her cheek. Mama, did Daddy kiss you? Xu Mengyao responded with silence. Chapter 20. Xu Mengyao's astonishment. Shi, your daddy and Mama have a little issue, but both Daddy and Mama love you, you know? Xu Mengyao explained to Lin Xiaoxi. Little she's expression fell. Mama, did you and Daddy get divorced? Are you going to abandon Shi? Xu Mengyao hugged Lin Xiaoxi tightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't Mama just say that Daddy and Mama both love you? How could Daddy and Mama ever abandon you? Xu Mengyao quickly reassured her. What have you and Daddy been up to lately? Xu Mengyao successfully diverted the topic. Little she's face lit up with a smile. Mama, let me tell you a secret. Daddy and I found this house together. We both like it. Little she rambled on about various things. Xu Mengyao was somewhat astonished. It seemed Lin Chen had quite a few talents. Additionally, Lin Chen's parents had already visited Lin Xiaoxi. Once their conversation concluded, Lin Chen returned. Xu Mengyao entered the kitchen. Do you need my help? Lin Chen shook his head. No need. Little she misses you. She hasn't seen you in a while, so do spend some quality time with her. I can whip up a meal in about an hour. Thank you for your hard work, Xu Mengyao replied and returned to the balcony. Lin Chen swiftly completed his tasks, showcasing his culinary skills. In less than an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ding dong. Qianqian arrived just in time. Wow, it seems I've come at the perfect moment. Lin Chen, why do I feel like your cooking looks even better than last time? Qianqian exclaimed, astonished by the array of dishes on the table. Xu Mengyao, having washed her hands with Lin Xiaoxi, was equally taken aback by the presentation of the food. Mama, she wasn't lying. Daddy's cooking is the best, and I love it, Lin Xiaoxi declared sweetly. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoxi onto a dining chair. Mengyao, Qianqian, don't just stand there. Sit down and eat, I won't hold back. Qianqian quickly sat down and took a bite. The first mouthful left Qianqian stunned. Lin Chen, last time Mengyao wasn't here. You must have been hiding your true skills, right? While the previous meal was delicious. It pales in comparison to this, Qianqian remarked. To validate her thoughts, she tried another dish and confirmed it was indeed superior. Mengyao, to enjoy the best, one must stay close to you, Qianqian said. Satisfied, Xu Mengyao was puzzled. Could it truly be that delicious? The dishes looked exquisite, but were they truly that flavorful? Soon, she took a bite. As the food entered her mouth, Xu Mengyao was astonished. Having tasted numerous delicacies, she had never been overly demanding, occasionally requesting the chef to prepare something special, but most times, she didn't make such demands. Now, she discovered that Lin Chen's dishes surpassed any gourmet meal she had ever experienced. Lin Chen's culinary skills were now at a grandmaster level, among the world's finest. With so many 5-star hotels worldwide, only a handful of chefs reach such a master level. The number of grandmaster-level chefs globally could be counted on 2 hands. Lin Chen's understanding of food had become profound, making every dish exceptionally delightful. Lin Chen's culinary skills are astonishing. Xu Mengyao quickly sampled all 6 dishes. Lin Chen, did you hold back last time? Qianqian inquired. Lin Chen laughed. I mentioned before, last time was rushed, so I displayed only average skills. This time, I had more time to prepare. After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao was left utterly amazed. Lin Chen's culinary expertise was more than sufficient for state banquets. Lin Chen, have you ever considered opening a restaurant? You would undoubtedly make a fortune, Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no such aspirations. You have many matters to attend to with your company? Constantly flying around. If I were busy as well, who would take care of little she? Money is endless, but little she will grow up day by day. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I apologize, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. There is no need for apologies. I enjoy taking care of little she. Qianqian interjected. Mengyao, you two should hurry along. I've had 2 free meals, and once she is asleep, I'll wash the dishes. Little she looked puzzled. Daddy, Mama, where are you going? Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy and Mama are going on a date. You be a good girl and sleep at home. Daddy and Mama need to go on dates to maintain a good relationship, don't you think? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. She realized she had never truly been on a date. We will return quickly. Soon, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao left. Little she didn't protest and seemed pleased that they were going on a date. Your car is still outside the community. Let us take mine, Lin Chen suggested. All right. Upon reaching the parking lot, Xu Mengyao entered Lin Chen's car. I heard from Shishi that you both chose this car together? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen nodded. We just bought it a few days ago. But my driving skills are decent. You can rest assured about that. Before long, Lin Chen drove smoothly. They first went to the notary office to formalize their assets, both premarital and postmarital, and neither had any objections. Lin Chen, how did you become such a remarkable cook? Xu Mengyao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. It might be a gift. Please don't think about me opening a restaurant. I have no interest. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Xu Mengyao's phone rang. She answered it to a frantic voice on the other end. President, we have encountered an issue with a shipment to the Bear Country. They have contacted us, and our Russian translator is on leave and unreachable. While the Chinese translator there is quite inept and unable to convey the message. Xu Mengyao frowned. Then hurry and find a Russian translator. President, we are searching. The other party is quite urgent, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone in this field. Xu Mengyao replied. I don't know any Russian translators. Lin Chen suddenly interjected. Xu Mengyao, I speak Russian. If it's urgent, I can assist with the translation. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Are you sure? Absolutely. Xu Mengyao held her phone and said, I have a friend who speaks Russian. Put it on speaker, and he can help translate. She activated the speakerphone. Understood, President. Time passed gradually as Lin Chen effortlessly translated. His Russian was at a simultaneous interpretation level, and translating such a call was trivial for him. President, it's resolved. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. According to the information her father had gathered, Lin Chen was rather ordinary, yet his culinary skills were exceptional, and his Russian was equally impressive. Lin Chen, I heard from Xi that you were teaching her English. Your English proficiency must be quite remarkable, Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen smiled. Perhaps I have a talent for languages. I speak English, French, German, and Russian. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen could actually speak 4 foreign languages. It seemed Lin Chen's ordinariness was rather excessive. Chapter 21. Obtaining the certificate with Xu Mengyao. Your English, French, German, and Russian are all at the same level? Xu Mengyao asked, somewhat incredulous. About that I learned Russian last. Xu Mengyao began conversing with Lin Chen in English, and he easily engaged with her, speaking in a more refined and native manner, effortlessly using professional vocabulary. Lin Chen chuckled, rest assured, teaching little she will not be a problem. I won't lead her astray. Lin Chen, with your skills, you could work as a translator, Xu Mengyao marveled. Lin Chen responded cheerfully, I do take on translation jobs online. It's no issue to handle 1 or 2 a day, and I can easily earn 7,000 to 8,000 with each. Is that how you make your money? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. Some of it comes from there, while others are earned through different means. In any case, it's all legal income. I can support little she without any problems. Xu Mengyao nodded gently. Why not pursue a more stable job? She was somewhat perplexed. Given Lin Chen's culinary talents and language abilities, he could easily secure higher-paying employment. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I'll explain it to you later. Maintaining an air of mystery while showcasing his abilities would certainly pique Xu Mengyao's curiosity. Once her curiosity was aroused, along with persuading her to obtain the certificate first, he was confident he could win her over. Just ahead, you can drive straight in. I'll inform the security guard, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded, driving into the community, ultimately stopping outside Xu Mengyao's large villa. Typically, villas measure around 300 to 400 square meters, while 500 to 600 square meters is considered quite spacious. However, Lin Chen estimated Xu Mengyao's villa exceeded 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Xiaoxi remarked that her mother's house resembled a castle. Would you like to come in for a moment? Xu Mengyao asked. Deep down, she felt a bit reluctant, but Lin Chen was indeed Lin Xiaoxi's father, and after sharing a meal at his place and preparing to obtain a marriage certificate together, she felt it was appropriate. No, let us keep it brief. We don't know how long it will take at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we need time to return, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao nodded and quickly retrieved the household registration book from her home. In the future, perhaps a national ID card would suffice for marriage registration, but that policy had not yet been implemented, so they still needed the household registration book to wed. Let us go, Xu Mengyao calmly stated as she returned to the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xu Mengyao, I'll call you Mengyao from now on, if I address you by your name directly. The staff will find it strange. Also, remember to smile when we take the photo. Our marriage certificate may be seen by little she one day, Lin Chen advised. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. The two exited the vehicle and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the current climate of low marriage rates and high divorce rates, the divorce section was crowded while the marriage section was relatively quiet. Lean in a bit closer and smile. Click. The Civil Affairs staff captured a photo of Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Before long, their brand new marriage certificate was ready. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xu Mengyao appeared somewhat dazed. She had originally intended never to marry, yet here she was, having obtained a marriage certificate with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let us keep our marriage a secret. I won't tell my parents, and you shouldn't inform yours either. This is not a matter for our families. We are simply doing what's best for Xi. Xu Mengyao stated once they returned to the car. Lin Chen nodded. No problem. Rest assured. As long as you don't agree, I won't say a word. Also, don't mention it to Xi for now. We can bring it up when she is older and more curious, Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen agreed. Xu Mengyao seemed concerned that if they disclosed this to Lin Xiaoxi, she might not keep it a secret and would soon spill the beans. Squeak. Lin Chen drove to a flower shop he had spotted earlier. What are you doing? Xu Mengyao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. I'm buying you a bouquet. We're on a date today. How could you return empty-handed? Don't underestimate little Xi. She is quite clever. Xu Mengyao replied. I can buy one myself. It's just a bouquet. I can afford it. Lin Chen quickly exited the car and walked into the flower shop. How much for this? Lin Chen pointed at a large bouquet of roses. The shop owner promptly quoted a price, which was slightly steep, but Lin Chen didn't bother haggling. Could you prepare a card for me? The owner handed Lin Chen a heart-shaped pink card. Wife, I love you. Lin Chen wrote a few words on it. Oh, you have colored pens? Lin Chen asked the owner. Yes. The owner quickly retrieved a box of colored pens. Lin Chen swiftly drew 3 little figures, Daddy with one arm around Mama and the other holding a little girl. The 3 figures resembled him, Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi. Thank you. Lin Chen scanned the payment and took the bouquet outside. Mengyao, happy wedding. Lin Chen presented the flowers to Xu Mengyao, who blushed slightly. Lin Chen remarked, allow me to take a few photographs for you. You may later show them to Qianqian to impress her. Without waiting for Xu Mengyao to decline, he produced his mobile phone. Xu Mengyao, holding a bouquet of flowers, posed for several pictures. Lin Chen felt his heart race. His wife was indeed stunning. Regrettably, although their marriage certificate was authentic, their feelings were not. Xu Mengyao was a frigid enigma. Previously, she had been the ice queen of the campus, and after that incident, she had completely encased herself in frost. Let me add you on WeChat. I'll send you the photos. If I don't even have your WeChat, little Qian will undoubtedly be puzzled, Lin Chen stated. Xu Mengyao unlocked her phone and added Lin Chen on WeChat. It's time for me to leave. I must check on Qianqian before departing, Xu Mengyao said calmly. Lin Chen nodded, starting the car for their return journey. Mengyao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? He inquired. Xu Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly. Unless in front of Qianqian, otherwise, please continue to address me as Xu Mengyao. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. Melting an iceberg takes time. He would proceed gradually. They had already obtained their marriage certificate, and with a child in the picture, Lin Chen felt no urgency. He was confident he would eventually win Xu Mengyao's heart completely. What about the flowers? Xu Mengyao frowned as they returned to the community. Lin Chen suggested, you can carry them inside. Soon, you can hold the flowers while I carry little Qian and escort you to the community entrance. Little Qian will likely be overjoyed. Xu Mengyao hesitated briefly, but ultimately picked up the flowers. Unaware of the card concealed within, Daddy, Mommy. Upon entering their home, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Shen Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Xu Mengyao was indeed holding a large bouquet of roses. Could it be that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen had genuinely embarked on a romantic relationship? Qianqian, do you miss Daddy and Mommy? Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian, planting a kiss on her cheek, and spoke indulgently. Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. I miss Daddy. I miss Mommy. Such beautiful flowers. Daddy, did you give them to Mommy? Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian blinked her eyes, saying, Daddy, I am also your treasure. Don't I deserve beautiful flowers? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 22. Lin Yu's Fairy Tales. Xu Mengyao smiled gently. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose, saying, Our Qianqian also loves flowers. Daddy simply forgot this time. I will remember next time. Daddy, let us make a pinky promise, Lin Xiaoqian suggested, extending her little pinky to Lin Chen. What is this? Shen Qing noticed the card hidden among the flowers. She reached out and retrieved it. Wife, I love you. Mengyao, I feel a bit superfluous here. Shen Qing read aloud from the heart-shaped card. Xu Mengyao snatched the card back, observing the words and the 3 little figures depicted. Lin Chen, did you draw this? Your artistic skills are exceptional, Shen Qing exclaimed. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. The 3 little figures were indeed well drawn, showcasing Lin Chen's remarkable talent. Mommy, I want to see. Lin Xiaoqian extended her little hand. Xu Mengyao handed the card to Lin Xiaoqian. Her eyes lit up. Daddy, it's so beautiful. Is this me? And is this Mommy? Lin Chen smiled. Yes, that's right. If you like it, Daddy will draw you another one later. This one is for Mommy. It's a gift for her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Mommy, this is for you. Are you happy today? Every time Qianqian goes out with Daddy, it's so much fun. Lin Xiaoqian inquired innocently. Yes, very happy, Xu Mengyao affirmed. Qianqian, Mommy just returned from abroad and has many matters to attend to at the company. I must leave now, but I will come back to see you next week, all right? Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian replied, albeit reluctantly, I will be very obedient. I don't even pick at my food anymore. Lin Xiaoqian added. Shen Qing chuckled. Qianqian, it's because your daddy's cooking is so delicious that you've stopped being picky. Hee. I have such a wonderful daddy. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Lin Chen said, Little Qian, Mommy's car is parked outside. Let us see off Mommy and Aunt Qing. Okay. They all descended together. Xu Mengyao cradled the large bouquet of roses, and passers-by in the community turned their heads to look. Xu Mengyao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yet Lin Xiaoqian was overjoyed. Mengyao, drive safely, Lin Chen reminded as he carried Lin Qianqian to the card. Xu Mengyao had arrived in her own sports car, a red Porsche 911. Given her status, this car was quite understated. Yes, Qianqian, remember to listen to Daddy, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. Mommy, I will. Mommy, you must come back to see Qianqian soon. I will miss you. Xu Mengyao nodded, feeling a pang of reluctance. However, as the president of a conglomerate with assets amounting to 600 billion, she had many decisions to make and businesses to oversee. With the company having reached its current scale, could she afford to neglect it for the sake of spending time with her daughter? If it were merely a 600 million company, perhaps she could consider stepping away, but a 600 billion company could not simply be abandoned on a whim. Selling off shares for 2 to 300 billion in cash? Without the company and its connections, possessing that cash might lead to swift ruin, as various unsavory characters could come knocking. Virum, Xu Mengyao drove away. The distance was not great, and another vehicle followed closely behind, containing the bodyguards Xu Mengyao had hired. Mengyao, how did Uncle Xu investigate before? Was he deceived? Or did the investigators simply not dig deep enough? How could they miss Lin Chen's exceptional culinary skills? Xinqing remarked from the passenger seat. I have no idea. Xu Mengyao shook her head, pondering further. It was not just his culinary skills that were overlooked. Lin Chen was also fluent in 4 foreign languages. Was he merely an ordinary person? Mengyao, how does it feel to go on a date? Xinqing asked with a laugh, unaware that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had already obtained their marriage certificate. Xu Mengyao had mentioned that she was merely pretending to date Lin Chen to let Lin Qianqian understand that her parents were in love. We are simply pretending. If you truly wish to know what a real date feels like, you should find a boyfriend, Xu Mengyao replied. Xinqing giggled. Mengyao, I believe developing a relationship with Lin Chen would not be a bad idea. Leaving aside everything else, just Lin Chen's culinary skills would make your daily meals delightful. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Xinqing continued. The results of Uncle Xu's investigation painted him as quite ordinary, yet he possesses remarkable culinary skills, beautiful handwriting, and impressive artistic talent. That alone makes him exceedingly exceptional. But he has one major advantage. What advantage? Xu Mengyao inquired softly. He is Qianqian's father. Just look at how close they are. I have spent more time with Qianqian than he has, yet she is far more affectionate towards Lin Chen than towards me. Blood ties are indeed fascinating, Xinqing remarked. Xu Mengyao retorted. Now I understand the saying about the softening of one's heart. After enjoying 2 meals prepared by Lin Chen, you are now doing everything possible to speak highly of him. What is the deal? Are you hoping to mooch off him in the future? Xinqing nodded eagerly. Of course. His cooking is unparalleled, far surpassing that of any 5-star hotel chef. True, Xu Mengyao admitted. But don't think you can sell me out just for a few meals. Daddy, I am so happy. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian returned home, with Lin Qianqian exclaiming joyfully. What made you so happy? Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian giggled. Daddy loves Mommy, and Mommy loves Daddy, so they won't get divorced. I can always be with Mommy and Daddy. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian, assuring her, rest assured, our family will always be together. Beep beep, Lin Chen's phone rang. He checked the screen to find it was a call from Chen Wenhan. Editor Chen, what is it? Lin Chen inquired on the other end. Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book is now in the printing phase. Please send a message to your readers. The website will soon have a purchasing link. Additionally, if you prefer not to hold a signing event, could you arrange for a batch of signed copies? Random purchasers will receive your signed book. After contemplating, Lin Chen responded, Editor Chen, please have someone bring 1,000 copies for me to sign. I want to keep them rare. Having too many wouldn't be good. Understood, Chen Wenhan replied, delighted. Qianqian, go play on the balcony for a bit. Daddy has some matters to attend to, but I will join you shortly, Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay. Lin Chen entered his study and opened his computer. Let's upload some more, he mused. On Tongxin's website, he had only uploaded 30 fairy tales, while he still had 20 more saved on his computer. Soon, Lin Chen uploaded 10 of them. The printed book Lin Yu's story collection was in the works. Stay tuned. After uploading the 10 stories, Lin Chen issued an announcement. Chapter 23. Lin Chen's book is on sale. Lin Yu had unexpectedly updated with 10 more stories. I just read one to my child, and she adored it. Though reading on a phone feels peculiar, once she finished, she was brimming with energy and wanted to see more. One comment read, Lin Yu has made an announcement. The printed book is currently being printed, and we have the same concerns. Another chimed in. Numerous comments flooded in, with many expressing their enthusiasm. The first 30 stories had already attracted a significant following for Lin Chen. Many were initially unaware of Tongxin, Having been recommended by others in various parenting groups, the interest was palpable. While some foreign fairy tales were exceptional, cultural differences sometimes rendered them perplexing for children. In contrast, Lin Yu's works resonated with domestic culture, blending entertainment with educational value. Goddesses, Lin Yu has uploaded another 10 fairy tales and is set to publish a book. Breaking news, Lin Yu is releasing a printed edition. After reading the newly uploaded 10 tales and the announcement, many of Lin Chen's fans spontaneously began promoting him. Upon receiving the news, many quickly logged onto Tongxin's website. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales. All of them classics, and the reader's feedback is excellent. Chen Wenhan reported to Liang Zhirong. 10 more. Really? Liang Zhirong exclaimed, thrilled. As long as Lin Chen maintains this momentum, his popularity will undoubtedly soar, and Tongxin will earn a substantial profit. Budget 50 million. We need to expedite the promotion. Engage more influencers. Liang Zhirong instructed firmly. Chen Wenhan was astonished. Boss, are we spending that much? Yes. This investment is guaranteed to yield returns. While using others for promotion may attract traffic, it won't retain them. However, Lin Yu's work will keep readers on our site. Just the increase in website traffic will make it worthwhile, Liang Zhirong asserted. All right, I'll arrange that immediately. I suggest we spread the 50 million expenditure over 3 or 4 days. Chen Wenhan advised. Manage it as you see fit. Ensure the first batch of books is swiftly delivered to Lin Chen and send extra copies. He may want to share them with family and friends. Liang Zhirong concluded before hanging up. Chen Wenhan quickly coordinated with the website's operational team to engage numerous influencers for effective promotions. Have 3,000 copies been printed? Chen Wenhan asked the printing factory's owner. Please pack 1,100 of them. I'll arrange for someone to pick them up right away, he instructed. This printing factory was one they frequently collaborated with, and an hour later, the person Chen Wenhan sent arrived. Be careful not to damage them, the factory owner cautioned as they loaded the boxes onto the vehicle. Editor, all the books are loaded, the driver informed Chen Wenhan. On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan replied, Shaoli, you'll need to make a bit of effort. Deliver these books to Lin Yu. It's about 800 or 900 kilometers away. So drive safely. You'll need to bring back 1,000 of them. Lin Yu prefers to keep his identity concealed, so don't disclose any of his information. The driver, Li Lin, hesitated. Editor, may I get a signed copy from Lin Yu? My wife and daughter are his fans. Chen Wenhan replied, the 1,000 copies must not decrease. Ask Lin Yu to sign one for you. He surely won't refuse. Make sure to bring one for me too. Li Lin quickly agreed. Sure. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin the location. One night passed, and Li Lin arrived at the designated spot. This location was a storefront Lin Chen had rented, albeit in a less than ideal area with affordable rent. Editor Chen, I have arrived, Li Lin called. Shaoli, there's a flower pot outside. The key is hidden beneath it. Use it to unlock the door. After placing the items inside, lock the door and leave the key in its original spot. Then, find a hotel to rest, Chen Wenhan instructed. Lin Chen had informed him of the procedure the previous night. Daddy, where are we going? After breakfast, Lin Chen took Lin Qianqian to the rented storefront. Upon opening the door, he found 11 large boxes waiting inside. Looks like we have some work ahead, Lin Chen thought, relieved that his pen name consisted of only 2 characters. Had it been 4, the workload would have doubled. Daddy, what are we doing here? What are these? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled. Mommy has work to do, and Daddy does too, right? These are part of Daddy's work. Can you draw while I work? Lin Qianqian agreed, nodding obediently. The storefront was equipped with tables and chairs, allowing Lin Qianqian to draw while Lin Chen perused his materials. After reviewing everything, he found no issues. With a flourish, Lin Chen began signing. His signature, akin to that of a master calligrapher, was both dynamic and aesthetically pleasing. After nearly 3 hours of diligent work, Lin Chen finally finished. Editor Chen, I'll keep 20 copies for myself. The remaining 1,080 should be taken back. You can decide what to do with the extra 80, Lin Chen informed Chen Wenhan over the phone. All right, good job. Thank you, Lin Chen. Chen Wenhan replied cheerfully. Lin Chen approached Lin Qianqian. Little Qian, Daddy has finished. Let us go to the amusement park. Yay, Lin Qianqian cheered. In the afternoon, after Li Lin had taken a nap, he arrived at the storefront. Tio Li Lin. Lin Yu. Lin Chen had intentionally reserved a copy for him. Your handwriting is truly beautiful, Li Lin exclaimed upon seeing the signature. Having seen many authors' signatures, he knew some were hardly legible, but Lin Chen's was exceptionally well crafted. With a broad smile, Li Lin felt his trip had been worthwhile. Both his wife and daughter would be thrilled. The next day, Li Lin delivered the books back, and Chen Wenhan informed Lin Chen that the Tongxin website would open for purchases at noon. Lin Chen wondered how many would buy. The first print run was 30,000 copies, and if sales were low, selling only 3,000 to 5,000 copies would be quite embarrassing. However, he believed it wouldn't be that dire. The fairy tales he uploaded were of top-notch quality, provided by the system, and he had no reason to expect failure. Based on the website's popularity, many were eager to be UI'd as noon approached. Many eagerly awaited the purchasing link. Tongxin had announced that the first 50 buyers would definitely receive signed copies, which were not included in the 1,000 copies. Here it is. The purchasing link was released, and many swiftly placed their orders. Tongxin's traffic was substantial, bolstered by promotions. Over 1 million had read Lin Yu's fairy tales, many of whom had become loyal readers. Editor, it's a hit. It's exploded. In just a minute, the number of purchases has already exceeded 10,000. Someone exclaimed in surprise. A smile spread across Chen Xinhan's face as he remarked, "Such an explosion in sales is perfectly normal. Given the quality of Lin Yu's work, it would indeed be strange if it didn't soar." Another editor jested, "If this book doesn't take off, I believe we should consider switching careers." Chapter 24. Xu Mengyao rewards Lin Yu. Time ticked away, 1 second after another. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. By the end of the first hour, sales had reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this does not mean that 100,000 individuals made a purchase. Some would buy multiple copies, perhaps due to misplacing them or having them torn by children. Such high-quality books make for wonderful gifts. Additionally, some bookstores and libraries would also make purchases, often in quantities of dozens. Lin Chen leaned down to kiss Lin Qianqian, who was napping. "Editor Chen, is there any news? Are the sales dismal?" Lin Chen inquired as he opened his computer in the study to send a message. He logged into the author's backend to take a look. The rewards had increased significantly, along with numerous clicks and favorites, indicating that the sales should not be too bleak. "Boss, are you feeling a bit anxious?" Chen Xinhan quickly replied to Lin Chen. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. After all, it was his own book, and he was understandably concerned. However, it was certainly not to the extent of anxiety he had the system. How could he possibly be nervous about this? If fairy tales don't earn much, he could always switch to another path. He was capable of more than just this. "It's going well," Lin Chen replied. "Ding ding." Chen Xinhan called, and Lin Chen answered. Over the line, Chen Xinhan joyfully exclaimed, "Lin Chen? 100,000 copies. We surpassed 100,000 in just 1 hour." Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. 1 hour to reach 100,000 copies. The initial hour's sales are undoubtedly the best, but at this momentum, 300,000 copies might be sold out within a day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book speaks for itself. As long as the user reviews are positive, future sales are bound to be impressive. The first month's sales might very well exceed 1 million copies, Chen Xinhan said excitedly. Lin Chen joked, "As long as the first print sells out, I'll be at ease. Just don't let it result in a direct loss." Chen Xinhan chuckled. "We just said, if books like yours don't sell well, we might as well change careers. It should be tomorrow or the day after when the boss contacts you for a reprint, and you'll have the chance to earn another fortune," Chen Xinhan added. Lin Chen questioned, "If 300,000 copies sell out quickly, can we even print more?" On the other end of the line, Chen Xinhan laughed heartily. "Don't worry about that. The factory we collaborate with is a large one, and their printing business is currently light. As long as the client pays promptly, they won't have any issues with printing." After hanging up, Chen Xinhan urged operations to act swiftly. The first hour's sales of 100,000 copies needed immediate promotion. Xu Mengyao was scrolling through short videos in her spacious office. She had just concluded a meeting and was taking a moment to relax. "For all the mothers out there, let me recommend a fantastic book. It is my utmost recommendation for a fairy tale this year." Xu Mengyao stumbled upon a short video. Being a mother, big data often suggested such content to her. Fairy tale book? Xu Mengyao clicked on it. Next time she visits Lin Qianqian, she could bring a storybook for her. Yet, her standards were high. She often dismissed ordinary books. As time passed, Xu Mengyao became engrossed. Knock, knock. The office door was tapped. Xu Mengyao snapped back to reality, surprised that, as an adult, she had become so captivated by a fairy tale book. "This book is truly remarkable. Each fairy tale is delightful," she thought to herself. "President, you need to head to the airport now. The car is waiting for you downstairs," her assistant reminded her. Xu Mengyao now took at least 1 flight a day, sometimes 3, making her schedule quite hectic. The company had numerous ongoing projects, many of which required her direct involvement as the president. Even the vice president's presence wouldn't carry the same weight. "Let us go," Xu Mengyao said, getting into the car downstairs. She hadn't finished the book yet and continued reading. Unbeknownst to her, she had completed all 40 fairy tales Lin Chen had sent. Each one was a classic, impressive. "This Lin Yu would undoubtedly become a master storyteller," she mused. She ordered 2 copies, intending to keep one at home and take the other to Lin Chen. Perhaps she could ask Lin Chen to read it to Lin Qianqian. "I should reward him," Xu Mengyao murmured to herself. She typically did not have a habit of giving rewards, but she found Lin Yu's fairy tales truly exceptional. The leader requires 1,000, the Silver Alliance 10,000, and the Gold Alliance 100,000. Xu Mengyao noticed that Lin Yu had yet to establish a Silver Alliance, though there were already about 10 leaders. "I shall become the first Silver Alliance member," Xu Mengyao decided, rewarding him with 10,000 yuan. She could easily afford to become a Golden Alliance member, yet she didn't know Lin Yu well enough. Perhaps his work was impressive, but his character might not be. For now, a Silver Alliance would suffice. Even if his character were lacking, his work was certainly deserving of such a reward. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who was sitting in front of his computer, discovered that he had gained a Silver Alliance member. With a reward of 10,000 yuan, this person was quite supportive. "Thank you for your support," Lin Chen expressed his gratitude briefly. Time swiftly passed to the next day, where Qian Zinhens and his team gazed at the large screen displaying the sales figures. The data continuously fluctuated. Suddenly, the numbers jumped from 299,996 to 300,001. A wave of applause erupted to IT was now 10 in the morning. Within 22 hours, the first print of 300,000 copies had completely sold out. "Boss, the 300,000 copies are sold out," Qian Zinhens quickly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end, Liang Zhirong was brimming with excitement. "This gamble paid off, old Chen. Call Lin Chen to print an additional 500,000 copies." "No, I'll make the call myself," Liang Zhirong stated. Soon after, Liang Zhirong called Lin Chen. "Lin Chen? So soon for a reprint?" Lin Chen was astonished. On the line, Liang Zhirong laughed heartily. "Yes, we're not engaging in hunger marketing. We'll go for volume and ensure satisfaction as long as users appreciate it. Let us sign an online contract for the reprint. Once the contract is finalized, I will transfer the funds immediately." Liang Zhirong continued. The contract was already prepared. They merely needed to adjust the figures. Within 10 minutes, Lin Chen signed the reprint contract with Tongxi Network. Ding! In less than 2 hours, the bank sent a text message. 235,000 yuan had been credited. Previously, he had transferred 70,000 yuan to his family, leaving him with over 70,000 yuan, and now, along with this, he had a total of 310,000 yuan. Originally, he intended to withdraw 100,000, but his father insisted against it. After much persuasion, he only managed to send 70,000. According to his father, 50,000 would suffice. Spending 100,000 in total, they still had 30 to 40,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed some, they would pay it back later. Although Lin Chen was earning quickly now, they understood that acquiring a good house in the bustling city of Shanghai was no easy feat. 310,000 yuan was still far from the necessary amount for a house, Lin Chen mused. The reprint of 500,000 copies would not sell out immediately. Relying solely on this one title would not yield substantial profits in the short term. However, he could release a second book. With rising fame and a good reputation, the sales of the second book would also be promising. Chapter 25. Daddy, I'm hurt. I was the 15th to place an order and receive the book, which bore Lin Yu's signature. The signature looked stunning. I was lucky to have won a prize, and my grandfather is part of the Calligraphy Association, and he said he is nowhere near as skilled as Lin Yu. Lin Yu's fairy tales are captivating, and the writing is excellent. Unfortunately, I didn't win, so I can only admire it online. Many recipients showcase their books online, some displaying signed copies on social media, garnering numerous likes. This surge of enthusiasm attracted many new readers. After reading, those who found it delightful placed their orders. Sales and reputation soared, a delightful experience. The year before last, someone's sales started decently, but their reputation plummeted, leading to a dramatic decline in sales over a short period. The staff at Tongxi Network were all in high spirits. Lin Yu had brought considerable traffic to the website, and the boss was profiting. Surely, they would receive their bonuses too? Old Chen, given the current situation, we might sell through these 500,000 copies within half a month, Liang Zhirong remarked to Qian Zinhens, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Though he had promised Lin Chen a higher royalty rate, it was negligible compared to the boost Lin Chen had provided to the website. Qian Xinhen smiled. For these 500,000 copies, I initially estimated it would take at least 20 days to sell out, but it seems that 1 TB necessary. Lin Chen's signature had generated significant buzz. Liang Zhirong chuckled, we saved money? Spending 100,000 might not have created such a frenzy. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Liang Zhirong instructed. Soon, a person entered, exclaiming joyfully, Boss, the president of the Calligraphy Association, Elder Gu, praised Lin Yu's calligraphy on Weibo. He also mentioned that he plans to read Lin Yu's fairy tales to his granddaughter. Liang Zhirong's eyes lit up. Although the Calligraphy Association might not hold much clout, someone of Elder Gu's stature wielded considerable influence. Boss, Elder Gu's endorsement is fantastic. I was initially worried that being prominent might attract some negative attention, but now I feel reassured, Qian Xinhen said excitedly. With Elder Gu openly supporting us, those who wish to disparage will think twice. Liang Zhirong added, Elder Gu's post might lead to free publicity from several official media outlets. The second batch might sell out within 10 days. Qian Xinhen nodded in agreement. This was entirely plausible. Once the buzz took off, many would promote it voluntarily. With a solid reputation, sales would naturally improve. Although the birth rate in our country has declined, several years ago, the number of children was still substantial. And they were in the age range for storytelling. Lin Chen's fairy tales are suitable for children aged 2 to 6 or 7, a demographic that should encompass around 50 million kids. The first and second batches combined only amounted to 80,000 copies. Many parents are willing to spend on their children, especially since a book doesn't cost much. Knock, knock. Not long after, someone knocked on Liang Zhirong's office door again. Another piece of good news? Liang Zhirong inquired of the person entering. Boss, a female celebrity just posted that she bought the book and read the stories to her child, who absolutely loved it. She recommended it to her fans. The incoming editor exclaimed excitedly. Liang Zhirong and Qian Xinhen exchanged glances. Old Chen, it seems we underestimated Lin Yu. Qian Xinhen nodded. Celebrities are protective of their reputation. They seldom give free advertisements so easily unless they genuinely appreciate it. This is sincere admiration. Having a prominent figure endorse the book could lead to more endorsements. Liang Zhirong and Qian Xinhen stepped outside. The sales curve displayed on the large screen had initially dipped but was now rapidly climbing. The influence of a celebrity with millions of fans was indeed potent. At this rate, the 500,000 copies would likely sell out within 10 days. Qian Xinhen remarked, You're being conservative. Liang, we can't afford to hire celebrities, but their promotional effect is substantial. Those 500,000 copies may not last a week. 3 days flew by. With the help of celebrities promoting the book for free, more than 10 had done so. The second batch of 500,000 copies sold out entirely. Another million copies to order? Liang Zhirong, startled, exclaimed. Qian Xinhen and the others remained silent. He hadn't anticipated that sales would plummet again in such a short time. Lin Chen, no, Lin Yu, you might not be aware of how popular your fairy tales have become. Another million copies, and I'm certain they will sell out within a month. Liang Zhirong chuckled. Mr. Liang, since you have confidence, I have no objections. If you're sending money, I'm certainly on board, Lin Chen replied. Liang Zhirong cleared his throat. Lin Yu, there's a small issue. Many people have reported that the second batch didn't include signed copies. Can we arrange for another batch of signed books in the third print? Lin Chen asked. How many? How about 2,000 copies? Liang Zhirong suggested. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Signing 2,000 copies would take quite a while. All right, have Li Lin deliver the books to the usual location, Lin Chen instructed. Soon, Lin Chen and Liang Zhirong signed the third contract. The last batch of 500,000 had generated 235,000. This time, for 1 million copies, he would receive 480,000. The royalty rate fluctuated with sales. Ding! Liang Zhirong promptly arranged for the finance department to transfer the funds. Lin Chen's bank account balance skyrocketed to 790,000. If it weren't for living in a city like Shanghai, 790,000 could allow one to live comfortably for a lifetime. Woo woo. Lin Xiaoqian began to cry. Lin Chen hurried from the study to the living room. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? He quickly picked her up and asked. Lin Xiaoqian, with tears in her eyes, replied, Daddy, I hurt my hand. Look, I'm injured. Lin Chen examined her hand, which indeed bore a slight redness, though there was no break in the skin. Had he arrived a moment later, the redness would likely have vanished. Let Daddy rub it for you. Xiaoqian, be good. Don't cry. It's nothing, Lin Chen reassured her. Daddy, aren't you going to apply medicine? When I got hurt before, Mommy always applied medicine for me. All right, Daddy will put some on, Lin Chen said. chuckling at the situation. Why now? The redness was nearly invisible. He fetched the first aid kit, having prepared it in case Lin Qianqian ever got hurt, which contained some common medications. As he applied the medicine, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host has gained the ancient medicine skill point 30 hours to reach the master level, 60 hours to attain the grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Applying medicine to Lin Qianqian had granted him an ancient medicine skill. This was quite impressive. Typically, 10 hours would suffice to reach the master level, and 20 hours for the grandmaster level. But this required 3 times as long. Among the skills he had acquired, this ranked second in difficulty, second only to aircraft manufacturing technology, which required 50 and 100 hours, respectively. Qianqian, does it still hurt? Lin Chen asked with a smile. It seemed he couldn't view things solely from an adult's perspective. Applying medicine to Lin Qianqian had yielded such a significant reward. Ancient medicine was indeed a valuable asset. It doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy is amazing, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, giving Lin Chen's head a kiss. System, how does one improve this skill? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Host, it is common for children to fall ill. The system replied, then perhaps it's best not to improve it for now, Lin Chen thought, as he certainly didn't wish for Lin Qianqian to fall ill. Chapter 26, Daddy, your wife's phone. Qianqian, this character is written incorrectly. Look at how your daddy writes it and then compare it to yours. Do you see the difference? Lin Chen taught Lin Qianqian how to write. She had already learned to write her name. So he began with simple characters, and Lin Qianqian was quite earnest in her learning. Daddy, you're a grown-up, and I'm a little one. Your steps are big, and mine are smaller, Lin Qianqian said innocently. Lin Chen chuckled, explaining, Qianqian, people aren't divided into adults and children. We don't refer to little kids as little people. You can say you're a baby or a child. Lin Qianqian nodded. Appearing to understand, Lin Chen smiled and began telling a story. Once upon a time, long, long ago, humans, like other animals, had no written language and couldn't write. So, what do you think people did back then? Lin Qianqian pondered. Did they use their mouths like little dogs? Lin Chen laughed. When we are face to face, we can use our mouths. But what if we can't meet? How do we communicate? How do we warn others of danger? Or how do we find our way home in the forest? Lin Qianqian contemplated deeply. After a while, her eyes sparkled. Daddy, I know. They can draw to tell others. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Lin Qianqian's hair and said, Qianqian, you are truly clever. Ancient people began doing just that. The oldest forms of writing were akin to drawing. Later, the wise among humanity gradually created written language. Lin Qianqian listened intently. Host, you have taught Lin Qianqian to write for 20 hours, and your calligraphy has ascended to the level of a grandmaster, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. With the system's assistance, Lin Chen swiftly grasped it all, feeling as if he had studied calligraphy for decades. Half an hour passed. Qianqian, let us pause our writing practice for now. You need to rest your eyes. Daddy will teach you English. Lin Chen began conversing with Lin Qianqian in English. He did not delve into vocabulary or grammar. Speaking was sufficient, and the more they conversed, the more Lin Qianqian would learn. Although many children might not utilize English in the future, the Xu family had numerous businesses abroad, and it was likely that the family's assets would eventually belong to Lin Qianqian. He himself would also earn a substantial income, possibly engaging in business overseas, all of which would benefit Lin Qianqian. Thus, learning English was indeed necessary. Host, your proficiency in Japanese has reached a skilled level. After another half hour, the system's voice resonated again. Thus far, Lin Chen had mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. That's wonderful. I won't need subtitles for movies anymore. Lin Chen mused. Learning Japanese was indeed essential. It would be useful when watching films and would come in handy if he ever engaged with Donging country. Previously, learning English had been incredibly challenging, causing many brain cells to perish. Now, mastering 7 foreign languages felt effortless. Lin Chen silently pondered. Continuing to teach Lin Qianqian, he estimated that in the future, he might even converse in the languages of African indigenous tribes. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone chimed. It was a video call from Xu Mengyao. He had previously video called Xu Mengyao twice, both times in the evening, when Lin Qianqian wished to video chat with her. It was now morning, a time when Xu Mengyao was typically busy with work. Qianqian, it's Mommy's video call. Lin Chen connected the call, handing the phone to Lin Qianqian. He hadn't spoken much with Xu Mengyao during past calls. They had a child together and had obtained a marriage certificate, and naturally, he wished to truly win Xu Mengyao's heart. However, he felt it was inappropriate to be overly proactive. The Xu family was exceedingly wealthy, and if he were too enthusiastic, Xu Mengyao and her parents might perceive him as someone after their wealth. "Mommy!" Lin Qian exclaimed joyfully. "Qian, we'll video chat again in the evening. Mommy has something to discuss with Daddy now. Please hand the phone to him," Xu Mengyao replied with a smile. "Daddy, hear us Mommy's call," Lin Qian said with a seriousness beyond her years. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled. "Mengyao, what is the matter?" Xu Mengyao said. "Qian, you can play by yourself for a bit. Lin Chen, I need your assistance with some work matters." "All right," Lin Chen replied, quickly making his way to the study. Xu Mengyao inquired, "Lin Chen, you mentioned you speak English, German, French, and Russian?" Lin Chen nodded slightly. "I have a basic understanding of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese as well." "Why do you ask?" Xu Mengyao was astonished. Lin Chen's language skills exceeded her initial expectation. "I urgently need a German document that involves numerous technical terms. Our company's translation capabilities are insufficient, and I'm unsure if you can comprehend it." Lin Chen chuckled. "Send it over. I'll take a look." Soon, Xu Mengyao sent the document. Lin Chen opened it and assessed it should be manageable. "I'll have the translated document for you in half an hour," he assured her. "Thank you," Xu Mengyao replied. After ending the call, Lin Chen swiftly began translating on his computer. Even the most obscure technical terms were trivial for him. Meanwhile, at Xu Mengyao's side, an assistant reported, "Boss, we contacted 4 translation companies, and they all responded that they couldn't complete the translation in 2 hours due to the excessive technical jargon." The assistant sighed in exasperation. "I've found someone." "Please wait," Xu Mengyao replied. "You can leave now. I need a moment of solitude," she added, dismissing her assistant. After the assistant left, Xu Mengyao dialed her father's number. "Dad, how is Mom doing?" she inquired. Xu Guofeng, her father, smiled. "Your mother is recovering quite well in 2 months. Once her condition stabilizes, we will return home." Xu Mengyao expressed her delight. "We'll be back in 2 months?" She had thought her father intended to stay longer. Xu Guofeng replied. "Your mother misses home in Qianqian. She can hardly wait to board a plane back." "Is Qianqian doing well with Lin Chen?" he asked, knowing that Lin Qianqian was with Lin Chen, though he had never reached out to him, as he did not approve of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was rather ordinary, and with Xu Mengyao being his only precious daughter, he naturally wished for her to find someone more suitable. Fortunately, Xu Mengyao herself was not particularly enamored with Lin Chen. Lin Chen is Qianqian's father. He treats her very well, and she is quite close to him. Xu Mengyao replied. "That's good," Xu Guofeng acknowledged. Xu Mengyao then asked, "Dad, did you have someone investigate Lin Chen back then? Was he truly as ordinary as you believed?" Xu Guofeng replied, "Yes. Why do you ask?" Xu Mengyao pressed, "Who did you hire? Did they perhaps conduct a superficial investigation?" Xu Guofeng paused. "Mengyao, are you suggesting Lin Chen is not as ordinary as we thought?" Chapter 27. Xu Guofeng's concerns. Xu Mengyao replied, "Dad, who did you have investigate him?" Xu Guofeng explained, "My former bodyguard, Xiao He, looked into it. Lin Chen came from an average background, performed adequately in school, and while his appearance was decent, his style was quite ordinary. Xiao He visited their village, checked out his former high school, and even consulted with his old homeroom teacher. There should have been no oversight." "Why are you suddenly inquiring about this?" Xu Guofeng's heart raced. "Surely you don't have feelings for Lin Chen?" "Dad, he doesn't seem so ordinary. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he speaks several foreign languages," Xu Mengyao asserted. Xu Guofeng was taken aback. "He speaks several languages? I have his college entrance examination scores, and his English was merely passable. He barely scraped through the 4th level." Xu Mengyao countered. "His English is better than mine. Moreover, his Russian, German, and French are quite impressive." Xu Guofeng struggled to believe it. Even if he was lacking in other areas, such linguistic talent was commendable. Why had he previously seemed so average? Had he been hiding his capabilities during the college entrance examination? "Mengyao, are you certain?" "Of course. I've conversed with him in English and have seen him communicate in Russian with others," Xu Mengyao confirmed. "Are you suggesting this is the reason you like him?" Xu Guofeng questioned. "Dad, of course not. I have other matters to attend to. So I'll talk to you later." Xu Mengyao concluded the call. Xu Guofeng was perplexed. How could one person change so drastically? He entered the hospital room. "Honey, what's going on with our daughter?" Yang Qingyue, Xu Mengyao's mother, inquired as she woke up. Xu Guofeng sat at her bedside. "Dear, Mengyao just called to say Lin Chen doesn't seem as ordinary as we thought. She mentioned he speaks several languages." Yang Qingyue was astonished. "Did our daughter really say that?" "Yes," Xu Guofeng nodded. That means she might hold some affection for Lin Chen. She likely harbors a great deal of curiosity about him. Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. Yang Qingyue added, Dear, do not call her to discuss this. Let her make her own choice. After all, she is no fool, Su Guofeng replied. Even if he speaks several languages, he is still not worthy of Mengyao. Yang Qingyue retorted, Matters of the heart aren't determined by worthiness. They rely on fate. After that incident, our daughter developed a psychological shadow. She has enclosed herself. If Lin Chen can help her emerge from that, it may not be a bad thing. Su Guofeng gazed at Yang Qingyue in astonishment. You didn't think this way before. You used to wish Mengyao would find someone of equal standing, preferably someone better off. Yang Qingyue replied, after going under the knife and facing death. Many things seem less significant. As long as our daughter is happy, we should not concern ourselves too much. Su Guofeng frowned. But, Yang Qingyue insisted, no buts, help me sit up. Su Guofeng quickly assisted her. Dear, even if Lin Chen is ordinary, as long as our daughter is content, our wealth is sufficient to support them for 10 lifetimes. Su Guofeng sighed softly, My love, you don't understand. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. What don't I understand? Su Guofeng stated. If our family only had 30 to 50 million, it would be manageable, providing a comfortable life while avoiding trouble. Now we possess 3 billion, Theo the sharks. We are merely a juicy morsel. Yang Qingyue questioned, Haven't we avoided any major troubles thus far? Su Guofeng replied, That's because I had a good father-in-law, but he has been gone for 2 years. We've exhausted the goodwill he left behind. Our future will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Yang Qingyue countered, Haven't we maintained our connections? Su Guofeng shook his head. It's different now. Although we are wealthy, we no longer belong to that circle. Within 2 to 3 years, we will surely face opposition. Yang Qingyue asserted, but we cannot sacrifice our daughter's happiness. Su Guofeng remarked, I was merely hoping Mengyao would find someone with whom she shares mutual feelings and who is well-matched. That way, it would be a win-win. With this, Su Guofeng sighed. If only the past had been different. Mengyao was unmarried and had a child, which would undoubtedly deter many influential second- and third-generation individuals. Dear, let go of such thoughts. Even if we lose most of our wealth, having 300 to 500 million is enough for our family to live comfortably. Yang Qingyue consoled him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Do not dwell on this. Focus on your recovery. The next year or two should pose no issues. All done, a gentle smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he meticulously reviewed everything to ensure there were no issues. Mengyao, it's translated. Lin Chen sent the completed document to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao glanced at the time, astonished. Lin Chen had taken only 27 minutes in total. Thank you. How about I give you 20,000 as a translation fee this time? She replied. Lin Chen responded, We have a child together, and we're married. We're friends now, right? Let us not involve money in this small favor. If you insist on paying, then don't ask me for help later. I'm too busy with the child to engage in this. Su Mengyao remained silent for a moment before replying. Thank you. 5 minutes later, Su Mengyao's assistant reported, President, the company's German translator confirmed the document is fine. He mentioned the other party's level is much higher than his. Su Mengyao nodded slightly, astonished. They were a large corporation, and their translators were quite competent, yet Lin Chen surpassed them by such a margin. His proficiency in English, Russian, and German was exceptional. She suspected his French was also not far behind, Su Mengyao mused. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was with Lin Qianqian. Daddy, there are so many boxes. Lin Chen brought Lin Qianqian to the storefront he rented, where 2,000 books had just been delivered, 20 large boxes filled with 100 copies each. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, would you like to play for a while, or take a nap? He had set up a small bed in the storefront for Lin Qianqian to sleep on while he worked late into the night. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to draw, Lin Qianqian replied in her sweet, childlike voice. Lin Chen said with a smile, All right, you can draw for a bit. After half an hour, Lin Qianqian grew tired. Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she quickly fell into a sweet slumber. With swift strokes, Lin Chen signed each new book. His signature appeared similar to before, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded a distinct charm, something that ordinary people might not articulate but felt was more captivating. However, a discerning calligrapher would recognize that Lin Chen's calligraphy had transcended its previous level. From a master to a grandmaster, it now stood among the world's finest. Chapter 28. Lin Qianqian's talent enhances. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen wrapped up his busy afternoon. After working until evening, he had finally signed all 2,000 books. Fortunately, Lin Qianqian was exceptionally well behaved. Upon waking, she didn't disturb Lin Chen. She was simply happy and content to be near him. In the past, when Xu Mengyao traveled for work, Lin Qianqian had only a nanny for company. Now, she had her father by her side. "Qianqian, let us head home," Lin Chen said as he gathered the signed books with a smile. "Daddy, come here for a moment," Lin Qianqian sweetly called out. Lin Chen squatted beside her. "Look, Daddy, this is you, this is Mommy, and this is me. Isn't it pretty?" Lin Chen was taken aback by Lin Qianqian's drawing. At such a young age, she had captured their likenesses with impressive accuracy. "Qianqian, your drawing is incredible. It seems you have a natural talent for art. I will teach you more in the future," Lin Chen remarked. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "Host? Certain abilities of yours are continually enhancing, which will have a profound impact on Lin Qianqian's talents." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. His improvement could influence Lin Qianqian? System, just certain aspects? He inquired. "Indeed, host. One of your skills has reached the grandmaster level, which will double Lin Qianqian's talent in that area. At the legendary level, it becomes triple. At the mythical level, it becomes quadruple," the system explained. Lin Chen realized that his drawing skills had just achieved the grandmaster level. Contemplating this, he thought, if Qianqian had some inherent talent, doubling it would be significant. But if she lacked it, a tripling effect wouldn't suffice. "Correct, host," the system affirmed. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was indeed promising. Lin Qianqian didn't need to become a polymath. She just needed to excel in her areas of talent. "System, how is this doubling, tripling, and quadrupling calculated?" Lin Chen asked while carrying Lin Qianqian home. The system explained. For all individuals, various talent values range from 0, the lowest, to 100, the highest. The vast majority of talents fall below 10, a few may range from 10 to 20, while only a select few talents reach between 20 and 30. For an ordinary person, achieving a talent value of 30 in any area is commendable. But even with such a talent, effort would yield little effect. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The gap between ordinary individuals and geniuses was immense. Most ordinary people merely dabble in the arts, hoping to succeed through sheer effort. It was exceedingly difficult. "Please continue, system." The system elaborated. Talents above 40 are considered genius level. Those above 60 can become distinguished within a province. 70 and above marks national distinction, 80 signifies continental genius, and 90 plus is world class. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. If Qianqian's innate talent is 20, then doubling it to 40, doubling again to 60, and tripling to 80. "Exactly, host," the system confirmed. Lin Chen's face lit up with a beaming smile. "This is wonderful. Lin Qianqian is likely to possess several talents ranging from 20 to 30, making it highly probable that she could surpass 90 when tripled. Achieving a maximum value of 100 is also within reach. Even if her talent value starts in the teens, the chances of tripling are quite high." "Daddy, what are you smiling about? You seem very happy," Lin Qianqian asked innocently. Lin Chen grinned. "Because Daddy loves you. Just holding you makes me incredibly happy." "Kiss, Daddy, I love you too." Lin Qianqian sweetly kissed Lin Chen and asked, "System, can you detect Qianqian's talent?" Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system replied, "No. As the host, you can discern it during your companionship." Lin Chen felt no regret. He pondered over his current skills, which included culinary arts, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, painting, and driving, all reaching the grandmaster level. Foreign languages were also included. However, his abilities in football, singing, and shooting had yet to attain that level. He was uncertain of Lin Qianqian's talent in cooking and driving. As for fairy tale writing and calligraphy, Lin Chen estimated that her talent likely fell below 20, with no significant improvement. Her progress in foreign languages and painting, particularly in painting, was quite evident. Lin Chen mused that Qianqian's painting talent should now be around 60, placing her at a provincial elite level. With another doubling of her skills, she could reach approximately 90.90 and above would be world-class. "Qianqian, do you really enjoy painting?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes," Lin Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Qianqian, in the future, your father will dedicate more time to teaching you how to paint. Is that all right?" Lin Qianqian gleefully replied, "Yes, yes." Li Lin completed the book arrangements and hurried back overnight. "Chief Editor, Lin Yu's signed books have arrived." Someone reported to Chen Xinhong at work. Chen Xinhong acknowledged as he arrived at the storage area for the books. He casually opened a box and took out 1.0. A look of surprise crossed Chen Xinhong's face. He rubbed his eyes. The handwriting was similar, yet he felt that Lin Chen's signature appeared even more exquisite. Chen Xinhong had a signature from Lin Chen previously and compared it with the older one. "What is going on? They are clearly the same," Yet I feel something is different, he pondered. Lao Feng, come here. Examine these two signatures closely, Qin Xinhong called out. A senior editor approached, and soon he exclaimed, Chief Editor, what's this? I find this signature much more pleasing to the EYE.is this the later one. Qin Xinhong nodded. I also believe this one is better. It possesses an indescribable beauty. Wait, let me check the rest of the books. Qin Xinhong retrieved more signed books. Chief Editor, perhaps after signing so many, Lin Yu gained some insights, making his signatures more appealing, Editor Feng remarked with a smile. Qin Xinhong nodded slightly, perhaps. For the third batch of 1 million orders, mix one into the 500 books, don't get it wrong. Editor Feng nodded, rest assured, it won't be mistaken. Qin Xinhong picked up a signed book from the later collection. I'll step out for a bit. Call me if anything comes up. An hour later, Qin Xinhong arrived at a villa community to visit an elderly man. This man was a former member of the National Calligraphy Association, a towering figure in the calligraphy world. Even the current president of the association would address him as uncle. Qin Xinhong had visited him once before. Ding dong. Qin Xinhong rang the doorbell. The housekeeper quickly opened the door. A frail voice came from inside. Xiao Chun, I'm unable to welcome you due to my mobility issues. Please come in. Upon entering the villa, Qin Xinhong bowed slightly. Old Master Jiang, it's been a long time. The elderly man, Jiang Xuesong, nodded slightly. 4 or 5 years have passed. I've grown old and don't meet guests casually anymore. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Nothing much. Just wanted to consult you about a signature, Qin Xinhong respectfully replied. What signature? Jiang Xuesong inquired. The signature in this book. Could you kindly take a look? I've seen many calligraphy works, but this signature feels quite unique to me. What makes it unique? Jiang Xuesong asked as he adjusted his reading glasses. Qin Xinhong cleared his throat. Old Master Jiang, my skills are lacking, so I can't articulate it well, but it just feels so pleasing to the eyes that I could get lost in it while examining the signature. Jiang Xuesong chuckled. That indicates your level is commendable. Ordinary people see mountains as mountains and water as water. You seem to have reached the second level, where mountains are not mountains and water is not water. Show it to me. Qin Xinhong quickly opened the book. Old Master Jiang, it's this signature. Jiang Xuesong smiled. Ah, it's Lin Yu. Someone has shown me his work before. His calligraphy skills are quite outstanding. Oh. Jiang Xuesong paused, leaning in closer for a meticulous examination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Xinhong remained silent, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, Jiang Xuesong exhaled. Impressive. Lin Yu's calligraphy surpasses my own. I initially thought I was slightly stronger than him, but it seems he has already transcended to a higher realm. Old Master Jiang, what do you mean by realm? Qin Xinhong asked. Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is decent, and I have some recognition now, but in the grand course of history, I am nothing. Lin Yu's calligraphy can indeed stand alongside Yin and Lu. Qin Xinhong exclaimed in shock. Yin Jinqing and Lu Gongquan? Old Master Jiang, are you perhaps exaggerating? In the annals of history, they are indeed top calligraphers, with only the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, above them. It cannot be. Jiang Xuesong mused. Lin Yu's level is indeed that high. Yet, it's strange. I've never heard of anyone so remarkable in the calligraphy community. Jiang Xuesong pondered. Qin Xinhong suggested, Old Master Jiang, perhaps he is just exceptional at signatures. His other works might be average. Jiang Xuesong shook his head. Xiao Qian, that's impossible. Do you think one can reach such a level merely by writing more? Without that level of skill, one wouldn't even understand it. Qin Xinhong awkwardly chuckled, realizing he was one of those who couldn't comprehend it. Xiao Qian, I'm not referring to you. The fact that you can recognize it as extraordinary indicates that you possess significant skill. Where is Master Lin Yu? I would like to visit him, Jiang Xuesong inquired. Old Master Jiang, you're over 80. You shouldn't travel far, Qin Xinhong quickly replied. Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website. Ah? Jiang Xuesong was momentarily taken aback. Someone with such skill writes fairy tales for you? Qin Xinhong nodded. His fairy tale creations are remarkable. This book has sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Sigh. Jiang Xuesong sighed. Calligraphy doesn't bring in money, but your works do. Few in the nation can appreciate calligraphy at his level. Qin Xinhong respectfully stated, Old Master Jiang, although calligraphy may not be lucrative, the status of top calligraphers is high, and they could be remembered for generations. Master Lin, you could very well achieve lasting fame, Jiang Xuesong agreed. I'm just a mediocre practitioner. Xiao Qian, Master Lin, you must be in his 60s or 70s, right? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhong was taken aback. Old Master Jiang, he isn't that old. Jiang Xuesong exclaimed in shock. He is only in his 50s? At that age, to reach such a level is incredible. Chen Xinhong cleared his throat. Old Master Jiang, please calm down. Master Lin Yu is currently only in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong was stunned. After half a minute, he shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone in their 20s reach such a level? Chen Xinhong affirmed, Old Master Jiang, I have seen him. He is indeed only in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong donned his reading glasses once more, inspecting the signature for a while. This can't be true. Is it possible someone else signed for him? Jiang Xuesong expressed disbelief. That seems unlikely, Chen Xinhong replied. His talent for fairy tales is exceptional. There is no need for him to fabricate this if discovered. It would be a colossal blemish. Xiao Qian, you can contact him, right? Could you ask him to write a piece for me? I'll pay 30,000. I'll inquire for you, Chen Xinhong replied. Jiang Xuesong agreed. Let us have him write the Lantingyi Su. Chen Xinhong dialed Lin Chen's number. Master Lin Yu, are you available? I have something to discuss. Lin Chen's voice came through. I'm free. What is the matter? Chen Xinhong explained. Master Lin Yu, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who finds your signature exquisite and wishes to commission a piece for 30,000. Lin Chen was taken aback. He initially thought there would be substantial profits in calligraphy. But after looking into it, he realized he had been somewhat naive. Nowadays, there are very few who truly understand calligraphy. With the proliferation of computers and smartphones, many people's handwriting has deteriorated. Calligraphy works and live streams are being sold for $1.99, framed and delivered to your door. Do you think you write better than them? Ordinary people wouldn't comprehend. Yes, he wants a piece of the Lantingyi Su. Is that acceptable? Chen Xinhong inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. 30,000, huh? How could I pass that up? I used to earn only a few thousand a month. 30,000 would take years. No problem. I'll send it to you once it's done. All right. After hanging up, Chen Xinhong informed Jiang Xuesong. Old Master Jiang, I'll deliver it to you as soon as I receive it. Jiang Xuesong nodded. I'll transfer the money to you. You should pay him first. It's customary to pay for commissioned works up front. Soon, Jiang Xuesong transferred 30,000 to Chen Xinhong. He lived in a villa worth tens of millions, with several millions in the bank, so 30,000 was not a significant sum for him. Earning money from calligraphy while alive was also quite commendable. Lin Chen mused to himself. Accompanied by Lin Xiaoqian, he visited a specialty store for calligraphy supplies, purchasing the finest brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. If someone is willing to pay 30,000, he couldn't afford to disappoint them. Perhaps there would be a chance for a repurchase. While his earnings from fairy tales were substantial, the speed was still insufficient. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously upon returning home. Lin Chen smiled. Dad is writing. Xiaoqian, you haven't seen me write much. I'd like you to observe closely while I write now. I will be very good, Lin Xiaoqian replied from her chair. Lin Chen spread out the paper, recalling the Lantingyi Su in his mind. His calligraphy skills had reached the grandmaster level, mastering various scripts, including Wang Shiji's running script. His comprehension of the Lantingyi Su was profound as well. In the 9th year of Yonghe, during the late spring, with ink flowing, Lin Chen wrote gracefully. Lin Xiaoqian quietly watched him at that moment. Lin Chen was fully focused, exuding an extraordinary presence. When signing, Lin Chen had been casual with a regular pen, not fully showcasing his abilities. Now that someone was sincerely commissioning him, he couldn't afford to be lax. After completing the over 300 characters, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Upon reviewing it, a smile appeared on his face. Although it was his first attempt, the system made it feel as if he had practiced it 1,000 times, and the work was flawless. Lin Chen. He signed his name. Dad, you look so handsome. Lin Xiaoqian gazed at him with admiration. Lin Chen playfully pinched her small nose, smiling. Xiaoqian, at your age, do you even know what handsome means? Anyway, Dad is the most handsome, Lin Xiaoqian replied sweetly. Mom, are we sleeping together tonight? Lin Chen, while purchasing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, also bought a painting tube. Once the ink dried, he rolled up the completed piece and placed it inside. He didn't take responsibility for the mounting. Ordinary mounting might not satisfy the client. Soon, Lin Chen sent the written piece out. Dad, what is that big ball? Lin Xiaoqian asked innocently, noticing a little boy bouncing a basketball. Lin Chen thought the basketball was too large and decided not to buy one for her. That is a basketball, Xiaoqian. You bounce it with your hands, while a soccer ball is kicked with your feet, Lin Chen explained with a smile. Can I play basketball with that brother? Lin Qian asked. Then you should ask him yourself, Lin Chen replied, setting her down. Lin Qian hesitated. She spoke more with adults and had good verbal skills, but she had little experience playing with other children. Previously, the nanny would take her out, but she was always cautious about her interacting with other kids, fearing she might get into scuffles or accidents. Now, in this environment, Lin Chen felt confident letting her socialize. However, there was a small issue. Most other kids were accompanied by their mothers, making it seem a bit awkward for him to join in. That was a dilemma. Lin Qian not only needed his company but also required playmates, learning how to interact with other children. Qian, don't be afraid. Dad is right here. Isn't. You're a brave little one, Lin Chen encouraged, squatting down with a smile. Bolstered by her father's encouragement, Lin Qian approached. I'm Qian. Can we play together? I'm not playing with you. The little boy, clutching the basketball, quickly left. Lin Qian looked at Lin Chen with a hurt expression, her beautiful, sparkling eyes welling up with tears. Lin Chen stepped forward and embraced her. Qian, you did great just now. You didn't know that brother, but you bravely greeted him. Tears began to well up in Lin Qian's eyes. Dad, am I really that great? She asked, a bit sadly. Lin Chen kissed her forehead and smiled. Of course. It's perfectly fine that he didn't want to play. Perhaps he prefers playing with older kids. As long as you stay brave like this, you will surely find friends who want to play with you. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Dad, really? Lin Chen nodded. Absolutely. Do you still want to play basketball? If so, I'll take you to buy one. Yes, Lin Qian eagerly nodded. There was a stationery store nearby, and soon Lin Chen bought a basketball. With a bounce, Lin Chen began playing with Lin Qian. Ping pong and badminton weren't suitable for her, but basketball and soccer were activities she could enjoy. Although she was only a bit over 2 years old and wouldn't learn much, playing basketball and soccer could enhance her agility. Before long, 5 minutes passed. Host, your basketball skill is beginning to improve. In 10 hours, you will reach the master level. In 20 hours, the grandmaster level. In 40 hours, it will reach the legendary level, and in 80 hours, the mythical level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile crept onto Lin Chen's face. It seemed he had gained another skill. For him, basketball was more practical than soccer, as there were basketball courts everywhere in Huagua, whereas soccer fields were comparatively scarce. System, how is my physique now? Lin Chen inquired mentally. Host, your physique has increased by a total of 51 points. Currently, your physique stands at 112 points. The average physique for ordinary males is 60 points, so he was nearly doubling that. A faint smile emerged on Lin Chen's face. Doubling his physique would amplify his combat strength by more than tenfold. In a bare-handed confrontation, he could likely take on 10 opponents. Although Lin Chen hadn't considered getting into fights, like any man, he certainly hoped to enhance his combat prowess. Dad, this ball isn't behaving. It keeps rolling away, Lin Qian pouted at Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. Qian, that's because you and it aren't friends yet. If you play with it often and become good friends, it won't run away anymore. Really? Of course. An hour passed, and Lin Chen's basketball skills surged. 10 hours would suffice to reach the master level, and an hour was significant progress. His current skills were sufficient to join a college team. With his strong physique, dunking should be easy, and in real competition, even the main players on the college team would likely be no match for him. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Qian, it's Mommy on the line. You can talk to her. Lin Qian sweetly said, Mommy, I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me and Daddy? Daddy misses you too, Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao's voice came through. Qian, Mommy is here, but I didn't see you at home. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Mommy, we're playing basketball downstairs. Come down too. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, are you coming down? You can play with Qian outside for a while. I'll go back to cook. Xu Mengyao replied. Last time I had your cooking, this time I'll cook. You and Qian come back in an hour. Are you sure? Absolutely. With that, Xu Mengyao hung up. Lin Chen shook his head secretly. It seemed Xu Mengyao didn't want to owe him anything. Winning her over wouldn't be so easy. However, he wasn't in a rush. With a child, a marriage certificate, and a system backing him, what was there to be anxious about? Daddy, are we having Mommy's cooking for dinner tonight? Lin Qian asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, Daddy hasn't tasted Mommy's cooking. Mommy's cooking delicious. Lin Qian tilted her little head and pondered for a moment. Edible. Lin Chen chuckled softly at her unexpected answer. Qian, Mommy's dishes might not be as tasty as Daddy's, but Mommy is trying her best to cook for us, right? Let us all say it's delicious later and eat a bit more. Shall we? Lin Chen suggested. Lin Qianqian looked at him with confusion. Is that lying? Mommy says good babies shouldn't lie. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Qianqian, lies can be malicious or kind. This is a kind lie. If Mommy is happy, the whole family is happy, don't you think? Lin Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. An hour later, they returned home after playing basketball for 2 hours, and Lin Chen's skills had significantly improved. Lin Chen, Qianqian, hurry and wash your hands for dinner, Xu Mengyao called out. Lin Chen stared at her for a moment. Xu Mengyao was wearing an apron, looking charming as a wealthy heiress and CEO. However, Lin Chen glanced at the dining table. Xu Mengyao had prepared 4 dishes, which looked rather ordinary. Mommy, it's getting dark. Can we all sleep together tonight? After washing their hands and sitting at the dining chairs, Lin Qianqian eagerly asked. Chapter 31. Finding an art teacher for Qianqian? Xu Mengyao's expression stiffened slightly, and she shook her head. Qianqian, Mommy just happened to be passing by and wanted to check on you. Mommy has to leave soon. Lin Qianqian looked very pitiful. But I really want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Lin Chen said. Mommy has to work, dear. Which of Mommy's dishes do you think is the most delicious? Lin Qianqian's attention was instantly diverted. Daddy, that dish. She pointed at a plate of beef cubes. This plate of pan-seared beef cubes was made with top-quality Australian Wagyu that Xu Mengyao had brought herself. If the cooking skills weren't enough, at least the ingredients were top-notch. Lin Chen looked at the plate of beef cubes. With his level of expertise, he could spot dozens of flaws instantly. Qianqian, let Daddy serve you a piece. Let us taste it together. Lin Chen picked up a piece for Lin Qianqian and took one for himself, both savoring the taste. Good meat. Such a waste. Lin Chen thought to himself. Xu Mengyao's culinary skills were even below his past abilities. However, as a wealthy heiress and now a CEO, it was already commendable for her to cook. Qianqian, how is it? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Qianqian expectantly. Lin Qianqian hesitated. Mommy, it's delicious. Qianqian, if you lie, your nose will grow longer. Xu Mengyao warned. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen. Mommy, this doesn't count as lying. Daddy said it's a kind lie. Lin Chen. Qianqian, let us try this dish. Lin Chen served Lin Qianqian another dish. This was steamed base, and upon tasting it, Lin Qianqian's little face turned sour. Qianqian, is it not good? Xu Mengyao inquired. The base she used was not the ordinary kind from the market. One of them could buy 10 of those. Mommy, it's delicious. Lin Qianqian said this but hardly touched it. Xu Mengyao tasted it herself. The fish is bland and has a bit of a fishy smell. Lin Chen took a small piece and tasted it. The flavor was inferior to the beef cubes. Mommy, I love vegetables now. I want to eat vegetables, Lin Qianqian said in a babyish voice. She genuinely couldn't eat the fish. Xu Mengyao promptly served her some vegetables. Lin Qianqian took a bite. Mommy, I think I'm full. Xu Mengyao. She quickly tried it herself. It was way too salty. Lin Chen sampled all 4 dishes. The best was the beef cubes, but the taste was still very mediocre. Lin Chen, let us eat out, Xu Mengyao said, feeling a bit awkward. Lin Chen smiled. No need to go through all that trouble. I'll just fix it up a bit. You all wait a moment. Soon, Lin Chen took the dishes to the kitchen. Saving failed dishes is a skill that top chefs must master. Wasting expensive ingredients would be a pity. He turned on the heat and quickly got to work. His culinary skills were still at a grandmaster level, but compared to Xu Mengyao's earlier attempts, he had improved significantly. The system had enhanced his cooking abilities across the board, and his skill in salvaging failed dishes was naturally top-notch. Mommy, don't be sad, Lin Qianqian said to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Qianqian. Even though Mommy's dishes aren't very tasty, you have a husband who cooks delicious meals, Lin Qianqian said earnestly. Xu Mengyao reached out and tapped Lin Qianqian's forehead. Your little mouth has been spoiled by your father. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had reworked all 4 dishes. He brought them back to the table. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. The dishes Lin Chen had redone looked far more appealing than before. Mengyao, you should try this, Lin Chen smiled. Xu Mengyao took a piece of beef cube and put it in her mouth. Stunned. Was this the same dish she had just tasted? Why did it taste so much better after Lin Chen's touch? Lin Chen fed a piece to Lin Qianqian. Daddy, it's so delicious, Lin Qianqian exclaimed happily. Then turned to Xu Mengyao. Mommy, your dishes are also edible. Xu Mengyao. Thought that kind of consolation was better left unsaid. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, if you want to learn, I can teach you. I guarantee you'll master it without any tuition fees. Mommy, just give Daddy a kiss, and that's enough, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as Lin Chen served Lin Xiaoqian more food. Xiaoqian, try the other dishes too. Lin Xiaoqian started eating heartily. Xu Mengyao said with mock annoyance, Xiaoqian, weren't you just full? How can you eat again? Lin Xiaoqian dared not look at Xu Mengyao, lowering her head to eat. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'd like to discuss something with you. Xiaoqian seems to have some talent in painting, and I want to find her an art teacher. Someone to come every day to teach her. That might take up quite a bit of your time. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Mommy, I don't want anyone else to teach me how to paint. Daddy is really great. He can teach me. Xu Mengyao replied, Xiaoqian, Daddy is good at painting, but the teacher Mommy finds will be even better. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He somewhat disagreed with this. His painting skills were at a grandmaster level, among the world's best. While Xu Mengyao was wealthy, whether she could find a world-class artist to teach Lin Xiaoqian was another matter. The Xu family had considerable assets, but on a global scale. Hundreds of billions of RMB didn't rank very high. World-class artists wouldn't be short of money. Mengyao, with my level, I can sufficiently guide Xiaoqian's early development, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. I've contacted an artist who is quite well known nationally. The initial stage is crucial for Xiaoqian, Lin Chen pondered. I'll paint a piece for you to show the artist. Ask if my level is sufficient for enlightening a child over 2 years old. Running back and forth is quite a hassle. Xu Mengyao nodded. All right, let us do that. After dinner, Xu Mengyao said, I'll clean up, you go paint. Lin Chen shook his head. You rarely come over. Spend some time with Xiaoqian. I can clean up quickly and won't take long to paint. Well, that okay. Xu Mengyao did indeed want to spend more time with Lin Xiaoqian. After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his brushes and a large sheet of paper. After some thought, Lin Chen painted a picture of 8 horses. In modern art history, Xu Beihong's horses were unparalleled, but this time he had found a worthy opponent. The horses Lin Chen painted were no less impressive than Xu Beihong. He had more time to teach Lin Xiaoqian to paint. His skills were at a grandmaster level, and he was even better at painting than at calligraphy. Xiaoqian shouldn't follow others to learn. Lin Chen thought to himself. Once the ink dried, Lin Chen rolled up the painting and placed it in a tube he had bought earlier. Xu Mengyao approached. Is it done? She hadn't even had a chance to glance at it. Lin Chen nodded. It's in here. Mengyao, don't mention it was painted by me. Just ask if my level is sufficient to teach Xiaoqian. Okay, Xu Mengyao agreed. Chapter 32. Lin Xiaoqian is sick. Xu Mengyao took the painting tube and left, while Lin Xiaoqian looked gloomy. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Chen teased. Your little mouth could hold an oil can. Lin Xiaoqian hugged Lin Chen. Daddy, I don't want to learn from anyone else. I want to learn from you. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, trust Daddy. With Daddy's level, I should be able to teach you. Now let us go wash up and get ready for bed. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her baby voice. Daddy, I like sleeping with you and Mommy together. Dio, you like sleeping with me and Mommy? I do. Lin Chen smiled. He loved it. Let us go. Get you cleaned up and then I'll tell you a story before bed. Lin Chen said with a grin. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly drifted off to sleep, while Lin Chen hurried to the study to write a fairy tale. He had already uploaded 50 stories. After uploading 10 more, he could publish the second book. The first book had already sold 1 million copies in the third batch, and it would take a month to sell out if it sold quickly. If it sold slowly, it might take even 3 months. Adding the 30,000 from the words he sold, his savings now totaled 8,200,000. With a little more effort, he could buy this apartment. 3 hours later, Lin Chen finished writing 10 fairy tales. He logged into the author's backend of Tongxinnet and noticed quite a few tips. Lin Chen thought to himself, as the book sales increased, his followers were growing, and those fans would log onto the website to check it out. After enjoying the stories, some would tip. Although most tips were small, the sheer number added up to quite a sum. Lin Chen now had tips totaling over 100,000. He could keep 90% of that. All done, Lin Chen quickly uploaded the 10 fairy tales. Returning to the master bedroom, Lin Chen's expression changed. Lin Xiaoqian had kicked off her blanket, and her clothes had been pulled up, exposing half of her little belly. Please don't get sick, Lin Chen thought anxiously. He hurriedly pulled down her clothes and covered her with the blanket. Ding ding! The owner of a publishing house was awakened by a phone call. Old Wong, what is going on? I just fell asleep, and you're disturbing my sweet dreams. The awakened owner inquired. The caller was the chief editor of his company. Boss, Lin Yu is updated, and he uploaded 10 stories at once. He has 30 unpublished fairy tales, enough to publish another book. The chief editor quickly reported. The boss's eyes lit up. What's the quality like? The chief editor replied, "Boss, anything produced by Lin Yu is guaranteed to be top-notch. I've read them, and each one is exceptional, the kind that will last a century. Are we competing?" The boss immediately asked, "Of course. What else would we feed all the employees?" The chief editor replied. "This kind of book can sell for decades," the chief editor added. "Tongxin.net might offer better conditions. If we don't improve our offer, we won't have any chance. Let us improve our offer. It's proven that Lin Yu isn't a flash in the pan. He is genuinely talented and deserves better conditions," the boss said solemnly. They had been conservative with the first book. They offered good conditions, but if it sold poorly, what then? This scenario wasn't rare. Now the situation was different. Lin Chen's first collaboration with Tongxin.net had already sold 300,000 copies in the first batch and 500,000 in the second. The total sales had likely exceeded 1 million copies. The consumer feedback was also excellent. Fairy tales with good sales and reputations could continue to earn for many years. "Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 fairy tales again." The boss. Many publishing house owners received the news. Many were awakened by phone calls. The owner of Tongxin.net, Liang Zhirong, was also disturbed. "Old Chen, is the quality confirmed?" Liang Zhirong inquired. Chen Xinhong replied, "Boss, Old Feng and I have rushed through 5 stories each. The quality of the new uploads is just as high. Many people have called you, right?" "Yes, they all want to collaborate with Lin Yu, and some have left messages in the comments section wanting to discuss further." Liang Zhirong pondered for a while. "For the second book, let us offer Lin Chen 18% royalties. No other company can exceed this. We have the website. They don't. Also, let us give Lin Chen a little more signing bonus. The higher the percentage for Lin Chen, the less the others will earn, but as long as the sales are high, they will still profit significantly. Moreover, these books will continue to generate income." "Boss, how much signing bonus?" Chen Xinhong asked. Liang Zhirong considered for a moment. "Lin Yu has brought a lot of traffic to our website. The first signing bonus was 300,000, and this time we'll offer him 600,000. "Boss, that much?" Chen Xinhong was astonished. Liang Zhirong replied, "Didn't you say his writing is even better than Old Jiang? This could become a huge hit in the future. I can afford to take a small loss now and make it up later. By the way, let us print 1 million copies initially." Chen Xinhong quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had just finished showering when he saw the message from Chen Xinhong. 18% royalty rate, 600,000 signing bonus, and an initial print run of 1 million copies. Lin Chen was astonished. Liang Zhirong was indeed quite bold. With this royalty rate, 1 million copies would yield 5,400,000 in royalties. Plus the 600,000 signing bonus, that would be 6 million in total. Adding to his current 8,200,000, he could buy the apartment and still have 120,000 left over. Lin Chen thought to himself, "Sure." Lin Chen directly agreed to Chen Xinhong. Tongxin.net was generous, and he was too lazy to dawdle. Such conditions were hard to find elsewhere. Tongxin.net could leverage the traffic, while other companies couldn't. Few. Chen Xinhong sighed in relief. "Lin Yu, take a good rest. We'll sign the contract tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Chen quickly fell asleep. Cough. 2 hours later, Lin Chen woke up suddenly. Lin Qianqian was coughing. She had indeed caught a cold. Lin Chen frowned. He had checked on Lin Qianqian every 2 stories he wrote. She had been fine before, but later on, she had kicked off the blanket, and now she was coughing. Cough, cough. Lin Qianqian coughed. Her delicate face flushed a bright red. Lin Chen looked on with deep concern, wishing he could take her illness upon himself. In his mind, he queried the system. "Now that my physical condition has improved, is it not possible to elevate Xiaoqian's health as well?" The system replied, "Host, that is not feasible. However, if your medical skills were to advance, you could assist Lin Xiaoqian in her recovery. Alternatively, once you master martial arts, you could teach her as well." Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had long desired to acquire martial arts skills. Yet, he understood that such skills must be obtained organically, as forcing the process would yield no results, especially since Lin Xiaoqian currently showed no interest. Cough, cough. After a short while, Lin Xiaoqian coughed uncomfortably a few times. As she coughed, she managed to awaken herself. "Daddy, I feel so uncomfortable," Lin Xiaoqian lamented. Her little face reddened. Chapter 33. Is Lin Chen's artistic skill so exceptional? Lin Chen gently touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. It felt warm. She had caught a cold, which had led to her coughing and fever. He quickly fetched a cooling patch from the house and applied it to her. But the sticky substance was uncomfortable, and she promptly tore it off. "Xiaoqian, be good. You have a fever. This is meant to help cool you down. Please keep it on for a while," he urged, reapplying it. Daddy, am I going to die? Lin Qian asked with a pitiful gaze. What nonsense are you talking about? It's perfectly normal for children to catch colds and fevers. In the future, I'll ensure you exercise more, and you'll fall ill less often, he reassured her. As time ticked away, Lin Chen meticulously monitored Lin Qian, taking her temperature, wiping her body, and administering fever-reducing medication. He had acquired ancient medical knowledge, but it was still in its infancy, and he had not yet mastered much. At this moment, he was unable to utilize ancient medicine to treat Lin Qian effectively. While traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine were both valid in his eyes, he believed that any method that brought comfort to the patient was good medicine. As her fever subsided, Lin Qian fell back into a drowsy sleep, and Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Though it was common for children to fall ill, he felt a profound ache in his heart for her suffering. He contemplated the dietary restrictions necessary for tomorrow, as well as preparing a medicinal bath to ward off the cold. Certain foods could exacerbate her condition, while others would aid in her recovery. He had recently gained considerable information on this matter. He had also learned how to prepare herbal remedies, but he was still hesitant to concoct anything for Lin Qian at this stage. Her illness was not particularly severe. With nourishing food and a medicinal bath, he believed she would recover well. Cough, cough. Lin Qian coughed intermittently. Lin Chen did not sleep. His robust constitution meant that even a few days without rest posed no issue for him. Before he knew it, dawn had arrived. Lin Qian endured 2 more bouts of fever, and he was quick to wipe her body and help cool her down, preventing her cold from worsening. He ordered some items online, which were delivered before Lin Qian awoke. Among these items were those meant to nourish her and others for her medicinal bath. Seizing the opportunity while she was still asleep, Lin Chen hurriedly prepared everything. After 5 minutes, a surge of information flooded his mind, and he felt his medical skills advancing at an extraordinary pace. Half an hour later, he had everything ready. Daddy, Lin Qian emerged from her bedroom, still looking a bit dazed. Qian, Daddy's here. What is it? Lin Chen inquired, lifting her into his arms. Lin Qian, in a soft voice, said, Daddy, I feel like I have no strength, and I'm a bit sticky all over. Lin Chen had wiped her sweat, but while she slept, there were areas that he could not conveniently reach. Qian, you've caught a cold. But don't worry, it's just a minor ailment. Trust me, Daddy will have you feeling better in no time. He smiled and kissed her gently. After brushing her teeth, Lin Chen filled the bath with water and added a steaming medicinal solution. After 10 minutes, Lin Qian's spirit visibly improved. During her bath, Lin Chen's medical skills advanced further. He had already dedicated an hour to this endeavor. For most people, an hour would hardly allow them to read a few pages of a medical book, resulting in negligible improvement. Yet for Lin Chen, this was a monumental leap. His abilities now surpassed those of many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Papa, let's go out and play, Lin Qian exclaimed cheerfully after breakfast. Typically, Lin Chen would take her outside to play after their morning meal, as the mornings were cooler. However, he shook his head, saying, Not today. Qian, you're unwell, and we must rest at home. Being outside in the wind will only worsen your cough. Daddy will teach you to paint, he offered. Given Lin Qian's current condition, her verbal practice would need to be paused. Speaking less and remaining quiet would be more beneficial. Okay. I love painting the most. Lin Qian clapped her hands in delight. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao arrived at a villa district, not far from Ziyuan community. It took merely 20 minutes by car. Mr. Xu, please come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s warmly welcomed her at the door. He was the painter Xu Mengyao had mentioned, named Zhao Yinming, a nationally renowned artist of genuine talent. Mr. Xu, where is your child? Did you not say you were bringing her for a trial lesson today? Zhao Yinming inquired, somewhat puzzled. Xu Mengyao replied apologetically, Teacher Zhao, I regret to inform you that Qian did not come today. I heard that someone could assist me in finding a teacher for her, and they even painted a piece for me. Zhao Yiming glanced at the painting tube Xu Mengyao had brought. Though your child is young, early education is crucial. Are you asking me to evaluate the other party's abilities? Xu Mengyao nodded. I would appreciate it. Not a problem, Zhao Yiming said, taking the painting tube and carefully unrolling the painting on his workbench. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Zhao Yiming was equally astonished. While she did not fully understand art, as an ordinary person, she found Lin Chen's painting of the 8 horses to be quite impressive. Lin Chen possesses such artistic skill. Xu Mengyao mused internally. She had not seen this painting before, as she had left the painting tube in her car the previous evening and drove straight here this morning. As moments passed, Zhao Yiming leaned in closely to examine the painting with admiration. Remarkable. This individual's skill is extraordinary. Even Xu Beihong himself might not compare. Zhao Yiming was utterly astonished. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? After about 10 minutes, Xu Mengyao could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhao Yiming snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Mr. Xu, are you joking? Your child's level of skill is exceptional. Xu Mengyao, startled, asked, are you certain? I'm not very knowledgeable about this. Zhao Yiming took a deep breath and replied, Mr. Xu, the person who painted this could easily be my teacher. No, perhaps I am not even qualified to be his student. Xu Mengyao was dumbfounded. You know Xu Beihong, right? She nodded, as this was common knowledge. Otherwise, her education would have been in vain. Xu Beihong is renowned for his horse paintings, and the horses in this work, in my opinion, rival his artistry. If the painter excels in other subjects, his skill may well surpass that of Xu Beihong. Zhao Yiming marveled at the 8 horses painting. Xu Mengyao could hardly believe her ears. Teacher Zhao, are you certain? Zhao Yiming nodded. Though my skills are far inferior, my judgment should not be greatly mistaken. Mr. Xu, who is this individual? Chapter 34. Shall we share a kiss? Xu Mengyao apologized. Teacher Zhao, the individual has requested that I keep their identity confidential. I am afraid I cannot disclose who they are. Zhao Yiming expressed his regret. It seems that way. This talented individual must be a recluse. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be famous by now. Your daughter is fortunate to receive guidance from such a person. Xu Mengyao envisioned Lin Chen, a master of culinary arts, linguistics, and now painting, able to rival Xu Beihong. Yet he remained humble, truly embodying the essence of a recluse, she reflected, feeling as if she were in a dream. Even if Zhao Yiming's judgment was slightly flawed, it could not be vastly inaccurate considering his expertise. Lin Chen's skill was undoubtedly extraordinary. Mr. Xu, I have a small request, Zhao Yiming said, somewhat embarrassed. Please go ahead, Teacher Zhao, Xu Mengyao encouraged. Could you inquire if the individual would be willing to sell me this painting? Zhao Yiming asked, gazing at the artwork. Xu Mengyao shook her head. I cannot sell this piece. It holds special significance for Qianqian. If you wish to purchase it, I can ask if they would be willing to create another piece. Zhao Yiming nodded. That would be acceptable. Mr. Xu, works by Xu Beihong typically sell for over 500,000. However, due to their rarity and his renown, the price is considerably higher. I am willing to offer 800,000 for a similar piece. Xu Mengyao replied, I will convey your offer, but I cannot guarantee they will agree to paint another whom I appreciate it. Zhao Yiming said. Xu Mengyao rolled up the painting and carefully stored it away. Teacher Zhao, I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Zhao Yiming shook his head. It is my privilege to witness such a masterpiece and to know that such talent exists in the world. I hope to have the opportunity to meet this individual in the future. Xu Mengyao soon took her leave. Back in her car, she gazed at the painting tube she held, still in shock at Lin Chen's remarkable skill and the fact that a single painting could be valued at 800,000. Lin Chen had completed this piece in under half an hour. Where are we headed, madam? Her driver and bodyguard Liang Yi inquired. Xu Mengyao thought for a moment before responding. To Ziyuan community. The painting was worth 800,000, and she could not simply keep it. She needed to return it to Lin Chen. Additionally, she had some questions for him and had forgotten to give him a book. Xu Mengyao retrieved a book from behind the seat partition. It was a collection of Lin Yu's fairy tales, and this particular copy was signed. She had previously purchased 2 copies, neither of which were signed. This one was gifted to her by Tongxi Network, as she was the first silver ally of Lin Yu. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao rang the doorbell. Lin Chen peered through the peephole and saw Xu Mengyao outside. Qianqian, Mommy is here, he called out. Upon opening the door, he noticed Xu Mengyao looking at him with an odd expression. He did not seem like a top-tier artist. Mommy, Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards her. Qianqian, Xu Mengyao squatted down to embrace Lin Qianqian. Oh, Qianqian, why do you smell like medicine? Lin Qianqian replied innocently. Mommy, I took a bath, and Daddy added some dark medicine to the water. Xu Mengyao turned her gaze to Lin Chen, who explained. Qianqian kicked off her blanket and caught a cold. However, it's not severe. I am providing her with nourishing food and a medicinal bath to help her recover. Once inside the room, Lin Chen closed the door. Lin Chen, did you take her to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Xu Mengyao asked. No. I prepared the medicine myself, he replied. Xu Mengyao looked at him in surprise. You understand traditional Chinese medicine? A little, Lin Chen admitted. He was not lying. Traditional medicine was profound, and it would take 30 hours for him to reach mastery. For now, he merely had a basic understanding. This is for you, Xu Mengyao said, handing the painting tube back to Lin Chen. Mommy, let's go to the balcony. I want to paint. Lin Xiaoqian urged. Xu Mengyao carried Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony and was taken aback upon seeing the artwork Lin Xiaoqian had created. "Xiaoqian, did you paint this?" she asked, incredulously. Although Lin Xiaoqian was only a little over 2 years old, the painting's composition, colors, and overall sentiment were quite impressive. "Yes, Mommy, am I amazing?" Lin Xiaoqian beamed with pride. "Absolutely. Our Xiaoqian is the best," Xu Mengyao praised, kissing her. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, "Mommy, Daddy is even better. Since you kissed me, why don't you give Daddy a kiss too?" Xu Mengyao, "That you little rascal, don't meddle in your parents' affairs." She playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian on the head. "Cough, cough." Lin Xiaoqian coughed again, causing Xu Mengyao to feel a pang of worry. Her health was fragile, and each cold seemed to linger for days. "Don't worry, Mengyao. Xiaoqian merely has a common cold. Her bronchial health is fine, and her lungs are clear. She should recover by tomorrow," Lin Chen reassured her with a smile. Xu Mengyao asked, "Are you certain she'll be better in 2 days? She usually takes at least 3 or 4 days to recover. There was one time she had pneumonia and was hospitalized for over 10 days, she added. Lin Chen nodded. "I assure you, there's no need for concern." Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. "Lin Chen, Xiaoqian's painting skills have improved remarkably. She is only a little over 2 years old, yet she can paint so well." "Thank you." Lin Xiaoqian looked at her mother, puzzled. "Mommy, why are you thanking Daddy?" "Daddy taught me to paint. You only need to give him a kiss." Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Adults must not let children witness their affectionate displays. "Lin Chen, let us go to the study," Xu Mengyao suggested, leading the way, with Lin Chen following closely. "Shall we share a kiss?" he said with a playful smile that Xu Mengyao shot him an amused glare. "Xiaoqian is just a child talking nonsense. Do not speak so frivolously. Lin Chen, what is your level of expertise in painting?" she inquired. He shook his head. "I have no idea. I paint for my own enjoyment. But I believe I can provide a decent introduction for Xiaoqian." Xu Mengyao took a deep breath and said, "I showed your painting to a well-known artist, and his assessment was that your skill may not be inferior to Su Beihong's." "Oh," Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the compliment. "So, their skill seems respectable. At least their judgment is sound." "Is that your reaction?" she asked. "Do you not know who Su Beihong is?" Xu Mengyao's expression was peculiar. Lin Chen smirked. "Xu Mengyao, you seem to underestimate me. I'm a university student and your senior. How could I not know Su Beihong?" "Then why the nonchalant reaction?" she pressed. Lin Chen replied, "What kind of reaction do you expect? I don't plan to become an artist. I'm just teaching Xiaoqian at home." Xu Mengyao continued, "I showed your painting to Zhao Yinming. He is willing to pay 800,000 for a similar piece." Chapter 35. "Is this book written by Daddy? 800,000 for my painting?" Lin Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Xu Mengyao nodded. "Why didn't you just sell it to him?" he asked. Xu Mengyao replied, "This piece belongs to you, and it was created with the intention of teaching Xiaoqian, making it significant for her. If you wish to sell, you can paint another." Lin Chen pondered this. Tongxi Network had already transferred 6 million to him, and with his previous 820,000, he now had over 14 million. This apartment was worth 13 million. If the owner was eager to sell, he might negotiate a lower price. After purchasing the apartment, he would still have over 1 million left, and his book would surely earn him a good income in the future. While selling a painting for 800,000 was commendable, he did not currently need the money, nor did he seek fame. He simply wished for Xiaoqian to grow up quietly. "Mengyao, if I choose not to sell, will that put you in a difficult position?" Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao shook her head. "Not at all. But why would you not sell? 800,000 is no trivial sum." Lin Chen responded, "I no longer need the money. I prefer to keep things low-key for now, focusing on Xiaoqian's peaceful growth. I have no desire to descend the stairs to take Xiaoqian for exercise, nor to escort her to a supermarket, only to be surrounded by a throng of onlookers." Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. While others strive in every conceivable manner for fame, Lin Chen remained so discreet. "Lin Chen, I have a question," Xu Mengyao inquired. "Your culinary skills are remarkable, your linguistic talents are exceptional, and your artistry is impressive. Why do you choose to conceal your abilities?" With a long sigh, Lin Chen replied, "The burdens of genius are beyond your understanding." Xu Mengyao speculated, "Are you so extraordinary that you fear being discovered? Worried that you might be seized and used as a test subject?" Lin Chen secretly admired her reasoning. "That's a rather good explanation." He chuckled. "I think things are quite pleasant as they are now. I get to accompany Xiaoqian daily and witness her growth." Xu Mengyao observed Lin Chen closely and realized, to her surprise, that he seemed to have become somewhat more handsome lately. Indeed, this was true. His physique had improved, and he had developed abs where there were none before. Moreover, the toxins within him had diminished significantly, resulting in clearer skin and sharper features. Mengyao, what are you staring at? If you wish to give me a kiss, I wouldn't mind at all, Lin Chen jested with a grin. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. Don't say such things. Since you don't wish to sell your paintings, I shall decline Zhao Yinming's offer. Qianqian's illness requires your attention. After saying this, Xu Mengyao hurriedly opened the door and exited. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It seemed there was hope for melting the icy facade of Xu Mengyao in the future. Qianqian, Mommy has matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll come to see you again in a few days. By the way, I've brought you a book of fairy tales. Be sure to ask Daddy to read it to you. Xu Mengyao said, pulling out Lin Yu's fairy tale collection from her bag. Mommy, I've already heard it. This was written by Daddy, and his stories are so delightful, Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. This was written by your father? Lin Xiaoqian replied in her sweet voice. Yes, Daddy, tell Mommy that this is a story you wrote for me, right? Indeed, Lin Chen smiled, ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Yu is my pen name. Some fairy tales weren't captivating enough, so I wrote my own. Xiaoqian loves to listen, and I can earn a little money on the side. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Lin Chen's culinary prowess, linguistic talent, artistic skills comparable to Su Beihong's, and now his extraordinary ability to write fairy tales. It was truly impressive. Mengyao, why not stay for lunch before you leave? Lin Chen suggested. Xu Mengyao shook her head. There's still work at the company. Mommy is leaving now, so you must listen to Daddy obediently. Mommy, give me a kiss, Lin Xiaoqian urged. Xu Mengyao knelt down, and Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on her cheek. Daddy kissed you too, so I'll give you a kiss as well. We all love you, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly declared at Xu Mengyao. Thought there had been no such intimacy with Lin Chen in the room. However, there was no need to explain that to little Lin Xiaoqian. Mengyao, since Xiaoqian is unwell, it's inconvenient for us to see you off. Drive carefully, Lin Chen said. All right, Xu Mengyao replied before departing. Once back in her Bentley, she drove towards the company. Lin Chen was actually Lin Yu. Wait a minute, I've heard online that Lin Yu's calligraphy skills are exceptional. That adds yet another remarkable trait to Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao mused internally. She couldn't help but criticize her father for not having discovered so many of Lin Chen's talents. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took another medicinal bath and soon fell asleep. She no longer had a fever, but her cough persisted. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to answer it. Standing outside was the intermediary he had called. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the house? The intermediary inquired as he donned shoe covers upon entering. Lin Chen welcomed him to sit down. There's nothing wrong with the house. My daughter and I are quite satisfied. If the price is reasonable, I will consider purchasing it. The intermediary's eyes brightened. This was a stroke of luck. Mr. Lin, the owner's bottom price is 13 million, but due to the current market slump, the listing has been up for quite some time without a sale. So there's room for negotiation. What price do you have in mind? Lin Chen smiled. In today's market, offers are generally discounted by 10%, which would be 11,700,000. I'll round it up to a lucky figure of 11,880,000. Please discuss this with the owner. If we reach an agreement, I will pay in full. If it works, great. If not, that's fine too. The intermediary contemplated for a moment and realized Lin Chen's offer was not unreasonable and might still persuade the owner. Mr. Lin, I will do my utmost to facilitate the transaction, the intermediary replied, getting up to leave. Lin Chen nodded. Please expedite the process. I have a considerable amount of cash now, but that may not be the case later on. If the owner changes their mind, I might not be able to buy it. Understood, the intermediary said before departing. Once downstairs, he quickly called the owner. 15 million? That's far too low. That's 150,000 less. Selling at that price means losing all the renovation costs, the owner exclaimed irritably. The intermediary responded, Mr. Tan, the economy is sluggish, and there aren't many buyers for homes priced over 10 million. Additionally, there are numerous properties on the market. Do you want me to discuss this further? If you feel the difference is significant and don't wish to negotiate, we can drop it. After a moment of silence, the owner replied, go ahead and negotiate. But that price is simply too low. All right, Mr. Tan, I will try my best. 2 to 3 hours later, the intermediary called again, having negotiated down to 11,700,000. The owner was still dissatisfied. In the evening, the intermediary managed to settle at 11,880,000. Mr. Tan, I've been negotiating with Mr. Lin for several hours, and he's becoming somewhat frustrated. He insists on this price, and if you don't sell, he doesn't wish to be contacted again. I'm truly out of options. The intermediary's tone was filled with resignation. After a moment of silence, the owner finally conceded, "Fine, sell it to him. Handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, please give a 5-star rating. Thank you." Chapter 36. Mr. Jiang, how does this character look? Mr. Lin, the seller has agreed to sell to you. Can we arrange to meet tomorrow morning at 9 to sign the contract? The intermediary called Lin Chen. I have no objections, Mr. Lin. Then we'll meet at the store tomorrow morning at 9. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Lin Xiaoqian's cough had significantly improved, and she was doing quite well. Lin Chen's medical skills had made notable progress the previous night, reaching a total improvement time of 3 hours. With 30 hours of practice, he would become a master in medicine. 3 hours had already brought him to a level comparable to many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. "Daddy, where are we going to play?" Lin Xiaoqian asked excitedly, looking around. Lin Chen smiled. "Xiaoqian, don't you like our current house? Daddy is going to buy it, so we can live here permanently." "Really?" Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," Lin Chen said indulgently. "Will Mommy move in too? I want to live together with both Mommy and Daddy. I asked that all right?" "Of course. However, Mommy won't be moving in right away. She has many responsibilities at the company, and it's more convenient for her to stay there," Lin Chen explained. As they talked, Lin Chen arrived at the storefront outside the community. "Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter," the intermediary introduced. The owner, Mr. Tan, extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. You are indeed young and accomplished, being able to afford a house worth over 10 million at such a young age." "Mr. Tan, you flatter me," Lin Chen replied with a smile. The parties had already reached an agreement, and there were no surprises. They amicably signed the contract. Although the transfer had not yet occurred, the property essentially belonged to Lin Chen. In the morning, Lin Chen assisted the intermediary with some paperwork. The remaining tasks primarily fell to the intermediary. The headquarters of Tongxi Network. "Old Chen, there's a package for you here. Oh, Old Chen, this package was sent by Lin Yu." An editor entered the office holding the package. "Hand it over," Chen Xinhai said eagerly. He carefully unwrapped the package. "Old Chen, what is it?" "You're so cautious," another editor remarked. "Can I not be careful? The contents of this package cost someone 300,000. Chen Xinhai retorted. Hearing this, several editors quickly stepped back. Chen Xinhai retrieved the painting tube from the package and, seeing it was well protected, breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the tube and took out the calligraphy written by Lin Chen, Lantingyi Su. This was written by Lin Yu. Several people began to scrutinize it closely. However, among them, only one had a decent understanding of calligraphy and could appreciate its subtleties. The others could only grasp its surface. This? Chen Xinhai was astounded. Lin Chen's signature was written with a pen, while this was done with a brush, and Lin Chen had taken even more care with it. Chen Xinhai understood the appreciation, and the impact it had on him was substantial. This signature was not Lin Yu's limit. The calligraphy displayed here was of an even higher caliber. Chen Xinhai mused inwardly. "Old Chen, what do you think? Your calligraphy skills surpass mine by a long shot. Why don't you share your thoughts?" An older editor beside Chen Xinhai asked. After some contemplation, Chen Xinhai replied, "In the entirety of Huagua, there are probably no more than 3 individuals whose calligraphy exceeds this. I won't talk to you any longer. I must step out for a while." Chen Xinhai carefully rolled the calligraphy back up. An hour later, he arrived at Jiang Xuesong's villa. "Old Jiang, this is Lin Yu's Lantingyi Su. I wanted to check it before arriving, just in case there was a mix-up with the delivery," Chen Xinhai explained. Jiang Xuesong's eyes lit up. He put on his reading glasses and a pair of white gloves before slowly extracting the item. As he unfolded Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su, Jiang Xuesong's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Chen Xinhai waited patiently for an entire hour as Jiang Xuesong meticulously examined every character. Phew! Jiang Xuesong straightened up and exhaled deeply. "Old Jiang, how was it?" Chen Xinhai quickly supported Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong's eyes were slightly misty as he replied, "Calligraphy is a treasure of Huagua, but in recent years, it has been waning. We have not lived up to the legacy of our ancestors. I feared calligraphy in Huagua would decline, but now I know our calligraphy will not perish. While we may falter, there are still those who excel." Chen Xinhai, "Old Jiang, I can see this is better than the previous signature, but just how much better is beyond my comprehension." Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This work is not inferior to the authentic Lantingyi Su. If allowed to mature over time, it will become a rare treasure. Chen Xinhai swallowed hard. "That's so remarkable?" He was now eager to call Lin Chen to purchase a piece. As the chief editor, he could still afford 300,000. Little Chen, 300,000 for a piece is too little. I believe this one is worth at least 500,000. I'll transfer you an additional 70,000. 20 of that will be a supplement, and the remaining 50,000 will be for another piece, Zhang Xuesong declared. Chen Xinhai nodded and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, Mr. Zhang has received your Lantingyi Su. He says he wants to give you an additional 20,000. Also, he wishes to spend 50,000 on another piece. I would like to buy one as well. Lin Chen was taken aback. He wants to give me an additional 20,000. Chief Editor Chen, please inform Mr. Zhang that the deal has been made, and I do not require the extra 20,000. Furthermore, I am not in need of money and will not be selling any more of my works. Lin Chen stated he had no intention of selling paintings, nor would he sell calligraphy. While he appreciated a bit of money, taking good care of Lin Qianqian was his priority. Fame that could wait. Lin Yu, you won't be selling anymore? Chen Xinhai asked, bewildered. Lin Chen replied, I was in a rush to buy a house, but now that the purchase is complete, I have enough money. Chief Editor, my apologies. Chen Xinhai expressed regret. Very well then. Lin Yu, I won't disturb you any longer. Please continue with your matters, Chen Xinhai said. Old Zhang, Lin Yu said there's no need to give him more money. Moreover, he currently doesn't need any funds and doesn't wish to sell his works anymore. Chen Xinhai sighed. Zhang Xuesong nodded. Wealth is but a mundane concern. A master of his caliber will not be swayed by money. I reached his level only at 70. I feel ashamed. Old Zhang, you are remarkable. I doubt I will ever reach such heights in my lifetime. Little Chin, did Master Lin Yu say anything about not displaying this? Zhang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhai shook his head. No, he sold it to you. So you should handle it as you wish, Zhang Xuesong said. I plan to invite several people for an appreciation session. This won't affect Master Lin Yu, will it? Chen Xinhai glanced at the signature at the bottom. I will cover that when the time comes, Zhang Xuesong assured. Chen Xinhai smiled. Then there's no issue. We will keep Master Lin Yu's identity confidential. Even I do not know his exact home address. Chapter 37. Mengyao, you must buy this piece. After Chen Xinhai left, Zhang Xuesong logged into Weibo. He had an account, but seldom updated it. I am fortunate to have acquired a work from Master Lin Yu. I shall prepare some tea and sincerely invite my old friends for an appreciation and exchange session, Zhang Xuesong posted on Weibo, accompanied by a high-definition photo he had just taken. Many followers of Zhang Xuesong quickly saw the post. Old Zhang is a calligraphy master. To refer to another as a master, who exactly is Lin Yu? I know him. President Gu has liked his posts. I never expected old Zhang to hold Lin Yu's calligraphy in such high regard. It seems Lin Yu's skill is truly exceptional. Many comments poured in, with many from the calligraphy community, including some prominent figures who were astonished by the photo. Old Zhang, I'm coming for tea. Old Zhang. The photo isn't very clear. I'm coming over immediately. You must prepare good food and drink. I've written Lantingyi Su countless times, but I can't compare to him. I'm booking a flight to learn from him. News spread rapidly through the well-connected world of the internet. Chief Editor, our website traffic has surged. An editor in the Tongxin network office exclaimed excitedly. Previously, the sales curve for books had been declining, but now it was sharply rising at a steep angle. Wonderful! Chen Xinhai beamed with delight. Assisting Zhang Xuesong in purchasing items from Lin Chen had proven fruitful. Zhang Xuesong's influence was indeed significant. Master, old Zhang has posted on Weibo, and the likes and shares are flooding in. The sales of the books have noticeably increased, Chen Xinhai informed Lin Chen. All right, Lin Chen responded succinctly. He wasn't overly surprised. With the house purchase complete, he was not in need of money. Whether book sales were good or bad held little impact for him. In comparison, his skills were far more valuable. Lin Xiaoqian often brought him greater surprises. Daddy, I want to cry, Lin Xiaoqian whimpered after waking from her nap, her little lips protruding. Lin Chen rushed to comfort her. Xiaoqian, did you have a nightmare? Or are you missing mommy? Daddy, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good baby, Lin Xiaoqian said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Hello, Xiaoqian, it has been quite some time since you last wet the bed. And that is truly commendable. A waterproof mat has been laid on the bed, and all that is needed is for Daddy to wash it. Lin Chen swiftly changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes on Tongxin network. Chen Xinhong expressed his profound admiration. Truly, a master is a master. If the sales of other authors' works were to rise, they would undoubtedly be elated. Yet Lin Yu remains so nonchalant. Master, many have inquired about your contact information, and some wish to purchase your calligraphy. Rest assured, we will keep your information strictly confidential. Chen Xinhong sent another message. Lin Chen had just finished changing Lin Xiaoqian's clothes when his phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. Chief Editor, thank you. Xu Mengyao returned to the office after a meeting. Oh. Xu Mengyao scrolled through short videos. The big data algorithms had pushed messages related to Lin Yu to her. Lantingyi Xu Mengyao enlarged the image to examine it closely. Though she was not particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy, she found Lin Chen's Lantingyi Xu to be exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Who is Jiang Xuesong? Xu Mengyao wondered. After doing some research, she was astonished to discover that Jiang Xuesong was the former president of the Calligraphy Association, possessing remarkable calligraphic skills. Dad, what do you think of this piece? Xu Mengyao sent a photo of Lin Chen's Lantingyi Xu to Su Guofeng. It was midnight in the United States. Xu Mengyao did not expect an immediate response, but Su Guofeng was still awake and saw the message. While Xu Mengyao's calligraphy might not be exceptional, Su Guofeng had considerable expertise, having invested significant effort in mastering the art. Moreover, compared to calligraphy, his appreciation level was even higher. He was affluent and had viewed many top-tier works. Lantingyi Xu. Many have attempted to write it. Standing out is no easy feat, Su Guofeng pondered. He opened the image and scrutinized it. 5 minutes passed, and upon finishing, he was utterly astonished. This piece was clearly a new creation, yet he could not fathom who today possessed such skill. Whose work is this? Provided the price does not exceed 1 million, purchase it, Su Guofeng messaged Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, you're truly generous. This is not an ancient artifact but a modern piece, and it was completed not long ago. Mengyao, you do not understand. It is worth 1 million. Do not hesitate. Simply offer the seller 1 million to secure it. Su Guofeng urged. This work was presented by Elder Jiang, and he certainly would not sell it to us after acquiring it from someone else, Su Guofeng lamented. What a pity. Elder Jiang is deeply fond of calligraphy. He would never part with it, Xu Mengyao mused. If Su Guofeng truly desired it, it would be simple. She could always arrange to purchase it from Lin Chen later. If she lacked the influence, she could enlist her daughter's assistance. Dad, you should get some rest. You sent me this image, and how can I sleep at this hour? I need to study it further, Xu Mengyao murmured. Lin Chen, just how much more do you have hidden away? In culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale creation, Lin Chen excels at the highest level, and he is proficient in several foreign languages. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Come in. Xu Mengyao said, as Shunqing opened the door. President Xu, it's not easy to see you now. Xu Mengyao sighed. There are too many matters at the company. Many issues must be handled personally. You're fortunate, not lacking in funds, and without pressing responsibilities. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Shopping? Shunqing inquired. Xu Mengyao glanced at the clock. I have a meeting in 45 minutes with a government department leader. Shunqing pouted. Can't you do a little less and earn a little less? Xu Mengyao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. One must row against the current. If you do not advance, you shall fall back. If the company were to fail, I and my parents might manage. But what of all the employees? Many have been with my father since the beginning. If the company collapses, what will they do? Shunqing sighed. You have a point. With such a large family business, you cannot afford to be lax. Mengyao, I've heard that Zhang Tianyu is pursuing you. Xu Mengyao replied. I am not interested in him. Shunqing's expression turned serious. Mengyao, he is not a good person. If he faces setbacks with you, will he retaliate against Lin Chen and Qianqian? Xu Mengyao's expression turned cold. He wouldn't dare. Chapter 38. Have you and Lin Chen registered your marriage? Shunqing said. One must always be vigilant. Should you not inform Lin Chen about this? If anything arises, he should be mentally prepared. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I will inform Lin Chen when the time comes. Shunqing smiled. Mengyao, I believe it is better to discuss such matters face to face. When will you go? I am free and can accompany you. No need to thank me. Xu Mengyao shot Shunqing an annoyed glance. You just want to tag along for a meal, don't you? Shunqing boldly replied. Yes, I do wish to join for a meal. What's wrong with that? I have helped you with your daughter numerous times. Can't I enjoy a meal? I've been quite busy these past few days, Xu Mengyao stated. Shunqing immediately looked as dejected as a wilted eggplant. Lin Chen's cooking is addictive. Ever since I had 2 meals at his place, I find it hard to eat anything else, and I've lost weight recently. Mengyao, my future happiness depends on you. Xu Mengyao replied. On me? Do you want me to introduce you to them? You need not, as you already know each other. Shunqing. She retorted. What I mean is that you should get together quickly so I can often enjoy free meals. How else could we be together? Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Shunqing blinked. You should get married and live together. Then I can frequently visit you. We have already registered. Xu Mengyao said. What? Xinqing exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Mengyao clarified. The last time I invited you over, Lin Chen and I went out. We have already registered our marriage. Xinqing gazed at Xu Mengyao in shock. Xu Mengyao calmly added. Do not look at me like that. We merely obtained a certificate. Nothing else has changed, and we have preemptively notarized our assets, which remain ours individually. Then why did you register? Xinqing asked, puzzled. Xu Mengyao explained. Although Qianqian is young, she is quite perceptive. She may have sensed that something is amiss between us. Having a marriage certificate can placate Qianqian. Xinqing looked at Xu Mengyao with a strange expression. Mengyao, I think you have been deceived by Lin Chen. Haven't you? Xu Mengyao replied. How so? Xinqing said. Does it really take a marriage certificate to convince Qianqian? Couldn't you just create a fake one? Xu Mengyao was taken aback. At that moment, she had not considered such an angle. Did Lin Chen deliberately mislead me into registering? Xu Mengyao pondered. Xinqing nodded. What other explanation could there be? It is quite evident. You, a major president, have been so easily deceived. It seems you need me as your strategist in matters of the heart, Xu Mengyao, that I will call Lin Chen. Xinqing hastily interjected. What are you calling him for? You've already registered. Are you going to get divorced now? I think this arrangement suits you quite well. What is good about it? Xinqing replied. You are like a great iceberg, if he has no feelings for you. How could you two possibly stay together? If he misled you into registering, it means he has some intentions towards you. It seems you have a chance, Xu Mengyao replied. I have been deceived, yet you seem quite pleased. Xinqing laughed. Your registering with him indicates that you are not entirely opposed to Lin Chen, correct? Being deceived is not such a big deal. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at Xinqing. Mengyao, I think Lin Chen is rather exceptional. He surpasses what your father discovered in the past by leaps and bounds. Just thinking about his culinary skills makes my mouth water. Xinqing stated. Xu Mengyao mused. Lin Chen is not only skilled in cooking. Xinqing, what should I do? Xu Mengyao inquired. Xinqing asked in confusion. Mengyao, what do you mean? Xu Mengyao replied. I do not dislike Lin Chen, but I do not know how to love someone. Sometimes I still have nightmares about past events. Xinqing took Xu Mengyao's hand. Mengyao, you might consider a shift in perspective. Perhaps the incident with the drugging was fate's way of bringing you and Lin Chen together. It could be that Qianqian, our little angel, wished to come into your lives. Xu Mengyao thought of Lin Qianqian and smiled slightly. Mengyao, 3 years have passed. It is time for you to move on. Xinqing said gently. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. What should I do? Xinqing smiled. Go out more, interact more. It would be best to bring me along as your strategist. I can provide assistance. Do you have any feelings for Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao's face flushed. I do not know. Xinqing nodded. Your uncertainty indicates that you do have feelings. Otherwise, you would have simply said no. Xu Mengyao, Xinqing, it seems Lin Chen is not very enthusiastic towards me. Besides the video of Qianqian, he has never sent me a message on WeChat. Xinqing pondered. He might have reservations. Given your family's wealth, if he were overly enthusiastic, would you not suspect he was after your family's money? That is not the case, Xu Mengyao shook her head. Zhao Yiming offered 800,000 to buy a painting, but Lin Chen refused. His skills in painting, calligraphy, and cooking are all top-notch. If he wanted to, he would certainly not lack for money. You may think that, but he does not know. He would surely worry that being too enthusiastic might backfire. I suspect his plan is to take it slow now that you are registered. He intends to gradually cultivate feelings with you. Xinqing remarked. Is that so? Xu Mengyao responded. Xinqing smiled. It must be so. You should trust your strategist, who is well-versed in the art of love. A strategist well-versed in the art of love, yet single. Xu Mengyao replied. Xinqing. Xu Mengyao. Our company's various departments are preparing to hold a basketball match, and family members can participate. You think I should invite Lin Chen to join the basketball game? Xu Mengyao inquired. Xinqing looked at Xu Mengyao in surprise. If you invite him, won't he that expose him directly? Isn't that a bit too fast? Xu Mengyao replied. Isn't that good? If it gets exposed, others will no longer pursue me. If I do not reveal that I am married now, when it eventually comes out, people may gossip. Xinqing contemplated. You must first ascertain whether Lin Chen can play basketball. Otherwise, it might backfire. Indeed, Xu Mengyao nodded. She took out her phone and called Lin Chen. Are you just going to ask? Xinqing asked, surprised. What else should I do? Should I bring you along to ask? Xu Mengyao chuckled. Soon, Lin Chen picked up the phone, and his voice came through. Mengyao, you must be wondering how Qianqian is doing, right? She is almost over her cold. Qianqian, it's Mommy's call. Mommy, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian's sweet voice chimed in. Xu Mengyao replied, Mommy misses you too. Lin Chen, our company is preparing to hold a basketball match, and family members can participate. Would you like to join? Lin Chen was taken aback. Mengyao, I am going to play basketball? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. How skilled are you? If you cannot play basketball, just pretend I never mentioned it. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. Mommy, Daddy can play basketball. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, I can play a bit of basketball. If I am to participate, I will make sure to practice beforehand. All right. Xu Mengyao replied softly, I will register you. Chapter 39. The first legendary skill, Mengyao. When does the match start? As the company president, which team will I be on? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao explained. Executives and their families will be randomly assigned to different teams. You will find out then. Good. Let us proceed with that. Xu Mengyao ended the call. Qianqian, who was nearby, grinned. Mengyao, are you feeling nervous? Nervous? I am not. Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Qianqian blinked. Really? Normally, after a call? You do not forget to say goodbye to Xiaoqian, do you? Xu Mengyao. She had indeed forgotten to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoqian just now. The others would likely be astounded. You actually have a husband? And you let him appear publicly? Qianqian remarked. Xu Mengyao replied indifferently. What is so surprising? Xiaoqian is growing up. Isn't it normal for me to have a husband? Xiaoqian is becoming more understanding. We cannot hide the marriage certificate for long. Qianqian nodded. Indeed, you will need to share a bed together. Xu Mengyao shot Qianqian a glare. Qianqian, are you trying to sell me off for a meal? Qianqian laughed. I just think you two being together is quite nice. You are busy outside, and Lin Chen can take care of Xiaoqian. He cooks delicious meals and is very patient with her. Xu Mengyao remained non-committal. Mengyao, if Lin Chen participates in the basketball match, one of your parents find out. How will you explain that? Qianqian asked. Xu Mengyao replied. Is an explanation necessary? Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father. For her sake, I maintain a good relationship with him, which will benefit Xiaoqian significantly. Have you told your parents that you two are married? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I haven't told my parents. And he hasn't told his either. This is a matter between the three of us, just me, him, and Xiaoqian. It does not concern our respective families. Qianqian, please do not speak carelessly. Qianqian nodded. I won't say anything. However, your parents will likely find out sooner or later. Xu Mengyao replied calmly. They will know eventually. We can discuss it then. It's just a marriage certificate. It is not a big deal. As she spoke, Xu Mengyao glanced at the time. Qianqian stood up. Busy person, I understand. I should be leaving now. You should prepare for your meeting. I will also get ready to go shopping. Qianqian departed, and Xu Mengyao adjusted her appearance. Her entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. She had just appeared as the girl next door, but now exuded the powerful aura of a corporate president. Daddy, here you go. Daddy, it only listens to your commands. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen were playing basketball downstairs in the community. Lin Xiaoqian had almost recovered from her cold and could engage in light exercise. Having been cooped up at home for so long, she was eager to go outside. Xiaoqian, make sure to practice more and play with it. It will learn to listen to you in the future. Lin Chen encouraged gently, patiently playing ball with Lin Xiaoqian. Numerous basketball-related insights flooded his mind, and his coordination improved, enhancing his overall skills. His level had surpassed that of a key player on a university team. With continued improvement, reaching national team standards was a certainty. Uncle, can I play too? A girl about 3 years old approached and asked. Xiaoqian, may I? Lin Chen inquired of Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Daddy, of course. I am Lin Xiaoqian. What is your name? I am Nan Nan. The little girl was quite polite. Lin Chen smiled. Nan Nan, you can call her Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian had been lacking playmates, so Lin Chen was delighted to see her finally have one. Though she was young, Lin Xiaoqian also needed friends. Hello? Nan Nan's mother approached to greet them. She was quite attractive, but not in the same league as Xu Mengyao. Hello. Lin Chen responded politely. Nan Nan's mother said, I have seen you a few times. You are very patient with your daughter. She has a good father. Thank you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Nan Nan's mother added, Xiaoqian's father, I will sit over there. If there are any issues, just call for me. All right, Lin Chen nodded. That sounds good. Their lively chatter was rather inappropriate. Moreover, this would adversely affect his ability to gain experience. Time passed inexorably. Lin Chen simultaneously instructed Lin Xiaoqian and her companion, who was delighting in the company of her little friend, thus enhancing her joy. For Lin Chen himself, his experience remained unaffected. Nuan, let us play together next time. Okay, sure. After the exercise concluded, the two little ones bid a reluctant farewell. Qianqian, were you happy playing with your friends? Lin Chen inquired upon returning home. Lin Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. Lin Chen smiled. Today, it was Nuan who bravely initiated play with you. Isn't she courageous? You should also be brave and play with other children in the future. All right, Lin Qianqian nodded. Daddy, I will be very brave. Daddy, I'm a bit hungry, she added. Lin Chen chuckled. Your clothes are damp with sweat. First, let me change you into something dry, and then I will prepare your meal. Daddy, your cooking is delicious. Can Wan join us to eat? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Qianqian, that's fine, but you must invite Wan when Mama is present. Why? Lin Qianqian asked. Puzzled, Lin Chen explained, if Mama isn't around, Wan might think you don't have a mother, and that wouldn't be good, would it? After a moment's thought, Lin Qianqian replied, I can't tell her. I have a mother, and she is at work. Lin Chen silently shook his head, contemplating how to elucidate the matter to Lin Qianqian. Little Qian, you should ask Mama about this later. Let her explain it to you. Daddy finds it quite challenging. Soon, Lin Chen had changed Lin Qianqian's clothes. Daddy, I want to draw. All right, you draw while Daddy prepares dinner. 2 days passed, and Lin Chen slightly increased the duration of basketball training, dedicating an hour and a half each day to instructing Lin Qianqian. The total teaching time had now reached 5 hours. 10 hours would elevate him to a master level. 5 hours was already commendable. Even within the national team, he would undoubtedly be a key player. Coupled with Lin Chen's formidable physical prowess, he would likely not lose in a one-on-one against anyone from the national team. That evening, Lin Chen narrated stories. Host, your fairy tale creation has reached a legendary level. The system voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A plethora of information flooded his consciousness. A look of astonishment graced Lin Chen's eyes. He had finally acquired his first legendary level skill. Lin Qianqian adored listening to stories, demanding them before naps and at bedtime, and occasionally expressing a desire to hear them during the day. This progress was the swiftest. System, what is special about reaching the legendary level? Lin Chen inquired mentally. He anticipated that he would soon discern this himself, but asking directly was quicker. The system responded. Host, upon reaching the legendary level, your fairy tales will possess a more profound emotional resonance, capable of touching the soul. Your storytelling will also become more captivating. Chapter 40. Rewarding the Golden Alliance Leader. As Lin Qianqian drifted into slumber, Lin Chen retreated to his study. He no longer wished to sell paintings or calligraphy for profit, yet earning money remained essential. Continuing to create fairy tales was an excellent option. To maintain consistent sales in painting and calligraphy necessitated significant fame, which would hinder his ability to care for his child. Crafting fairy tales posed no such issue. Few possessed the appreciation for art and calligraphy, but every child can discern whether a fairy tale is delightful. He could write under a pseudonym and earn quietly. Why hasn't Lin Yu updated recently? I narrate 5 stories daily to my son. There are only 60 in total, and at this rate, it won't last long. Great God, please update. Lin Chen perused the comment section, noting that several were urging for updates. Lin Qianqian had been ill, causing him to refrain from posting for 3 or 4 days. He resolved to adopt a more laid-back approach to updates. Lin Chen contemplated updating 30 pieces over the course of a month, averaging just 1 per day. This way, he could publish a book each month. Even with a modest initial print run and signing fee, combined with income from his previous works, he expected to earn no less than 5 million monthly. Although he still fell short of Xu Mengyao's earnings, several million a month would suffice, provided he refrained from excessive purchases like luxury cars or properties. With a flurry of keystrokes, Lin Chen began to write. Having attained legendary level skills, an abundance of stories began to manifest in his mind. He merely needed to transcribe them. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had completed a story exceeding 1,000 words. This story holds promise, Lin Chen mused to himself, reading through it carefully on his computer screen. The system's assertion proved accurate. Given his current skill level, the story indeed possessed a heightened emotional resonance, capable of stirring the soul. This tale might bring tears to many, Lin Chen thought as he uploaded it that moment. Xu Mengyao was concluding her work and was en route home with the driver. Habitually, she opened the Tongxin website, having developed a routine of checking it multiple times a day. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up upon discovering that Lin Yu had finally updated, albeit with only 1 story. Caution. Toxic. Lin Yu, you owe me tears. My daughter is crying and refuses to be consoled. Xu Mengyao glanced at the comments section. The story had been published merely half an hour prior. Yet the comments were plentiful and exhibited a different tone from before. What's going on? Xu Mengyao clicked to read further. As she continued, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. By the conclusion, she could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Chen's writing had evidently improved. The emotional impact was profound, but why must it be a tragedy? Xu Mengyao's eyes reddened. The tale of the little match girl was heart-wrenching, but this story had an even greater emotional weight, evoking maximum tears. Are you all right, President? The driver, Liang Yi, inquired. I'm fine. I just read a tragic story, Xu Mengyao replied. Reopening the comments section in such a brief time, numerous new comments had appeared. My daughter is also crying uncontrollably. However, this story may cultivate her compassion, a friendly reminder. Prepare tissues and be ready to spend at least half an hour soothing the child. Lin Yu's level of skill appeared to have risen significantly. Xu Mengyao meticulously read through the comments, noting that this story garnered far more responses than previous ones. It seemed others shared her sentiments. Lin Chen's proficiency had evidently reached a new height. Just then, Xu Mengyao noticed another update from Lin Yu. This story brought a faint smile to her face. While the first was a tragedy, this one was profoundly healing. It wasn't overly joyous, but rather a gentle warmth that seeped into her being, providing comfort. Xu Mengyao exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her. The first tale had allowed her emotions to be released, while the second provided solace, leaving her feeling much clearer. Xu Mengyao attempted to reward a Silver Alliance leader, only to discover someone had beaten her to it. She clicked on the individual's profile, realizing it was another woman. Quietly, Xu Mengyao rewarded Lin Yu with a Golden Alliance leader status. 100,000 yuan vanished. Yet, considering her wealth, this amount was negligible. The Xu family's business was flourishing under her management, with a growth rate exceeding 10%. The family's assets had reached approximately 30 billion yuan, leading to a substantial increase of 4 to 5 billion. The attainment of legendary level skills yielded tangible effects. Lin Chen checked the backend statistics, noting a significant rise in clicks and comments, with a higher number of rewards, including several substantial contributions. Who is this floating life like a dream? He pondered, having received a Silver Alliance leader reward followed by a Golden Alliance leader reward amounting to 100,000 yuan. Hello, thank you for your generous support. However, you need not spend so extravagantly. Lin Chen messaged floating life like a dream privately. Xu Mengyao saw the message and soon replied with an image. Lin Chen opened it to find a screenshot of her bank notification. After spending 100,000, floating life like a dream's balance still showed over 80 million. What a wealthy individual, Lin Chen thought, inwardly astonished. Having over 80 million in a checking account, what does that even signify? My apologies for the intrusion, esteemed one, Lin Chen replied, closing the webpage. Given the individual's affluence, if they desired to reward 100,000, it was certainly no issue. Tongxin website. Old Feng, what are your thoughts? Qianqian Han could not help but ask. He had meticulously read the two stories several times. Old Feng referred to Feng and Rian, the deputy editor who had been working in the editorial department of Tongxin for over a decade. Old Feng, Qianqian Han called again. Feng and Rian, lost in thought, initially did not hear him. Chief editor, what is it? Feng and Run queried. I wanted to know your impressions. Qianqian Han pressed. Feng and Ren expressed his admiration. I once believed Lin Yu's previous works were the pinnacle, but this time, he has truly shattered the ceiling. These two pieces are unparalleled both domestically and internationally. Qianqian Han was astonished. Such high praise? Feng and Ren nodded. They deserve such accolades. Chief editor, can you find a better fairy tale? Qianqian Han shook his head. I cannot. I feel the same way, but we cannot promote it in such a manner. Let us not invite criticism upon Lin Yu. Feng and Ren concurred. That is only natural. Chief editor, do you believe Lin Yu's success is due to serendipity, or has his creative prowess ascended to a higher level? It must be serendipitous, Qianqian Han replied. If works of such caliber could be produced casually, that would be rather alarming. Chapter 41. Fairy tales and textbooks? Morning at the Jiang family villa. Grandfather, the Lin Yu you asked me to pay attention to has made a stir. He published 2 fairy tales last night. A woman in her 20s remarked. Yin, were his new stories of good quality? Zhang Xuesong inquired, as today was the day he had invited old friends over to appreciate calligraphy. Zhang Yin replied, Grandfather, the quality is exceptional. My best friend read it and generously rewarded him 10,000 yuan. Which of your friends rewarded him? Zhang Xuesong asked. It was Xian Yu. Who else could it be? While others might be able to afford it, they would never part with 10,000 yuan. Qianqian is wealthy and does not mind this amount. Zhang Xuesong pondered, find her for me to see. Though Qianqian was affluent, she was not one to act impulsively. Zhang Yin soon located the fairy tales Lin Chen had uploaded last night. Zhang Xuesong donned his reading glasses and slowly perused them. After completing the first read, he silently revisited it. I cried last night and shared it with Qianqian. I thought we might as well cry together. After a while, she sent me a screenshot showing that she rewarded Lin Yu 10,000 yuan. However, her top spot was quickly overtaken. Zhang Yin added. Zhang Xuesong was astonished. Someone rewarded even more? Zhang Yin confirmed, yes, someone gifted Lin Yu a golden alliance leader, which costs 100,000 yuan. Grandfather, there's another story. Not long after, Zhang Xuesong finished reading the second piece, feeling as though he had undergone a spiritual cleansing. His pessimistic emotions had been largely expunged. What timeless masterpieces! He exclaimed. I was just wondering if the first story would be suitable for textbooks. Together, these two are very appropriate. Zhang Yan's eyes brightened. They can be included in the language curriculum? Zhang Xuesong smiled. I will reflect on it. I have some influence. With such high quality, they should be accepted. If my influence alone isn't enough, the old friends visiting today can also lend their support. Yin, do you understand why I called you back? Zhang Yin gazed somberly at her grandfather. Grandfather, I understand. Zhang Xuesong smiled gently. The cycle of life is a natural occurrence. Being of advanced age, I may depart one day. Did I worry about you? Tears shimmered in Zhang Yan's eyes. Grandfather, please don't say that. You should live to at least 100 years. 100 years is too much to wish for. Zhang Xuesong chuckled. Ding dong. At 9 o'clock, guests arrived in succession. Zhang Xuesong had invited several old friends, some of whom were accompanied by younger companions. By 9:30, the villa buzzed with activity, with over 30 guests, including Zhang Yin serving tea and refreshments. Brother Zhang, everyone is here. Where is the calligraphy? Someone could not help but ask. All eyes turned to Zhang Xuesong, who smiled. Xiao Yin, please bring out the Lantingyi Su. All right, grandfather. Zhang Yin quickly retrieved the calligraphy, which had been meticulously framed at a cost of over 10,000 yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, please come one by one. The rest can enjoy tea in the meantime, Zhang Xuesong announced. The first group of 5 elderly gentlemen gathered around, examining the piece closely. Soon, astonished expressions lit up their faces. What remarkable skill! This level is hardly inferior to the sage of calligraphy, is it? Perhaps there is a slight gap, but it undoubtedly surpasses us. The elderly men exchanged comments, while those who had not yet gotten close grew increasingly impatient. Old Lu, you've been at it for so long. Come have some tea, and allow us to take a look. Indeed, aren't your legs weary from standing? After some urging, the first group finally stepped back, making way for the second group to eagerly rush forward. Brother Zhang, how much did you pay for this? One elder inquired. Zhang Xuesong chuckled. It was 30,000 upon receiving it. I felt I had underpaid and wished to add another 20,000, but the seller refused to part with another piece for 50,000. They didn't accept the additional 20,000. What a pity. Another elder lamented. 50,000 isn't cheap, but I can't afford it. Brother Zhang, you've covered the signature. Does the master Lin Yu have his real name on this piece? Zhang Xuesong nodded slightly. Time passed as everyone admired the work, and once they had finished, they gathered to enjoy tea and engage in lively discussions. Dear friends, Lin Yu has recently written 2 fairy tales. I recommend taking a look, Zhang Xuesong suggested. All present took out their phones and logged onto the Tongxin website. 10 minutes later, they had all finished reading. Zhang Xuesong remarked, I personally believe these could be included in textbooks. What are your thoughts? I believe so. Absolutely. The guests agreed unanimously. Zhang Xuesong proposed, shall we advocate for this? Though we belong to the calligraphy community, united we hold some influence. It should not be too difficult. I am on board. Count me in. If Lin Yu achieves historical recognition, perhaps we will leave a mark in the annals of minor history. The guests voiced their agreement. Given their influence, this endeavor seemed highly likely to succeed. While many online boasted greater fame, those individuals might not have the same impact on higher authorities. However, their opinions could reach those in power, some even being their former students. Sales surging? Lin Chen expressed surprise. Editor Chen, what's going on? Why the sudden increase? Lin Chen messaged, having spent little time on his phone while caring for Lin Qianqian during the day. Engaging with his daughter brought him far greater joy than aimlessly scrolling through his phone. Chen Xinhong joyfully replied to the message. Old Jiang has exchanged ideas with numerous individuals, and they have all voiced their praises. Each of them wields considerable influence, and together they form an immensely powerful force. The 1 million copies of the second book should sell out swiftly. The first book has already gone through 3 printings, totaling 180,000 copies, while the second book has only 100,000 copies printed thus far. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Once the stock was sold out, another batch could be produced, allowing him to earn a tidy sum once more. Lin Yu, could you possibly provide some signed copies? Lin Chen promptly replied, in the future, I will only offer 1,000 signed copies per book. For rarity enhances value, I will not provide signed copies for either the first or the second book. Chun Xinhong expressed his regret. Lin Yu, you call the shots. Lin Yu, many people are inquiring about your whereabouts. Lin Chen cautioned, you must keep this confidential. If you leak any information, future collaborations may be jeopardized. Understood, understood, Chun Xinhong hurriedly assured him. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the peacefully sleeping Lin Xiaoqian. He was not in need of money, but he could not let financial matters affect Lin Xiaoqian. Didi, his phone chimed again. It was a message from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, the basketball match is the day after tomorrow. I'll bring over the basketball uniform. Will there be food? After sending the message, Xu Mengyao felt it might have been inappropriate and quickly retracted it. A subtle smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, as if the ice had melted just a little. Dear handsome and beautiful readers, this is a single heroine story, Chapter 42. Are you staying here tonight? Lin Chen, the basketball match is the day after tomorrow. Xu Mengyao edited her message and sent it again. I will visit Qianqian with Shunqing in the afternoon, and I will also bring your basketball uniform. Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Xu Mengyao, feeling shy, anticipated that if he replied right away, she would suspect he had seen her previous message. Perhaps she would not come for 10 days or even half a month. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen simply replied, Okay. Xu Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Chen's response. Lin Chen and I are merely in a faux marriage. How could I take the initiative to ask if there will be food? Regardless of how delicious Lin Chen's cooking is, it cannot be this way, Xu Mengyao mused. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Xu Mengyao and Shunqing arrived. Mommy, Aunt Qing, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed as the door opened. Xiaoqian, Mommy missed you so much. Xu Mengyao quickly embraced Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Lin Xiaoqian, with her baby voice, replied, Mommy, I missed you too. Aunt Qing, I missed you as well. Mommy, can I invite Nanan to dinner? Xu Mengyao inquired. Who is Nanan? Lin Xiaoqian explained, Nanan is my good friend. We often play together. Nanan's mommy gives me delicious food. Shunqing added, Xiaoqian, Nanan's mommy brought her to play downstairs, and your daddy took you down to play. And that's how you became good friends, right? Yes, yes, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly smiled. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, who was looking at her with a cheerful expression. Mengyao, I haven't spoken much with Nanan's mommy. Xiaoqian, you can testify to this. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, Daddy, did you talk to Annie? You seem to be having a good time. Lin Chen, Mommy, I want to invite Nanan to dinner, but Daddy said I can only invite her when you are here. Can I invite Nanan now? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Xu Mengyao gently patted her little head and smiled. How about another day? Aunt Qing is here today, so let us wait until another time when Aunt Qing is not around. Mommy, why not? Lin Chen explained. Aunt Qing is a guest, and Nanan is also a guest. We have to take good care of our guests, right? If we invite both at the same time, won't we be overwhelmed? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Daddy, you are right. Then I will invite Nanan to dinner next time. But Xu Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag, saying, Lin Chen, try this on and see if this basketball uniform fits. Lin Chen nodded, took the bag, and headed to the bathroom. Shunqing quietly asked, Xiaoqian, Aunt Qing has a question for you. Is Nanan's mommy pretty? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Pretty, but I think Mommy is the prettiest. Aunt Qing, you are pretty too. Xiaoqian, this is our little secret, don't tell your daddy, okay? Shunqing instructed. Why can't I tell Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian asked, confused. Xu Mengyao interjected, Xiaoqian, it's a secret. You and Aunt Qing's secret must remain undisclosed. Let us go to the balcony. Your daddy and mommy might want to share a secret kiss, Shunqing said, picking up Lin Xiaoqian and heading towards the balcony. Lin Chen quickly changed into the basketball uniform. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him. While he appeared slender, he did not exude a strong presence until he donned the basketball uniform, revealing that his arms were quite muscular. Mengyao, the size you chose is perfect. This basketball uniform fits me well, Lin Chen smiled. As long as it fits. Let us go to the study and chat. She suggested that I end the study. Lin Chen clarified, Mengyao, I haven't spoken much with Nanan's mommy. We merely exchange polite remarks, Xu Mengyao responded. We are only in a faux marriage. Even if you did have something with her, I wouldn't mind. Lin Chen gazed at her with a smile. Xu Mengyao felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas, Lin Chen replied. You invited me in.is, there's something you need. Xu Mengyao explained. I called you in just to make Qianqian think we are involved.its all pretend. You understand? Lin Chen nodded, understood. How is the basketball match arranged? Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. There are a total of 10 teams in the company basketball match. Each team consists of 12 people, with 10 executives participating. Each team will be assigned one executive. Lin Chen laughed. Looks like this is no mere game that if we win, is there a reward? Xu Mengyao continued. The first place team will have their salaries doubled for the month, while the second place will receive a 50% increase. Only the executives on the champion team will receive a bonus of 1 million, with each person contributing 100,000. 100,000 isn't much for Xu Mengyao and the others, but if they win, 1 million is quite substantial. How do the matches work? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao explained. They are divided into Group A and Group B, with 5 teams in each group. Each team will compete against one another. Winning earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, and losing earns nothing. The team with the highest total score in each group will advance to the finals. Lin Chen remarked, the champion team has to play 5 matches, while the others play 4. So this must take more than 1 day, Xu Mengyao confirmed. It will be held over 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On days with matches, those not playing will work as usual. There will be 2 matches on Wednesday and Thursday, with only 1 final match on Friday. Lin Chen frowned. Qianqian needs her afternoon nap on Wednesday and Thursday. I might only be able to play 1 game each day. Xu Mengyao nodded. That's fine. Each team has 12 members, so it's not necessary for everyone to play in every match. Lin Chen asked, is the match held at your company? Yes, Xu Mengyao confirmed. The basketball court at the company is quite nice. Tomorrow you can take Qianqian over to have a look and meet your teammates. Lin Chen queried, will you be there? How will you introduce me? Are we just going to be exposed like this? Xu Mengyao calmly replied, I will introduce you as my husband, as the boss. They won't dare to make a fuss. She added, there may be a few individuals who could cause you trouble. If that happens, let me know, and I will handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. With Xu Mengyao's looks and wealth, even with a daughter, she would undoubtedly have suitors. Lin Chen, you may face some trouble. As compensation, I'll purchase this apartment from the landlord, and it will be under Qianqian's name. However, you can stay here for as long as you want. Xu Mengyao stated. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need. I have already bought the apartment from the landlord. The contract is signed, and the transfer will be completed in a few days. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Qianqian likes it here, so I bought it. Are you staying here tonight? Chapter 43. Are you tricking me into getting a marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Why would I stay here? Lin Chen chuckled. To accompany Qianqian while she sleeps. She misses her mommy. Do you think I invited you here for no reason? Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glare. Is this house purchased outright or on a mortgage? If it's mortgaged, I can help you pay it off. It's paid in full. Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao was astonished. Is writing fairy tales that lucrative? Lin Chen responded. It certainly doesn't compare to what you earn, but if done well, it can provide for the family. Xu Mengyao nodded. Have you practiced basketball these past few days? Qianqian will be watching, so don't embarrass yourself. Lin Chen laughed. You can rest assured I am known as the Jordan of Huagua. My skills are certainly up to par. It's still early to prepare dinner. Shall we go for a walk? Xu Mengyao hesitated. Lin Chen urged, let us take a stroll to let the single ladies in the neighborhood know that I am taken. Xu Mengyao begrudgingly agreed. All right, let Xinqing take care of things to prevent her from always wanting to mooch off us. Soon, Lin Chen changed back into his clothes, and the two set out. Aunt Qing, why are you stopping me? I want to go for a walk with Daddy and Mommy too, Lin Qianqian innocently inquired. Xinqing explained, for 2 reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I will be sad staying here alone. Second, your parents don't get to spend much time together. They need to be alone to nurture their feelings, don't you think? Lin Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Qianqian, teach me to draw. I think your drawings are amazing. Xinqing said. Lin Qianqian giggled. Daddy taught me. My daddy is the best. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao arrived downstairs. The community had a winding path that encircled the entire area. The two began their walk along the path. Lin Chen, did you see the news online? Zhang Zumsong and a group of calligraphy masters hold you in high regard. Aren't you going to make an appearance? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no intention of doing so. I'm doing quite well as is. I have enough money to spend and can wholeheartedly take care of Qianqian. If we both lack the time to care for her, it would be troublesome. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Mengyao, when your father returns and runs the company himself, why don't you come stay with me for a while? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Xu Mengyao's face reddened slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I move in with you? It wouldn't be proper. Lin Chen offered. There are guest rooms available. You can sleep in the guest room, or you can share a bed with Qianqian. And I will use the guest room. If you stay here for a while, Qianqian would be very happy. After a moment of silence, Xu Mengyao replied, let us talk about it later. Lin Chen, the events from years ago left me with psychological scars. I occasionally have nightmares about it. Qianqian can only rely on you to work a little harder. Lin Chen stated, Qianqian is my daughter. It's my duty to take care of her. Mengyao, the little girl playing on the vacant floor ahead is Nan Nan, and next to her is her mother. Xu Mengyao nodded as she moved closer to Lin Chen. Uncle Lin, where is Qianqian? As they moved further ahead, Nan Nan spotted Lin Chen and called out. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian is at home. She has an aunt visiting, and they are playing together. Nan Nan's mother asked, is this Qianqian's mommy? Yes, you should call her auntie, Nan Nan promptly said. Hello, I am Qianqian's mommy, Xu Mengyao greeted. Nan Nan, Qianqian has spoken about you. She says you are her good friend. Xu Mengyao smiled. Yes, Nan Nan and Qianqian are good friends. Nan Nan nodded. Lin Chen said, Nan Nan, continue playing. We will be on our way. As they walked a bit further away, Xu Mengyao remarked. Lin Chen, Nan Nan's mother is quite beautiful. Lin Chen chuckled. She can't compare to you. Xu Mengyao retorted. So you tricked me into getting a marriage certificate? Lin Chen stammered. No, that's not it. I want to get the certificate with you for Qianqian's sake. Xu Mengyao calmly said. Xinqing suggested using a marriage certificate to deceive Qianqian. It doesn't need to be real. A fake one would suffice. She said I was fooled by you. Lin Chen coughed lightly. That's true. We never considered that she would come up with such an idea. Xinqing is quite clever. Smart people need to work hard and not be greedy. She shouldn't come to my place for meals anymore. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, realizing she was not mistaken. You really did trick me into getting a marriage certificate. Lin Chen awkwardly replied. I did it for Qianqian's sake. We can get the certificate first and nurture our feelings gradually. I wouldn't want her to have a stepfather, and I believe you wouldn't want her to have a stepmother either. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Rest assured, she will definitely not have a stepfather. Lin Chen smiled. Then you can also be assured she won't have a stepmother. Mengyao, your family is quite wealthy, but I want you to know that I have no interest in your family's money. We also signed a property agreement before marriage. Xu Mengyao nodded. I believe that. With your abilities, you won't lack for money if you showcase even a little. Don't blame Xinqing. She spoke highly of you so that she could continue to enjoy free meals. Lin Chen chuckled. Then let us add an extra dish for her tonight. Xu Mengyao laughed. You are so pragmatic. If she exposes you, you want her to stop coming. If she praises you, you add a dish. Lin Chen replied cheerfully, that's perfectly normal. If she simply seeks to cause trouble, I would seriously suspect she is envious of you. What would she be jealous of me for? Lin Chen replied. Jealous that you have a wonderful husband. Xu Mengyao pouted. You really have thick skin. Lin Chen remarked. Since we are adding a dish, the ingredients at home are a bit insufficient. Shall we buy some more at a nearby store? Xu Mengyao nodded. After strolling around the community, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao exited and went to a nearby grocery store to buy some ingredients. Lin Chen could sense the ice melting gradually. Daddy, Mommy. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran over. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, you keep Xiaoqian company. I need to hurry and prepare dinner. Xiaoqian, tell Mommy what you learned on them. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen entered the kitchen with the groceries. Xu Mengyao, holding Lin Xiaoqian's hand, walked to the balcony. Xinqing pointed at a painting in astonishment. Mengyao, can you believe this? Can you believe Xiaoqian painted this? Her artistic skills have grown exponentially. Xu Mengyao's eyes also displayed surprise. Compared to last time, Lin Xiaoqian had made significant progress. Reflecting on Lin Chen's talent in painting, Xu Mengyao believed that Lin Xiaoqian had inherited Lin Chen's artistic talent, although it had not been properly nurtured before. Xiaoqian, you are amazing. Mommy will reward you with a kiss, Xu Mengyao said, kissing Lin Xiaoqian's little cheek. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully remarked, Mommy, Daddy taught me. You should reward Daddy with a kiss too. Chapter 44. Why do I have to sleep here? After an hour, Lin Chen finished preparing the meal. Lin Chen, is there any good news today? There seems to be one more dish than last time. Xinqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and replied, I have purchased this apartment. It's rare to have some liveliness, so let us celebrate a little today. Lin Chen, you should have mentioned it earlier. Look, I came empty-handed without bringing any gifts, Xinqing said. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Chen shook his head, saying, "Gifts are unnecessary. Let us just enjoy a meal together. Everyone, please take a seat. I believe my culinary skills have improved a bit." Xinqing, astonished, remarked, "Your cooking skills can still improve?" Soon, Xu Mengyao and Xinqing began to eat. "This, Mengyao, it really seems like you have improved," Xinqing said, incredulous after trying 2 dishes. Xu Mengyao replied, "It's not just a semblance, it's genuine, Lin Chen. Your cooking has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. The ingredients you used may be ordinary, but the flavor is impeccable. It's absolutely delicious. Every dish is delightful," Xinqing praised enthusiastically. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in adorably, "Mommy, Daddy's meat is delicious, and the vegetables are great too. I'm not picky anymore. I'm a good girl now." Xinqing responded, "Xiaoqian, if your father's cooking is this good and you still remain picky, then you will face consequences." Mengyao expressed her concern. "I suspect Xiaoqian isn't genuinely less picky. If she eats elsewhere, she might be even pickier." Lin Chen chuckled, "Little Xiaoqian is still young. Let us ensure she gets the nutrition she needs. When she grows up, will she starve herself?" Xu Mengyao nodded. After finishing the meal, Xinqing rubbed her belly, saying, "Lin Chen, your dishes are too delicious. That's both a blessing and a curse. If I eat like this every day, I'll surely gain weight." Lin Chen laughed, "You only eat a lot when you indulge occasionally. If you eat like this every day, it wouldn't be necessary to indulge so much." Xinqing paused, realizing it made sense. "You all should go out. I'll wash the dishes. If I don't do some chores, I'll feel guilty about freeloading," Xinqing insisted. Lin Chen replied, "You washing dishes is not appropriate." Xinqing shook her head, "There's nothing wrong with it. I'm doing this so I can come over for more meals. Mengyao is very busy, and you all rarely have time to gather. Let Xinqing handle it. If she eats too much, she should do some work to digest," Xu Mengyao added. "You all hurry outside. Don't hinder my performance." Xinqing waved her hand. Lin Chen and the others went downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian held Xu Mengyao's left hand and Lin Chen's right hand. The warm feeling enveloped Xu Mengyao as they walked together as a family. "Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. After the basketball game, could you take Xiaoqian abroad for a trip?" Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen asked, "Are Xiaoqian's grandparents missing her?" Xu Mengyao nodded. "They miss her very much. However, I have many pressing matters domestically and no time to travel abroad." Lin Chen squatted down. "Little Xiaoqian, go play on the slide for a bit. Daddy and Mommy need to talk." "Okay." Lin Xiaoqian bounced ahead. "Mengyao, I don't have any objections, but is it really appropriate for me to meet your parents at this time?" Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao replied impatiently, "You're not going to meet my parents. You're taking Xiaoqian to see her grandparents. You don't have to show up at all. My dad will send a car to pick you and Xiaoqian up. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Xiaoqian to the hospital." Lin Chen hesitated. "But wouldn't it be inappropriate for me not to show up?" Xu Mengyao said, "If you feel uncomfortable, just buy some fruits or something and visit once. Xiaoqian will probably only be at the hospital in the morning. She'll take a nap at noon, and in the afternoon, you can take her for a stroll." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "I'm fine with that, but I don't have a passport. I need a visa to go to the United States, right?" Xu Mengyao assured, "That's easy. You can apply for it, and I'll have someone expedite the process for you. It'll be ready soon." "Okay," Lin Chen replied, acknowledging his lack of interest in other aspects of traveling to the United States, but he was eager to visit the shooting range. His shooting skills had improved remarkably. He had taken Lin Xiaoqian to amusement parks 5 times, and each time he indulged her with shooting games for about 20 minutes, totaling nearly 2 hours. 10 hours of practice could elevate one to a master level, and 2 hours was quite impressive. Many soldiers could not match his proficiency. "Lin Chen, thank you," Xu Mengyao said earnestly. Lin Chen looked at her, saying, "Mengyao, it's I who should be thanking you. Thank you for bringing Xiaoqian into this world and for raising such an adorable daughter all on your own." Xu Mengyao felt a subtle tremor in her heart. "Xiaoqian is over there alone. Let us go to her," Xu Mengyao said as she hurried ahead. An hour passed unknowingly, and as they returned home, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, "Mommy and Daddy, I had such a wonderful day. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Xu Mengyao smiled. "Xinqing." Upon entering the room, Xu Mengyao called out, but no one responded, and the lights were off. Beep beep. Xu Mengyao dialed Xinqing's number. When the call connected, Xinqing's voice came through. "Mengyao, I had an urgent matter and had to leave. I took your car. Aren't you going to your company tomorrow? You all can go together. I'll deliver your car to the villa," Lin Chen suggested. "Traitor!" Xinqing exclaimed. "Mengyao, I really have something to attend and I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home might not be turned off. I'm driving now, so I have to hang up with that. Shunqing hurriedly ended the call. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, you should sleep with Qianqian tonight. I'll take the guest room. Lin Qianqian asked curiously. Daddy, why? That bed is so big. It can fit all three of us. Lin Chen crouched down and kissed Lin Qianqian, saying, Little Qianqian, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. Do you want mommy to stay? Lin Qianqian nodded. I want to sleep with mommy. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, what do you think? If you want to go back, I can drive you. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Forget it, it's too much trouble. She couldn't accept living with Lin Chen yet, but staying here for one night was somewhat bearable. Lin Chen added, there are women's pajamas in the wardrobe. They're new. Last time, I bought sleepwear for myself and Qianqian, and she said she wanted to buy some for mommy, so I got 2 sets. Lin Qianqian piped up innocently, Mommy, you should thank me, and I'll say you're welcome. Xu Mengyao was speechless. Lin Chen laughed. Qianqian, Mommy is so touched that she can't find words to express her feelings right now. Mengyao, you should go take a shower. I'll wash Qianqian up, Lin Chen offered. Xu Mengyao nodded. With 2 bathrooms available, they could shower simultaneously. Splash! The water hit her body, and Xu Mengyao felt somewhat dazed. Why was she sleeping here? Chapter 45. Let me hear you call me husband. After showering, Xu Mengyao emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chen was telling Lin Qianqian a story. When he looked up and saw Xu Mengyao, he was momentarily stunned. Fresh from her shower, Xu Mengyao's skin glowed. Her slightly damp, long black hair cascading over her shoulders. The short sleepwear revealed her long, beautiful legs. She was stunning, simply breathtaking. Lin Chen felt a strong urge to create. He wanted to capture this moment with his brush. Lin Chen, why are you staring? Xu Mengyao shot him a teasing glare. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Qianqian asked me to tell her a story, but I haven't finished yet. Why don't you continue? Reluctantly, he stepped out. Xu Mengyao locked the door behind her. Past experiences had left her feeling insecure. After all, she locked the door even at her own home. Qianqian, didn't you say mommy would accompany you? Why did you let daddy tell you a story? Xu Mengyao asked Lin Qianqian. Confused, Lin Qianqian replied, Mommy, is that not okay? It's fine. Where did daddy leave off? Xu Mengyao said. Soon, she began narrating to Lin Qianqian. Outside, Lin Chen quickly grabbed paper and oil paints. His speed was remarkable. Within an hour, he completed the painting, depicting a woman just after her bath. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Xu Mengyao. Click! Xu Mengyao stepped out of the room. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the oil painting he had just finished was still wet. Lin Chen, what are you painting? Xu Mengyao approached him. Clearing his throat, he said, I had a bit of inspiration and just painted it. Xu Mengyao scrutinized the woman in the painting. Is this me? But I'm not that beautiful. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, trust me, you are that beautiful. This painting is of you just now. Did you come out for something? Xu Mengyao asked. I got a bit thirsty from telling stories, so I came out for some water. Lin Chen replied, I'll buy this painting from you. I'll give you $1 million, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen shook his head. Why would you buy it? I painted it to give to you. Am I supposed to keep it for myself to admire in secret later? Xu Mengyao scrutinized Lin Chen. Is that really your plan? Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. If I have a real beauty to admire, why would I need to appreciate a painting? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. I didn't know you were so smooth-tongued. Once the painting dries, put it away so Qianqian doesn't see it. After drinking water, Xu Mengyao hurried back to the bedroom. Bang, bang. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart race. The power of ink and oil painting was formidable. She was increasingly unable to decipher Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Lying on the bed, watching Lin Qianqian sleep soundly beside her, Xu Mengyao suddenly realized that Lin Chen slept on this bed every night. They were indirectly sharing a bed and even the same blanket. I seem to have no strong aversion to this. Xu Mengyao murmured. It was only as she lay down that these thoughts occurred to her. Gradually, Xu Mengyao fell asleep. That night, she slept exceptionally well. Even though she often woke up in the middle of the night at home, she didn't do so last night. Sleeping here felt safer than at home. Why is that? Xu Mengyao wondered. Is it because my villa is too large and feels insecure? But I feel the same when staying in a hotel during business trips. Xu Mengyao pondered deeply. Peeking at Lin Qianqian, she gently kissed her before getting up. It was still early, and Lin Qianqian needed more sleep. Good morning, wife. Lin Chen greeted with a smile upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao, she glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who gave you the right to call me that? Lin Chen replied, Mengyao, we're going to your company. Everyone will know we're married. Occasionally, I still need to call you wife. Don't you think? You should also call me husband sometimes. Otherwise, how could you keep calling me Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen continued. If you introduce me to others, you can't say, this is my roommate Lin Chen. Can you? Xu Mengyao was speechless. What do you want for breakfast, wife? Xu Mengyao huffed. You can't call me that anymore. Lin Chen said, wife, I'm just trying to get you used to it by calling you that a few times. So you won't be caught off guard later. We already have a child. It's just a title. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Is it merely a matter of title? Lin Chen smiled. It's not just a title, but we do have a certificate. It's acceptable to call it that, right? I'm suggesting you try calling it a few times. After all, you'll have to introduce me to others, and if your voice suddenly drops, people might get suspicious, Xu Mengyao pondered. Lin Chen's reasoning made sense. Husband, she called softly, but her voice was barely audible. If it weren't for Lin Chen's enhanced hearing, he wouldn't have caught it. Mengyao, you see, that's the issue. Although you called me, your voice was too soft. What if you suddenly lower your voice when introducing me? Lin Chen said seriously. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. Husband. Your voice was louder this time, but it still lacked the tone of calling your husband. It feels like you're about to stab me, Lin Chen remarked. Xu Mengyao retorted. You're not wrong. She steadied her emotions. Husband. This time, her tone was significantly more natural. Hey, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Xu Mengyao. Wife. What do you want for breakfast? Xu Mengyao replied with a huff. Anything that I'm so full from being irritated by you early in the morning. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Xu Mengyao. Even when she was annoyed, she was still beautiful. Wife. You look great. Xu Mengyao stiffened slightly. You stop flattering me. She quickly returned to the bedroom. Sigh. Once in the bedroom, Xu Mengyao locked the door and exhaled. This annoying guy is taking advantage of me, she thought, continuously grumbling in her mind. Yet, despite her complaints, she realized she didn't actually mind it much. I must be sick. And it's quite serious, Xu Mengyao murmured softly. Mommy, are you sick? I'll go call Daddy. He is a doctor, Lin Qian said as she rubbed her eyes. Qian, did I wake you? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Qian sat up. No, I slept well. Mommy, if you're not feeling well, don't worry, I'll go get Daddy. Xu Mengyao hugged Lin Qian. Mommy isn't sick. Chapter 46. Arriving at Xu Mengyao's company, wife, Qian, hurry and wash up for breakfast. Lin Chen's voice called from the kitchen. Xu Mengyao's body stiffened. Her face visibly reddened. Lin Qian's eyes brightened. Mommy, Daddy called us. He just called you wife. Don't move, or your hair will get messed up. Xu Mengyao gently tapped Lin Qian on the head. Hee. Lin Qian giggled happily. What is so funny? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Qian cheerfully responded. I'm just happy. I don't want Daddy and Mommy to be like UN's Daddy and Mommy. Xu Mengyao's hand trembled slightly. Do you know what happened to UN's Daddy and Mommy? Lin Qian replied. UN's Daddy and Mommy got divorced. She said her daddy doesn't want her anymore. And she is very sad. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. It was surprising that 2 or 3-year-old girls like Lin Qian and UNU were discussing such matters. All right, let us hurry and brush our teeth and wash our faces, Xu Mengyao said. The two quickly finished washing up and arrived at the dining table, where Lin Chen had prepared noodles that looked incredibly tempting. Xu Mengyao exclaimed, Lin Chen, did you make this yourself? Is this handmade noodles? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, dried noodles aren't very tasty. I added some special ingredients to these. Xu Mengyao took a bite and was stunned. Is this really noodles? It's so delicious. Mommy, Daddy's noodles are so good, Lin Qian exclaimed as she ate with a fork. Xu Mengyao added, Lin Chen, aren't you spoiling Qian too much? She'll definitely become picky when eating outside in the future. Lin Chen smiled. It's fine to spoil her a bit with noodles. I'll teach her the important things in other areas. Now, hurry and eat while it's hot. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Xu Mengyao felt immensely satisfied. She usually ate well, but compared to this, her regular breakfast could only go in the trash. Lin Chen, let me clean up, Xu Mengyao offered. Lin Qian interjected, Mommy, remember to call him husband. Father calls you wife, so you should call him husband, right? Dad, don't you think so? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up and said, Qian, you are absolutely right. Dad gives you a big thumbs up. Mom, if you call him husband, then I won't make her wash the dishes. Lin Qian quickly said, Mom, you should call him. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance. She felt a bit embarrassed in front of Lin Qian. However, recalling what Lin Qian had just said in the bathroom, she still opened her mouth and called out, Husband. Yay? Lin Qian laughed joyfully. You little rascal, so clever for your age. Xu Mengyao playfully poked Lin Qian's forehead. An hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company. Mengyao, is this all part of your company? Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Xu Mengyao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters. The one on the right is the dormitory for employees. The building directly in front is the sports center, which has 2 standard basketball courts on both the first and second floors. The basement features a swimming pool, while the 3rd floor is dedicated to badminton, and the 4th floor to table tennis. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems your company offers quite generous benefits. Xu Mengyao agreed. My dad treats the employees well. All of this was arranged by him in the past. Turn left ahead. You can park in the underground parking lot. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the parking lot, where security was also present. President, upon seeing Xu Mengyao, the guard immediately saluted. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Please register this vehicle's license plate into the system, so it can pass through directly next time. Understood, President. Lin Chen drove into the underground parking lot. Under Xu Mengyao's direction, he parked in the upper-level parking area, where every space was notably larger. There were about 10 luxury cars parked there, making Lin Chen's vehicle look somewhat modest in comparison. Lin Chen, if you come by in the future, just park here. This area is for the company's leadership and some esteemed guests, Xu Mengyao informed him. Lin Chen nodded. All right. The 3 of them exited the vehicle, and nearby was a dedicated elevator for higher-ups. They took the elevator straight to the top floor of the building. Good day, President. Several people greeted as they noticed Xu Mengyao and her companions. Xu Mengyao led Lin Chen to her office. Lin Chen, there's a bedroom over there where I sometimes take a nap. When Qianqian needs to rest at noon, you can let her sleep there, Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Mengyao, your office is quite impressive, he remarked. This office is about 200 square meters. The house I bought isn't even as large as this office. It was all arranged by my dad. The company used to have real estate operations, and this headquarters was built according to my father's specifications. Xu Mengyao replied. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Xu Mengyao called out. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered. Mengyao, I heard Qianqian is here, so I came to see her. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the man's gaze slightly sharpened. Uncle Zhao, you're just in time. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, this is Uncle Zhao, the company's vice president and one of the veterans here. Xu Mengyao smiled as she introduced them. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Lin Chen greeted. Qianqian, you should greet him. Zhao Grandpa. Lin Qianqian looked towards the man and called out. Qianqian is really well behaved. Uncle Zhao smiled. Little Lin, Mengyao has high standards. It's not easy to win her favor. Where are you currently working? Lin Chen replied. I am Qianqian's biological father and my current job is to take good care of her. Uncle Zhao nodded. That's commendable. Taking care of children is more important than anything else. Mengyao, is little Lin going to participate in the basketball match? Xu Mengyao confirmed. Yes, I've signed Lin Chen up. Uncle Zhao chuckled. Tianyu is on another team. Perhaps little Lin will encounter him on the court. Tianyu plays basketball quite well. I'll have a word with him to give little Lin a bit of leeway on the court. Lin Chen interjected. Uncle Zhao, there's no need. According to Mengyao, this match concerns many people's bonuses. We can't afford to cheat. Uncle Zhao nodded. That's true. It all depends on your performance. Basketball isn't a one-man sport. Perhaps your team's strength surpasses Tianyu's team. Mengyao, I won't disturb you any longer, Uncle Zhao said before quickly leaving Xu Mengyao's office. Qianqian, there are toys over there. Why don't you go and play? Lin Chen pointed to a corner of the office. In that corner was a small play area, clearly set up by Xu Mengyao for Lin Qianqian. All right. Lin Qianqian cheerfully bounced over. Mengyao, that Uncle Zhao feels a bit off, Lin Chen said in a lowered voice. Xu Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu has his sights set on me. Chapter 47. He is my husband? Lin Chen inquired. What percentage of shares do they hold? How many shares does your family have? Xu Mengyao replied. The Zhao family holds only 13%, while our family holds 51%. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Their intentions are rather obvious. Marrying you would mean gaining both wealth and status. Xu Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu is quite bothersome, but Uncle Zhao is after all one of my father's early partners. I must give him some face. Lin Chen chuckled. Don't worry, wife. I will definitely serve as a shield, keeping him at bay. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance. Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't take a little advantage verbally? Lin Chen replied earnestly. Strictly speaking, this is merely a verbal advantage. I haven't even taken that yet, Xu Mengyao. Zhao Tianyu is likely to target you. Be cautious, Lin Chen laughed. Don't be fooled by my slim appearance. My body is full of muscle, my physique is comparable to Bruce Lee's, Xu Mengyao retorted. With one punch from him, you wouldn't even make a sound. You'd be knocked out and sent to the hospital. Lin Chen confidently stated. You'll come to know just how strong your husband is. Xu Mengyao shot him a warning glare. No driving. Driving? Lin Chen was taken aback. Mengyao, you think I can drive on this bumpy road? I was talking about how you know how formidable I am in a fight. Not that. Xu Mengyao, feeling flustered and annoyed, replied. I won't talk to you anymore. You sit there for a while. I'll take you to meet your teammates later. After saying this, Xu Mengyao went to accompany Lin Qianqian. System, what is my current physique score? Lin Chen asked in his mind. He hadn't paid much attention to this, as it would increase daily regardless. The system responded, Host, your current physique is 135 points. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. His physique exceeded that of an average man by double, yet it still fell short of the world's top fighters. Lin Chen wasn't anxious about this. After all, he had only acquired the system for a short time. In another half-month, his physique would rival that of the world's top fighters. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Xu Mengyao's assistant entered. President, the other team members are already at Court 1. Lin Chen picked up Lin Qianqian, and the three of them headed downstairs. Shortly after, they arrived at the sports center. President, 11 people in Court 1 greeted in unison. Xu Mengyao nodded and smiled. It's not working hours now, so you don't need to be so tense. Next to me is my husband, Lin Chen. He will be in your team. This basketball match will not have any hidden agendas. If you're in the same team as him, you might not necessarily win. Winning depends on your own efforts. The 11 responded in unison. Yes, President. They still felt tense. After all, they were just ordinary employees or family members of employees. Xu Mengyao's words could decide their fates, or even those of their families. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Husband, they are feeling a bit stiff with me here. Why don't you chat with them and play some ball to get familiar? She has practiced. She now calls it quite fluently. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Qianqian sweetly chimed, Daddy, good luck. Xu Mengyao and Lin Qianqian left, and the others relaxed somewhat, though they still remained cautious. Lin Chen scanned the room and smiled. Everyone, you're feeling nervous. Mengyao is your leader, but also mine. Now that she has left, let us loosen up a bit. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the group relaxed much more. One man gave a thumbs up, saying, Lin bro, you're amazing. You managed to win over a strong woman like the president. Lin bro, how did you manage to win the president's heart? The others chimed in. Lin Chen chuckled. I was Mengyao's senior. To win over a president like Mengyao, you need to start from when she was not yet a president. It's much easier when they're SA background. The crowd laughed. Lin Chen seemed quite approachable, and they felt even more at ease. Let's introduce ourselves. You all know my name, but I don't know yours. Soon, everyone introduced themselves in turn. With his enhanced memory from his improved physique and abilities, Lin Chen remembered all their names after just one round. Who was the captain? Lin Chen inquired. An older man chuckled. Lin bro, the captain must be you. If we all rush to be captain, the president might get angry and fire us. Lin Chen laughed. It's not appropriate for me to be captain. Qianqian needs to take a nap at noon, and you all know the president is busy. I need to be beside her when she naps. Another person said, Lin bro, you can be captain, and we can elect a vice captain. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Chen smiled. All right then. There are 12 of us. Let us have 2 people act as referees, and we'll play a while to get accustomed to each other. Sounds good. Quickly, they divided into teams. Within just 5 minutes, Lin Chen had a good grasp of the other players' abilities. Only 1 or 2 were decent. The rest were quite lacking. Su Dong, make sure to defend well, Lin Chen joked. The ball arrived at his hands. In the next second, Lin Chen charged forward with the ball. The defender was easily bypassed, and the second defender failed to stop him as well. Lin Chen drove straight to the basket. With a powerful leap, he executed a slam dunk effortlessly. The others stared in shock at Lin Chen, astonished that he could dunk it. As time passed, it became Lin Chen's showcase moment, filled with 3-pointers and slam dunks. Lin bro, you're incredible. Your skills are top-notch, and your physical abilities are impressive too. With your level, I should have no trouble finding a girlfriend in college. Half an hour later, they took a break, and the others showered him with praise. Initially, they had chosen Lin Chen as captain due to Xu Mengyao, but now they fully acknowledged his skills. Lin Chen smiled. Let us work together. Perhaps we can secure first place. The group was elated. At first, they had little hope given the skill level of the rest, just hoping not to come in last. Now, knowing Lin Chen's prowess, they were filled with confidence. Basketball requires 5 players. With Lin Chen, he could probably carry 3 on his own. Lin Chen, are you all familiar with each other now? Xu Mengyao came down with Lin Qianqian. Lin Chen beamed. We're all set. Our skills are solid. And reaching the finals should be no problem. President, Lin Bro is incredibly skilled, they exclaimed. Indeed, we may be lacking, but Lin Bro is genuinely impressive, they all added. Xu Mengyao smiled. You're all just flattering each other. As long as you're familiar with each other, do well in the match tomorrow. Lin Chen, are you and Qianqian dining at the company today? Lin Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. Mom, I don't want to eat here. The food here isn't tasty. Daddy, let us go home. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, let us eat at home today. We might have to eat here for the next 3 days at noon, so let Qianqian enjoy a good meal at home today. Xu Mengyao nodded. She scanned the others. If anyone wants to continue practicing, feel free to keep playing here. Understood, President. As Lin Chen and the others departed, one of them remarked, I envy Lin Bro. He's a winner in life, with a powerful wife like the president and an adorable daughter. My family only has a tiger mom. You can't envy that? Not to mention Lin Bro's basketball skills. Wouldn't he dominate in college? Lin Bro didn't he even break a sweat. He might be holding back. Should we continue playing for a bit? With Lin Bro leading us, we might just secure first place. The remaining 11 continued their game. Not long after, someone nearby noticed them playing basketball. After about 10 minutes, that person left and made a call. Zhao Xiao, I didn't see Lin Chen. He has already left. But I did see the rest of the team playing ball. Only 2 of them were decent. The rest were quite lacking. On the other end, Zhao Tianyu sighed in relief. Basketball is a 5-person sport. Even if 2 players are decent, it wouldn't matter if Lin Chen was also just okay. Lin Chen, just wait for embarrassment. If I don't humiliate you thoroughly, I'll consider myself cleaned. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He was extremely frustrated. He had known Xu Mengyao for 10 years and had always viewed her as his type. Yet she had no feelings for him. Later, when she went to college, she went abroad. Upon returning, he was stunned to discover she had a daughter. This left him in a slump for a while. However, when Zhao Tianyu realized Xu Mengyao had a daughter but wasn't married and had no man by her side, he felt a renewed sense of opportunity. He hurriedly pursued her. Given Xu Mengyao's extraordinary beauty, coupled with the Xu family's wealth, what did it matter if she had a daughter? But who would have thought that as he pursued her, Lin Chen suddenly appeared? Xu Mengyao actually had a husband? He had previously found connections to investigate Xu Mengyao, and the Civil Affairs Bureau's records showed she was unmarried. Did Xu Mengyao recently get a marriage certificate with Lin Chen? Chapter 48, Mengyao, do you call Lin Chen husband? In the evening, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Dad, he greeted his father, Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and asked, Tianyu, how is your preparation for the basketball match? Have you met Lin Chen yet? I didn't meet Lin Chen, by the time I returned to the company, he had already left. But I know their team skill level is quite average. Zhao Tianyu spoke confidently. Zhao Huayuan stated, men attract women. Sexual tension is crucial. The court is a great place for you to showcase yourself. Xu Mengyao is quite wealthy, and money holds little appeal for her. You must perform well tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I understand. However, I might not necessarily face Lin Chen's team tomorrow. We could be placed in different groups. Zhao Huayuan replied, if you're in different groups, just perform your best. If Lin Chen gets eliminated early, your outstanding performance will stand out even more. But remember to maintain your composure. Your demeanor on the court will add to your appeal. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I understand. Zhao Huayuan continued, if you marry Xu Mengyao, everything in the Xu family will belong to the Zhao family. For that goal, you must work hard. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen of the group results. Their team was drawn into Group A, and Zhao Tianyu's Team 7 was also placed in Group A. Lin Chen, Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can arrive a bit later, but you need to be here before noon for lunch, so Qianqian can take her nap. Xu Mengyao sent another message. Okay, wife. Xu Mengyao sent several head-patting emojis. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Chen set off. And an hour later, he arrived at the company with Lin Qianqian. Mom. Lin Qianqian joyfully greeted Xu Mengyao upon their meeting. However, this joy was short-lived. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at the company cafeteria, Lin Qianqian, with a soft and endearing tone, said, Mom, I had a hearty breakfast this morning, and now I'm not hungry at all. Can I skip lunch? Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen and remarked, Lin Chen, you are responsible for Qianqian's current situation. You must address it. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Qianqian's little head and replied, Qianqian, did you hear what Mom said? You're being picky because Dad usually cooks so deliciously. Would you prefer if Dad's cooking were less tasty? Lin Qianqian shook her head vigorously. Lin Chen continued, and remember, if you eat well, you'll have the energy to cheer for Dad in the afternoon, right? Lin Qianqian replied, beginning to eat. Lin Chen and company were dining in the executive cafeteria, where the food was decent, but certainly paled in comparison to Lin Chen's culinary skills. As they ate, Zhao Huayuan arrived, accompanied by Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Vice President, Xu Mengyao acknowledged with a nod. Privately, Zhao Huayuan called her Mengyao, while she addressed him as Uncle Zhao in public settings. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This young man is Lin Chen, Xiaoqian's father. You two should get to know each other better, Zhao Huayuan smiled. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Chen stood to shake it. Lin Chen, see you on the court, Zhao Tianyu said cheerily. Sure, Lin Chen replied flatly. Soon after, Zhao Huayuan and his party took their meals and settled at a table some distance away from Lin Chen. Tianyu, how do you feel? Zhao Huayuan inquired softly. Nothing to fear. Zhao Tianyu replied confidently, convinced that there was no romantic connection between Mengyao and Lin Chen. Otherwise, they would have been together by now. He believed their current association was merely due to Qianqian. After lunch, Lin Chen and the others returned to Xu Mengyao's office. Lin Chen, I have quite a few matters to attend to shortly. Please put Qianqian to bed. Once she wakes up, hurry down. Perhaps you can still make it for the first game. And remember to change into your jersey, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded. Qianqian, come, Daddy will tell you a story. Okay. Lin Chen carried Lin Qianqian into the bedroom. Ding. Xu Mengyao's phone rang. It was an international call. Dad, you're still awake? Xu Mengyao said, on the other end. Su Guofeng replied gruffly. What's going on between you and Lin Chen? I heard someone say you publicly called him husband. Are you two together? Dad, if we were together, would you disapprove? Su Guofeng fell silent for a moment, then said, Mengyao, it's not that your mother and I disapprove, but compared to you, Lin Chen is quite ordinary. You might have better options. We just want you to be happy. If I feel happy. Xu Mengyao challenged, if you're happy, of course, your parents will bless you. We aren't so materialistic. Su Guofeng replied solemnly. Dad. Xiaoqian may be young, but she's very clever. Yuan's parents are divorced, and Xiaoqian understands what that means. Lin Chen and I need to put on a bit of a show. Xu Mengyao refrained from revealing the truth. She didn't mention that she and Lin Chen were already legally married. They were not in a romantic relationship at the moment, and there was no need to involve their parents at this stage. Mengyao, as long as you've made your decision, your parents will support you. Su Guofeng said. Beside him, Xu Mengyao's mother, Yang Qingyue, added, yes. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao gazed towards the bedroom. Dad, the ordinary person you mentioned is anything but ordinary. Wait until Lin Chen arrives in the United States. You'll see. Xu Mengyao mused to herself. Honey, our daughter seems to have developed a fondness for Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue asserted. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. I know, if she didn't she wouldn't publicly call him husband. Moreover, Lin Chen wouldn't have participated in this basketball game. Dear, you previously said that Mengyao should find someone powerful and influential to ensure our family's safety. What if she ends up with Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue asked. Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead. What can we do? If she really chooses Lin Chen, can we still break them apart? We'll just have to find a way to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingyue sighed softly. I wish my dad were still around. Su Guofeng took her hand, reassuring her, don't worry, I'll handle it. You focus on taking care of your health, and we'll return home soon. You should also get some rest. It's so late, Yang Qingyue replied. Meanwhile, the whistle blew, signaling the start of the basketball game. Lin Chen's team, Team 1, was up against Team 4. Lin Xiaoqian was still napping, so Lin Chen was absent. Go. Supporters on both sides cheered fervently. Swish, Team 4 scored the first point. As time passed, the score gap continued to widen. Xu Mengyao watched from the sidelines, frowning as Team 1 clearly lagged behind. Buzz. Xu Mengyao's phone vibrated. It was a call from Lin Chen. Mengyao, Xiaoqian has woken up. Is the game over? Are we coming over? Lin Chen asked. There's 1 quarter left. Your team is trailing by 20 points, Xu Mengyao lamented. Lin Chen was surprised. Is that so few? Not too bad, Xu Mengyao replied. We're on our way. Lin Chen quickly scooped up Lin Xiaoqian and rushed out. Chapter 49. Is Lin Chen that strong in basketball? Lin Chen arrived at the sports center as the final quarter had already commenced for 2 minutes. The score difference had reached 22 points. Timeout. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Vice Captain Su Dong decisively called for a timeout. Mom, so many people, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed in her sweet voice. Xu Mengyao took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, there's only 10 minutes left. Are you still going to play? Xu Mengyao whispered. It was indeed challenging to catch up with a 22-point deficit. Lin Chen smiled. It's all about participation. Since I'm here, as the captain, I have to get in there and make my presence felt. Xiaoqian, cheer for daddy. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly nodded. Upon entering the court, one player from Team 1 stepped down, and the remaining 4 players looked at Lin Chen with newfound hope as he joined the game. Su Dong, pass me the ball as much as you can. Let us try to catch up. There might still be hope. Sure, Su Dong and the others nodded. With possession of the ball, Su Dong quickly passed it to Lin Chen. Daddy, go, go, Lin Xiaoqian cheered. Lin Chen swiftly dribbled towards the opposing half, where the opposing captain, Wang Kai, tried to intercept him from the three-point line. However, Lin Chen accelerated past him in an instant, so fast. Wang Kai thought as he turned to defend, only to hear the resounding sound of a dunk. Lin Chen had executed a powerful slam dunk, earning 2 points and narrowing the gap to 20 points. From Lin Chen's entry to scoring took less than 10 seconds. Wow, a dunk! Go, go! Many were astonished by Lin Chen's prowess. Xu Mengyao stared at him in disbelief. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. We're ahead by 20 points, and basketball is a team sport, Wang Kai urged as they swiftly organized their offense. However, Su Dong's team was pumped up like they had been given a boost of energy, defending fiercely. One player attempted to pass, but Lin Chen intercepted the ball with lightning speed. Daddy, go, go, Lin Xiaoqian cheered fervently. Lin Chen dashed towards the opposite end and, from beyond the three-point line, jumped to shoot. Swish! The basketball went cleanly through the net for 3 points, and he even tricked an opposing player into a foul. Without a doubt, he made the free throw. The score gap shrank to just 16 points in less than a minute since Lin Chen had entered the game. Mom, isn't Dad the best? Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Xu Mengyao nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. As time ticked away, Lin Chen's opponents desperately tried to maintain their lead, but the score continued to close in. With 2 minutes remaining, Lin Chen executed another dunk, tying the score. Following this, Lin Chen's team took the lead without question. The final whistle blew, and the score settled at 52-47. Captain, you're amazing, Su Dong and the others exclaimed excitedly. Captain, you were holding back yesterday. Captain, they all cheered. Lin Gu, we lost with dignity, Wang Kai and his teammates admitted. Though they had been reversed and defeated, they bore no ill will. After all, Xu Mengyao was the CEO, and Lin Chen was her husband. You all played well, Lin Chen smiled as he approached Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, you're the best. Let me give you a kiss, Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Lin Chen shook his head. Xiaoqian. No, Daddy is sweaty. You can't kiss me right now. What about Mom? Can she kiss you? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously. Xu Mengyao tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Mom can't either. Wouldn't that be unhygienic? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, we'll kiss you when we get home. Sure, Lin Chen replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu's team, Team 7, was competing upstairs and had also secured a victory. Did that kid Lin Chen play? How is his level? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his lackeys. This lackey hadn't seen his game but had been watching Lin Chen's match on the first floor. After the game, he hurried upstairs. Boss, something's not right, the lackey said. What is going on? Zhao Tianyu frowned. Boss, Lin Chen only came on in the last 10 minutes, and despite their significant deficit, he scored 23 points in that time. Their team turned the game around and won. Zhao Tianyu was incredulous. How is that possible? How could he score over 20 points in just 10 minutes? Boss, that's the reality. He is so strong, far surpassing the others. He shot 4 out of 5 three-pointers and can dunk. The lackey reported. Zhao Tianyu was dumbfounded. Lin Chen scored 23 points in 10 minutes, while he himself had only managed 21 points in the entire game. How embarrassing. Scoring 21 points is impressive, but the comparison stung. He didn't care about rewards. He just wanted to outshine Lin Chen and win Xu Mengyao's heart. What could he do now? Did you record any videos? Yes. After watching several clips, Zhao Tianyu was left in shock. Lin Chen's skill was leagues above his own. He felt Lin Chen could easily compete in the NBA. Ding, Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was his father calling. Zhao Huayuan was not at the company at the moment. Son, well done. I received the results of your game. Keep it up. Once connected, Zhao Tianyu replied despondently, Dad, it's no use. What do you mean it's no use? His father questioned. Dad, that damn Lin Chen is too strong. I scored 21 points, and he scored 23 in just 10 minutes. On the other end, Zhao Huayuan was taken aback. He followed basketball closely and understood the disparity in performance. He never expected to be facing defeat before even playing against Lin Chen. Tianyu, don't lose heart. The next match is between your two teams. Even if you lose, make sure it's in a dignified manner. His family is from a farming background, and you still have many advantages elsewhere. Zhao Huayuan said seriously. I know. After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu headed for the lounge. The next match was in an hour, and he needed to recover as much as possible. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu and his team made their way to the first floor to face Lin Chen's team. Lin Chen, I watched the video. You're impressive, Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu, who wore a smile, yet Lin Chen could sense the underlying hostility in his gaze. Not bad, just basic skills, Lin Chen replied coolly. Lin Chen, but there's a little issue with your playstyle. Basketball is a team sport. If you showcase your talent alone, the rest of the team will merely become your supporting cast. You should give your teammates a chance too, Zhao Tianyu said, feigning concern for his teammates. Nearby, Xu Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu, don't you think that's foolish? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this really the time for humility? Lin Chen chuckled. My wife is right. Chapter 50. The disheartened Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu silently walked away, having been chastised by Xu Mengyao, which left him seething. Mengyao, you need to be cautious of the Zhao family. Although Vice President Zhao was your father's partner back in the day, people change, and the Zhao family's appetite seems to have grown, Lin Chen advised quietly. Xu Mengyao nodded. I've discussed this with my dad, but he tends to cling to old sentiments. Moreover, the Zhao family holds 13% of the shares. It's not easy to oust them. Also, driving away wolves may invite tigers or leopards. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Mengyao, you don't have to worry too much. Even if you lose your fortune, I'll take care of you. Xu Mengyao shot him an exasperated look. The game is about to start. Hurry over and don't be courteous to Zhao Tianyu. Upon reaching the basketball court, Su Dong and the others greeted Lin Chen enthusiastically, filled with confidence. Zhao Tianyu's team was formidable, but Su Dong and the others now had immense faith in Lin Chen. Su Dong, if you have the chance, shoot the ball. Don't hesitate. If you miss, I'll grab the rebound and put it back in, Lin Chen said with a smile. Understood, Lin Gu. With you here, we're bound to win. They all laughed. Don't think it'll be easy to win. Even if you're strong, basketball is a team sport, Zhao Tianyu thought bitterly, feeling intense dissatisfaction towards Lin Chen. Everyone was on high alert. If we win, I'll give each of you a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Zhao Tianyu motivated his teammates. We'll do our best, Zhao Ge. Even though Lin Gu was the husband of the CEO, they wouldn't intentionally let him win on the court. 10,000 yuan wasn't much for Zhao Tianyu, but for ordinary workers, it was a considerable sum. Beep, the game commenced. Daddy, go, Lin Xiaoqian cheered from the sidelines. Lin Chen leaped, and though he was slightly shorter than his opponents, he jumped higher, effortlessly securing the ball. Offense, Lin Chen shouted. Su Dong and the others charged into Zhao Tianyu's half. A teammate of Lin Chen's attempted a three-pointer, but as expected, it didn't go in. The basketball hit the rim and bounced high. Before it could fall, Lin Chen leapt into the air, catching the rebounding ball and forcefully dunking it into the hoop. Wow! Zhao Tianyu's expression changed dramatically. He had just been guarding Lin Chen, only to witness him execute a dunk right above him. Too strong. Go, Lin Gu! The crowd erupted in excitement over Lin Chen's dunk, igniting their enthusiasm. Mom, you cheer for Dad too. That way, he'll be even stronger, Lin Xiaoqian urged. Honey, go for it. Xu Mengyao called out softly. Her voice wasn't loud, but Lin Chen, not an ordinary person, could hear her clearly amidst the cheers. Upon hearing Xu Mengyao's voice, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards her. Xu Mengyao's face instantly flushed crimson. Throughout this match, Lin Chen scarcely attempted a three-pointer. He allowed Su Dong and the others to take those shots while he focused on rebounding. With each thunderous dunk, he left Zhao Tianyu's head ringing. Despite Zhao Tianyu's defensive efforts, it felt as if he was simply not there. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half, and Zhao Tianyu was utterly exhausted. His expression was grim, and upon glancing at the scoreboard, it grew even darker. The score stood at 36-23, leaving them trailing by 13 points. Moreover, of those 23 points scored in the first half, he had only managed to contribute 2, as Lin Chen had effectively nullified his opportunities. How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyu inquired of one of his younger subordinates. 20 points. All of them were dunks. Zhao Tianyu shot his subordinate a glare. Was he truly unaware of how Lin Chen had accumulated those points? They had all been scored right over his head. Daddy, have some water, Lin Xiaoqian offered, presenting Lin Chen with a bottle. He reached out to accept it, while Xu Mengyao froze for a moment. She had just sipped from that very bottle, but felt unable to intervene with others around. What harm was there in a couple sharing a bottle of water? After all, she and Lin Chen already had a child together. It was merely water, Xu Mengyao reassured herself, though she found it hard to accept that someone else could drink from a bottle she had used. She could tolerate Lin Chen doing so. Lin Chen, you should wipe off your sweat, she suggested as he finished drinking. Xu Mengyao then handed him a towel. Thank you, my dear wife, Lin Chen replied with a cheerful smile. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes internally, fully aware he was taking advantage of her kindness. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, then lifted his shirt to dry off the perspiration from his torso. Wow, Lin Gu, you have an 8-pack, exclaimed one of the bystanders. Lin Gu, how did you achieve such a physique? Su Dong and the others marveled that Xu Mengyao herself exhibited a look of astonishment. Lin Chen not only had muscular arms but also defined abs. This fellow appeared slim in clothing, yet his physique was remarkable. Xu Mengyao pondered, unable to recall what Lin Chen had looked like 3 years prior. The past 15 minutes flew by, and the second half commenced. Zhao Tianyu desperately sought to score, striving to thwart Lin Chen, but to no avail. The disparity in skill was insurmountable. Lin Chen merely collected the balls lost by the team, adding another 10 points to his tally, culminating in a staggering 40 points for the match. The final score settled at 70-43, marking a significant defeat for Zhao Tianyu and his team. Frustrated, he glared at the scoreboard, feeling as though he might perish from despair. Lin Chen had dunked on him at least 20 times, leaving his head buzzing and his legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead. For the sake of pride, he forced himself to remain on the court until the end, matching Lin Chen's endurance. Daddy, you're amazing, Lin Qianqian exclaimed as she approached. I want to be as formidable as you, Lin Chen. Go take a shower, Xu Mengyao suggested. After 2 matches, you must be tired. Let's not cook at home tonight. We can go out for dinner instead. All right, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Qianqian, do you have any objections? Lin Qianqian shook her head, her voice sweet. Daddy, I want to eat your cooking, but you mustn't overexert yourself. Lin Chen gazed affectionately at Lin Qianqian. Though she was young, her words often warmed his heart. You can shower in my office, Lin Chen. I'll take Qianqian with me, and we should return in about half an hour. Xu Mengyao offered. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Xu Mengyao's office had a bedroom with an attached bathroom for washing up. Her father used to stay there when he was busy. Dad, Zhao Tianyu entered his father's office, where Zhao Huayuan had just returned from outside. I've learned something. Don't be disheartened. Losing a single game doesn't define you. While our family's assets may not compare to the Xu family, we still possess around 7 to 8 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan consoled his son. Lin Chen's parents are farmers. I truly don't understand how he ended up with Xu Mengyao, Zhao Tianyu mused. Could it be he forced himself on her? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be? If that were the case, he would have spent the past few years behind bars. Do you think Xu Shu has reached his current status by being Navi? Were Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao drunk? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Stop speculating aimlessly. 3 years have passed, and such matters are not easily clarified, nor are they of great importance. Lin Chen excels at basketball. You should focus on your strengths. Zhao Tianyu awkwardly remarked, Dad, I've nearly exhausted my funds. I need you to support me a bit. Our greatest advantage is our wealth, Zhao Huayuan replied. I'll transfer you 2 million. However, this advantage only applies to Lin Chen, and you must be cautious in your approach. Our family is not as affluent as the Xu family, and a misstep could backfire. Zhao Huayuan quickly sent the 2 million to his son. This is all the money you'll have for the year, so use it sparingly. What if I make progress? Can I apply for additional funding then? Zhao Tianyu asked. Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you make progress, I'll assess the situation and provide more. Use your intellect and do not rush things. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao belong to different social strata and hold differing values. In time, Lin Chen's shortcomings will become apparent. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I understand. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a pleasant ambience. As for the taste, well, no outside establishment can compare to your cooking, Xu Mengyao remarked. The 3 of them arrived at a riverside restaurant, where large floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a beautiful river view. Hee, Mama is right. Daddy's cooking is the best, Lin Qianqian chimed in, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Mama, Daddy smells nice. You should give him a kiss too, she urged Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao retorted playfully, whether or not Mama kisses him and when to do so is not for you to decide. Just take care of yourself, you little rascal, Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, Mama is shy. Adults rarely kiss in public. Is that so? Lin Qianqian asked, puzzled. Sir, madam, may I take your order now? The waiter approached respectfully. They were in a French restaurant, the ambience exquisite, and the prices naturally reflected that. Lin Chen, what would you like to eat? Xu Mengyao inquired. You know what's good. Please order for us, he replied. All right. Xu Mengyao promptly placed their order. Daddy, what's that? Lin Qianqian pointed to a nearby grand piano. Lin Chen smiled. That's a piano. When someone plays it, it produces beautiful music. You're still too young to learn, but if you wish to learn in the future, I can teach you. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You can play the piano? Lin Chen shook his head. Not really. But if Qianqian wants to learn, I'll pick it up first. Learning to play the piano shouldn't be too difficult, Xu Mengyao nodded. If someone else had said that, she might have dismissed it as boasting, but coming from Lin Chen, it felt entirely plausible. His culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and storytelling were all of the highest caliber, and he excelled at basketball as well in terms of languages. Lin Chen had mastered 7 languages, though she was unaware that he was now proficient in timid. When teaching Lin Qianqian English, his foreign language skills had flourished. Your house isn't suitable for placing a piano, is it? Playing at home might disturb others, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Qianqian chimed in, Mama, Daddy can live with you. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. While she had developed some fondness for Lin Chen, it did not mean she was prepared to cohabit with him. Lin Chen gently ruffled Lin Qianqian's hair. Qianqian, it's wonderful that you want to help Mommy and Daddy, but your grandparents will be returning soon. Living together might not be convenient. Daddy, our house is big enough. Grandma and Grandpa can stay too, Lin Qianqian said, looking confused. Lin Chen explained, it's not just about whether we can fit. For example, you dislike spicy food, but Daddy enjoys it. Everyone has different tastes that it's manageable with fewer people. But if there are many, catering to everyone's preferences can be quite troublesome. Don't you agree? Lin Qianqian nodded. That if I don't move in with you, can you think of another way to solve this problem? Lin Qianqian pondered seriously. Xu Mengyao observed Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian across the table, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Lin Chen displayed remarkable patience with Lin Qianqian, far exceeding her own. Daddy, I have an idea. There are vacant rooms outside. We can use one of those, Lin Qianqian exclaimed with bright eyes. Exactly. That's a brilliant solution. As long as we think creatively, we will always find a way, right? Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. Xu Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, what vacant rooms are you talking about? Lin Chen smiled. I've rented a small storefront. When I sign books, I can have them delivered there. If Qianqian needs it later, we can get a larger one. But that's not urgent. She doesn't need it right now. Xu Mengyao regarded Lin Chen thoughtfully. What we discussed was only for 6 months. After that, Qianqian can start kindergarten, and by then, my father will be managing things. And I will also have more free time. Lin Qianqian inquired curiously, Mama, what's this about 6 months? Lin Chen replied, let's not discuss that now. 6 months is still a while away. Perhaps by then, you will have already moved in. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Dishes began to arrive one after another. Lin Chen sampled several, finding the ingredients acceptable, but the flavors rather mediocre. Mama, the food here isn't very tasty, Lin Qianqian pouted. Before Lin Chen could respond, she added, it's not that the food here is bad. It's just that Daddy's is better, so you think this is subpar. But children shouldn't be picky. Hee. So that's how it is. Why Daddy is the best. Daddy, I love you, Lin Qianqian beamed. Lin Chen kissed her cheek. Daddy loves you too. Lin Qianqian blinked her eyes and said, Daddy, you need to tell Mama, wife, I love you. Mama, you should tell Daddy too, husband, I love you. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao exchanged glances, both speechless. Wife, I love you, Lin Chen finally said with a grin. Lin Qianqian turned to Xu Mengyao. Mama, it's your turn now. Xu Mengyao hesitated, feeling unable to voice it. With so many people in the court, simply cheering for her husband had reached her current comfort level. You and your mischievous ideas. Hurry and eat. Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of exasperation. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, Mama is in time. She may become less so. Chapter 52. A special guest. After finishing dinner, night had already fallen outside. Mengyao, would you like to stay at my place tonight? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao shook her head. The driver has come to pick me up. You can take Qianqian home. Drive safely. Lin Chen nodded, not pressing the matter. He felt that their relationship would develop naturally. As a man, he would take the initiative to some extent, but given the Xu family's wealth, he couldn't afford to be overly aggressive. Mama, see you tomorrow. Lin Qianqian waved goodbye to Xu Mengyao. Beep beep. Upon returning home, Xu Mengyao received a video call from her father. It was morning in America. Papa, she greeted as the call connected. Mengyao, the situation regarding Lin Chen seems quite different from what I had someone investigate back in the day. How is his basketball skill so exceptional? Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Exceptional? That's just the tip of the iceberg. Papa, the person you hired back then wasn't very reliable, she replied. When Lin Chen was playing, you even cheered for him, implying you have feelings for him. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Papa, can you please not be so nosy at your age? This isn't gossip. I care about you, her father insisted. After all, he is Qianqian's father. Had it not been for him, I might have faced far worse consequences. It's only natural for me to have some fondness for Lin Chen. That's understandable, her father nodded. Once the basketball game concludes, have Lin Chen and Qianqian come over. We'd like to meet him. Xu Mengyao murmured. What is there to meet? The crystal has long been shattered. What did you say? Her father asked, having not caught her quiet words that it's nothing. Mama just misses Qianqian. I've already spoken to Lin Chen about it. He will bring Qianqian over for a visit. Just don't give him a hard time. Lin Chen hasn't done anything wrong, and he is still Qianqian's father. That fact remains unchanged. Her father nodded, rest assured. We won't go overboard. Your parents are not unreasonable. We just wish to understand him better and hope you find happiness. Papa, just don't be too shocked when the time comes, Xu Mengyao warned. A look of surprise flickered across her father's face. Are you implying that Lin Chen is not what I expect? Xu Mengyao nodded. Yes, you'll find out for yourselves. He and Qianqian will stay for 3 to 5 days. All right, her father said, curious about just how different Lin Chen might be. Time swiftly passed to the next day. As Lin Qianqian enjoyed breakfast. She mused, Daddy, can we not have lunch at Mama's today? I have an idea. Lin Chen asked, what idea? Lin Qianqian blinked her eyes and said, Daddy, you can cook, and we can bring lunch to Mama. Lin Chen chuckled at her enthusiasm. Of course, that's a wonderful idea. 18 noon. Lin Chen brought the meal to Xu Mengyao's office. Lin Chen, why did you bring food? Xu Mengyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose. While having breakfast, Xiaoqian suggested we bring lunch to you. Mama, am I smart? Lin Xiaoqian beamed proudly at Xu Mengyao. For the sake of a meal. Xiaoqian, you really go all out, and Lin Chen, you're spoiling her. Xu Mengyao replied with mock severity. Let's eat. Lin Chen smiled as he had purchased a multi-tiered lunchbox for this purpose. Xu Mengyao began to unpack the various dishes. Just as they started eating, Xu Mengyao's assistant knocked and entered. The aroma of the food made her swallow hard. What can I do for you? Xu Mengyao asked. President, there's a document that needs your signature. Bring it here, she replied. After quickly reviewing and signing it, her assistant left, and Xu Mengyao felt her stomach growling. She hadn't been hungry before, but now she was starting to feel ravenous. Lin Chen's culinary skills must be quite exceptional. With such talents in cooking, basketball, and an impressive physique, he certainly had many advantages. However, in comparison to the president, he still fell short, her assistant thought. She believed that few could match Xu Mengyao, the only child of a family worth 300 billion. That alone eliminated countless suitors. Coupled with her stunning looks and multifaceted talents, including high proficiency in guzheng and piano, she was indeed a rare gem. Papa, I don't want to take a nap after lunch, Lin Xiaoqian declared. You won't take a nap? Daddy, you have a match, and I want to cheer for you, Lin Chen chuckled. As long as you can hold out, it's fine if you skip your nap. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. She did not take a nap, and Lin Chen was up for the first match without a doubt, leading their team to victory. Halfway through the second match, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes grew hazy. Dad, I'm running out of battery, she said listlessly. Xu Mengyao was busy with other matters, while Lin Chen turned to Sudong. Sudong, I won't be playing next. Lin Gu, you're busy? We've already got a significant lead. It should be fine, Sudong replied with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, cradling Lin Xiaoqian as they left. As soon as they returned to the office and Lin Xiaoqian lay down on the bed, she fell asleep. Half an hour later, Xu Mengyao returned. Did we win? Lin Chen asked with a smile. 52 to 45. We're ahead by 7 points. Your team has won the championship of Group A? Lin Chen. There will be a special guest attending tomorrow's finals. Who? A coach from the Modu men's basketball team. Lin Chen was puzzled. Did you invite him? Xu Mengyao shook her head. He reached out to us. Haven't you seen the short videos? You've gone a bit viral online. More than one person has posted videos of you. Coach Liang likely saw the videos and asked someone to contact us. Wanting to come watch our finals tomorrow. Lin Chen shook his head. It won't matter if he comes, I won't agree to play basketball for him, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen, why not consider it? With your skills, you could easily make it to the national team. You could become a basketball star, which would bring you much more fame than being a painter or a calligrapher. Let's talk about that later. For now, I'm not interested, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao glanced aside, her face slightly flushed. If we really end up together in the future, my dad runs the company, and then I'll have time to take care of Qianqian. You will have time to pursue your career." Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, making her face grow even redder. "You stop staring at me. I was just saying hypothetically. What I just mentioned was purely a supposition." "Okay, you can meet Coach Liang tomorrow. Don't refuse too firmly." Xu Mengyao spoke, her eyes a bit flustered. Lin Chen chuckled. "All right, listening to my wife can't be wrong." Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. "Lin Chen, don't be too full of yourself. I just don't want Qianqian to delay you. That would make me feel too indebted to you." Lin Chen shook his head. "You don't need to think that way. Right now, taking good care of Qianqian is my top priority. By the way, even if we're not together, you can still take care of Qianqian if you don't manage the company." Xu Mengyao paused, then said in a flustered tone, "When Qianqian wakes up, you should leave. I don't want to see you." Chapter 53. Victory in the finals. High salary invitation. "Old Liang, you called me out for something good?" asked Song Yuan. The owner of the Modu men's basketball team. It was Liang Hui, the head coach, who had invited him. Liang poured a drink for Song. "Boss, this time it's for real. I've discovered a genius." "Old Liang, let me see. In the 5 years you've been head coach, you've already found 9. No, with this one, it's 10 geniuses. But the performance has been lacking. The team is barely holding on," which made Liang feel a bit awkward. "Boss, before it was a minor talent. This time it's a major talent," Song Yuan retorted. "Next time, it'll be a top-tier talent, and the time after that, a once-in-a-century super talent. And the next one, is it going to be a once-in-a-millennium unparalleled genius?" Liang Hui remained silent. "Old Liang, it's tough to hold on now. If we bring in another talent, I estimate we'll lose a lot each month. The economic environment is not great. Even the landlords are running low on supplies." Liang took out a prepared tablet. "Boss, just watch a few clips, and you'll understand." He opened the tablet and played a video. In it, a young man effortlessly broke through the defense and leaped up to deliver a powerful dunk. "Wow." Song Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise. "His speed is incredible, far surpassing anyone on our team." "Boss, watch this." Liang switched to the next clip, cutting it down to just the key moments. This segment showed Lin Chen jumping from the three-point line to dunk. "What incredible leaping ability and body control!" Song Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Liang switched to the third segment, where Lin Chen casually sank a three-pointer. "That's mediocre." His opponent was weak, making a three-pointer isn't impressive, Song Yuan said. Shaking his head, he scored 10 out of 13 three-pointers across 4 matches. "Boss, do you still think that's ordinary?" Liang replied. "13 attempts, 10 made? That shooting percentage is terrifying. But why only 13 attempts across 4 matches?" Song Yuan asked, astonished. He only played 10 minutes in the first match, shot 5 times, and scored over 20 points, leading to a comeback. After that, he primarily set opportunities for others and shot less. Otherwise, his stats would be even better. Song Yuan was stunned. Even if the opponents were weak, scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes is impressive. "Old Liang, he is indeed a promising player. You should just recruit him. You haven't reported every potential talent before. Such a promising player shouldn't he be snatched away by others?" "Boss, it might be a bit challenging to recruit him. Is he asking for a lot of money? Do you need my approval?" "I'm willing to spend on such a talent. Just tell me how much it would take to recruit him." Liang sighed. "I haven't approached him yet, so he hasn't made an offer. But from what I've heard, he has a wonderful wife, which might affect his decision to join our team." Song Yuan frowned. "You say he has a wonderful wife, but then say she might affect his decision to join us. What gives? It sounds contradictory." Liang chuckled bitterly. "His wife is too exceptional. His wife is Xu Mengyao." Song Yuan was taken aback. "Xu Guofeng's daughter, Xu Mengyao?" "Yes," Song Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Old Liang, are you kidding me? My assets barely reach 1/10 of the Xu family. What capability do I have to recruit Xu Mengyao's husband?" Liang and Song Yuan shared a drink, and Liang said, "Boss, it's not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Chen. He comes from an ordinary background and is currently at home taking care of the child. The wife works while the husband stays home. With Lin Chen's level of skill, that's a waste." Liang nodded. "Exactly. Tomorrow is their finals. I initially planned to watch and then recruit him, but I didn't expect him to be Xu Mengyao's husband. Liang smiled awkwardly. "So you want me to join you? My standing in front of Xu Mengyao isn't much better than yours. But if we go together, it shows more sincerity." After a moment of contemplation, Song Yuan nodded. "I have nothing to do tomorrow anyway. I'll go with you." The next afternoon, Song Yuan and Liang Hui quietly sat beside the court. The area around the court was already filled with spectators. Lin Chen arrived carrying Lin Qianqian, with Xu Mengyao beside him. President, Lin Gu. Many people greeted them. Upon reaching the sidelines, Lin Chen handed Lin Qianqian to Xu Mengyao. Dad, cheer for you? Lin Qianqian chimed sweetly. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao with a smile. Qianqian is cheering for me. What about you, my wife? Xu Mengyao. That with many people watching, Xu Mengyao said, hubby, good luck. Lin Chen and Su Dong entered the court as the game began. Song Yuan and Liang Hui found the play somewhat painful to watch. The others, apart from Lin Chen, were quite amateurish. However, they weren't there to see those players. Bang! Swish! Lin Chen began his performance. Dunks, three-pointers, Lin Chen scored effortlessly. Over the past 2 days, he had also taught Lin Qianqian quite a bit about basketball, and his skills had improved significantly, nearing a master level. A master level is the pinnacle of domestic standards. Lin Chen hadn't reached that yet, but his physique was much stronger than that of typical basketball players. With his formidable physique, Lin Chen's basketball skills were undoubtedly top-tier domestically. Boss, what do you think? Liang Hui asked quietly as the game neared its end. Lin Chen is impressive, but the opponents are too weak. His strength hasn't been fully displayed, Song Yuan replied. Let us talk to Xu Mengyao and the others after this. Okay. Soon, the game concluded. Without a doubt, Lin Chen's team emerged victorious. Lin Gu, thanks for leading us. Lin Gu, can we treat you to drinks tonight? Su Dong and the others chimed in joyfully. Lin Chen responded, drinks are fine, but I'll let you know when I find a good place. How about 6 o'clock? They nodded in agreement. It was currently 4:30, and a quick shower would be perfect before heading out for dinner and drinks. Wife, I've arranged to drink with Su Dong and the others tonight. You and Qianqian don't need to join, right? If you come, they probably want to relax. Lin Chen said as he approached Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Come with me to the second floor. She had the assistant take Lin Qianqian while she and Lin Chen ascended to the second floor, where only 2 people remained. President Song, Coach Liang. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao approached. Xu Mengyao greeted. Hello, President Song. They all shook hands. Lin Chen remained calm. Although he lacked the wealth of Song Yuan, his various skills gave him confidence. Liang Hui rubbed his hands together. Lin Chen, your skills are exceptional. Are you interested in joining our Modu men's basketball team? Song Yuan added. We can offer you 8 million a year. Chapter 54. Grandma, we're at Dada's house. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. President, is that all? NBA stars earn tens of millions of dollars, don't they? Song Yuan sighed. Su Zong, our team's highest salary is just that. We can't compare to the NBA. However, players can secure endorsements on their own, and with a good reputation, they can earn much more than 8 million. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Hubby, your side business must earn over 10 million a month, right? Lin Chen smiled. Not necessarily 10 million, but around 8 million should be accurate. Song Yuan and Liang Hui felt a bit disheartened. Lin Chen's side business earns that much a month. What appeal does an 8 million annual salary have for him? Su Zong, sorry to interrupt, Liang Hui said regretfully. Lin Chen smiled. Coach Liang, I want to sign with you, but I do enjoy basketball. Qianqian is still young, and I currently lack the time in the future. If I find the time, I might play occasionally. In that case, can I participate in matches? Liang Hui's eyes lit up. Of course, you can. There's a foreign player quota. We can even recruit locals without issue. But in terms of treatment, Lin Chen laughed. I don't care about treatment. You can arrange it as you see fit. I have 3 small requests. First, I want to have time for regular training. Second, I will only participate in matches I want to. Third, if Mengyao and my daughter want to watch, I hope to arrange good seats for them. Song Yuan readily agreed. No problem. Lin Chen didn't even ask for treatment. These were all minor matters, of course. Even if Lin Chen didn't ask, they would ensure he received every penny he deserved. Lin Chen, when will you be available? Liang Hui looked at him eagerly. Lin Chen replied with a smile. When I have time depends on when Mengyao can take Qianqian. I probably want to have time in the next 2 or 3 months. Song Yuan and the others nodded. 2 or 3 months would pass quickly. Before long, Song Yuan and his team took their leave. Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, I didn't expect their team's salary to be so low. Low? 8 million a year is indeed low for someone like you, but it's high for an average person. I used to earn less than 80,000 a year. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. That's because you didn't want to earn more. If you set your mind to it, making $1 billion a year would be easy. Lin Chen currently just writes children's stories in his spare time, earning quite a fortune. If he focused on making money, he could certainly earn even more. I thought you would reject them outright with such a low salary. Why did you agree to go in the future? Xu Mengyao questioned, puzzled. Lin Chen chuckled. I enjoy it. Many people would probably be willing to spend money to play matches with basketball stars. I get to participate in matches and earn money. Why not? Plus, haven't you noticed how excited Qianqian is? Right now, what she needs most is companionship, but as she grows, she will require more than just that. When the time comes, while other dads are doing well, should I just be cooped up at home? Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen, taken aback. He truly considered a lot for Lin Qianqian. Lin Chen continued, "There's actually another reason." "What reason?" Lin Chen looked into Xu Mengyao's eyes. "I need to show my capabilities in the future. Otherwise, people might gossip behind my back, saying your husband is useless," Xu Mengyao replied. "I don't care about that. Lin Chen, things from back then might come to light in the future. If I'm deemed useless, when it gets revealed, others will look at you with sympathy. Wouldn't that make you uncomfortable? If I'm strong, then what happened back then is just fate, and others will envy us instead." Xu Mengyao stared at Lin Chen, lost in thought. "Fate? Huh?" she murmured to herself. Others may not know, but she already recognized Lin Chen's excellence. Perhaps this truly was the fate between her and Lin Chen? The shadows in her heart gradually diminished. "You should go take a shower now," Xu Mengyao said. "After you shower, rest a bit. Drink less tonight." Lin Chen replied, "If I drink tonight, I can't drive. Why don't you stay over at my place? You can take Qianqian back early tomorrow." Lin Chen took out his car keys. Xu Mengyao hesitated for a moment before accepting them. "Come back early. If you don't, Qianqian might not sleep." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. At 7:30 that evening, after finishing his drinks, Lin Chen was about to call a cab when he heard Lin Qianqian's voice. "Dad." "Over here, Dad. Mama and I are waiting for you to go home together." Lin Chen looked over. Lin Qianqian's little head peeked out of the window. Su Dong and the others gazed at him enviously. "Lin Gu, you're truly a winner in life. A beautiful and wealthy wife, and such a lovely child. I'm so envious." Su Dong and the others chimed in. Lin Chen waved his hand. "I'm leaving. You all be safe on your way home." Soon, Lin Chen got into the car, taking the passenger seat. "Wow, you smell strongly of alcohol. How much did you drink?" Xu Mengyao asked. "At a bit over a pound. But they were all quite friendly. Don't worry. My tolerance is better than that," Lin Chen replied. His alcohol tolerance had improved significantly due to his enhanced physique. Xu Mengyao frowned. "Drinking over a pound is too much. You need to drink less in the future." Lin Chen laughed. "All right, if I take good care of myself, maybe we can have a second child in the future." Xu Mengyao's hand trembled. "You're drunk." Her face flushed as she scolded lightly. "Dad, what is a second child?" Lin Qianqian asked curiously from the back seat. Xu Mengyao quickly said, "Qianqian, don't ask. Your dad is drunk. Let him rest." "Okay, Daddy, you should rest," Lin Qianqian replied in her sweet little voice. Over an hour had passed when Lin Chen and his companions finally arrived home. "Didi." Xu Mengyao's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen and saw that it was a video call from her mother. "Mom." Xu Mengyao stepped back slightly as she answered the call. On the other end, her mother, Yang Qingyue, looked puzzled. "Mengyao, it seems you're not at home." I'm at a friend's place," Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Qianqian, overhearing Yang Qinghue's voice, joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, is that Grandma? I can hear Grandma's voice." "Qianqian, it's Grandma." Yang Qinghue's eyes brightened with delight. Xu Mengyao aimed the phone at Lin Qianqian, a vague sense of unease brewing within her. "Grandma, I miss you so much." Yang Qinghue replied, "Grandma misses you too, Qianqian. Where are you and your mom?" "We're at Dad's house," Lin Qianqian answered promptly. Xu Mengyao. Chapter 55. Basketball Master Level. Yang Qinghue pondered for a moment. It was nearly 9 o'clock in China, and Xu Mengyao was still at Lin Chen's place, which suggested she might be spending the night there. "Qianqian, why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Yang Qinghue inquired with a smile. Lin Qianqian sweetly responded, "I'm waiting for Dad. He won the championship, and since he's drinking, he can't drive. We're waiting for him to come home with us." Yang Qinghue's eyes widened in surprise. "Mengyao, Qianqian's verbal skills have improved quite a bit." Xu Mengyao nodded. "Perhaps it's because she has been spending time with Lin Chen. He talks to her a lot, which has really helped her language skills." "Mom, is there anything else? I need to go." Lin Qianqian, puzzled, asked, "Mom, where are you going? You said you'd be sleeping at Dad's place." Xu Mengyao. What a good daughter, the number one at exposing secrets." Yang Qinghue said irritably, "Mengyao, if you're staying there, just admit it. There's no need to hide. Qianqian is so honest." "Qianqian, are you sleeping with your mom or your dad?" Lin Qianqian chirped, "Grandma, I slept with Dad yesterday, but tonight I'll sleep with Mom." "Mengyao, the bathwater for Qianqian is ready." Lin Chen's voice came from the master bedroom. Xu Mengyao quickly replied, Mom, Qianqian needs to take a bath now. So I can't chat anymore. She needs to wash up and sleep. All right, Yang Qingwen nodded. Qianqian, say goodbye. Goodbye, Grandma. Xu Mengyao swiftly ended the call. She pointed at Lin Xiaoqian, asking Xiaoqian, weren't you in the bedroom with Dad? Why did you come out? Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mom, I was afraid you'd leave. If you leave, I'll be so sad. Xu Mengyao felt a pang in her heart. Mom said I'm staying here. So I want to leave. Lin Xiaoqian pouted. Mom, you just said you were going to leave. Mom, can you help me take a bath? All right, Xu Mengyao nodded. She understood that Lin Xiaoqian was still afraid of her leaving. Lin Chen came out looking puzzled. Mengyao, the bathwater for Xiaoqian is ready. Why aren't you going? Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Dad, we just video called Grandma, and I want Mom to bathe me today. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep. Lin Chen finished his bath and was working in the study, needing to update Tongxi network. Knock, knock. Just as he finished writing an article, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen opened it to find Xu Mengyao standing outside, freshly bathed and particularly enchanting at that moment. He felt a strong urge to kiss her tender face. Mengyao, is something the matter? Lin Chen invited her into the room. Xu Mengyao murmured, my mom knows I'm spending the night here. They're bound to suspect our relationship. Lin Chen asked, do they strongly oppose us? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Not exactly. If I make a choice, they will respect it. They don't know some of your circumstances. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You didn't tell them because you're afraid they think you're trying to gain favor with me? Well, if you're going over, just say what you want to say. Xu Mengyao shrugged. Lin Chen grinned. All right, I'll take the initiative and seek your parents' approval myself. What in the world are you talking about? You're not making any sense. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Lin Chen replied in surprise. I'm serious. We're legally married, so aren't they my in-laws? Xu Mengyao shot him a disapproving look. Our marriage is just about the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They are not your in-laws. Lin Chen nodded. Fine, if I get along exceptionally well with your dad, we can just call each other brothers. Xu Mengyao. Your passport will be ready tomorrow, and the visa is already sorted. You and Xiaoqian will fly to the United States the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen asked, Mengyao, what are your parents like? I can't go empty-handed. You don't need to prepare anything, Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Chen shook his head. That won't do, if we end up together. They remember that the first time I met them, I didn't bring anything. That would be quite embarrassing. Who says we'll end up together? Xu Mengyao retorted, if you want to prepare something, just bring a little something. She turned and swiftly exited the study. Lin Chen wore a subtle smile, slowly melting the icy demeanor of Xu Mengyao, who was like a corporate tycoon, was rather amusing in the United States. Su Guofeng pushed open the door to the hospital room. He spent the day with his wife and slept elsewhere at night. If there were any emergencies, the doctors and nurses would notify him promptly, as he lived nearby. Honey, how are you feeling today? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue replied, I'm fine, but Mengyao seems to have some issues. Su Guofeng's expression changed. Is Mengyao sick? Yang Qingyue shook her head. Not sick. She is staying at Lin Chen's place. It shouldn't be the first time. Did Lin Chen's team win? Lin Xiaoqian said Dad was the champion, and Lin Chen was out drinking with others. Mengyao drove, and she and Xiaoqian are waiting for Lin Chen to come home together. Su Guofeng retrieved breakfast from the thermos. Lin Chen's team indeed won. Mengyao likely has a good impression of Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue said irritably, that's obvious. If it weren't for that, Mengyao wouldn't be staying at Lin Chen's place. What are your thoughts? Su Guofeng responded. What can I think? Before our daughter makes a choice, we'll do our best to oversee things. If she chooses, we can only wish them well. Am I supposed to be the one to break them apart? Yang Qingyue was somewhat surprised. You seem to have a bit of recognition for Lin Chen. Su Guofeng nodded. Indeed, I used to think Lin Chen was quite ordinary and not worthy of Mengyao. But now I see he has not be a d at least he is good at basketball and takes care of Xiaoqian. As he spoke, Su Guofeng took out his phone and opened a video showcasing some impressive moments of Lin Chen playing basketball. Yang Qingyue hadn't seen it yet. Soon, surprise flickered in her eyes. Lin Chen's basketball skills were undoubtedly superior to the rest. After watching the 3-minute video, Yang Qingyue remarked, Dear, I don't understand basketball, but I think Lin Chen is quite impressive. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Indeed, very impressive. I consulted a friend, and at Lin Chen's level, he could play in the NBA. Many players there aren't as skilled as he is. Yang Qingyue gasped. Su Guofeng added, I'll talk to Lin Chen and see if he is willing to develop in the U.S. If he is, I can pull some strings to help him get into the NBA. With professional training, his skills might improve even further. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly. Dad, Catch the ball. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian were shooting hoops downstairs in the community. Over the past few days, Lin Qianqian had shown a keen interest in basketball. Lin Chen had spent more time playing basketball with her. Host, the time you spent teaching Lin Qianqian basketball has reached 10 hours, elevating your skill level to master level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. He acquired a wealth of basketball-related information, and simultaneously, his muscles and nerves underwent changes. Finally, he had reached master level. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. With master-level skills combined with his physical condition, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in the world who surpassed him in basketball prowess. Chapter 56. Lin Chen arrives in the United States. Mr. Lin Qianqian, welcome aboard. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian boarded Xu Mengyao's private jet. This aircraft was registered under Xu Mengyao's name. Aunt Yaya, Aunt Tong Tong, hello, Lin Qianqian sweetly greeted. Lin Chen nodded as he carried Lin Qianqian into the cabin. The aircraft, a Gulfstream G550, was luxuriously appointed, leaving Lin Chen silently in awe at the wealth. He had always flown in economy class, which was cramped. He never imagined he would be on a private jet, and one owned by his wife at that. Mr. Lin, we will need to refuel during the flight. Our total flying time will be around 16 hours. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask, one of the flight attendants respectfully informed him. Lin Chen nodded. After the flight attendant left, Lin Qianqian said, Dad, let us fold paper airplanes. I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma. Sure, Lin Chen smiled as he began teaching Lin Qianqian how to fold paper airplanes. 5 minutes later, a multitude of information about airplanes flooded Lin Chen's mind, most of which pertained to the Gulfstream G550 he was currently on. System, is there something wrong with the plane, which is why I'm folding paper airplanes to gain this information? Lin Chen thought to himself. No, host. Since you are currently on this aircraft, you are prioritizing information related to it. This way, if any emergencies arise, you will be prepared. Lin Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Half an hour passed. Boom. Their private jet took off smoothly. Lin Chen kept an eye on Lin Qianqian, noting the changes in pressure as the plane ascended and descended. Fortunately, Lin Qianqian seemed fine. She had flown enough times to know how to handle it. Dad, let us continue. Lin Qianqian giggled as the plane stabilized. All right, Lin Chen resumed teaching her how to fold paper airplanes, and a continuous influx of airplane-related information surged into his mind. 2 hours later, Lin Chen's understanding of the aircraft had surpassed that of any co-pilot. Dad, I'm so sleepy, I want to take a nap, Lin Qianqian yawned. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, if you're tired, just sleep. We have a long journey ahead. We can continue when you wake up. Machem, Lin Qianqian nodded and quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen also dozed off. Unlike the cramped economy cabin, the spacious seats on the private jet made it quite comfortable. Time continued to pass. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian spent 15 hours on the plane, with Lin Qianqian folding paper airplanes for about 4 to 5 hours. Lin Chen's technical knowledge of aircraft soared. He felt he understood the Gulfstream G550 better than even its chief designer. Boom! With a loud roar, the plane landed, and Lin Chen and his party arrived at New City International Airport. The plane slowly taxied to the parking area, where a black sedan awaited them. Mr. Lin, please get in. The boss has sent me to take you and Qianqian to the hotel. The driver beside the vehicle said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded, carrying Lin Qianqian as he got into the car. The driver soon drove them away smoothly. Mengyao, we've landed. We're now heading to the hotel, and after putting our things down, we'll go to the hospital, Lin Chen messaged Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Chen, how are you both? You need to adjust to the time difference now that you're in New City. I'm fine. And Qianqian seems energetic as well. All right. Xu Mengyao set her phone down, looking at the documents in front of her. For quite some time, she couldn't concentrate. Would there be any problems when her parents met Lin Chen? After all, he was Qianqian's father, and if there were conflicts, it would put Qianqian in a difficult position. Xu Mengyao murmured to herself. Over an hour later, Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian arrived at the hotel. The driver who brought them had escorted them to their room. Mr. Lin, look over there. Mrs. Xu is in that hospital, room 306 in District 3. Here's a pass. You'll need it to enter. The driver handed a pass to Lin Chen. He gazed out the window and remarked, It's quite close. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes on foot. The driver nodded. It should take around 15 minutes to reach the ward. By the way, Miss Xu is in the adjacent room. 305. It's daytime now, and she is currently at the hospital. Lin Qianqian chimed in. Dad, let us go see Grandpa and Grandma. I miss them so much. The driver added, Mr. Lin, you have my business card. If you need a car, just give me a call. All right, Lin Chen nodded. The driver departed, and Lin Chen asked, Qianqian, are you tired after the long flight? Should we wait until tomorrow to go? It was around 3 or 4 o'clock in New City. Dad, I'm not tired. Are you tired? Lin Chen shook his head. With the ability to lie down on the private jet, he felt perfectly fine. Then let us go. Lin Chen picked up the gift for Su Guofeng and the others, and they set off. Given the short distance, they reached the hospital entrance in no time. This was a private hospital, and Lin Chen had to show the pass to enter. As they approached, Lin Chen felt increasingly anxious. Didi, his phone rang, and he placed Lin Xiaoqian down to answer. It was a call from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, have you arrived at the hotel? Once the call connected, Xu Mengyao asked. We entered the hospital. In 2 or 3 minutes, we'll be at the ward. Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. You're going today? Yes, Xiaoqian wants to see Grandpa and Grandma, and it's not too late, so we're taking her to see them now. After a few seconds of silence, Xu Mengyao said, My dad loves calligraphy, and my mom enjoys music. She plays the guzheng quite well. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Mengyao, don't worry. I will do my utmost to earn your parents' approval. That's Xu Mengyao. I was just saying that casually. Let me speak to Xiaoqian. After a brief moment, Xu Mengyao finished her statement, and Lin Chen hung up. Xu Mengyao's focus drifted away from her documents as she walked to the window. Please don't let them have a quarrel, she silently prayed. Her heart raced as she thought about the upcoming meeting. Room 306, this is it. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the door of the ward. It had been some time since Xu Mengyao's mother underwent surgery. She could have been discharged, but the Xu family was wealthy, and continuing to stay in the hospital kept Su Guofeng more at ease. In case of any emergencies, the doctors could respond immediately. Knock, knock. Lin Chen knocked on the door. Chapter 57. Meeting Xu Mengyao's parents. Click. Su Guofeng opened the door. Grandpa, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed, while Lin Chen smiled slightly. Uncle Su, I'm Lin Chen, Xiaoqian's father. Lin Xiaoqian interjected, Dad, you made a mistake. Grandpa is Mommy's dad. You should also call him Grandpa. Su Guofeng hugged Lin Xiaoqian, kissing her and chuckling, Xiaoqian, you're right. I'll make sure to correct your dad on that. Lin Chen, come in. You've had a long flight. I thought you wouldn't be arriving until tomorrow. The 3 individuals entered the room, a suite comprising a living area outside and the patient's chamber within. Xiaoqian expressed her longing for her grandparents, stating that it was convenient for them to come directly. Lin Chen, while speaking, removed a painting tube slung over his shoulder, saying, Uncle Su, I am uncertain about what gift to bring, but I hope you and Aunt Yang will appreciate this painting. Su Guofeng replied. Please bring Qianqian over. What gift did you bring? It is we who ought to express our gratitude to you. Lin Xiaoqian felt a hint of confusion, as her grandfather seemed not to be very familiar with her father. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? She inquired. Su Guofeng smiled and said, Your grandmother is asleep and has yet to awaken, but she should be stirring soon. Inside the hospital room, Yang Qingyue expressed her eagerness. Is Qianqian here yet? Let me see her quickly. Su Guofeng opened the door, cradling Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian gazed blankly at Yang Qingyue on the hospital bed, her eyes soon glistening with tears. Grandma, you have lost weight. In a brief moment, tears welled in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. Qianqian, do not cry. Grandma is fine. She has just been eating less lately, as the food here does not quite suit her palate. Yang Qingyue hurriedly comforted. Lin Xiaoqian's tears flowed freely. Grandma, are you unwell? You must get better soon. Yes. Grandma will recover in due time. Yang Qingyue assured her, her gaze shifting to Lin Chen. Aunt Yang, I am Lin Chen, Xiaoqian's father. Yang Qingyue smiled. Mengyao mentioned that you were taking care of Qianqian, and you were doing a wonderful job. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen shook his head. Caring for Xiaoqian is no burden. She is very understanding and brings me immense joy. Su Guofeng assisted Yang Qingyue to sit up. Grandma, your hands have grown thin as well, Lin Xiaoqian remarked, gently holding Yang Qingyue's hand, which appeared frail and emaciated. Qianqian, do not worry. Grandma will be fine, Yang Qingyue said softly. Lin Xiaoqian insisted, Grandma, you must eat more. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Chen. Dad, can we bring food for Grandma? Of course. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian beamed, Grandma, the food Dad makes is the tastiest. You will definitely love it. Is that so? Then Grandma is looking forward to it. Yang Qingyue smiled. Dear, help me out of bed. I would like to sit in the living room for a while, she said. Qianqian, let us step outside for a moment. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian into the living area, and a few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue joined them. The living room, spanning 50 to 60 square meters, was furnished with a sofa and a television, making for quite a pleasant hospital environment.
Grandma, Dad is also a doctor. If you are unwell, should we have Dad take a look at you? Lin Qianqian asked innocently. Yang Qingwei responded with surprise. Lin Chen, you know medicine? Lin Chen nodded. I have a basic understanding. I can handle Qianqian's cold. But anything more complicated is beyond my capability. That is quite sufficient. Children often catch colds and fevers. Yang Qingwei smiled. Old Su showed me the video of you playing basketball. I did not realize you were so skilled. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. Grandma, I have seen Dad play basketball. He is the best. Su Guofeng asked, Lin Chen, have you considered pursuing a career in the NBA? I could help facilitate connections for you. Uncle Su, I do not have such aspirations at the moment. My primary concern is to care for Qian. Lin Chen replied. Su Guofeng nodded. Should you change your mind in the future, do let me know, and I will do my best to assist you. Thank you, Uncle, Lin Xiaoqian said, puzzled. Dad, you all seem very strange. Why is that? What do you mean? Lin Chen inquired. Dad, we are family. It is only natural for family to help each other. Grandma thanks you, and you thank Grandpa. Why is that? Yang Qingwei explained. Qianqian, it may be because your grandparents and your father have not seen each other for a long time. Over time, we may become somewhat estranged. Old Su, why don't you and Lin Chen take a stroll outside and have a good chat? Qianqian, Grandma will play with you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Lin Chen and Su Guofeng descended the stairs. Su Guofeng had chosen a high-end private hospital, boasting a pleasant environment akin to a park downstairs. Lin Chen, regarding that incident from years ago, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your intervention, Mengyao's psychological trauma would have been far worse, perhaps even leading her to consider drastic measures, Su Guofeng began. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, there is no need for thanks. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude. If you wish to enter the NBA, I will assist you. If not, I can provide a 10 million startup fund. Lin Chen pondered internally, realizing that Xu Mengyao had not disclosed anything to her father. If she had, Su Guofeng would undoubtedly know that Lin Chen did not require a 10 million startup fund. Uncle, do you disapprove of our relationship? Su Guofeng shook his head. Please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. If you were entirely ordinary, I would object, as you cannot be together solely because of Qianqian. Such a relationship would only waste your time. Now that you have a daughter, as a father, can you understand that? Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Su Guofeng continued. The situation is different now. Your basketball skills are exceptional, which is a significant asset. Financial status is secondary. Possessing one outstanding quality is sufficient. If you and Mengyao can truly be together, my wife and I will offer our blessings. Lin Chen was taken aback by Su Guofeng's unexpectedly accommodating demeanor. Su Guofeng sighed. For you to be together, perhaps Mengyao can finally move past the shadows of her past. Lin Chen affirmed, Uncle, I will help Mengyao overcome her struggles. Very well, Su Guofeng nodded slightly. What are your future plans? If you choose to start a business, I can provide some advice. If you opt for basketball, you must rely on your own efforts. Lin Chen smiled. Uncle, I actually already have a job, earning a modest income each month. What? You are currently taking care of Qianqian. When do you find the time to work? Su Guofeng asked, puzzled. Once Qianqian is asleep, I can earn money online, Lin Chen replied. Su Guofeng frowned. That does not seem ideal. Raising a child is not easy, and earning money complicates things further. Does Mengyao not provide you with living expenses? If that is the case, I must have a word with her. Uncle, I am not wearied and I spend less than half an hour working each day, Lin Chen responded. That amount of time likely does not yield much. I will have Mengyao send you some support, Su Guofeng insisted. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle, that is unnecessary. I earn between 3 to 5 million each month. Su Guofeng was taken aback. What did you say? Under normal circumstances, 5 million is not a problem, Lin Chen stated. His plan involved publishing a book each month, and the royalties from new books would amount to 6 million. You are not engaged in any illegal activities, are you? Su Guofeng asked, his expression grave. Working less than half an hour a day while earning a minimum of 5 million was a concept he could not fathom. Lin Chen shook his head. It is not illegal. I write children's stories online, and the published books generate revenue. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Chen, do not tell me you are Lin Yu. He recalled that Xu Mengyao had shown him the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Yu, a renowned children's literature master. Only Lin Yu could earn such a sum from writing children's stories. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Yu is my pen name. I initially intended to title the book Qianqian's Bedtime Stories, but I decided against it to avoid drawing attention to Qianqian. So I chose another name. Su Guofeng stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen was, in fact, the online Lin Yu. Esteemed calligraphers praise Lin Yu's work, and Su Guofeng himself found Lin Yu's calligraphy exceptionally impressive. The identity of Lin Yu was shrouded in mystery, and Su Guofeng never imagined that Lin Chen would be Lin Yu. Does Mengyao know you are Lin Yu? After a considerable pause, Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Chen nodded. She knows Lin Yu is my pen name and that I have earned some money from writing children's stories. She previously offered me living expenses, which I declined. Su Guofeng's lips twitched. Mengyao had known Lin Chen was Lin Yu all along, but had kept it from them. It was my request for her to keep it a secret. If this news spreads, it could affect my ability to care for Qianqian, and I would likely be surrounded by onlookers. Su Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. You must not have insisted she keep it from us. She simply chose not to disclose it. I will discuss it with her later. Lin Chen, your calligraphy is remarkably proficient, and your ability to write children's stories is extraordinary. You are also quite adept at basketball. Why did you not showcase these talents before? Su Guofeng queried, perplexed. The investigations he commissioned indicated that Lin Chen was rather ordinary. Although his looks might have been a singular highlight, his previous attire was quite plain, which concealed this attribute. Lin Chen smiled but did not answer, as he had never possessed such capabilities before. If you prefer not to share, that is fine. Everyone has their little secrets. Thank you, Uncle. In the hospital room, Yang Qingyue brought out some snacks for Lin Qian, which he had prepared in advance. How are your parents, dear? Yang Qingyue inquired. Lin Qian nodded. Grandma, they are doing well. Dad and Mom are both in good health and not sick at all. Yang Qingyue pressed her forehead, realizing her own confusion. She had asked a 2-year-old a rather subtle question. Lin Qian, of course, could not comprehend what she was really asking. Do you sleep with Dad and Mom? Do they hug and kiss you? Yang Qingyue rephrased her question. Lin Qian, munching on snacks, replied, Grandma, I have not slept with Dad and Mom yet. They are in the room kissing. Yang Qingyue pondered, concluding that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had not yet made any significant progress. The fact that Lin Qian mentioned they were in the room kissing likely indicated that nothing of the sort was happening, and Lin Chen was simply deceiving Lin Qian. Knock, knock. After half an hour, Lin Chen and the others returned. Qianqian, we must head back now. We will come to visit Grandpa and Grandma again tomorrow. Though Lin Qian felt reluctant, she bid farewell to Yang Qingyue and the others as Lin Chen carried her away. Dear, it seems Lin Chen and Mengyao have not made any progress. They are likely just putting on a fade, deceiving Qian into believing they are in love, Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Guofeng replied. I hope they do make progress. If they do not, Mengyao's psychological scars may be far worse than we realize. Yang Qingyue inquired, I mentioned Lin Yu to you. Lin Chen is Lin Yu. What? Yang Qingyue was stunned. She knew who Lin Yu was, but how could Lin Chen be Lin Yu? Lin Yu was a master in both children's literature and calligraphy. Are you certain? Su Guofeng affirmed. Lin Chen himself said so. Do you think he would lie to deceive me? Yang Qingyue shook her head. There was no point in lying about such matters and it could backfire. Dear, Lin Chen is exceptionally talented. His prowess in children's literature and calligraphy is remarkable, and he is quite skilled at basketball. Su Guofeng nodded. If Mengyao is aware of all this, and if she feels nothing for Lin Chen, it suggests her issues may be far more serious than we think. Yang Qingyue mused, could it be that they are truly intimate? What? Su Guofeng asked. Qianqian mentioned they do not sleep together, but sometimes they close the door and are in the room kissing. I initially thought they were merely pretending. Suddenly, Su Guofeng stood up, retrieving the painting tube Lin Chen had brought. He wiped the coffee table clean, opened the tube, and unfolded the contents. Su Guofeng was taken aback. He had expected a calligraphy piece, but found a painting instead. The artwork depicted pine trees and cranes, a pine and crane painting symbolizing longevity and health. Dear, this painting looks quite impressive. You have a better eye for this than I do. What do you think of it? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue remained silent, intently observing. As 10 minutes passed, Su Guofeng nudged his wife, who was engrossed in the artwork. What is it? Yang Qingyue asked, puzzled. Dear, what do you think of this painting? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qingyue replied, someone once gifted my father a pine and crane painting. When my father learned it was worth 18 million, he promptly returned it. I have seen that piece. It is not as good as this one, but it was an antique by a renowned artist. As she spoke, an expression of shock crossed Yang Qingyue's face. Dear, do you think this painting could have been created by Lin Chen? Su Guofeng mused. I suspect it might be. Given his exceptional calligraphy skills, there would be no need for him to gift something that is not his own. I will call Mengyao to inquire. With that, Su Guofeng took out his phone. Chapter 59. Mengyao, is Lin Chen Lin Yu? Dear, it is still dark in Huagua. Yang Qingyue interjected. I will send Mengyao a message first. She will reply when she wakes up. Su Guofeng sent a message to Xu Mengyao. Dad, what's wrong? Over an hour later, Xu Mengyao replied. Having woken up early. Su Guofeng initiated a video call with her. Dad, what is it? Xu Mengyao asked, still in bed, needing a moment to fully wake up. Su Guofeng replied irritably, Mengyao, why didn't you tell us that Lin Chen is such an accomplished artist? Yang Qingyue glanced at her husband, as they still could not confirm if the painting was indeed by Lin Chen. On the other end of the line, Xu Mengyao felt a bit embarrassed. Dad, isn't it better for Lin Chen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng retorted. Is this painting really by Lin Chen? Dad, you're trying to get me to confirm something, Xu Mengyao playfully chided. If you want to ask, just ask directly. There's no need to lead me on. Am I still hiding anything from you? Su Guofeng replied, unamused. You have a history. You know Lin Chen is Lin Yu, yet you never mentioned it. You showed me the Lantingyi Su Lin Yu wrote, which means you realized Lin Chen was Lin Yu back then. Didn't you? Xu Mengyao fell silent. Dad, that is not important. I have nothing to do with Lin Chen. Why should I even mention it? Yang Qingyue leaned in. Mengyao, you have no feelings for Lin Chen? He is exceptionally talented in calligraphy, painting, children's literature, and basketball. Not at all, Xu Mengyao said, somewhat insincerely. Su Guofeng remarked, that's good to hear. Your mother and I have found a suitable partner for you. You should explore that option. Dad, please don't meddle, Xu Mengyao quickly protested. Su Guofeng continued. We have discussed this with the doctor. The best way for you to heal is to enter a new relationship. Rest assured, the match we found for you is quite promising, a bona fide high achiever. Spend less time with Lin Chen and more with this new person. Xu Mengyao inhaled deeply. Dad, I don't feel completely indifferent to Lin Chen. I have developed some fondness for him. Please don't go looking for someone else. Yang Qingyue chuckled. Your father isn't looking. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Father, you have indeed led me into addiction. Su Guofeng chuckled. Who told you not to speak the truth now? If you were honest, I wouldn't need to resort to this. You have developed some fondness for Lin Chen, yet you refuse to share his circumstances. Are you not afraid that we might not treat him kindly? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Lin Chen is Qianqian's father, and moreover, he has been kind to our family. You wouldn't dare speak ill of him. Su Guofeng pressed. What other merits does Lin Chen possess? Do share. Did you not have someone investigate him before? Su Guofeng replied. Yang Qingyue interjected. Mengyao, stop sparring with your father. Please elaborate on Lin Chen's situation. We need to understand him better. Xu Mengyao explained. Mom, you already know. He excels in calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball. Is that all? Su Guofeng inquired. These are impressive, but I feel there is more, he added. Xu Mengyao continued. His culinary skills are exceptional, at a world-class level. Additionally, he possesses a remarkable talent for languages, likely mastering 7 or 8 foreign tongues. Beyond that, I am not well acquainted with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue were taken aback. He truly is impressive. Dad, please do not speak recklessly in public. He might fear being targeted or secretly assassinated by some state force, Xu Mengyao remarked. Su Guofeng acknowledged. His concerns are not unfounded. We have witnessed top talents in our country meet mysterious fates. Do not worry, your mother and I will certainly refrain from making careless comments. Yang Qingyue added. Mengyao, with Lin Chen being so outstanding, you must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Oh, Su Guofeng cautioned. Mengyao, be attentive. What if Lin Chen develops feelings for someone else or Qianqian ends up with a stepmother? Dad, if he finds someone else, then it simply means we were not meant to be. Xu Mengyao concluded, hastily ending the call as she announced, all right, I must get up for work, bye. Yang Qingyue remarked, your investigation back in the day was rather unreliable. Who knew Lin Chen could conceal himself so well? Mengyao claims to have developed a slight affection. They may indeed have a chance together. If they end up together, it would be wonderful for Mengyao to fully move on, Su Guofeng reflected. Yang Qingyue nodded. I hope Mengyao can grasp this opportunity. If she fails, her situation may worsen. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen purchased some ingredients. After spending a bit of money, he borrowed the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes and brought them to the hospital. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy made some delicious food. You'll love it, Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed sweetly. Lin Chen eyed Su Guofeng suspiciously. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, is there something wrong with me? Su Guofeng and the others regarded him oddly. No. Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Chen opened the lunchboxes, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yang Qingyue swallowed hard. She had lost her appetite following surgery, and the doctor diagnosed her with mild anorexia, but now she found herself hungry and eager to try Lin Chen's dishes. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, please give it a taste. It may not look great, but it should taste decent, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian urged, Grandma, you must try it, Yang Qingyue took a bite and was immediately stunned. The ingredients were familiar, yet the flavor was extraordinary, far surpassing that of a five-star hotel chef. Let me try, Xu Guofeng said, astonished as he looked at Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao had not exaggerated. Lin Chen's culinary skills were indeed world-class. Grandpa and Grandma, isn't it delicious? Daddy's food is the best, and both Mommy and I love it. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Guofeng and Yang Qingyue nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yang Qingyue had to stop. She was feeling quite full. Her mild anorexia was no match for such delicious food. Lin Chen, I have a small request. Xiaoqian's grandmother has been diagnosed with anorexia, but she's eating well now. Could you bring a meal every day while you're here? Xu Guofeng asked somewhat sheepishly. If Lin Chen were to be with Xu Mengyao, wouldn't he need to feel embarrassed, as they would be family? But for now, they were not yet together. Of course, no problem, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Uncle Xu, you needn't be so courteous. After the meal, Xu Guofeng returned to the hotel. Yang Qingyue planned to take a nap, so he figured he didn't need to stay there. Grandpa, tell me a story, Lin Xiaoqian chimed, holding a storybook written by her father. All right, Grandpa will tell you a story, Xu Guofeng said gently. After about 10 minutes of storytelling, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep with a faint smile on her face. Lin Chen, sit, Xu Guofeng beckoned Lin Chen to the living room outside the bedroom. They had booked a luxurious suite, which included a small living area outside the bedroom. The past had traumatized Mengyao. She had seen several doctors and seemed fine now but had not fully recovered. I hope you can be patient with her. When you are together, it would be unwise to rush into declarations of love. Rather, take your time. Let things develop naturally. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Xu, I understand. I have some knowledge of medicine. Many people carry psychological burdens after trauma. Xu Guofeng smiled slightly. Lin Chen, thank you for your understanding. That incident also left a significant impact on her mother and me. Since then, we have been particularly anxious about her well-being, fearing she might encounter more issues. Lin Chen assured him, Uncle Xu, I will protect her. He recalled the scene of Xu Mengyao waiting for him after a drink. This proud, IC CEO also had moments that warmed his heart. Xu Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen, some wealthy families prefer to choose sons-in-law who are more honest and somewhat foolish, but I'm different. I hope to find someone who can be a pillar for Mengyao. Her mother and I cannot protect her forever. Wealth is transient. As long as you both are well, our riches will eventually belong to you. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Xu, you are mistaken. Even if Mengyao and I end up together, your wealth remains yours. I can earn a living for myself. If we are together, it is because of her as a person, not because of the Xu family's wealth. Xu Guofeng looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen, let's discuss this more later. Both her mother and I have a favorable view of you. Lin Chen nodded and, smiling, asked, Uncle Xu, is there a shooting range nearby? I would like to try shooting. Xu Guofeng replied, there's a range a bit further away. Whenever Mengyao's mother is ill and I feel stressed, I go there to unwind. I have a black card for the range. You can use it to shoot anything you like. You can head there now. I will keep an eye on Xiaoqian. Lin Chen agreed. He felt reassured with Xu Guofeng watching over Lin Xiaoqian. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the shooting range. He picked up a gun, feeling a sense of familiarity from his past experiences at amusement parks. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots. The first one was slightly off, but the second and third were precise. As if he were a seasoned veteran. Time slipped away as he indulged in various firearms. Just then, a blonde woman approached him, speaking haltingly in Mandarin. Lin Chen inquired in fluent English, I speak English. How may I assist you? The blonde's eyes lit up, your English is excellent. I am looking for someone to be my bodyguard, and your shooting skills are impressive. Would you consider taking the job? For a month, with a salary of $100,000. Lin Chen was taken aback. That was quite a sum. I'm sorry. I'm just here to have some fun. I'll be returning home soon. So I cannot be your bodyguard. You could hire several professional bodyguards for that amount. Lin Chen declined. The blonde persisted. The people causing me trouble are quite capable. I fear that professional bodyguard companies might not suffice. Which is why I am here at the range looking for someone. I can offer you $200,000 for the month. Lin Chen shook his head again. I am not in need of money. This is not about the money. Please find someone else. $300,000. I can pay you $15,000 up front. The blonde was still not giving up. Just then, 2 individuals approached Lin Chen, reaching into their clothing. Lin Chen sensed their murderous intent. Damn! Trouble has arrived. The approaching men pulled guns from their clothes, one of them aiming at Lin Chen. Bang, bang! Lin Chen quickly fired 2 shots. hitting both men squarely in the forehead. Since they intended to kill him, he would not hold back. After all, they were armed, and being polite could lead to his demise. The blonde woman was momentarily stunned. "You saved my life. Here is my business card. If I survive this month, I will use my family's influence to assist you in the future should you face any difficulties." The blonde handed over a seemingly ordinary business card. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. "Their bodies," the blonde replied. "You needn't concern yourself with that. Just give me the gun. I will say I killed them, and my family will handle it. The police will not come looking for you." Lin Chen handed the gun to the blonde. "I do not require your assistance, but please do not let trouble find me. We shall not meet again." Lin Chen departed swiftly. The blonde dialed the number. "Andrew, 2 assassins came after me, and I killed them. I am currently at, please arrange for someone to handle their bodies." Leaving the shooting range, Lin Chen took a cab to another location, changing taxis multiple times before finally returning to the hotel. "Daddy, where have you been?" Lin Qianqian was already awake and eagerly approached him. Lin Chen bent down and scooped her up. "I went out for a bit, Qianqian. Were you good? Did you cause any trouble?" He kissed Lin Qianqian and asked. She shook her head. "I was good. I painted with Grandpa, and I painted better than him." Su Guofeng exclaimed. "Lin Chen, Qianqian has a tremendous talent for painting. She must have inherited your gift." Lin Chen set Lin Qianqian down. "Qianqian, why don't you continue painting for a while? Create a masterpiece for Grandpa and Grandma." "Uncle Su, I need to discuss something with you," Lin Chen said. While Lin Qianqian painted in the bedroom, he and Su Guofeng moved to the living room. Su Guofeng remarked, "Lin Chen, you seem a bit off. Has something happened?" Lin Chen recounted the events at the shooting range. "What about the business card?" Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Chen handed the card to Su Guofeng, who examined it with surprise. "Lin Chen, this family is quite powerful. Saving Salina may not be a bad thing after all," Su Guofeng stated. "Uncle Su, you know this family?" Lin Chen asked. Su Guofeng nodded. "I know a little. They are far more powerful than our Su family. Is Salina pretty?" Lin Chen inquired. Su Guofeng shook his head. "She's average." "Uncle Su? I killed those 2 assassins. Will it bring trouble upon us? Are you missing the point? Even if people find out, they tried to kill you first. It is only natural to retaliate. They will not dare to provoke our Su family over 2 dead bodies." Lin Chen nodded slightly. He thought to himself, "I must enhance my combat skills. The most reliable strength is one's own capabilities." Lin Chen pondered. "I killed the assassins and disrupted their plans, but will they truly not seek revenge?" Su Guofeng replied, "Most likely not. Powerful factions are involved in various matters. Many plans are thwarted each year. If they retaliated for every little thing, they would make enemies of everyone. If they were to retaliate over trivial matters, how would other factions perceive them? They would also fear retribution." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Su Guofeng continued. "This will likely conclude within a month. Such matters are usually internal power struggles within families. Causing trouble for the family is a significant demerit. Smaller families may hold grudges easily, but larger families prioritize their interests. Your involvement in this incident is purely coincidental, so there is no need for excessive concern." Lin Chen remarked. "I am not worried for myself. I am concerned about you and Aunt Yang in the U.S. Su Guofeng chuckled. "You need not worry about us. Wealthy individuals have mutual understandings. If they were to kill us, it would only bring trouble upon themselves. We are all insiders. If we disregard the rules, others in the circle will continually ostracize us. Many wealthy individuals go bankrupt, yet how many have you seen murdered over such matters?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed rare. There were countless bankruptcies, yet murders among the wealthy were a rarity. "Uncle Su, let us remain cautious." Su Guofeng nodded. "Rest assured. I have hired bodyguards from the strongest security company in the U.S. If something happens to us, they will face repercussions. Various factions will give them some face." Lin Chen sighed in relief. Su Guofeng added, "I'll have someone investigate this matter further and will inform you once I have results. Qianqian is asleep. You should rest too." Su Guofeng stood to leave. Ding. After returning to his room, Su Guofeng made a phone call. He had some connections in the U.S. Within half an hour, Su Guofeng received news confirming it was indeed an internal struggle within the family. He mused to himself. Su Guofeng had already added Lin Chen on WeChat and sent him a message. "Lin Chen, it is an internal struggle within the Dawson family. There should be no issues." "Understood, Uncle Su." Lin Chen felt reassured. However, this incident served as a wake-up call. The world is not as peaceful as it seems. I must strengthen my abilities to protect myself and my family. I wonder when I will acquire martial arts skills. Lin Chen mused. He understood that gaining skills should come naturally. Forcing Lin Xiaoqian to practice martial arts would not yield any results. Xiaoqian, you are over 2 years old now. You are no longer a little child. You need to be more assertive. Lin Chen entered the bedroom and gently poked Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. She smiled sweetly in her sleep, oblivious to her dreams. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Guofeng took Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital in the morning, and at noon, Lin Chen cooked for everyone to enjoy a meal together. He prepared extra so that Yang Qingyue could also eat in the evening. Each meal was plentiful, and Yang Qingyue's recovery was evident. Grandpa and Grandma, I will miss you. Grandma, you must get better soon and come home, Lin Xiaoqian said reluctantly. They had been there for a week, and despite Su Guofeng's reluctance, they needed to let Lin Chen and the others return. Xu Mengyao also missed Lin Xiaoqian, and they needed to encourage more interaction between Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Grandma will recover quickly, Su Qingyue reassured. Xiaoqian, you must listen to your father and mother, she added, giving Lin Xiaoqian a hug. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door sounded. Su Guofeng opened it to find not a doctor but a blonde woman holding a large bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, my name is Sualina. I have come to pay a visit to your esteemed wife, she said with a smile. Su Guofeng ushered Sualina into the room, where she presented a bouquet of flowers to Yang Qingyue and then turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. I have achieved victory. Should you require help in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Lin Chen replied coolly, I did not assist you for your sake, but for my own protection. Just ensure that no one disturbs us. Rest assured, that will not happen, Sualina assured. After staying for no more than 2 minutes, she took her leave. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, I shall take my leave now with Qianqian. Please take care. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen, carrying Lin Xiaoqian, departed as well. Although Sualina was not extraordinarily beautiful, she was still quite decent. Might she harbor feelings for Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue inquired with a hint of concern. Su Guofeng responded, My dear, what are you thinking? The Dawson family possesses assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars, far exceeding our Su family's wealth, and she is destined to be their heir. Lin Chen is also quite exceptional. Do you believe there is absolutely no chance Sualina might be interested in him? Yang Qingyue furrowed her brow. Su Guofeng replied. Well, it is not entirely impossible, but the likelihood is exceedingly low. Do not fret. My dear, do you not have faith in Mengyao? Yang Qingyue countered. If Mengyao were to take the initiative, I would certainly have confidence. Our daughter is no less than anyone else, yet she has always been rather cold towards men. My fear is that, over time, Lin Chen's enthusiasm may wane. Su Guofeng remarked with a peculiar expression, Darling, are you perhaps placing too much value on Lin Chen? It seems I have grown soft after enjoying so many meals he prepared. Yang Qingyue muttered, Should we perhaps encourage Mengyao to obtain a marriage certificate with Lin Chen first? They could secure the certificate and gradually cultivate their feelings. Obtain a marriage certificate first? Indeed, considering they already have a child. It seems rather trivial. Su Guofeng contemplated for a moment before saying, Let us not rush. Allow them to spend some more time together. Once we return, we shall see what their situation is. Little did Su Guofeng and the others know that Lin Chen and Mengyao had already obtained their marriage certificate. After approximately 20 hours, the plane landed safely. Lin Chen was teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to fold paper airplanes and had gathered a wealth of information about various models, particularly the Gulfstream G550, which he thought might yield some interesting insights. Mom, exclaimed Lin Xiaoqian joyfully as they disembarked from the plane. Xu Mengyao drove to the airport to pick them up. Qianqian, Mommy missed you terribly, she said, embracing Lin Xiaoqian and planting a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, Daddy and I missed you too. Did you miss Daddy? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed. I did. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, put me down. You and Daddy should hug and kiss too. Xu Mengyao replied. Mommy is not going to hug your daddy right now. He hasn't bathed in ages. He must be quite smelly. Lin Chen, you drive that I will carry Qianqian. Xu Mengyao had driven herself rather than letting her assistant take the wheel. Very well, Lin Chen smiled. The trio soon settled into the car. Mommy, I have a little secret to tell you, Lin Xiaoqian whispered. However, the car was small enough that Lin Chen could hear her quite clearly. What secret? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian leaned closer to her ear and said, An auntie came to find Daddy, and she even brought flowers. Chapter 62. Xu Mengyao became jealous. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, you seem to be quite popular, she remarked. Lin Chen mused to himself. Perhaps this would instill a sense of urgency in Xu Mengyao, potentially accelerating the progress of their relationship. Mengyao, why do you ask? He feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard Lin Xiaoqian's words. Nothing, Xu Mengyao said, playfully engaging with Lin Xiaoqian while ignoring Lin Chen. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot of their community. Mengyao, you and Qianqian go upstairs first. I need to buy some vegetables. There is nothing to eat at home, Lin Chen said with a smile. All right, Xu Mengyao nodded, and she and Lin Xiaoqian headed upstairs to their room. Qianqian, was the auntie who brought flowers pretty? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Mommy, no. That auntie didn't bring flowers for Daddy. She brought them for Grandma. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She had felt a bit down during the journey, only to find that the flowers were not meant for Lin Chen after all. Qianqian, you mentioned that an auntie came to find Daddy and brought flowers, Xu Mengyao said with a hint of annoyance. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mommy, did I say something wrong? Xu Mengyao sighed. While she hadn't technically spoken incorrectly, the implication was entirely different. Was that auntie pretty? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She was very pretty. Although she could not discern the details, she felt it was always nice to flatter others. Qianqian, why don't you go play on the balcony? Your toys have missed you so much, Xu Mengyao suggested. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian jubilantly ran toward the balcony. Mom, Qianqian is back. How are you? Are you feeling better these days? Xu Mengyao dialed young Qingyue's video call from the study. I'm well. It's great that Lin Chen and Qianqian have returned safely, young Qingyue replied. Mengyao, Lin Chen is quite exceptional. You should cherish this relationship. Don't let regret catch up to you later, young Qingyue advised. Xu Mengyao retorted playfully, Mom, what are you saying? Lin Chen has only been gone for a few days, and you are all advocating for him. Your father called yesterday and also spoke highly of Lin Chen. Young Qingyue added. Lin Chen is genuinely remarkable. He has taken good care of Qianqian. You want Qianqian to have step-parents in the future. You two being together is the best outcome. Mom, you didn't used to say that. Xu Mengyao murmured. Young Qingyue replied, we recognize Lin Chen's talent in basketball. He is not just any ordinary person. We simply did not expect him to be this exceptional. Xu Mengyao feigned casualness. Mom, Qianqian mentioned that a beautiful auntie brought flowers for you. Who is she? Young Qingyue's heart stirred. I don't know her. She is a friend Lin Chen met here and indeed, quite beautiful. In reality, Suelina's attractiveness was merely above average, whereas Xu Mengyao's beauty was exceptional. A considerable disparity. Young Qingyue intentionally made that remark. Lin Chen's friend even came to visit you. That shows thoughtfulness, Xu Mengyao replied. Mom, I merely wanted to check in, so I will hang up now. I need to give Qianqian a bath. After saying that, Xu Mengyao ended the video call. A faint smile appeared on young Qingyue's face. As Xu Mengyao's mother, she understood her daughter well. The call was secondary to her true intention of inquiring about the woman who brought the flowers. In the past, Xu Mengyao would simply send a message to check in. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned home, and Xu Mengyao had already finished bathing Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen, please prepare less food for lunch. I am currently on a diet and do not wish to eat much, Xu Mengyao informed him. Lin Chen assessed Xu Mengyao and said, Mengyao, you have a perfect figure. What more do you need to lose weight? Besides, how can one diet without lunch? Usually, people just refrain from eating afternoon. Xu Mengyao replied, I had a substantial breakfast, and I don't want to eat lunch. Please prepare less food to avoid waste. Are you really not going to eat? No. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Very well, I will make less. Mengyao, I have some knowledge of medicine. It's fine to do this occasionally, but if it becomes a habit, it may harm your body. I understand. Xu Mengyao continued to play with Lin Xiaoqian. Having been away for so long, she wanted to spend quality time with her. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. It smells so good. Xu Mengyao swallowed hard. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished preparing the meal. It was only he and Lin Xiaoqian dining, and he had only made 3 dishes: fish, meat, and vegetables. Quite a decent spread. Mommy, it's time to eat. Let's wash our hands first, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Xu Mengyao took Lin Xiaoqian to wash their hands, then lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto her dining chair. Qianqian, Mommy is not hungry. You and Daddy can eat first. Mommy has to go as there are matters at the company. I will come to see you again in a few days. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, aren't you hungry? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Your tummy is growling, she added. Grandma says when your tummy growls, it means it's time for food. Just then, Xu Mengyao's stomach let out another growl. Mengyao, you are not really hungry, Lin Chen teased. I prepared your meal as well. 3 dishes should be sufficient for us. He then went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of rice. After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao eagerly washed the dishes. By the time she finished, Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep. Mengyao, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Sualina sought me out because I assisted her significantly. Her appearance poses no threat to you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Do not be so self-absorbed, jealous. I merely want you to understand that we have an agreement. If you pursue someone else, we will divorce. I have work to attend to, so I must leave. Lin Chen was bewildered. What is going on? Mengyao, the flowers from Sualina were meant for your mother, that I know, Xu Mengyao interjected. When Qianqian is not around, please call me by my name. Our relationship is not that close. Xu Mengyao walked toward the door, preparing to change her shoes and leave. Lin Chen was utterly confused. What is happening? This seems excessive. He was unaware that far away in the United States, his future mother-in-law had given him an assist. Little Cotton padded jacket also remarked that the auntie was quite beautiful. Mengyao, let's clarify our situation before you leave. Lin Chen positioned himself in front of the door, thinking that a touch of jealousy from Xu Mengyao was a good sign. But too much could be detrimental. Why did you say Sualina is merely ordinary? We only obtained a certificate. I have no intention of interfering with you. There is no need for deceit. I find such behavior rather distasteful. Xu Mengyao frowned. Lin Chen replied, puzzled, I did not lie. Qianqian said she was pretty. Children sometimes say things that are not credible. My mother also mentioned she was beautiful. Xu Mengyao responded coolly, goodness, both mother and daughter had conspired against him. Chapter 63. Xu Mengyao presents a gift. Lin Chen stepped aside, feeling helpless. Mengyao, return home and ask our mother again. The disparity in aesthetic appreciation between individuals should not be so vast. Xu Mengyao shot him a look. What do you mean by our mother? That is my mother. You help Qianqian adjust her jet lag. Xu Mengyao opened the door and left. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, she entered her car but did not start it immediately. Instead, she sat in silence, contemplating. Did her mother intentionally imply that Sualina was beautiful? Xu Mengyao mused. She checked the time. It was 12:30, and it would be the middle of the night in the United States. Her parents were likely asleep. Dad, are you awake? Xu Mengyao sent her father a message. Her mother was a patient and should not be disturbed at such an hour. Her father might still be awake. What is up? Su Guofeng quickly replied. He was lying in bed but had not yet fallen asleep. Qianqian mentioned a beautiful aunt brought flowers, but Lin Chen says she is not pretty. Who is lying? Su Guofeng smiled faintly upon reading the message. His daughter seemed to care about this, indicating that her relationship with Lin Chen was progressing well. Neither of them is lying. Qianqian is still young. If someone dresses nicely and brings flowers, she might think they are pretty. Sualina is only average looking. Even with makeup, she is just slightly above average, Su Guofeng replied. Xu Mengyao covered her face upon reading the message. How embarrassing, she thought. She was surprised that such a trivial matter had affected her so much. Lin Chen would undoubtedly realize she was a little jealous. Why am I like this? Xu Mengyao regretted it deeply. Why did she feel jealous and angry? Mengyao, you haven't quarreled with Lin Chen, have you? Su Guofeng texted again. No, of course not. I don't care whether Sualina is pretty or not. What matters is that Lin Chen did not lie. If he were to lie, it would set a bad example for Qianqian. Su Guofeng found a picture of Peking duck online and sent it to Xu Mengyao. Dad, what is this for? She asked. Puzzled. Nothing, just craving Peking duck, he replied. A few seconds passed, and Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at her phone. She understood her father's implication. Stubborn as a duck, she thought. Lin Chen, I should have time the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let's take Qianqian to the amusement park. Xu Mengyao sent Lin Chen a message. Lin Chen smiled upon receiving the message. After leaving in a huff earlier, now she was suggesting an outing. Did Xu Mengyao realize that Sualina's looks were quite ordinary? I'm not going. You are misjudging me. I am quite hurt. Without a kiss or hug, it will take 10 days to recover, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao responded. Would you like me to lift you high again? You cannot lift me. How about I lift you instead? Xu Mengyao retorted as she retrieved a box from the trunk. Knock knock. 2 minutes later, Xu Mengyao knocked on the door. Lin Chen quickly opened it. You took Qianqian out and cooked for my parents. You've worked hard. Your calligraphy is quite good, so I got you this pen as a gift for when you sign your name. I forgot to give it to you before. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao with a grin. He suspected she hadn't genuinely forgotten, but rather was upset and reluctant to give it. Thank you. Lin Chen accepted the box containing the pen. Does this symbolize flying together and holding you in my hand? He asked. Xu Mengyao replied. I didn't think that deeply. Don't overthink it. She turned to leave, a hint of fluster evident in her demeanor. Soon, she descended the stairs. Lin Chen opened the box to find a beautifully crafted fountain pen, clearly of high quality. Although Xu Mengyao seemed a bit proud, He found the gesture quite thoughtful. In situations like this, many girls would wait for boys to appease them, and some might even require tangible expressions of affection. Despite Xu Mengyao's stubbornness, she had offered a meaningful gift. I have time the day after tomorrow. Qianqian has long wanted to go to the amusement park as a family. Come over tomorrow evening. It will be hot, so we should leave early, Lin Chen messaged Xu Mengyao. Okay, Xu Mengyao replied after some consideration. She had many matters to attend to. If she were to visit Lin Chen tomorrow evening, she needed to be efficient today, as she expected to work late into the night. What are you practicing? Lin Chen wondered. Lin Qianqian was napping while he searched for martial arts materials in the study. There were various types available online: Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Xing Yi, Bagua, Muay Thai, and so on. While the authenticity of these materials was uncertain, practicing them might yield some results. Directly teaching Lin Qianqian felt too deliberate and impractical. Lin Chen's idea was to practice himself. Perhaps Lin Qianqian would develop an interest in following along. After some consideration, he ultimately chose Tai Chi. The movements were gentle, making it suitable for practice at home, and if Lin Qianqian took an interest, she could join in. System: as my physique continues to improve, if I practice Tai Chi, can I eventually cultivate internal energy? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system replied, Host, if you choose the right technique, it is possible. However, practicing on your own may take at least 10 years, and you must practice diligently for over 3 hours each day. Lin Chen sighed. It seems that achieving greatness will depend on my precious daughter. System: there are numerous types of Tai Chi online. Please help me select a reliable one. Understood. Host. Lin Chen found several options, and the system helped him choose one that would yield results with long-term practice. As for ordinary individuals, even with long-term dedication, they can only achieve a semblance of physical conditioning. Cultivating inner strength is fundamentally unattainable. Drawing the curtains, Lin Chen silently commenced his practice. Watching a video, he needed to first master the movements. Only if he performed well would Lin Qianqian take an interest. It would likely take him 4 to 5 days to learn, and to make the movements aesthetically pleasing, perhaps 10 days to half a month. After practicing once, Lin Chen found himself musing. System: what is my physical condition now? Host: your current physical condition stands at 171 points. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. His physical prowess was nearing that of elite boxers. Purely in terms of physicality, he was not significantly weaker than Tyson at his peak. However, facing Tyson in a match would undoubtedly end in defeat for him, as without combat skills, he could hardly unleash his true potential. I shall continue to practice, just 10 days to half a month, after all. Even if Qianqian does not join in, practice still holds benefits. Lin Chen pondered as he resumed his training. Ding dong, not long into his practice. The doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned. It likely wasn't Xu Mengyao, as she was aware Lin Qianqian would be napping and would not ring the bell. That it was Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen peered through the peephole and saw Zhao Tianyu standing outside. What a coincidence, Zhao Tianyu. I just returned to the country today, and you happened to drop by, Lin Chen said with a half smile as he opened the door. Chapter 64. Zhao Tianyu's good intentions. Zhao Tianyu seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's sarcasm. Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. Come in, Lin Chen replied coolly. The Zhao family was, after all, a partner of the Xu family, so a semblance of politeness had to be maintained. Zhao Xiao? Please have a seat. What brings you here? Lin Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Lin Chen, you've been in contact with Xu Mengyao quite a bit lately. Do you truly believe you are suitable for each other? Zhao Tianyu asked. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Zhao Xiao, I believe we are exceptionally well suited. Xiao Qian is our daughter, and just look at how adorable she is. If I were to post her picture online, netizens would undoubtedly suggest we have more children. Zhao Tianyu frowned. Lin Chen, don't deceive yourself. Xu Mengyao engages with you because of Xiao Qian. She currently requires a father's love. However, the two of you belong to entirely different social strata. You will only hinder each other. In films, when a beautiful woman falls for a poor scholar, she is often either a ghost or a seductress. As a man, you must recognize reality. Indulging in fantasies is detrimental to you, Xu Mengyao, and even to Xiao Qian's future. Zhao Tianyu earnestly advised Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Zhao Xiao, you make a compelling point. Please, continue. Zhao Tianyu persisted. Using Xiao Qian as a means to forge an emotional connection is quite clever, but your chances of success are limited. Class differences create a vast chasm. Xu Mengyao has been raised in luxury, learning various skills from a young age, while you hail from a rural background. Their family possesses assets in the hundreds of billions, while your family has a mere pittance. One must be aware of their own limitations. Lin Chen gazed at Zhao Tianyu. realizing that Zhao Tianyu was indeed right. However, he had been fortunate enough to acquire a system that could elevate him. Zhao Xiao, your perspective is flawed. In novels and television, success is often achieved through sheer financial means, Lin Chen responded with a light chuckle. Zhao Tianyu replied, let me explain the rationale. I am not here to exert my influence or bully you with wealth. We are merely discussing matters amicably. Lin Chen observed Zhao Tianyu closely. It was likely that he had received guidance from his father. Lin Chen, even if you were to be with Xu Mengyao, the considerable economic disparity between your families would essentially make you a dependent. If you do not request financial assistance from Xu Mengyao, she may regard you with a modicum of respect, but what significance does that hold for you? Should you ask for money, it may be acceptable once or twice, but repeated requests, even with affection, will inevitably diminish her regard for you. Lin Chen acknowledged, you present valid arguments. Zhao Tianyu's confidence surged. Lin Chen, pursuing Xu Mengyao may lead to strife, and divorce may very well be in your future. Instead, why not seek financial assistance to pursue someone else? I can offer you 1 million. Just refrain from entangling yourself with Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen was taken aback. 1 million is rather meager, Zhao Xiao. Surely you underestimate Mengyao's allure, not to mention her prestigious family background. Simply her beauty warrants far more than a paltry sum. Zhao Tianyu replied sternly, if you agree to cease your pursuit of Xu Mengyao, I will raise the offer to 2 million. Furthermore, should you marry someone else in the future, I will provide you with an additional million, will also assist you in securing a respectable job with a salary no less than 50,000. Lin Chen felt a surge of emotion. Zhao Tianyu's offer was indeed quite generous. Zhao Xiao, you have piqued my interest, but I must decline. Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed. Lin Chen, 3 million plus a decent job. Wouldn't it be easier for you to find a girlfriend in comfort? Clinging to Xu Mengyao may leave you with nothing. As you age, without money or a good job, what will you do? You must consider your parents and Qianqian. You wish for Qianqian to gain nothing from you. Zhao Tianyu implored with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Chen replied, Zhao Xiao, you are indeed correct. Your offer is reasonable, but Mengyao has feelings for me. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. What could she possibly see in you? Your 2 dilapidated houses? Your identity as a farmer's son? Your meager salary? No, you have been laid off. You currently have no income. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps she appreciates my physical condition? In this day and age, affluent women often place great value on that. Zhao Tianyu was momentarily speechless. His expression grim, he rose to his feet and stated, I advise you to consider what I have said carefully. You must think about your future and that of your parents. It is unwise to linger in daydreams. Zhao Tianyu soon made his way to the door. Zhao Xiao, safe travels, no need for formalities, Lin Chen said with a faint smile as he closed the door. After Zhao Tianyu had taken a few steps away, he punched the wall in frustration. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. His father had sent him to have a serious discussion, and the outcome had nearly rendered him internally injured. Lin Chen had listened attentively, and he had once believed he could persuade Lin Chen, only to find Lin Chen smiling and rejecting his proposal. Father, I have failed. Zhao Tianyu messaged Zhao Huayuan. Return home first. Zhao Huayuan quickly replied. An hour later, Zhao Tianyu returned and recounted the details of his encounter with Lin Chen. Father, as you instructed, I spoke to him kindly, yet that scoundrel showed no appreciation. A person like him will never earn 3 million in his lifetime. Zhao Tianyu expressed his frustration. Zhao Huayuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, let him stew for a week. Perhaps he will regret not agreeing. Do not rush to confront him again. The more desperate you seem, the easier it will be for him to manipulate you. Zhao Tianyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Father, should we not employ some tactics? Zhao Huayuan replied calmly. What methods do you intend to use? Zhao Tianyu shook his head. I have not yet devised a plan. Zhao Huayuan advised, avoid resorting to underhanded tactics for now. If you can spend some money to persuade Lin Chen to walk away, that would yield the best outcome. If it requires a little extra expenditure, so be it. However, do not raise the price. Allow Lin Chen to propose it himself. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. On the American side, the night had passed. Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Darling, did you speak to Mengyao last night? Yang Qingyue replied. She asked if Salina was pretty. I thought it might provoke a hint of jealousy, perhaps deepening their relationship, so I said Salina was very beautiful. What is the matter? Su Guofeng responded. Our daughter may be upset with Lin Chen. That seems excessive, Yang Qingyue replied. Su Guofeng explained. She believes Lin Chen is lying. Last night she asked me, and I told her the truth. If she asks you again, please clarify things for her. Let their relationship develop naturally. Do not interfere. Yang Qingyue picked up her phone. I will explain it to her now. She dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Xu Mengyao was working overtime at the company, engaged in a meeting with some executives. When she saw her mother's call, she declined to answer. If it were Su Guofeng calling, she would have picked up. What if something urgent arose for her mother? A call from Yang Qingyue was unlikely to be a pressing matter. Honey, do you think Mengyao has already returned home by now? She declined my call. Yang Qingyue murmured. Su Guofeng replied, she probably hasn't clocked out yet. She will call you after finishing her work. Yang Qingyue remarked, you should change the dinner venue. This place isn't that good. Far inferior to Lin Chen's cooking. Su Guofeng sighed. I've exhausted all the nearby restaurants. It's only natural that their chefs can't compare to Lin Chen's culinary skills, which are undoubtedly top tier. Yang Qingyue mused, if Lin Chen and Mengyao end up together, we'll still have the chance to enjoy his cooking. Once they're apart, it may become a challenge. Su Guofeng responded. Whether they end up together depends on the development of their relationship. We can't sell our daughter for a meal. Yang Qingyue retorted, I think Lin Chen is quite good. Su Guofeng chuckled. There were many who were more qualified than me back in the day. Yet you still chose to marry me, and no matter how beautiful the shoes are, they must fit well. Let them be. Focus on recovering. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly and continued eating, though the meal lacked Lin Chen's finesse. After a week of his cooking, her health had improved, and her mild anorexia had nearly vanished. The following morning, Xu Mengyao enjoyed breakfast while video calling Yang Qingyue. Mengyao, did you work overtime last night? Xu Mengyao nodded. I worked until nearly 11. Mom, when you called last night, I was in a meeting. By the time I returned, it was quite late, so I didn't call you back. Yang Qingyue expressed concern. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Whether the company earns a bit more or a bit less won't affect our lives. I had some matters to attend to. That's why I stayed late yesterday. Are you going to see Qianqian? Not really. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Mom, please don't be so nosy. She did not wish her parents to know she was staying at Lin Chen's place that night. Yang Qingyue cleared her throat and said, Mengyao, Salina is quite average-looking. I mentioned she was beautiful to instill a sense of urgency in you. Please don't misunderstand Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao replied calmly. There's nothing to misunderstand. Our relationship is what it is. Yang Qingyue frowned. After ending the video call, she picked up Su Guofeng's phone and forwarded the photo of the roasted duck to herself. Mengyao, you're eating too blandly. Let me add a meal for you. Yang Qingyue sent the roasted duck image to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao was left speechless. These two really are something else. Ding, Lin Chen received a text from the bank. He had signed a contract for a reprint with Tongxin Wang the previous day. The first 100,000 copies of his fairy tale had nearly sold out, and Tongxin Wang wanted to print another 100,000. The rapid sales were due in part to the promotions by Jiang Shuesong and others, as well as the superior quality of Lin Chen's subsequent fairy tales. His stories had become legendary, garnering substantial organic promotion from many parents, which naturally accelerated sales. Although there was no signing bonus for the additional 100,000 copies, Lin Chen would earn 540,000 in royalties. He previously had over 100,000 remaining, and with the addition of this 540,000, his account now boasted 7 million. This amount was sufficient to purchase a shop. Lin Chen intended to buy a shop, which he would renovate to create a piano room and dance studio for Lin Qianqian. It did not need to be particularly large. Moreover, it was acceptable if the shop was not on the ground floor. Ding ding. Lin Chen called the original real estate agent. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the property? If there is a problem, we will do our utmost to assist you. The agent quickly answered the call. Lin Chen inquired, do you also sell shops outside the community? Yes, we do, the agent replied eagerly. Investing in shops used to support 3 generations. Now, it's a case of 3 generations supporting one shop. Shops are not as easy to sell as they once were. We have quite a few listings. Lin Chen asked, what is the lowest price for shops around 150 square meters? After some thought, the agent replied, Mr. Lin, if you have no specific requirements for location or floor, the prices can be quite affordable. There's a corner shop on the 3rd floor, about 180 square meters, selling for just over 6 million. You might be able to negotiate further. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is the price really that low? What other drawbacks does this shop have? The agent explained, aside from a poor location and an undesirable floor, it is also a bit far from the elevator. Additionally, while the space is large, the storefront is somewhat small. The previous owner bought it for 9 million, but after a year of unsuccessful leasing, they decided to sell it, lowering the price from 8,500,000 to its current 6 million, yet still no buyers. Mr. Lin, while I wish to conduct business, I must advise against this shop. In the past, it might have been a viable investment for a training center, but in the current climate, it's very likely to result in losses. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Though being far from the elevator and having a small storefront were indeed disadvantages for running a business, he intended to renovate it for personal use. To him, these drawbacks could even be seen as advantages. Ask the landlord if they would consider selling it for $5 million. If they agree, we can sign the contract today. If not, at the current market rate, it may be hard to sell for $5 million next year. All right, Mr. Lin, I will discuss it with the landlord. The agent quickly dialed the landlord's number. Boss Wei, someone has offered $5 million for your shop. Are you open to selling? The landlord's expression darkened. Xiao Li, you know I bought it for $9 million. Selling it for $5 million means I would lose half after accounting for the loan and taxes. Agent Xiao Li sighed. Boss Wei, you've only had this one inquiry in the past month. If you list it for $5,500,000, you might attract a few more inquiries, but who knows when a sale would actually happen? Given the current economic climate, it may even drop further next year. In this situation, holding on to cash may be the safest option. The landlord felt a bitter pang of regret for having overextended himself in the property market. Have them add a bit more. I'll sell it for $550,000, Agent Xiao Li responded. I've done my best to negotiate with the buyer, but they are unwilling to budge on price. However, if you agree, they can sign the contract today. If you hesitate, they may turn to other shops. Boss Wei sighed in resignation. Just sell it. I'll come over right away. Let us finalize the contract today and get rid of this troublesome shop. Understood. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei completed the contract signing. Having viewed the shop, Lin Chen found it perfectly suited to his needs. With $2 million remaining, he had more than enough to cover high-quality renovations. Lin Chen thought to himself, I need to expedite the renovations. While Qianqian may not need it just yet, the process requires time, and once completed, it will need to air out for a while. Chapter 66. Another outrageous reward. Little Qian, when you run, you must look ahead. How did you trip over yourself, Little Qian? Did it hurt? Let Daddy take a look, Little Qian. In the community's grassy area, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran about. But being so small, she often stumbled and fell. Host, teach Lin Xiaoqian to run, and you will gain the skill of lightness technique. Grass on air. Achieve master level in 30 hours and grandmaster level in 60 hours. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to run on the grass to gain the lightness technique? This seemed rather absurd. The last time was acquiring aircraft manufacturing skills from folding paper airplanes. Is the system going to have another outburst soon? System, I have already taught Xiaoqian before. Lin Chen thought to himself. System, host, your previous teaching sessions did not last 5 minutes. Only after 5 minutes will the skill be activated. System, can lightness technique truly allow one to fly? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. System, host, this skill will enhance your speed and agility, but without inner strength, you cannot genuinely achieve the ability to fly on grass. This is a skill that requires inner strength support. Lin Chen. So, what you mean is, even if I learn martial arts, I may not master the footwork, but if I learn this with inner strength, I can use it immediately? Indeed. The system replied that a temporary boost in speed and agility is quite beneficial. Lin Chen pondered. He had a decent physique, but struggled to utilize it. Acquiring the lightness technique would enhance his footwork. Even if he couldn't defeat others, at least he could outrun them. Daddy, come on. Come chase me. Ouch. Lin Xiaoqian called out in her sweet voice, suddenly tripping again, looking up at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Daddy is here. Qianqian, you did wonderfully today. You didn't cry after falling, and you have been diligently learning. Lin Chen quickly approached. The look of grievance on Lin Xiaoqian's face vanished instantly as she sprang up. Daddy, I'm not crying. I'm not a little baby anymore, that's right. Qianqian, you're absolutely correct. Lin Chen continued to instruct Lin Xiaoqian. The wealth of information flooded Lin Chen's mind, all regarding running techniques. Proper running is indeed an art. Many people injure themselves while running. Some even sustain serious injuries. Lin Chen wore a gentle smile. Acquiring this skill is quite advantageous. Children are prone to bumps and bruises while running, and with this newfound knowledge, he could better guide Lin Xiaoqian. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian was panting. Daddy, I'm out of energy. Can we practice again tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen. Seeking his approval, Lin Chen squatted down. Running can be quite exhausting. Are you sure you want to practice again tomorrow? Can you endure? Nuan Nuan runs so fast. I can't keep up with her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen chuckled. She is older than you, so if you want to run as fast as her, you'll need to practice more. But today is the first day, and we've practiced enough for now. Sit down. Daddy will give you a massage. Learning how to relax the muscles is also a skill. He had already gained substantial information in this regard in the evening, Xu Mengyao arrived at Lin Chen's place. Why is Qianqian still asleep? Xu Mengyao inquired, puzzled. Lin Chen replied, we went out at noon to buy a shop, and when we returned, she saw Wan and didn't want to come back to sleep. So she played outside for quite a while and came back exhausted. Xu Mengyao exclaimed, you bought a shop? Yes. How large is it? 180 square meters. I'm planning to create a piano room, a dance studio, and a martial arts room for Qianqian. While I only need a studio of about 20 square meters for myself, Xu Mengyao asked, how much did you spend? I'll cover half. Lin Chen shook his head. You don't need to. The shop is in a less desirable location, and it's on the 3rd floor. It cost 5 million. If we split it, that's 2 million 5 each. But, Xu Mengyao frowned. Lin Chen interjected, no buts, it's for Qianqian. The shop isn't going anywhere, and I can use it after my investment. Xu Mengyao replied. Then I'll find someone to help you with the renovations. Although the company doesn't have this type of business, we have partner companies that can help. A small upright piano at home will suffice. It doesn't need to be a pure piano room. We can make it a music room shared with other instruments. 50 to 60 square meters would be appropriate. A dance studio as well as a martial arts room. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Lin Chen, do you know martial arts? Lin Chen smiled. I understand a little. Once Qianqian is older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. He actually didn't know much about martial arts yet. However, his strong physique was an advantage, and his combat ability was impressive. Saying he knew a bit wasn't too far from the truth. Just a bit. Xu Mengyao was somewhat skeptical. If it were just a little, would Lin Chen think to teach Lin Qianqian? It really is just a little. Lin Chen laughed. It's like this now, but in the future, I might know just a little bit more. A simple dance studio would suffice at 30 to 40 square meters, but the martial arts room needs to be larger. How much usable area does your shop have? 150 square meters, Xu Mengyao nodded. That's sufficient. A music room of 50 square meters, a dance room of 70 square meters, and the remainder can be your studio, which should be slightly larger. Lin Chen chuckled. You manage it as you see fit. Just let me know how much you spend, and I'll cover it. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a look. Is our daughter only yours now? You buy the property, and I'll handle the renovations, and you expect me to pay? Where's the key? I'll find someone to design and renovate it. Should take about 2 months. Lin Chen handed the shop's key to Xu Mengyao. Woo-woo, from the master bedroom. Lin Xiaoqian's cries echoed. Mengyao, hurry. Qianqian has something for you. Lin Chen chuckled. Xu Mengyao quickly rushed into the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqian looked at her with tearful eyes. Mommy, I wet the bed. Xu Mengyao. Indeed, it's something urgent. Qianqian, it's okay. Mommy will change you. After she changed Lin Xiaoqian, she found Lin Chen cooking. Xu Mengyao entered the kitchen, puzzled. Lin Chen, how did you know? Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian wouldn't normally cry upon waking. If she cries, it usually means she wet the bed. Xu Mengyao questioned. That's not right. When she's at my place, sometimes she wakes up and cries even if she hasn't wet the bed. Lin Chen thought for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is larger, and when she wakes up, you might not be there. She lacks a sense of security. Here, she knows I will definitely be present. When she wakes up, she can just get out of bed and look for me. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen, can you teach me your cooking skills? Lin Chen was surprised. You want to learn? Yes. Lin Chen shook his head. No, we don't need 2 chefs in the house. 1 is enough. Besides, even if you learn for 20 years, you won't reach my level. Chapter 67. Daddy, hold Mommy's hand. Xu Mengyao, I'm not trying to reach your level. I just want to improve my cooking skills a little. Lin Chen chuckled. Still not possible. Why culinary skills are passed down to males, not females. Neither you nor Qianqian can learn. If you give me a son, I'll pass it on to him. Xu Mengyao. She shot Lin Chen an exasperated glance. Mengyao, I'm not advocating for a preference for boys. If you give me another daughter, that's fine too. I have other skills to pass on. Xu Mengyao huffed. You keep that to yourself, Lin Chen said. You should take Xiaoqian downstairs to play. At this hour, many children are likely out. Perhaps she can make a few new friends. Just come back in an hour. Xu Mengyao nodded. She took Lin Xiaoqian downstairs, where many children were playing in their upscale neighborhood. As many families employed nannies to cook. Qianqian. Can I play with you? Lin Xiaoqian bravely approached a few children. Soon enough, she was happily playing with them. Xu Mengyao watched with joy, noting that Lin Xiaoqian's confidence had grown. She used to be afraid of making friends. Lin Chen had indeed guided her well, Xu Mengyao reflected. Even when she was at home, she didn't manage as well as Lin Chen. Even at home, she often had to work and couldn't devote her full attention to the child. Isn't Qianqian not yet 3 years old? She speaks so well, much better than our child. Someone nearby remarked to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Qianqian is 2.5. I often see Qianqian's father taking her out to play. If only my husband were as attentive to our child as Qianqian's father. Xu Mengyao. My husband has more time lately. In high-end neighborhoods, there are quite a few mistresses. While they may not have an official status, having a valuable property is still quite good. Those who can be mistresses often possess appealing looks. She needed to make it known that Lin Chen was not single. 50 minutes passed. Xu Mengyao brought Lin Xiaoqian home. Qianqian, why is it that when I used to call you home, you often refuse to leave your friends? But now you're back so quickly, Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, Daddy is at home, and he made delicious food. Xu Mengyao was momentarily stunned. The child's world is so simple. The allure of playing outside was strong, but the comfort of home was even greater. Soon, they arrived home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the delicious aroma of food. Xu Mengyao felt a surge of warmth. Although they had a nanny cooking at home, returning from playing outside with Lin Xiaoqian didn't evoke this feeling, which was the warmth that only home could provide. Qianqian, take Mommy to wash your hands. After playing outside, we must wash our hands thoroughly. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, leading Xu Mengyao to the bathroom. Lin Chen, what dish is this? As they washed their hands and returned, the dishes were already on the table. Xu Mengyao pointed at one dish. Puzzled, Lin Chen smiled. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today I made all famous dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, lion's head, and this dish is Wensi tofu. Xu Mengyao remarked. I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but it was different from yours. It tasted just average. Lin Xiaoqian pointed at the lion's head dish. Daddy, I want to eat meatballs. Mommy, meatballs are so delicious. Lin Chen served her one. He then ladled some Buddha jumps over the wall for Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall needs to be simmered for a long time. I used a pressure cooker. Try it and see how it tastes. Lin Chen smiled. He had prepared the ingredients well in advance. Otherwise, even with a pressure cooker, it wouldn't be ready in an hour. Thank you. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Although Lin Chen didn't serve her as in ladling, such an action conveyed a sense of closeness. As the food entered her mouth, Xu Mengyao was stunned. She felt as though her taste buds had exploded. It was incredibly delicious. Buddha jumps over the wall contains a multitude of ingredients, and their varying flavors must be harmonized to enhance each other, which tests the chef's skill. A slight error can result in a significant difference. Lin Chen's culinary skills were nearing a legendary level. He understood the characteristics of each ingredient so well that he could use a pressure cooker and still achieve perfection. How is it? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Xu Mengyao responded. Compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I've had before, this is entirely different. What I had before was just a pot of random stews, and I thought it was quite ordinary. Yours is exceptionally delicious. Lin Chen chuckled. This dish is quite demanding. With my previous cooking skills, I could only make it using traditional methods. Using a pressure cooker isn't authentic, but at home, speed is essential. Just bear with it. Xu Mengyao shook her head. If this is just making do, then what I usually eat can only be considered pig food. After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao felt immensely satisfied. She was holding back the urge to put down her chopsticks. Lin Chen, if Qianqian eats this well every day, she become overweight. I hope she doesn't turn into a little chubby kid. Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't worry. I have it under control. I know exactly how much she eats at each meal, how many carbohydrates, proteins, and fats she consumes, and I also know how much she burns off daily. I'm aware of how much her body needs for growth. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Can you control it so precisely? Lin Chen smiled. It doesn't need to be overly precise. After all, people aren't machines. Just a little dynamic adjustment will suffice. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Chen shook his head. You should accompany Qianqian. It's rare for you to come by. Why waste this time? I can also improve my culinary skills while washing the dishes. But, no buts. I'll wash them quickly, and we can go out for a walk to digest. You ate a bit too much for dinner. Xu Mengyao's face turned red. She indeed had eaten a bit too much. It was hard to resist such delicious food. She had managed to stop herself from eating more. Otherwise, she could have had a little extra. Soon, Lin Chen finished washing the dishes. The Ziyuan community is not far from the Huangpu River, and they walked to the riverside. Night had fallen, and the night view was beautiful. Many people were strolling along the shore. Daddy, I want a hug. Lin Xiaoqian looked up. At that moment, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao were both holding her hands. All right, I'll hug you. Lin Chen bent down with a smile and lifted Lin Qian into his arms. Lin Qian giggled. Daddy, you still have one hand. Hold Mommy's hand with that one. Lin Chen secretly gave Lin Qian a thumbs up. Good girl. Why should I hold Mommy's hand? She is not a child. Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Qian pointed ahead. Mommy, looked out up ahead. Another family of 3 was walking, with the father holding his daughter and holding his wife's hand. Daddy, you should hold Mommy's hand too. I've never seen you hold Mommy's hand. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao and extended his hand. Chapter 68, Shunqing. We are holding hands. Xu Mengyao hesitated slightly, but then extended her hand. While outside, she had reasons not to be affectionate, but holding hands was a normal behavior, and Lin Qian understood that. Many people were holding hands on the road. Lin Qian was very clever. If she didn't hold hands, Lin Qian would surely know that there was something amiss between her and Lin Chen. She had experienced psychological trauma in the past and didn't want Lin Qian to feel the same way. Lin Chen's hand clasped Xu Mengyao's delicate hand. Xu Mengyao's body trembled slightly. She nearly pulled her hand back. The events of that year had left her with a significant psychological scar. It was only after spending so much time with Lin Chen that she had developed some feelings for him, allowing her to resist the urge to withdraw her hand. Lin Chen wore a gentle smile. Xu Mengyao's hand was smooth and soft, and it felt pleasant to hold. Lin Qian beamed with joy.its, all right. After all, Lin Chen and I have a child now. Holding hands is just a normal social interaction. Xu Mengyao reassured herself. Indeed, holding hands is a common social etiquette, but usually, when she held hands with others, it was merely a light touch of fingers, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Now, Lin Chen was completely holding her hand and keeping it clasped. The two situations were not the same at all. Lin Chen, don't hold my hand anymore, I'm sweating in my palms. It's hot. A few minutes passed, and Xu Mengyao couldn't help but speak up. Lin Qian sweetly chimed in, Daddy, switch hands to hold me, and hold Mommy with the other hand. Then it won't be hot. Mommy, am I smart? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, you're brilliant. You know how to solve problems when they arise. He switched Lin Qian to the other side, now holding Xu Mengyao's hand with his right hand. Xu Mengyao. After a few more minutes, Xu Mengyao said, Qianqian, you should get down. It's tiring for Daddy to hold you like this. Lin Chen, don't pamper her too much. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, why don't you walk a bit on your own? Look at that little friend ahead. Isn't he walking by himself? After their stroll, Lin Qian quickly fell asleep after her bath. Xu Mengyao, however, found herself wide awake. To her astonishment, she had held hands with Lin Chen today, and both of their hands were intertwined. Ching, I held hands with Lin Chen today. Xu Mengyao messaged Xinqing. Huh? Xinqing replied with a single word followed by a shocked emoji. Xu Mengyao clarified, it was because of Qianqian. While we were walking by the river, she saw other parents holding hands and insisted that we do the same. Just because of Qianqian? Why hadn't you held hands before? Xinqing sent a smirking emoji. Xu Mengyao replied, forget it. I want to discuss this with you, you single dog. Xinqing rolled her eyes, so you're just showing off to me. Xu Mengyao confessed, I'm a bit confused. I don't seem to mind it too much and wanted to ask you about your situation. But I might have asked the wrong person. What does a single dog like you know? Xinqing pouted. Mengyao, it's just you who has psychological issues. If it were someone else, they'd probably be sharing a bed by now. With Lin Chen's superb cooking skills, his basketball prowess, and those 8-pack abs, if he were my boyfriend, I would have been pregnant for a month already. Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Lin Chen is not just good at cooking and basketball. He excels in many other areas too. Mengyao, your family needs Qianqian to take a walk. Qianqian is quite impressive. Xu Mengyao responded. What should I do now? Xinqing replied. What can you do? That's a sickness. Even if you wanted to push Lin Chen down now, you couldn't do it. Just take it slow and let nature take its course. Oh, by the way, I have a little suggestion for you. When your parents return, just move in with him. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Live with him? Xinqing explained. You only see each other every few days. Your relationship is progressing slowly, and I'm worried for you. Living together accelerates the development of feelings. Living together doesn't mean you have to share a bed. With Qianqian around, there's a reason for not sleeping together, Xu Mengyao teased. Is this just to make it convenient for you to mooch off meals? Xinqing replied, please ignore my little selfishness. That's not the point. There are quite a few beautiful ladies in the Ziyuan community. Xu Mengyao felt a tightening in her heart. There really are many beautiful women in the Ziyuan community. The houses here cost over 10 million each, and those who can afford such homes usually don't lack in looks. They are wealthy, attractive, And also lonely. I won't talk to you anymore. I didn't sleep well last night. So I'll go to bed early. Xu Mengyao turned off her phone. Although she said she would sleep early, she found it hard to doze off. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Xu Mengyao decided to get out of bed. The guest room was empty, and when she opened the study door, she found Lin Chen practicing Tai Chi, following a video on the computer. Practicing Tai Chi? Huh. Xu Mengyao remarked, I know you're practicing Tai Chi, but at your young age, what is the point of practicing for health? Lin Chen paused and replied with a smile. I believe some of these traditions must be quite useful. I'm just trying to see if I can cultivate internal strength. Xu Mengyao looked at him in disbelief. What are you thinking? Lin Chen grinned and said, Mengyao, your husband is a genius. Who knows, I might just cultivate internal strength one day. Even if I can't, strengthening my body will benefit you in the future. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Chen asked in surprise. What did you think? I meant if I become stronger, I can stand up to protect you and Qianqian from any rogues or evildoers. Xu Mengyao shot him a glare. Lin Chen, just because I held your hand today doesn't mean anything. It was for Qianqian. I was afraid she would feel a sense of loss. I understand, Lin Chen nodded. Continue practicing your health Tai Chi. I'll see if you can really cultivate internal strength. After Xu Mengyao finished speaking, she quickly retreated. Lin Chen resumed his practice, pondering how to enhance his strength for self-protection. Eventually, his various abilities would manifest, and perhaps some forces would take an interest in him. After Einstein died, his brain was stolen and sliced into hundreds of pieces. He wouldn't underestimate the integrity of certain foreign forces. They could do anything. Not updating, and here you're practicing Tai Chi late at night. Humph. Lying in bed, Xu Mengyao opened her phone again and logged onto Tongxi Network. Lin Chen hadn't updated yesterday or today. Xu Mengyao discovered that someone had tipped Lin Chen with the Silver Alliance again, and it was the same person as before. This guy actually has such a wealthy female fan. Xu Mengyao mused. This time, she didn't tip him again. If she tipped him just to overshadow the other person, it would seem a bit deliberate, almost confrontational. Ding ding. Xu Mengyao's phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from her mother, Yang Qingwe. Xu Mengyao sighed, wondering why she had just turned on the phone. Dear brothers and sisters who enjoy this, please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 69. Xu Mengyao accumulates debt. After hanging up the video call, Xu Mengyao messaged, Mom, I'm in the shower, so I can't take the video call. Is there something urgent? On the other end, Yang Qingwe expressed her confusion. Not convenient to take a video call while showering. You've taken video calls with me while showering before. You just need to point the camera at your head. Perhaps Mengyao was at Lin Chen's place again. Yang Qingwe thought in the past, they were anxious about this, but now it was delightful to see. If Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen were really together, it would mean that she had completely moved on from her past shadows. Yang Qingwe said, Your Aunt Liang's 50th birthday is coming up. You must attend. Have you prepared her birthday gift? Not yet. Yang Qingwe replied, You need to hurry up. You know their family situation? The gift can't be lacking, but it shouldn't be too extravagant either. Think about whether Lin Chen should go. He participated in the company basketball game. So given our family's relationship, he should definitely attend such a significant birthday. Xu Mengyao felt a headache coming on. Her Aunt Liang's husband was an official with a respectable position. Choosing a gift was always a headache. And it was even more so this time since it was her aunt's 50th birthday. Mom, I'll prepare it. I'll talk to Lin Chen about whether he is going tomorrow. Yang Qingwe said, Does it have to be tomorrow? You should be able to discuss it with him in the next room right now, Xu Mengyao. The next morning, after washing up, Xu Mengyao went outside to find Lin Chen preparing breakfast. Lin Chen, won't it be tiring for you to prepare 3 meals a day? It's okay to take a day off occasionally, Xu Mengyao said at the kitchen door. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled. Those who find this tiring won't reach a high level in cooking. Is Qianqian still not awake? Xu Mengyao nodded. Not yet. I'd like to discuss something with you. Next week is my Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. Qianqian will definitely go, and you should come too, Lin Chen asked. Is Aunt Liang your relative? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Not a relative. Her husband was once my grandfather's subordinate, and my grandfather took good care of him. Our families used to be quite close. After my grandfather passed, the relationship faded a bit, but we still need to maintain contact during festivals and birthdays. Lin Chen inquired, Is her husband in a high position? He asked the district chief over here in Modu. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The district chief in Modu held a significant position, and in smaller cities, such a rank would likely be among the top leaders. When would it be appropriate for me to go? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao replied, Next Wednesday. Since you publicly participated in the company basketball game, given our family's relationship, You should definitely attend such a major birthday. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I have no problem. I excel at mooching food and drink Huagua. If one wanted to expand their business, they had to know people in the official circles. The adult world isn't a fairy tale. Relationships that need to be maintained must be upheld. Lin Chen, there's one more thing. Xu Mengyao hesitated as she looked at him. What is it? Xu Mengyao said, could you paint me a picture? I've been thinking and can't decide what would be an appropriate gift. If I give you a painting, even if it gets exposed later, no one can criticize it. Lin Chen chuckled. Of course, gifting a painting from my husband can't be considered bribery. I can paint for you, but I want to accept payment. You must think of how you'll thank me later. Will it be a kiss, a hug, or something else? Xu Mengyao replied. Wouldn't he giving you $1 million be better? Lin Chen shook his head, not appealing. It reeks of copper. Then how about I let my daughter kiss you? Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao. Don't even mention that. You can't let your daughter share a bed with me. That won't work. Xu Mengyao offered. I'll cook you a meal. Lin Chen retorted, the last time you cooked, I barely finished it after processing it. You, a CEO, shouldn't be doing this. I don't care if it's bad. Just don't let Qianqian suffer. Was it really that terrible? Xu Mengyao wondered. Then I owe you a hug, and I'll return it within 3 years. Lin Chen smirked. Mengyao, it seems you're quite confident about being with me within 3 years. But 3 years is too long. 3 months is more reasonable. 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Chen shook his head. That's too long. I can't accept that. Half a year, the shortest is half a year. Xu Mengyao glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed. Half a year it is. I'll take a little loss on this, but in other respects, you'll need to make it up to me. The hug shouldn't be less than a minute. Xu Mengyao's face turned slightly red. A brief hug and a hug lasting over a minute are quite different. However, by then, their relationship should have made significant progress, and a hug would likely be acceptable. All right, fine, I'll go wake Qianqian. Xu Mengyao blushed and hurriedly left. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Teasing Xu Mengyao was quite amusing, and her flushed face was incredibly alluring. It seemed that Xu Mengyao's feelings for him had increased significantly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to a hug in 6 months. Lin Chen mused to himself that Xu Mengyao's agreement to this indicated a positive outlook on their relationship. If it weren't for Xu Mengyao's issues, they might have been together already. Xu Mengyao suffered from psychological problems, which were difficult for her to control. Lin Chen, knowledgeable in medical arts, understood well how challenging it was to treat psychological disorders. He could only slowly help her overcome her mental shadows. What a rascal, making me owe such a debt. If $1 million is enough, I'd be willing to give you $5 million. Xu Mengyao covered her face, feeling a bit flushed. Qianqian, wake up, we're going to the amusement park today. After a moment of calm, Xu Mengyao woke Lin Qianqian up. After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others soon set off. Off to the amusement park. Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, I want to go to the big amusement park. I want to ride a horse. Xu Mengyao questioned. Is there a horse at the amusement park? Lin Chen laughed. What Qianqian means is the carousel. 20 minutes passed. Ding ding, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Chen, your mother is calling, Xu Mengyao observed, feeling a bit nervous. Lin Chen's parents had visited Modu and met Lin Qianqian, but they had never met her. During video calls, they hadn't seen her before. Mommy, Daddy is driving. You answer the video. I want to talk to Grandma, I miss her, Lin Qianqian urged. Answer it for Qianqian, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian, realizing that her little darling sometimes spilled secrets. However, since Lin Chen had already met her parents in the US, she couldn't refuse to answer the video call. Picking up the phone, Xu Mengyao accepted the video call but didn't immediately hand the phone to Lin Qianqian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Chen is driving. We're taking Qianqian to the amusement park. Xu Mengyao greeted the camera. Chapter 70. Mengyao, have you been craving my body? Mengyao, it's nice to meet you. Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, quickly responded. She hadn't even seen Xu Mengyao's photo, but she knew her name, since Mengyao was with Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian at the amusement park. It must be her. Auntie, Qianqian wants to talk to you. Xu Mengyao smiled as she handed the phone to Lin Qianqian, who was securely buckled in her seat. Grandma, Lin Qianqian exclaimed sweetly. Oh, Chun Mei responded joyfully. Lin Qianqian curiously asked, Grandma, why does Mommy call you Auntie and not Mommy? Xu Mengyao felt helpless. Lin Qianqian was young but quite clever. Well, Qianqian, you're still small, and there are some things you don't understand. Just eat your meals well, grow quickly, and you'll know when you grow up, Chun Mei explained. Lin Qianqian tilted her head. Is that true? Grandma? Chun Mei nodded. Yes, when you were even younger, you didn't understand anything, right? Now that you're older, You understand more things, don't you? Mei Chim. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma. Where is Grandpa? Chenmei smiled. Grandpa is building a house. Once it's finished, you can come and play. Mom, did you have something to discuss when you called? Lin Chen asked. I know, I just wanted to see Xiaoqian. You drive well, and I'll just chat with her. A few minutes passed, and Chenmei hung up the video call. Xu Mengyao let out a sigh of relief. Mommy, when Grandpa's house is built, let us go play together, Lin Xiaoqian suggested. Xu Mengyao replied, that will take a while, we'll talk about that later. For now, let us enjoy our time at the amusement park. Daddy, how much longer until we arrive? Lin Chen smiled. Very soon. Don't rush. At Lin Chen's hometown, Chenmei excitedly found Lin. Hi, dear. I just video called our son. Guess who I saw? Did you see Xiaoqian's mother? Lin Hai asked, surprised. Chenmei nodded. Yes, I saw Mengyao. She is so beautiful, even more so than those stars on TV. They were driving to the amusement park together. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chenmei continued, Mengyao is here for Xiaoqian? But her relationship with our son might have improved. Perhaps they could really end up together in the future, Lin Hai agreed. Let us just hope for the best but keep our thoughts to ourselves. The Su family is quite wealthy, so we wouldn't want her to think we're after their money. Mei Chim, Chenmei nodded. I know. Mengyao spoke to me just now, but she called me auntie. Lin Hai chuckled. If she didn't call you auntie, would she call you mom? Don't dream too big. Chenmei yearned. If our son and Mengyao could be together, that would be the best for Xiaoqian. Gallop, gallop, little horse, run quickly, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. They were on the carousel, with Lin Xiaoqian riding a small horse while Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen sat on larger horses on either side. Daddy, take a picture of me and Mommy. All right. Lin Chen pulled out his phone. Xu Mengyao's face flushed, her demeanor slightly shy. Lin Chen tapped the screen, and the photo was taken. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with joy. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, while Xu Mengyao's bashful expression was incredibly charming, prompting Lin Chen to feel an urge to kiss her. This was the first photo of Xu Mengyao on Lin Chen's phone. Daddy and Mommy, I'm so happy, I love you both, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly declared. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Xiaoqian. She had previously taken Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park, but she had never been as happy as she was now. Sometimes, when she sees other families joyfully together, she feels a pang of sadness and wonders why she doesn't have a father. This has happened a few times, and Xu Mengyao, unwilling to see her distressed, resolved to take her to find Lin Chen. Her previous decision seemed quite prudent. Setting aside other matters, at least Qianqian is very happy now. Xu Mengyao mused. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, whereupon a faint smile graced her lips. For someone like her, burdened with psychological shadows, a ride on the carousel would be quite beneficial. The innocence of children and their joyous laughter could help dissipate some of the darkness in her heart. Let's go play bumper cars, Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Daddy, you can have one car, and Mommy and I will have another. After finishing the carousel ride, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Sounds good, Lin Chen replied with a hearty laugh. Before long, they were seated in the bumper cars. Xiaoqian, be careful. I'm coming to bump you. Lin Chen's bumper car charged forward. Ouch, Mommy, hurry and bump Daddy. He's the big bad guy now. Let's defeat him together. Lin Xiaoqian cackled with delight. They enjoyed numerous attractions in the morning, lunched inside, and in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian, for the time being, did not feel the need to sleep. The amusement park had water rides, and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to enjoy them, while Xu Mengyao chose not to join in. Xiaoqian, this is how you swim, Lin Chen instructed her. The weather was heating up, making swimming more appealing. 5 minutes passed. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to swim, you have gained swimming skills. You will reach master level in 10 hours and grandmaster level in 20. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. He was not surprised at all. It was normal to gain swimming skills from teaching Lin Xiaoqian, but gaining the grass on flying skill from running on the grass was an unexpected bonus. On the shore, Xu Mengyao watched Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian with a slight blush. Lin Chen's physique was remarkable. His 8-pack abs were distinctly defined, and while he appeared slim, his body was surprisingly strong. During the basketball game, Xu Mengyao had only glanced at him when he lifted his shirt to wipe the sweat, but now she could see him clearly. Nearby, several women were also watching intently. Xu Mengyao thought to herself that there were indeed quite a few flirtatious women around. Some merely stole glances, while others boldly stared at Lin Chen without hesitation. Men might be lecherous, but many women were even more so. Conversations among men are generally acceptable for outsiders to hear, yet discussions among close girlfriends, if exposed, could easily lead to social demise. As time ticked away, Lin Xiaoqian played for over half an hour. But Lin Chen was cautious not to let her play too long, fearing she might catch a cold again. There would certainly be plenty of opportunities to take Lin Xiaoqian swimming in the future. Achio! After changing her clothes, Lin Xiaoqian sneezed. Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, I have a bad feeling about this. Lin Chen sighed in resignation. You have a knack for jinxing things. Lin Xiaoqian's current state clearly indicated she had caught a cold, and being in the early stages, it was likely to worsen. Xu Mengyao muttered, if I hadn't said anything, would it have made a difference? Xiaoqian's constitution isn't very strong. She is prone to catching colds. Lin Chen, I have a question. I haven't seen you practice. How did you achieve such a physique? Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao and teased, Are you coveting my body? Chapter 71. The picture of wealth and longevity. Xu Mengyao retorted, annoyed, Stop being narcissistic. I just want to know how you train so I can try it myself. Lin Chen chuckled, You'll find out how I train once you live with me. Humph. Xu Mengyao scoffed lightly, dreaming of delightful prospects. Lin Chen suggested, Mengyao, once your parents return, I think you should consider moving in with us. Will you really stay home alone for days on end while only visiting Xiaoqian occasionally? Or will you come here after work every day? Xu Mengyao pondered. In the past, it was impossible for her to come over while working, but it didn't seem right to not spend time with her daughter. Besides, she truly enjoyed the time spent with Lin Xiaoqian. Let us talk about it later, she finally said quietly. After a while, Xu Mengyao spoke softly. Moving in together would mean cohabitation, even if they lived in separate rooms. Others would perceive them as living together. When feelings reach a certain level, it becomes easier to discuss. If not, alternative arrangements must be considered, like buying a place in the same neighborhood. This approach might be unfeasible for most. But for Xu Mengyao, it was merely a matter of willingness. That amount of money was insignificant to her. All right, we'll discuss it later, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Xu Mengyao's words indicated a reasonable possibility. If the likelihood were low, she would have outright declined. I'll take a nap, Xu Mengyao declared, closing her eyes. She wasn't keen on discussing this topic with Lin Chen right now. Lin Chen turned to glance at Xu Mengyao. Noticing her ears were slightly redder than usual, she appeared rather shy. Lin Chen mused to himself. 20 minutes later, they returned to the neighborhood, and Xu Mengyao, who had been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes. She looked worriedly at Lin Xiaoqian, noticing her nasal congestion had worsened, and on the way back, Lin Xiaoqian had coughed a few times. It seemed inevitable that she would catch a cold and cough. Don't worry, I'm here, Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. I'll study medicine more in depth, so I can easily treat Xiaoqian's minor ailments. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. He had called her wife. Was it a bit too much to refer to her as such in private after publicly displaying their relationship? Is there a problem, wife? Lin Chen feigned ignorance. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. You used to call me Xu Mengyao, then just Mengyao, and now you've jumped straight to wife. Calm down, it's just a term of endearment, Lin Chen chuckled. Xu Mengyao shot him a look of exasperation. Let us not wake Xiaoqian. Lin Chen slowly opened the back car door and gently lifted Lin Xiaoqian. Still half asleep, Lin Xiaoqian opened her eyes, saw Lin Chen carrying her, and promptly closed them again to continue dreaming. Upon arriving home, Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen, I have to head to the office. There are many matters to attend to. Please think about the gift. Don't worry about Xiaoqian, Lin Chen assured her. Children have weaker immune systems, so catching a cold is quite normal. A child who never catches a cold isn't healthy either. A cold now and then can strengthen their immunity. Xu Mengyao nodded. I feel much better knowing you're taking care of Xiaoqian. When the nanny was looking after her, I often worried all day when Xiaoqian caught a cold while I was at work. Take care, Xu Mengyao said as she departed. Lin Chen began contemplating what kind of gift to prepare. The pine and crane for longevity painting he had given to Xu Mengyao's parents was indeed quite suitable for a birthday gift, but since he had already given it, he couldn't paint that again. Perhaps he could create a picture of wealth and longevity. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen decided. Lin Xiaoqian usually napped for about 2 hours, so he had time. Within an hour, Lin Chen completed his work. He had painted a ribbon bird in peonies. The ribbon bird was beautiful and had the longest lifespan among small birds, while the peony was the national flower, the king of flowers, and a symbol of wealth. Such a painting would be entirely appropriate for a 50-year-old elder. However, it felt like something was missing. Lin Chen pondered as he gazed at the artwork. Soon, he realized it lacked words. His calligraphy was expansive. Using Lin Yu's style would draw too much attention, so writing in a simpler manner would suffice. Lin Chen thought to himself, keeping his identity as Lin Yu discreet for now until he became even stronger. In no time, Lin Chen added a few characters to the painting. The strokes were evidently different, plain and unpretentious, not overly conspicuous, yet not detracting from the artwork. Many painters had mediocre calligraphy, which was quite normal. He decided to let Mengyao handle the framing. Lin Chen snapped a photo and sent it to Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, the painting is finished. When you have time, come over to pick it up and find someone to frame it. Xu Mengyao had just arrived at her office and hadn't started working yet when she received the message. She quickly opened the photo. Xu Mengyao stared at the image in awe. Just from the photo, she could tell the painting was exquisite. Seeing the actual piece would surely have a much greater impact. Tio finished such a beautiful artwork in less than an hour was truly impressive. Lin Chen's skills are extraordinary, Xu Mengyao thought. Thank you, Dad. I'll come by to pick it up tomorrow or the day after, she replied to Lin Chen. Qianqian, Mommy, you should say thank you to Daddy. Xu Mengyao, has Qianqian woken up? Not yet. I'm speaking on her behalf. Xu Mengyao sent an exasperated emoji. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to get to work. Cough, cough. Lin Qianqian had woken herself up with her cough. Lin Chen quickly rushed to the bedroom, finding Lin Qianqian sitting up, looking adorably dazed. Daddy, can you check? I think a bug went up my nose. A bug? Lin Chen felt a twinge of concern. Lin Qianqian rubbed her nose. My nose is blocked. Lin Chen chuckled. No bugs, sweetheart. You just have a cold, and your nose is congested. Daddy will give you some medicine, and in a couple of days, you'll feel better. His medical skills had already reached an old doctor level, and he could do more than just treat colds. Daddy, where's Mommy? After getting dressed, Lin Qianqian inquired curiously. Mommy went to work. She brought you home, but you were still sleeping, so she went to the office. You can play for a bit while I prepare your medicine. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian. Okay, Lin Qianqian nodded. Understanding. Lin Chen quickly got to work, utilizing the various medicinal ingredients he had at home. Previously, when Lin Qianqian had a cold, he had the medicine delivered, but some of the ingredients didn't work too well. Later, he went to the pharmacy and bought several. With his old doctor-level skills, he could discern that the ingredients he purchased were of much better quality than before. Last time, he merely had a medicinal bath. This time, he would prepare something for her to drink. Lin Chen thought to himself. Previously, his skills weren't sufficient to brew medicine for Lin Qianqian, but now he felt confident. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Daddy, I don't want to drink it. It tastes bad. Lin Qianqian pouted, her little face scrunched up. Chapter 72. Shenqing's slight melancholy. Qianqian, have you ever tasted medicine like this? Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian nodded. It's bitter medicine. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Lin Chen squatted down to comfort her. I know this medicine is a bit bitter, but when we get sick, many little viruses and bacteria invade our bodies. They are as bothersome as little bugs. At this time, our bodies have many cells fighting back, and the medicine helps make them stronger. Dio, you want to help them? Lin Qianqian nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Daddy knows you are the bravest. After you drink the medicine, we can draw it. We'll paint little cells defeating those viruses and bacteria. Okay. Okay. Lin Qianqian reluctantly gulped it down. You did great, Qianqian. Mommy complains about bitter medicine, but you drank it faster than she does. Here is a candy as a reward. Lin Chen praised her, giving Lin Qianqian a piece of rock candy. With the sweet in her mouth, Lin Qianqian's face lit up with a smile. Daddy, did I help the little cells? Of course. Now, let us go paint. That night, Lin Qianqian fell asleep. Ding ding. Lin Chen had just finished updating a fairy tale story when his mother called for a video chat. Lin Chen quickly answered. Son, Qianqian must be sleeping, right? What is your situation with Mengyao now? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen replied. I suppose we're friends now. Why? Lin Hai leaned in. Your mother wants to know if you and Xu Mengyao have made any progress. Is there a future? Lin Chen responded. Mengyao has psychological issues, so it can only be approached gradually. There's no immediate prospect, but in the future, there should be. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. Focus on building the house. Make sure you have a place for the wedding. Don't skimp on it. I know you are frugal, but you need to spend where it counts. Chen Mei remarked, your dad is indeed trying to save money. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, you get what you pay for it. I haven't mentioned this before, but I bought the house for a total of around 12 million. I paid in full with my earnings. Chen Mei and Lin Hai were taken aback. Son, is writing fairy tales that profitable? Lin Chen laughed. Mom, your son is a genius. He shared this to assure them he wasn't short on money and they need not worry about saving a little here and there. Just take care of yourselves. That's the best support you can give me. Lin Hai nodded. Considering how quickly Lin Chen was earning, saving a little was indeed meaningless. After chatting a while longer, Lin Chen ended the video call. I should transfer some money to Dad, Lin Chen thought. He wasn't responsible for the shop renovations, and he still had 2 million left in his account. Money provides a sense of security. Having funds means Lin Hai and his wife would feel much more at ease. Logging into online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his father. For an average person, that was a significant amount. But for him, earning that much might only take 3 or 4 days. Ding, Lin Hai received a bank text notification. Huh? Seeing the message, he was momentarily stunned. Honey, our son transferred another million. Chen Mei, upon seeing the notification, quickly called Lin Chen again. Son, why are you sending money again? We have enough. Lin Chen chuckled. Having money makes it easier for Dad to spend. You wouldn't want to be stingy when Mengyao and her parents might come to our house? Right? You wouldn't want to embarrass yourselves in front of the in-laws, would you? Chen Mei nodded. Lin Chen's reasoning was sound and warranted consideration. After ending the call, Lin Chen opened a Tai Chi video. He needed to keep practicing. Even following the video, he was still somewhat clumsy. 2 days passed. Lin Qianqian had mostly recovered. During these 2 days, Lin Chen had been preparing her medicinal drinks and baths. With excellent results. His medical skills had improved significantly. Previously, he surpassed most traditional doctors, but among them, he had not stood out. Now, Lin Chen's medical proficiency exceeded that of 99 of traditional doctors. With such skills, he was regarded as a miracle worker in the eyes of ordinary people. Mommy, Qing Ani, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully called out as Xu Mengyao and Shun Qing arrived together. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by a delightful aroma, and Shun Qing's eyes sparkled. Shin Qing, wipe your drool, Xu Mengyao teased. Shin Qing quickly wiped her mouth. What drool, Dream Yao? You've got a wonderful husband. It's easy for a well-fed person to forget the hungry. She scooped Lin Xiaoqian into her arms. Xiaoqian, isn't it easy for Aunt Qing to come over for a meal? Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment and replied, Aunt Qing, you should find a husband. Then you can have good food too. Xu Mengyao burst into laughter. Xiaoqian, you're teasing Aunt Qing for being single. Thank you. Shin Qing retorted playfully, cradling Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, you're the luckiest little one, getting to eat delicious meals every day. Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen. Mengyao, why are you all crowding at the entrance? Shin Qing, Lin Chen, I have certainly spoken highly of you. Is it unreasonable for me to come over for a meal? Not at all. When Mengyao and I host a banquet in the future, I shall reserve a seat for you as the matchmaker. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Shin Qing is indeed a delightful companion. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. Who said anything about hosting a banquet with you? Lin Xiaoqian inquired with curiosity. Daddy, what does hosting a banquet mean? Lin Chen replied with a smile. Hosting a banquet means to feast, to indulge in a grand meal. Would you like Daddy and Mama to host a banquet? Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Daddy, when will it be? Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. Xiaoqian. That depends on Mama's wishes. Daddy is available at any time. Mama, when will it be? Lin Xiaoqian turned to Xu Mengyao, her voice sweet and innocent. Xu Mengyao. She replied with slight annoyance. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You eat very well every day. What more do you need? Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Shin Qing rubbed her belly and sighed lightly. Mengyao, I feel a bit full even before I have eaten. Lin Xiaoqian. Aunt Qing, then you mustn't eat anymore. If you eat too much, your belly will get hurt. Xu Mengyao. Xiaoqian is right. You should stop eating. Shin Qing. But she felt a tinge of sadness. Chapter 73. The Thoughts of a Top Chef. Oh. The moment the first dish touched her palate, Shin Qing was taken aback. Lin Chen, is it merely my imagination? Or has your culinary skill seen a remarkable improvement since the last time? Shin Qing looked at Lin Chen, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, there has been a slight enhancement. You are quite perceptive. Even a modest improvement in my culinary skills does not escape your notice. Shin Qing shook her head. No, this is not a mere slight improvement. It is quite evident why interests do not lie much in clothing or bags, but rather in the delights of culinary art. It has been some time since my last visit, and Lin Chen's culinary prowess has indeed seen a significant rise. Xu Mengyao, having visited frequently with little time in between, may not notice the change as distinctly as Shin Qing does. I had thought your culinary skills had reached their zenith, leaving no room for further growth, yet you have managed to improve quite evidently. Shin Qing marveled. Lin Chen mused inwardly, this is just the beginning. My culinary skills have not yet reached legendary status, but the journey towards it is imminent, perhaps just a few days away. Aunt Qing, Daddy is the best. Lin Xiaoqian chimed sweetly. Shin Qing nodded. Xiaoqian, your father's culinary skills are unparalleled. Mengyao, have you considered investing in Lin Chen to establish a top-tier private kitchen? One that only accepts reservations? with each dish priced at no less than 10,000 yuan. The prestige would be immense, attracting only the elite, thus ensuring Yuan Ti lack powerful connections. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Opening a hotel or a regular restaurant was not in his plans, but setting up a top-notch private kitchen once his skills improved was indeed a possibility. Connections, after all, are exceedingly valuable. Writing fairy tales brings in some income, but the connections it yields are limited. Ultimately, connections stem from necessity. When others have a need for you, your worth is elevated. Fairy tales have a broad reach, yet how much can one book fetch? There is little demand for it. Such exposure might earn him some admiration, but little else. Culinary skills, however, are different. While his current skills may not command authority, once he reaches legendary status, the world's foremost chefs will seem like mere apprentices before him. Most food enthusiasts are affluent individuals. Once his culinary skills reach that pinnacle, he will certainly not lack patrons. They will be the ones vying for the opportunity to book a reservation with him. With such clientele, connections will naturally follow. Moreover, in this network of connections, he will hold a dominant position. Lin Chen, do you share this vision? Xu Mengyao inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Chen smiled and replied, we shall discuss it later. Once my culinary skills are refined further, I shall elevate the standards. I would only accept 1 or 2 reservations per week, with the cost of ingredients borne by the guests, and the preparation fee for each table would not be less than 1 million. Qianqian's jaw dropped. She thought the 10,000 per dish was already extravagant, and here Lin Chen was proposing a minimum of 1 million per table, with the guests required to provide their own ingredients. Lin Chen, your standards are far too high. Those with assets under 100 million simply cannot afford it, Shen Qing remarked. This price, she felt, excluded her entirely. Lin Chen chuckled. With only 1 or 2 meals a week, I do not need a large number of guests. My aim is to cultivate connections, not to entertain a multitude of diners, Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Chen, with the cost of ingredients, over 1 million for a meal seems rather exaggerated. Doesn't he? Even the Xu family, despite their wealth, would find it expensive, Lin Chen stated. Once my culinary skills are elevated, I believe there will be individuals eager to make reservations even at that price. But that is a matter for the future. There is no hurry now, Xu Mengyao nodded. Shen Qing queried, Lin Chen, can your culinary skills still improve? It should be possible, Lin Chen smiled. There are still legendary and mythical levels above. After the meal, Shen Qing clutched her belly, feeling as though she needed to lean against the wall to exit. Qianqian, are you feeling unwell? Lin Qianqian looked at Shen Qing with concern. Shen Qing's face turned slightly red. Qianqian, Aunt Qing's belly isn't hurting. I simply overindulged. Mengyao, you two go enjoy your time together. I'll stay home with Qianqian. Lin Chen, don't move. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Chen laughed softly. Are you sure you can manage that? Shen Qing, that'll take a moment to recover before washing them. You two hurry and go out. Very well. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao departed. Lin Qianqian did not fuss about following them. Shen Qing had taken her out many times before, and after not seeing Shen Qing for several days, she felt a bit of longing. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao arrived by the riverbank. Lin Chen, were you serious when you said you wanted to set up a private kitchen later? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen nodded. I do have some thoughts on the matter. In a couple of days, I will attend a birthday banquet. Aside from the relationship between your family and the other party, it is also to maintain this connection, right? This way, I remain in a position of weakness. If I can manage it well, I can shift to a position of dominance. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. When my grandfather was alive, our family didn't have to worry too much, but now we are indeed lacking in connections. Some forces are eyeing our family's company. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. The Xu family boasts assets exceeding 30 billion. It is indeed a lucrative target. As time passes, the goodwill left by Xu Mengyao's grandfather diminishes, and the favor can only be used sparingly. There comes a point when it runs out. Mengyao, do not fret too much. Even if you find yourself without money, I can support you without issue, Lin Chen said cheerfully. Who needs you to support me? Xu Mengyao huffed playfully. Lin Chen reached out, and Xu Mengyao instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Lin Chen held on. Mengyao, the last time we went for a walk, we held hands too, didn't we? Last time Qianqian was with us, I was afraid she would feel sad. Xu Mengyao glared at Lin Chen, a mix of annoyance and amusement in her eyes. Lin Chen smiled brightly. We held hands last time, so what harm is there in doing so again? Don't be stingy. Holding hands won't cost you a thing. That's Xu Mengyao. You are incorrigible, Lin Chen. I call it seizing the moment. Shen Qing has created this opportunity for us. If we don't hold hands, wouldn't that waste her good intentions? We will be attending a birthday banquet soon. Who knows, there may be some intimate moments then. You need to adapt in advance, Xu Mengyao retorted. Lin Chen, you used to be so well-behaved. Why are you now so bold? Lin Chen, you're the one being shy. As the patient, you should be the one taking the initiative. Come on, let us go. Others are watching us, Xu Mengyao relented, allowing Lin Chen to lead her forward. Internally, she found herself not entirely opposed to it. After about 10 minutes, a surprised voice exclaimed, Mengyao. Two girls approached, astonished as they gazed at Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Chapter 74. We are not having an affair. Xu Mengyao withdrew her hand. Lili? Lusiki, it has been a while. Do you live around here? The other girl shook her head. No, we just came here to browse. Mengyao, who is this handsome guy? Xu Mengyao replied. He is my husband. Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these two are my high school classmates from the same dormitory. Greetings. Lin Chen smiled at Li and Lusiki said in unison. Hello, Lin Gu, Mengyao. When did you get married? You've kept it under wraps so well? We had no idea. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you go ahead and wait for me up ahead. I'll chat with Lili and the others for a bit. All right. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He walked 100 meters away, and Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen and I have only registered our marriage. We haven't hosted a banquet yet. So please keep it a secret. Sure. Lili and the others nodded. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Lili laughed. Mengyao, we won't interrupt your time with your husband any longer. Continue being romantic. Bye. Lili and the others departed. Xu Mengyao returned to Lin Chen's side, slightly annoyed. You had to hold my hand in front of them, didn't you? Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, what are you worried about? We have a certificate. It's legal. We are not having an affair. Xu Mengyao. That I wanted them to keep it a secret, but it's hard to keep it under wraps for long. Lin Chen stated. If you're worried they spill the beans, then why did you introduce me as your husband? You could simply say I'm your boyfriend. Xu Mengyao paused for a moment. She had registered her marriage with Lin Chen and had not considered that angle. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, the book says that a woman in love often experiences a decline in intelligence. You are the CEO. Your normal intelligence should be quite high, right? Could it be? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. She quickly denied. Don't speak nonsense. Who is in love with you? I'm not leaving. Let us take a taxi home. Lin Chen nodded. Him home is a well-chosen word. Thumbs up for that. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glare. To your home. Upon returning home, Xinqing exclaimed, Mengyao, come look, this is actually a painting by Qianqian. She is only 2 years old, and I feel like I can't compare to her. Mengyao, I think we need to find a painting teacher for Qianqian. She undoubtedly has a talent for painting. The future Da Vinci could very well be her. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Aunt Qing, I don't need a painting teacher. My daddy is the best. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian's artwork. It was indeed impressive. Far beyond what one would expect from a 2-year-old. Qianqian, keep painting. Mengyao, Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao followed Xinqing to the study. Lin Chen, Qianqian said your painting is good, but you're not a professional. Teaching her might waste her talent. Xinqing spoke earnestly. She was unaware of Lin Chen's artistic abilities. Xu Mengyao added. Xinqing? Lin Chen is quite skilled at painting. Xinqing furrowed her brow. If Qianqian's talent were average, then a casual approach would suffice, but her talent is truly exceptional. I have never seen such a gift in painting. No, you have seen it. Xu Mengyao murmured. My talent in painting is quite poor. Qianqian inherited it from Lin Chen. Xinqing was taken aback. Xu Mengyao continued. I consulted with teacher Zhao Yiming, a renowned master in painting here in Shanghai, and he offered 80,000 to buy one of Lin Chen's paintings. Lin Chen did not sell. Xinqing's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Lin Chen is already outstanding with his culinary skills and basketball prowess. To think he is also so talented in painting? Mengyao, here is the painting you wanted. Lin Chen retrieved a painting tube from the cabinet. May I take a look? Xinqing's eyes brightened. Lin Chen nodded. Just don't let it out. For now, I prefer to keep a low profile for the sake of Qianqian. Xu Mengyao unveiled the painting, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The real piece was far more stunning than the photos on her phone. Chinese painting differs from Western abstract art. While abstract art may be incomprehensible to the average person, Chinese painting possesses a beauty that even the layman can appreciate. You two have indeed kept this under wraps remarkably well, Xinqing remarked, feeling relieved that her concerns about Qianqian's future were unfounded. It turns out Qianqian's brilliance stems from Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao clarified. It's not that I wanted to keep it from you. It's just that Lin Chen insisted on it, and I've known for only a short while. I'll take my time to appreciate it. Xinqing focused intently on the painting. Lin Chen said, "Please take your time. I'll go prepare medicine for Qianqian. She still needs to take her medicine and have a medicinal bath tonight." Lin Chen stepped out, and Xinqing closed the study door. "Mengyao, you must seize Lin Chen. With culinary skills like his, basketball talent, and artistic prowess, he is undoubtedly a rare gem. If you let him slip away, you will surely regret it." Xinqing whispered. Xu Mengyao replied, "I am quite remarkable too." Xinqing insisted, "You two are perfectly matched. If you were together, Qianqian would have a complete family. How wonderful would that be? It's only because Lin Chen is so low-key. If he were to become more prominent, you might find others vying for his attention. Though you have registered your marriage, many couples divorce these days." Xu Mengyao looked at Xinqing, a hint of surprise in her expression. "You seem more anxious than I am." "Xinqing, I am not doing this for a free meal. I genuinely care for you and Qianqian's future." Xu Mengyao's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Xinqing, you truly are like the emperor who is not anxious. Yet the empress dowager is. Continue, please." Xu Mengyao laughed playfully. "Xinqing, the emperor is not anxious, yet the empress dowager is." Xu Mengyao softly confessed. "Actually, I know Lin Chen is a good man. I'm just afraid of intimacy. If he cannot wait for me and find someone else, I would be helpless." Xinqing's eyes sparkled. "At least there has been some progress. This is different from when Qianqian was around. And you two were intentionally showing affection. You should sleep here tonight. I'll step out." Xu Mengyao quickly said, "I will go with you. I need to find someone to frame this painting properly." Soon, Xu Mengyao and Xinqing bid farewell to Lin Qianqian. "Daddy, I don't want a painting teacher. I just want Daddy." Lin Qianqian ran to the kitchen and hugged Lin Chen's leg. Lin Chen squatted down and kissed Lin Qianqian, smiling. "Qianqian, we want to look for any other painting teachers. Aunt Qing doesn't he know that Daddy is quite skilled at painting. She only wants what's best for you." Lin Qianqian patted her chest. "You scared me," Lin Chen chuckled. "Where did you learn that?" "From Aunt Qing." "Daddy, Aunt Qing is wrong. She isn't a baby," Lin Qianqian said in her sweet voice. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Qianqian's little nose. "She is wrong. You are the baby, right?" "Yes, yes." Lin Qianqian nodded earnestly. Chapter 75, Improvement in Painting Skills. Lin Chen smiled. "Are you a good baby?" "Daddy, I am good. I am the best baby ever." "Hee." Lin Chen. "Then Qianqian, you must take your medicine obediently." Lin Qianqian's smile faltered. "Daddy, sometimes I am a good baby, and sometimes I am not." Lin Chen chuckled. "Are you not a good baby right now?" "Yes." Lin Chen. "Qianqian, just drink this last dose. Then take a bath. And tomorrow you will be well. We can go play with Nan Nan and Chi Chi." Chi Chi is a new friend of Lin Qianqian's, whom she met while playing downstairs with Xu Mengyao. Lin Qianqian hesitated. She also wished to go outside and play with her friends. "Dad, I want 2 candies," Lin Qianqian said, counting on her fingers. "All right," Lin Chen replied, kissing Lin Qianqian affectionately. Later that evening, around 10:30, Xu Mengyao closed her laptop. She had brought some work home and had just finished it. She needed to wrap up everything before the birthday party in 2 days. "Xu, can your painting be framed a bit better? I can do it at cost price if you want." She received a message from the framing master she had contacted. Xu Mengyao had specific requirements for the framing craftsmanship, but she requested the use of very ordinary materials. "Old pay, it's not that I'm short on money. This is a gift for someone else, so expensive materials would be inappropriate," Xu Mengyao replied to the message. The other party had not gone to bed yet, and soon she received a reply. "Xu, compared to your painting, even the most expensive framing wouldn't significantly increase its value." Xu Mengyao paused for a few seconds before responding. "The painting was done by my husband. It was no big deal to gift a painting made by one's own husband, yet buying someone else's painting might cost a fortune. Even if someone reported it, there would be no issue." The person on the other end, named Pei Gongyi, was visibly astonished. The painting was actually created by Xu Mengyao's husband. What a prodigy, Pei Gongyi thought to himself. Xu Mengyao was quite young, and her husband was likely not much older. "Xu, understood, I will do my best to frame it using ordinary materials," Pei Gongyi replied. "Thank you." Pei Gongyi got out of bed and unfolded the painting created by Lin Chen, a framing master. He had spent his life framing calligraphy and paintings, and thus had a discerning eye to him. This painting could easily rival the finest masterpieces. What a waste of such talent. Some people come to me wanting to gild a chamber pot. Yet here we have a divine beauty that requires mere scrap metal for decoration. Pei Gongyi murmured to himself. He decided to start immediately, aiming to use the simplest of materials to achieve the best effect, which would take considerable time. The next day, Lin Chen was teaching Lin Qianqian how to paint. Host, your painting skills have reached a legendary level, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Soon, a plethora of information flooded his consciousness. Lin Chen's body underwent subtle changes, the most notable being his hands. With top-tier painting skills came the need for exceptional steadiness. His hands were now steadier than those of a surgeon. Dad, I don't want this one anymore. This painting is not good, Lin Qianqian said, taken aback. Lin Chen had reached the legendary level, and her talent had also been enhanced. Lin Qianqian already had decent painting talent, scoring around 30 points, but now it could potentially double to 60 points. Her painting talent could now surpass 90 points, classifying her as a world-class genius. With her talent surging, Lin Qianqian noticed some flaws in her recent painting and had better ideas. Qianqian, why don't you start over? Lin Chen smiled and suggested. Lin Qianqian nodded and quickly began anew. Lin Chen watched quietly, noticing that Lin Qianqian was now more focused. After all, top-tier geniuses never lacked concentration. Half an hour passed, and with just a slight nudge from Lin Chen, Lin Qianqian completed a rather impressive piece. Compared to her previous work, this painting was significantly better, more creative, and with more beautiful lines. It was clearly in a different league. Effort pales in comparison to talent. Lin Chen mused. Lin Qianqian loved painting, and he had taught her with great care. Although she had made progress before, it was not particularly rapid. Now, however, it was a leap forward. Of course, her current progress was also related to her previous learning. Earlier, Lin Qianqian struggled to understand some of Lin Chen's teachings, but now, with her enhanced talent, she suddenly grasped it all. Dad, does my painting look good? Lin Qianqian asked eagerly. Lin Chen nodded. Qianqian, your painting is excellent. As long as you work hard, you will only improve. Dad, painting is so much fun. Can I paint another one? Lin Qianqian asked hopefully. Lin Chen shook his head. No, we need outdoor activities. You are still young. And insufficient outdoor exercise may deplete your farsightedness reserve. What is farsightedness reserve? Lin Qianqian questioned, puzzled. Well, you'll understand when you're older. Quickly grab the basketball. Let's go play outside. Perhaps Wan and her friends are downstairs. Okay. Lin Qianqian ran to pick up the basketball. Qianqian, why do you always choose basketball? Lin Chen asked. Because, Dad, you're so handsome. You look the coolest when you play basketball. Plus, I can cheer for you with Mom. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Dad, when are you going to play basketball again? She asked, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen looked back at Lin Qianqian, realizing that for her, watching her father compete and cheering alongside her mother was the most delightful experience. There will be opportunities, Qianqian. For now, let's practice together. After finishing a meeting, Xu Mengyao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her several messages, all consisting of daily photos of Lin Qianqian. Why are there so many messages in the class group? Xu Mengyao felt an unsettling premonition. She had quietly registered her marriage. The school beauty is married. My youth is over. When will there be a wedding? Xu Mengyao. Hundreds of messages in the group were discussing her affairs. Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, I'm sorry. I couldn't help but mention it to Zhang Yan. I told her to keep it a secret, but I didn't expect. Lu Siki had already sent her a private message. Xu Mengyao. She knew it would leak eventually, but not this quickly. Well, now that it's out, what can I do? Xu Mengyao sent a message to Lu Siki. It had already spread. What could she do? Lin Chen, I asked Li and the others to keep it a secret. Lu Siki said she told a friend, and it probably spread from there. It's already circulating in the group. Xu Mengyao also messaged Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's fine. I plan to hang myself from this crooked tree of yours, so it doesn't affect me. Xu Mengyao. You're the crooked tree, is that so? Then we make a perfect pair. Xu Mengyao's lips curled slightly. Chapter 76. My daughter actually registered for marriage. In the United States, early morning. Yang Qinghua woke up. She always slept early and rose early. Su Guofeng had not yet arrived at the hospital and likely hadn't even woken up. Qinghua, did Mengyao get married? President Yang. I heard Mengyao got married. Congratulations. Upon opening her phone, Yang Qinghua saw two messages. Point one was from Aunt Liang, and the other was from a classmate's mother of Xu Mengyao's university. Yang Qinghua was taken aback. Her daughter got married? How could she, as a mother, not know? Could it be that they saw the video of Lin Chen playing basketball? In that video, Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband? That was merely to coax Lin Qianqian. Mr. Xue, where did you hear that Mengyao got married? Yang Qinghua messaged Xu Mengyao's classmate's mother. The reply came swiftly. It's what my daughter said. They are all discussing it in their class group. Mengyao mentioned it herself. Yang Qinghua was astonished. Ding. Yang Qinghua video called Xu Mengyao. Mom, is something wrong? I'm not off work yet. Xu Mengyao was puzzled. as her mother usually video called around 8 or 9, when she was mostly home. This time, she was either still at work or had left but was not in a position to answer video calls. Mengyao, are you at the office? I heard from Huang Jiayun's mother that you said you got married. How could I not know? Young Qinghua said, somewhat exasperated. Xu Mengyao. She helplessly explained, I went out for a walk with Lin Chen yesterday. He held my hand, and 2 classmates happened to see us. When I introduced him, I said he was my husband and asked them to keep it a secret, but you and Lin Chen went out for a stroll? Young Qinghua's eyes brightened. Since Qianqian wasn't with you, why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You could have called him your boyfriend instead. Xu Mengyao. Mom. Well, I registered with Lin Chen. Young Qinghua was stunned. When did this happen? It has been a while. We first did a property notarization and then registered. Regardless of whether it's before or after marriage, our assets remain ours. Yang Qinghua stared blankly at Xu Mengyao. Mom, I don't plan to marry anytime soon. Lin Chen said he doesn't either, so we thought registering might be better for Qianqian. Did you bring it up, or did Lin Chen? I doubt I brought it up. Yang Qinghua shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen who suggested it. With your personality, would you propose to register? Mengyao, you've been tricked into registering by Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao. Both Xinqing and her mother had seen through it. How could she have been so foolishly deceived by Lin Chen? He must have thought to establish their relationship first, then gradually cultivate their feelings, which actually seemed quite good. At Xu Mengyao. Mom, how is that good? I've been duped. You must give Lin Chen a good scolding later. Don't be like Xinqing, eating Lin Chen's cooking and then siding with him. Yang Qinghua, if you were deceived by a scoundrel, your father and I would stand up for you. But if you were tricked by Lin Chen, then it's just a trick, and it seems fine. Xu Mengyao. Do Lin Chen's parents not know yet? Xu Mengyao nodded. Yes, we agreed that this is our matter, and it doesn't concern either of our families. Mom, please don't spread it around. Yang Qinghua. No wonder you called him husband while playing basketball and introduced him as such to others. He really is your husband now. That's quite good. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. Mom, I have to go now. I still have things to do. Please don't say anything to Lin Chen. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao felt her heart racing. An hour later, Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Honey, what's wrong? Did the doctor share any good news? Su Guofeng inquired, noticing young Qinghua's expression was somewhat cheerful. Weren't we worried that Lin Chen and Mengyao wouldn't end up together? We don't have to worry about that anymore. Su Guofeng was surprised. They are together now. Given Mengyao's condition, it shouldn't be possible so soon. Yang Qinghua shook her head. They've already registered. Su Guofeng. Wow, our daughter got married and I didn't even know. What is going on? Yang Qinghua explained the situation to Su Guofeng. Although it's a bit sad to find out now, it's a good thing they registered. The chances of them being together have greatly increased. Yes, Yang Qinghua nodded. Dear, although they have registered, whether they can truly be together still depends on whether their feelings are in place. Right? Su Guofeng agreed. Let's not worry about it. They can manage. They are now parents, not children. Yang Qinghua smiled that they've registered, had a child, held hands. Can a cooked duck still fly away? I just want to recover quickly and go home. After returning, let Mengyao stay with Lin Chen. Since they are registered, why should she still be living at her parents' home? The next afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Xu Mengyao's company. Xu Mengyao's Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was that evening. Since it was not the weekend, Aunt Liang's husband had to work. Other guests were either at work or school. Most of the banquet was held at noon, but nowadays, many people were less particular, and there were quite a few evening events as well. After finishing their tasks, they could enjoy a more relaxed meal. Mom. Upon seeing Xu Mengyao come out, Lin Qian exclaimed joyfully. Xu Mengyao approached, and Lin Chen asked, Mengyao, do you need to switch cars? His car was just an ordinary family vehicle. Xu Mengyao shook her head. No need. Given Aunt Liang's family situation, driving an extravagant car would be inappropriate. Besides, we don't need to flaunt ourselves. As she spoke, Xu Mengyao opened the back door. Mom, you sit in the front? I like it when you and Dad sit together. Lin Qian giggled. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Qian and said, all right, I'll sit in front. I need to give your dad directions later. Soon, Xu Mengyao settled into the passenger seat. Before we go to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's house, we need to pick up the painting. It's already framed, Xu Mengyao informed. Mom, you need to call him husband. Okay. Lin Qian, in her safety seat, chimed in. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qian. You have so many demands for such a little one. Where do you get all these requests from? Husband, let's go. Xu Mengyao acquiesced to Lin Qian's wishes. Chapter 77. A great way to avoid drinking. Yay, Dad, we're off. Lin Qian cheered from the back seat. Xu Mengyao turned to look at her. suspecting that Lin Xiaoqian felt something was amiss between her and Lin Chen. Typically, children prefer their mothers to sit in the back with them. Yet Lin Xiaoqian wanted her mother and Lin Chen to sit in the front. Honey, your Aunt Liang's birthday, there will be many guests, right? Is there anything we need to be mindful of? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao replied, there shouldn't be too many guests. These days, extravagant banquets are frowned upon. Uncle Zhao will likely avoid making mistakes in that regard. The guests will either be relatives or notable individuals, and it's best not to take photos at the banquet. Even if you do, avoid including others in the shots. Lin Chen nodded. Xu Mengyao thought for a moment and continued, don't be too ostentatious, but also don't be too low-key. There will definitely be drinking. If you can't handle it, just don't drink at all. If you can drink, don't lie about it. Otherwise, if people find out you can drink later, it could be awkward. Lin Chen chuckled. Previously, his alcohol tolerance was average, but now, with his improved physique, he could certainly handle more. If some people need to toast, I will join you, Xu Mengyao added. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Papa, don't get drunk. If you do, it will be really uncomfortable, Lin Xiaoqian advised. Xu Mengyao replied, Xiaoqian, are you only concerned about Dad and not me? That will make me sad. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mom, I already said that before. Did you forget? You shouldn't get drunk either. You used to feel so uncomfortable when you were drunk. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. You've been drunk before? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I haven't been excessively drunk. And now when I go out for socializing, Liang Yi always accompanies me. However, sometimes it's unavoidable to drink a little. Even if it's not too much, it still feels uncomfortable. Although the Xu family's assets were considerable, there were still many families with greater wealth nationwide, along with numerous influential figures. Top-tier magnates might drink when they felt like it, or choose not to drink. Clearly, the Xu family had yet to reach that level. Lin Chen smiled. If you want to avoid drinking in the future, I have a great method for you. You can say it, and absolutely no one will be offended. What method? Xu Mengyao's eyes brightened as she inquired. She didn't like drinking and would certainly avoid it if possible. Lin Chen remarked, just say you are preparing for pregnancy and taking care of your health, so that when the time comes, you can have a second child. That Xu Mengyao was left speechless. What was she expecting? What good advice could possibly come from Lin Chen's mouth? Lin Chen chuckled. Is this method not good? If you use it, no one will be able to persuade you otherwise. I thank you. Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of annoyance. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Mom, what is a second child? Is it a little brother or sister? I want a little brother or sister. Chi has a little brother. Xu Mengyao responded. Xiaoqian, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. We are already very satisfied with you. Our Xiaoqian is the best, worth several others. But Mom, I want a little brother or sister. If I have a sister, I will share my dolls with her and take her to paint. If it's a brother, I will play ball with him. Lin Xiaoqian said with an eager expression. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, whose face turned slightly red. The doctor had told her that the chances of her becoming pregnant again were quite low. But low probability did not equate to impossibility. Xiaoqian, we can discuss this later. Mom is still very busy, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, Mommy, when Mommy is not busy anymore, you can give me a little brother or sister. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Did they think it was that easy? Lin Chen, turn left ahead. Xiaoqian, stop talking. Don't distract your dad while he is driving, Xu Mengyao instructed. She had no desire to continue this conversation. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove into an old residential area. This neighborhood was well located. It had once been a luxury community, but the buildings were now over 20 years old, and many aspects were somewhat outdated. Lin Chen, Old Pei wants to meet you. He has spent his life in the framing industry and is a master in this field. You might need to interact with him in the future. Why not go and meet Old Pei? Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen nodded. Sure. He held Lin Xiaoqian in his arms while Xu Mengyao carried a bag of gifts, and the three of them took the elevator upstairs. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao pressed the doorbell, and the door quickly opened to reveal Pei Gongyi, who was in his 70s. Old Pei, hello, Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen greeted. Hello, Grandpa Pei. I am Xiaoqian, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a sweet voice. Pei Gongyi warmly welcomed them. Suzong, Master Lin, Xiaoqian, please come in. I was just wondering when you would arrive. Lin Chen quickly replied, Old Pei, please don't call me Master Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin. I'm not really a master. Pei Gongyi laughed. In the painting industry, if someone with your skill cannot be called a master, then who can? Although I'm old, I'm not senile yet. If I call you Xiao Lin, others will say I'm relying on my age to assert authority. You can bear the title of master. Lin Chen helplessly looked at Xu Mengyao. Pei Gongyi continued, Suzong, please don't dissuade me. I respect him for his skill. It has nothing to do with his age. Please sit for a moment. I will go to my study and get the painting. Soon, Pei Gongyi returned with the painting. He slowly unfurled the artwork, saying, Su Zong, Master Lin, using ordinary materials, I could only achieve this. It feels a bit inadequate for the painting. Lin Chen looked at his own work. Framed, it appeared even more appealing. Although the materials used by Pei Gongyi were ordinary, his craftsmanship was impeccable. Even ordinary materials were beautifully presented. Dad, it looks so good. When will you teach me to paint flowers? I want to paint little birds too. Lin Xiaoqian asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. Pei Gongyi was quite astonished. Is Xiaoqian only over 2 years old? Has she started learning to paint at such a young age? Yes, Grandpa. I really enjoy painting. Lin Xiaoqian replied earnestly. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian has a good talent. Old Pei, I may need to trouble you more in the future with Xiaoqian. Pei Gongyi chuckled. That means you look highly upon this old man. It's your kindness that supports my business. Su Zong. If it's all right, I will put it away now, Pei Gongyi said. Xu Mengyao nodded. Of course. Pei Gongyi carefully rolled the painting back into its tube. Old Pei, we need to attend a banquet. We will visit again another day, Xu Mengyao announced. Lin Chen added, Mengyao, you and Xiaoqian wait for me outside. I'll just have a quick word with old Pei. It won't take more than 2 or 3 minutes. Xu Mengyao was a bit puzzled, but still took Lin Xiaoqian outside. Old Pei, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. May I take your pulse? Lin Chen inquired. Pei Gongyi looked confused. Master Lin, am I unwell? Old Pei, I just want to confirm. Perhaps my skills are not sufficient to see through it, Lin Chen replied. Pei Gongyi nodded and extended his hand. Lin Chen placed his fingers on Pei Gongyi's pulse. Half a minute later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Old Pei, if you have time, please go to the hospital for a checkup, especially for your heart. Chapter 78. Mengyao, this is idol worship. Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest. I occasionally feel some tightness in my chest. Is there anything seriously wrong? Lin Chen reassured him. Old Pei, it should not be a major issue. Thank you, Master Lin. Pei Gongyi expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen stood up. Old Pei, please make sure to get checked. Mengyao and the others are waiting for me, so I must leave now. Soon, Lin Chen departed. Once in the car, Xu Mengyao curiously asked, Darling, what did you discuss with old Pei? If it's a secret and inconvenient to share, that's fine too. Lin Chen started the car and continued driving. I noticed that old Pei has some heart issues. Some people prefer to keep their illnesses private, so I asked you to leave first, but old Pei is not secretive about it. Xu Mengyao was surprised. Old Pei looks fine. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you tell? His breathing and complexion were a bit off. I even checked his pulse earlier. He has coronary heart disease, and it's quite serious. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. What about my mother? Is she doing all right? Did you check her pulse when you and Xiaoqian went to America? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. That time. I could only treat Xiaoqian's cold. Even now, my medical skills cannot compare to those of top hospitals in America. Mengyao, you are engaging in idol worship. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance. Who is idolizing you? I am. Lin Xiaoqian piped up from the back seat. Dad is the most amazing. She giggled. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, see? You may not idolize me, but I still have a devoted little fan. Xu Mengyao questioned Xiaoqian. Do you know what idolizing means? I know. It's in the storybook. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The stories he wrote were not only entertaining but also educational for children. Xiaoqian, can you tell us a story now? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and began to narrate. Xu Mengyao listened quietly, astonished at how much smarter Lin Xiaoqian seemed in such a short time. Little did she know that Lin Chen's skill enhancement was also boosting Lin Xiaoqian's innate abilities, including her intelligence. With Lin Chen's legendary storytelling skills, Lin Xiaoqian's storytelling ability naturally flourished. Mom, I'm done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Mengyao applauded. It was wonderful. Lin Xiaoqian then urged, Mom, sing a song. I love to hear you sing. Daddy, have you heard her? Lin Chen replied, Not yet. Xu Mengyao felt a bit embarrassed. Singing for Lin Xiaoqian was easy, but with Lin Chen present, she found it difficult to sing. Mom, hurry up. Once you finish, let Daddy sing. Lin Xiaoqian insisted, making Xu Mengyao feel more at ease. She softly began to hum a tune. Xu Mengyao was beautiful, her voice delightful and sweet, and Lin Chen enjoyed listening to her sing. Dad, it's your turn. Lin Xiaoqian chimed. Mom, Daddy sings really well too, Lin Xiaoqian added innocently. Xu Mengyao was surprised. Lin Chen sings well? Lin Chen smiled. I'll sing a fairy tale. I forgot how long it's been since I last heard you tell me your favorite story. Although Lin Chen had spent far less time teaching Lin Xiaoqian to sing than to paint, it still added up to nearly 10 hours. 10 hours of experience was enough to reach a master level. How many entertainers in the music industry could sing at such a level? Lin Chen's singing ability was already exceptionally high. Xu Mengyao listened. Entranced, I wish to become the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings and protect you. As Lin Chen sang, Xu Mengyao felt a stirring in her heart. His voice seemed to resonate with her soul. Clapping, Lin Chen finished singing, and Lin Qianqian clapped her little hands. Mom, you have to applaud. Isn't Daddy singing impressive? Lin Qianqian exclaimed with joy. Xu Mengyao gently clapped and turned to Lin Chen, realizing that the longer she spent with him, the more she discovered his strengths. Lin Chen, with this level, you could release an album. Xu Mengyao remarked. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. If I want fame, I'd rather choose calligraphy or painting. Even playing basketball would be better than entering showbiz. Daddy, I want you to sing more, Lin Qianqian insisted. As time passed, Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the master level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A flood of information surged into his consciousness, rapidly enhancing his singing skills, even altering his vocal quality slightly. Xu Mengyao noticed something different. The last few lines seemed to sound better. Turn right ahead. We'll be there soon, Xu Mengyao instructed, not having the time to ponder further. Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he parked in front of a modest restaurant. Xu Mengyao explained. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang are quite wealthy, but with Uncle Zhao's status, hosting a banquet at a luxury restaurant would reflect poorly. A regular restaurant is much better. The food will not be inferior. They had reserved this restaurant for the evening, and the chef was not even from the original staff. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li, please come in, they greeted at the entrance. Director Liu, please come in. Let us have a good drink later. Xu Mengyao's Uncle Zhao Jingzhou greeted the arriving guests. Lin Chen, that man at the door is Uncle Zhao, Xu Mengyao said, as they approached. Lin Chen held Lin Qianqian, while Xu Mengyao retrieved the painting tube from the trunk. Uncle Zhao, they greeted as they got closer. Zhao Jingzhou, it's good to see you, Xu Mengyao smiled. Zhao Jingzhou's gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Mengyao, I heard from Aunt Liang that you got married. It seems the news is true. Young Lin, you are quite fortunate. Xiaoqian, don't you want to greet Grandpa Zhao? Zhao Jingzhou asked. Grandpa Zhao, Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly. Zhao Jingzhou took her into his arms. It's been a while since I last saw you, Xiaoqian. You've grown. I'm growing because I eat well, Lin Xiaoqian chimed. Is that so? Then Xiaoqian is a good child. Zhao Jingzhou smiled. Mengyao, please take Xiaoqian inside. Young Lin, why don't you help me welcome the guests? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, sensing that Uncle Zhao probably had something to discuss with him. Darling, Xiaoqian and I will go in first, she said, taking Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. After they entered, Zhao Jingzhou handed Lin Chen a cigarette, which Lin Chen declined. Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke. It's not convenient with Xiaoqian here. Zhao Jingzhou expressed some regret. Young Lin, I owe you an apology for something. Lin Chen looked puzzled. Zhao Jingzhou awkwardly continued, 2 months ago, someone asked me to introduce his son to Mengyao. I thought since Mengyao was single, it would be good to make an introduction. Perhaps it would help her move on. I didn't expect you two to have already registered your marriage. Is the other party coming today? Lin Chen inquired. I didn't know your situation earlier, so I invited them. I'll explain things to them shortly. Just then, an old Audi pulled up. Speak of the devil, they've arrived, Zhao Jingzhou remarked. Chapter 79. This script is not quite right. As the Audi parked, Zhao Jingzhou said, Young Lin, the person I wanted to introduce Mengyao to is named Zheng Su. His father, Zheng Qingyun, is also a businessman with assets worth billions. Zheng Su's family has political ties. His maternal grandfather holds a higher position than mine. Lin Chen was taken aback. A family with such wealth and connections was truly impressive. If it weren't for the system and his acquired abilities, he would seem no different from an ant in front of such a family. However, meeting such figures was also quite difficult. Mr. Zheng, Young Su, Zhao Jingzhou greeted as the 2 individuals from the Audi stepped out. Lin Chen moved forward as well. Zhao Leoj, they greeted warmly, one with enthusiasm and the other with respect. Zhao Jingzhou shook hands with Zheng Qingyun. Mr. Zheng, this young man beside me is Lin Chen. He is married to Mengyao. I must apologize for this situation. I just learned about this news, Zhao Jingzhou added. Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Su's expressions shifted slightly. Their primary purpose here was Xu Mengyao, and since they were not from the city, their business was mainly conducted elsewhere. Mr. Zheng, Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Zheng Qingyun nodded, apologizing. Young Lin, we owe you an apology as well. We should have done our homework. Zheng Su coughed lightly. Lin Chen, I'm truly sorry. I had no idea that Su Zong was already married. Lin Chen smiled. It's all right. Mengyao and I registered privately, so it's normal for others not to know. Zhao Jingzhou added, this matter is my fault. I should have clarified it, causing you to come all this way. Zhang Qingyan replied with a smile, it's Aunt's birthday. We should have come regardless. There's no harm done. Zhao Jingzhou nodded slightly. Mr. Zhang, you all go ahead. I'll toast you a few drinks later to express my apologies. Zhang Qingyan replied, Zhao Leoj, please proceed. Young Lin, this is our fault. Later, I'll have Su toast you a few drinks. I hope you won't mind. Soon, Zhang Qingyun and the others entered. Zhao Jingzhou stepped outside a bit and Lin Chen followed. Zhao Jingzhou inquired, Young Lin, what are your impressions? Lin Chen replied, it's different from what I expected. In dramas or novels. In such situations, they would typically be angry and attempt to pressure me to leave Mengyao. Haha, Zhao Jingzhou laughed. People at Zhang Qingyun's level are generally quite astute. Such situations are rare. Today is Anne's birthday, so they wouldn't act that way. Any other thoughts? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. They are very polite, but I feel this politeness is merely superficial. The Su family might face trouble in the future. Zhao Jingzhou looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. You don't say you'll have trouble. Instead, you say the Su family could have trouble. That's quite interesting. Please analyze further. I'm listening. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Zhao, I can't analyze much more. My level is just average. Zhao Jingzhou gazed deeply at Lin Chen. A smile spread across his face. Young Lin, that's good. It seems you understand that shallow connections can lead to deep troubles. I hope you and Mengyao can achieve a happy ending. Uncle Zhao, I'll head in now, Lin Chen said. Zhao Jingzhou nodded, and Lin Chen entered the restaurant. Worry flickered in Zhao Jingzhou's eyes. The Su family is indeed facing troubles. He has already caught wind of certain whispers. Yet, such matters are beyond his capacity to alter. With assets exceeding 300 billion and a flourishing company, the Su family's wealth continues to expand. Attracting more than just a handful of greedy eyes, he initially contemplated introducing Xu Mengyao to Jiangsu, believing that if they were to unite, the pressure on the Su family would diminish. Even if a portion of their assets were to be consumed by the Zhang family in the future, it would not happen swiftly, and the Su family's 300 billion in assets should at least safeguard half. However, it turns out Xu Mengyao is already married. Alas, if only the former leader could live a few more years. Zhao Jingzhou sighed inwardly. Had Yang Qingyue's father lived longer, the Su family's foundation would be more secure. But currently, it is precarious. Some goodwill from Yang Qingyue's father still lingers, providing temporary stability, yet such goodwill cannot last indefinitely. Outsiders cannot be expected to assist the Su family unconditionally. Should conditions arise, what difference would that make from a pack of starving wolves? Initially, perhaps they could have maintained stability for another 2 years, but the Zhang family's involvement may accelerate the deterioration of the situation. Zhao Jingzhou felt helpless. Inside the restaurant, Lin Chen approached Xu Mengyao. Dad, Lin Chen called sweetly as he neared Lin Xiaoqian. Hey, Lin Chen smiled, extending his hand, and Xu Mengyao naturally transferred Lin Xiaoqian into his embrace. Aunt Liang, this is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, Aunt Liang resembles my sister. But be careful not to mix up their names, Xu Mengyao smiled. Aunt Liang, Lin Chen greeted. Xu Mengyao's Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua chuckled, little Lin. You are indeed fortunate to have a wife like Mengyao and a sweet daughter like Xiaoqian. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, why being with Mengyao feels like fate, and Xiaoqian is the best gift from the heavens. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. Liang Chunhua observed this and could tell that Xu Mengyao likely had Lin Chen firmly in her heart. In such a situation, persuading Xu Mengyao to divorce in favor of someone else became entirely unnecessary. Mengyao, little Lin, I wish you both happiness. Thank you for the gifts. Liang Chunhua smiled that Xu Mengyao had already presented the gifts to her. The painting tube lay beside them, unopened. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua glanced elsewhere. Little Lin, excuse me for a moment. Mengyao, please take care of little Lin. All right, Xu Mengyao nodded. Liang Chunhua walked toward a newly arrived guest. Xu Mengyao leaned in and whispered, Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Zhao asked when we would hold the wedding banquet. He can hardly wait to celebrate with us. Xu Mengyao responded with silence. Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Su approached together. Zhang Qingshan, with an apologetic tone, stated, President Su, there is something we must apologize for. We have already spoken with Lin Chen, but it is only right that we inform you as well. Initially, we were unaware of your marriage, hence we asked Brother Zhao to introduce us today. Zhang Su added, I insisted my father bring me here. I didn't expect it to almost become a laughingstock. And I hope you won't take offense. Xu Mengyao smiled, it's fine. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, it's normal that you weren't aware since we Haven made it public. After a few more exchanges, Zhang Qingshan and his son departed. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. The Zhang father-son duo displayed considerable grace, but she sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. This could potentially have adverse effects on the Xu family. Qianqian, there's a big sister over there. Do you want to go play with her? Mom and Dad will be right here watching you. Lin Chen inquired, kissing Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen gently set Lin Xiaoqian down, and she quickly trotted off to play with another child. Lin Chen, they didn't treat you poorly just now, did they? Xu Mengyao asked softly. Lin Chen replied quietly, Mengyao, I suggest you call me husband. It's not appropriate for others to hear you call me Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao responded with silence. Chapter 80. The contest at the banquet. Lin Chen remarked, President Zhang and his son were quite courteous. I thought they would try to put me in a difficult position, but I miscalculated, Xu Mengyao replied. The upper echelon differs from the lower. While they smile on the surface, they often stab you in the back. Today they may drink and toast as brothers, but tomorrow they could seize an opportunity to make you suffer. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyu is far less astute than Zheng Su, Xu Mengyao said. That's to be expected. The Zhao family rose alongside ours, and their foundation is also shaky. They have only been truly wealthy for about 20 years. The Zheng family's grandfather was wealthy long before. Their education differs from ours. Lin Chen nodded again. My intuition tells me they will take action soon. Xu Mengyao concurred. Indeed, the likelihood is high. Our Xu family is considered nouveau riche. We earn more than they do, and such established families often resent that. My maternal grandfather passed away too early, leaving our family lacking in heritage. Heritage is not merely about wealth. Various networks of relationships take time to cultivate. Established families may not be as wealthy, but they likely have connections through marriage with numerous other families. Perhaps a member of their family has become a powerful figure, or someone in their lineage has become a teacher, nurturing many successful students. The legacy of Xu Mengyao's grandfather has allowed the Xu family to reach this point, still receiving protection. It's clear how formidable the heritage of established families can be. Mengyao, you probably aren't well versed in such matters. Next month, your parents will return. Let your father handle the headaches. His experience in conflict is certainly more robust than yours, Lin Chen suggested. Xu Mengyao nodded. My father is undoubtedly more capable than I can manage the company with some favorable winds. Let us not dwell on this. For the time being, they likely won't act. Our Xu family is not to be trifled with. Whoever steps out of line will ultimately pay a considerable price. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Don't worry too much. Even if we were to face losses, you and Qianqian would still have no worries about food and drink. I can provide for you both. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. I don't need you to support us. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, the expected guests had largely arrived. The number of attendees wasn't particularly large, totaling around 100, with 10 tables set, 2 of which were large enough to seat about 20 people each. One of the large tables hosted individuals from the political realm, while the other was filled with business magnates. Lin Chen and his party occupied the latter. With assets in the hundreds of billions, the Xu family's presence was indeed significant. Zhao Jingshou was merely a district head. At his wife's birthday banquet, how many business moguls could be expected to attend? Dear friends and family, today marks my wife's 50th birthday. Thank you all for coming. Please enjoy the food and drink. I will raise a glass for respect. Zhao Jingshou announced, lifting his glass in a toast and downing the liquor in one go. Cheers erupted, with applause following. Though Zhao Jingshou's position was not particularly high, being a district head in the bustling metropolis was still no small matter, wielding considerable power. The banquet soon commenced in earnest, the atmosphere lively and bustling. Daddy, I want to eat that. And that meat? Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed from her chair, sitting to Lin Chen's left, while Xu Mengyao occupied his right. She had considered placing Lin Xiaoqian between them, but ultimately, she chose to sit beside Lin Chen to signal their close relationship, discouraging others from provoking him. The Zhang family, being an established clan, had deep-seated schemes. Yet at their table were also those with comparatively lesser assets, whose guile may not be as profound. Some might indulge in drink and speak indiscreetly. Daddy will help you with your food, Lin Chen kindly offered, serving Lin Xiaoqian some dishes. She tasted a morsel and promptly pouted. Daddy, can I tell you a secret? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen, who leaned closer to hear her whisper. The food here isn't tasty. Your cooking is the best, Xiaoqian. You mustn't be picky. Otherwise, you might have to eat what your mom makes, Lin Chen teased. Lin Qian quickly stuffed a large spoonful of rice into her mouth. She knew well her mother's culinary skills. Compared to this restaurant's fare, what Xu Mengyao cooked was far less appealing. President Xu, I didn't expect you to be married. I would like to propose a toast to you both. Someone at their table initiated the toasts. Zhang Qingshan and his son were not seated with them. Despite being a business family, Zhang Xu's maternal family was powerful, and they occupied another large table. Mr. Li, you're too kind. As the senior, it's our turn to toast you, Xu Mengyao replied with a smile. She sipped red wine while Lin Chen naturally drank white liquor. 20 minutes passed. Lin Chen had consumed quite a bit, and nearly everyone at their table had taken their turn. Zhang Qingshan approached with a glass and a decanter. Little Lin, we were at fault earlier. I'll drink one for my mistake. Please don't take it to heart. After finishing his drink, Lin Chen naturally reciprocated. President Xu, little Lin, may your love be sweet. Zhang Qingshan added, refilling his glass with a smile. What could that possibly mean? We must drink, Lin Chen thought, downing another glass. The wine glasses they used were not large, yet they were filled to about 7/10 full, which amounted to around 50 grams. After 2 glasses, that equated to a significant measure of liquor. Mr. Li, it's been a while since we last met, Zhang Qingshan remarked after finishing his drink with Lin Chen and engaging others. He appeared unaffected, clearly a seasoned drinker. Lin Chen, how are you holding up? You don't usually drink. If you can't handle it, don't push yourself, Xu Mengyao whispered, leaning closer to him. Having already consumed 2 or 3 taels, and now another ounce, those with poor tolerance might find themselves feeling ill. Don't worry. I can handle my drink, Lin Chen assured her softly. If he were to compare his previous tolerance, he could barely manage half a gene. Now, he felt perfectly fine, his constitution having improved significantly. His physique now surpassed 180 points, exceeding that of elite fighters. While his combat prowess might not match the top fighters, his robust constitution certainly allowed him to drink without issue. Lin Chen, I won't say anything. I'll drink first in respect. Zhang Su approached to toast. They possessed a certain cunning. If openly apologizing could lead to Lin Chen getting drunk and embarrassing himself, they would gladly welcome it. Lin Chen, President Xu, congratulations to you both. Zhang Su toasted again, and before Lin Chen could respond, Zhang Su downed his drink in one go, immediately refilling his glass for another round. Lin Chen followed suit. It was no trivial matter to let Zhang Su drink alone in self-punishment. I can't hold my liquor. I'll go have some food to ease my stomach and will toast you later, Zhang Su remarked before retreating. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with concern. In a short span, he had consumed another ounce and a half of liquor. Husband, how are you feeling? We should also toast others, she asked. Lin Chen smiled gently. I'm perfectly fine, my dear. Chapter 81. Tonight, sleep at Xu Mengyao's place. Qianqian, your mother and I are going to toast some wine. Be a good girl and finish your meal. We'll be back shortly, Lin Chen instructed. Lin Qianqian nodded. After asking a nearby guest to keep an eye on her, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao began to raise their glasses for toasts. Lin Chen found the taste of liquor rather unappealing, yet it was a customary element of adult gatherings. Otherwise, the meal would conclude all too quickly. Business discussions or relationship building could easily finish before the meal was over. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Liang, I'd like to toast you both for your health and happiness. Xu Mengyao smiled at the hosts. Zhao Jingshou and his wife were naturally the first to receive toasts. Mengyao, little Lin, thank you, Zhao Jingshou replied with a smile. Liang Chunhua added, little Lin, don't forget to invite us to your wedding banquet. Lin Chen laughed, Aunt Liang, rest assured, Mengyao and I will certainly invite you both. As time passed, Lin Chen had consumed a considerable amount. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, fared better. Sipping red wine allowed her to manage her intake well. By the time Lin Chen had finished toasting everyone, he had consumed nearly 8 or 9 taels of white liquor, feeling only a slight buzz, still far from inebriation. He estimated his current tolerance could handle 2 to 3 genes. Little Lin, remarkable capacity for drinking. Someone remarked, President Xu, I'd like to toast you both again. Our two families may find opportunities for collaboration in several fields. Zhang Qingshan approached once more. His own tolerance was commendable, yet he too had drunk quite a bit and was beginning to show signs of intoxication. Zhang, you're too courteous, Lin Chen replied, raising his glass again. After downing another drink, Zhang Qingshan sought yet another reason to drink with Lin Chen. Not long after, Zhang Su returned for another round. Xu Mengyao leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, please stop drinking. The Zhang father and son want you to get drunk and embarrass yourself. You've already had over a gene. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao, who paused, their eyes meeting closely. only a few centimeters apart, both acutely aware of each other's breaths. You really shouldn't drink anymore. Xu Mengyao quickly stepped back slightly. I want them to drink more. If they get drunk, even if they don't speak, their eyes will reveal their true intentions. Whether they are friends or foes, Lin Chen replied softly. With that, he raised his glass, took the decanter, and stood up. Though not reciprocate is impolite. If they wish for me to drink until I stumble, I shall give them the opportunity. They must prove their mettle. Zhang, I owe you an apology. Initially, I thought I had some misunderstandings about you. Lin Chen spoke deliberately, slightly slurring his words. He raised his glass with Zhang Qingshan for 3 rounds. After 3 consecutive drinks, even if each was merely 50 grams, Zhang Qingshan felt himself becoming somewhat dizzy. If he drank slowly, he could manage, but drinking quickly was becoming difficult. While he wore a smile, Lin Chen noticed that Zhang Qingshan's gaze had turned a shade colder. The Zhang family harbored ill intentions. Lin Chen mused to himself. Zhang. President Zhang, I can only drink this much in the future. I will have another opportunity to drink with you, Lin Chen concluded. No problem. Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile, but his gaze remained icy. Though others might not discern it, Lin Chen clearly saw the coldness in Zhang Qingshan's eyes, as if they were daggers aimed at him. With the Xu family's wealth in the hundreds of billions, the Zhang family, with only a few tens of billions, sought to devour the Xu family's assets. However, with Xu Mengyao now married to Lin Chen, their plans had gone awry. Daddy, please don't drink anymore. I'm very worried about you, Lin Xiaoqian pleaded. Wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's Daddy won't drink anymore, he reassured her. Xiaoqian, you did very well. You didn't make a fuss and ate all your food, Lin Chen smiled. Having achieved his goals, he deemed it unnecessary to drink further. He surmised that Zhang Qingshan and his son would not dare approach him again. Although they possessed considerable drinking capacity, they were approaching their limit. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded, and guests began to take their leave, including Lin Chen and his family. Xu Mengyao called for Liang Yi, who was driving. President, are we heading to Ziyuan community? Liang Yi inquired. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, should we go to my place? You've had quite a bit to drink, and tonight might not be suitable for you to care for Xiaoqian, just as I have also had some. Very well, Lin Chen smiled. He had yet to tour Xu Mengyao's villa. Daddy, let me take you to my room. There's a slide in my room, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. All right, Xiaoqian, you can show me around later. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with a hint of concern. Lin Chen, it seems you've consumed nearly 1.5 pounds of alcohol. Are you all right? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm fine. In the back seat of Zhang Qingshan's old A6, the father and son sat with their driver. Dad, I fear Lin Chen's tolerance surpasses ours. Even after drinking with him, he doesn't appear to be thoroughly intoxicated. Zhang Su rubbed his temples, feeling a haze enveloping him. Zhang Qingshan replied, Son, you and Xu Mengyao are not meant to be that I understand. Zhang Su nodded. Lin Chen is not that simple. Unfortunately, we have yet to uncover his true nature. Zhang Qingshan continued. From our first meeting, I sensed Lin Chen's extraordinary nature. Ordinary individuals would feel restrained in such settings. Even if they were fortunate enough to marry Xu Mengyao, it wouldn't change that. Yet, Lin Chen displayed no signs of apprehension. Dad, we can have someone investigate later, Zhang Su suggested. Feeling dizzy, I need to rest for a while. Zhang Qingshan closed his eyes, feeling slightly better than his son, yet still affected by the alcohol. 40 minutes later, Liang Yi drove them to Xu Mengyao's grand villa. This villa spanned over 1,000 square meters, and in a place like Magic City, such a property would undoubtedly be worth over 100 million. However, given Xu Mengyao's family's previous ventures in real estate, they likely hadn't spent such a fortune. Pingjie, gather everyone here, Xu Mengyao called her 4 maids. The villa was so vast that a few maids struggled to manage it alone. This is Lin Chen, my husband, and also Qianqian's father. You can address him as Mr. Lin, Xu Mengyao introduced. Hello, Mr. Lin, the 4 maids chimed in unison. Lin Chen nodded in response. Hello to you all, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with excitement. Daddy, let me down. I'll show you upstairs. My room is really beautiful. Lin Chen set Lin Xiaoqian down, and soon they took the elevator to the upper floor. Lin Xiaoqian glanced at her own room and then at Xu Mengyao's room, which was directly opposite hers. Daddy, come in. Lin Xiaoqian entered Xu Mengyao's room, with Lin Chen following. He felt puzzled. This did not appear to be a child's room. Daddy, you will sleep in this room tonight? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. Is this Mommy's room? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes. Tonight, I'll sleep with Aunt Qingqing, and you will sleep with Mommy. At that moment, Xu Mengyao arrived at the door. Having overheard Lin Xiaoqian's words, "Qianqian, weren't you going to show your daddy your room?" Xu Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian replied, "Mommy, it's dark now, and daddy will need to sleep soon. I'll show him where he can sleep." Xu Mengyao sighed internally, thinking how clever her daughter was. "But let's go to your room first and show daddy what your slide looks like," Lin Chen suggested with a smile. "Okay." Lin Xiaoqian led Lin Chen to her room across the hall. Her room was quite spacious and indeed featured a slide, atop which sat a small house. "Daddy, look." Lin Xiaoqian climbed the padded stairs, passed through the small house and slid down. "Isn't it fun, Daddy?" she asked sweetly. Lin Chen crouched down and patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. "It looks fun, but you must be careful while playing, Xiaoqian." "Okay, Daddy, let me take you to another place," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, leading him to her playroom, which was filled with various toys. "Daddy, there are so many toys here, but it's not fun playing alone," Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If Xu Mengyao were not home, the maids would never allow other children to come and play. In their villa community, every child was precious, and any accidents could lead to serious consequences. With Xu Mengyao around, she likely took Lin Xiaoqian outdoors for more activities. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian ran outside. "Daddy, hurry. Let's go to another place." Before long, they reached the third floor, which housed a sizable music room filled with a guzheng, an eru, and a grand piano. "Daddy, this is Mommy's. Grandma can play this, and the smallest one is Grandpa's. This one is mine," Lin Xiaoqian proudly announced, dragging out a small drum from the corner. Lin Chen was taken aback. It seemed Xu Mengyao's family possessed artistic talents. He knew Xu Mengyao played both the piano and guzheng, and her mother excelled at the guzheng, while her father played the eru. Thump, thump, Lin Xiaoqian pounded on the drum. Lin Chen chuckled at her antics, realizing that during family gatherings, she likely just caused mischief while others played. "Daddy, how do you play this?" Lin Xiaoqian asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Mommy says I'm too young. I'm big enough now," she added, moving to the piano. Lin Chen lifted the piano lid. He didn't know how to play, but he had researched some basics online to teach Lin Xiaoqian in the future. "Qianqian, each key on the piano produces a different sound." Lin Chen began to teach her at a leisurely pace, mindful that he would soon run out of knowledge if he went too fast. Before long, 5 minutes passed. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian piano, gaining piano skills. 10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours to become grandmaster level." A wave of information surged into his mind, and a faint smile graced his face. Finally, it had arrived. He had feared his knowledge would dissipate before the system responded. "Daddy, what is this?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired, having noticed his change in demeanor. "This is an eru," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. "Daddy, how strange. It has only one string but can produce so many sounds." "Do you like this, Xiaoqian?" Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. "No, the grandpas in the park like it. I'm still a baby." Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret. He was somewhat interested in the eru, but since Lin Xiaoqian didn't like it, he wouldn't force her to learn, as he wouldn't gain the skill either. Some things should be allowed to develop naturally. Though he could gain skills in making paper airplanes, Lin Xiaoqian had recently shown little interest in that, so he wouldn't push her. Her healthy and happy growth was paramount. Knock, knock. Xu Mengyao entered. "Qianqian, you can share this with Daddy tomorrow. It's getting late. And it's time for your bath and bed." "Mama, can I stay with Daddy tomorrow? I want to play with Yuan and the others," Lin Xiaoqian pleaded. Xu Mengyao knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian. "This is your home. If you don't want to go back, you can certainly stay here." Lin Xiaoqian blinked. "Mama, I'm with Daddy." Xu Mengyao poked Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. "You little rascal. So clever for your age. Go take the elevator down yourself. Mommy and Daddy need to talk." "Hee." Lin Xiaoqian giggled as she skipped away. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Lin Chen, you and Qianqian should stay here tonight. She probably wants to introduce you to her little friends. She has always envied those who have their fathers around." As she spoke, nostalgia flickered in Xu Mengyao's eyes. One time, when I was putting her to bed, she called out for her daddy in the middle of the night. Hearing that truly tugged at my heart. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, sensing that she had made a significant decision to bring Lin Xiaoqian to him. "Mengyao, don't be sad. From now on, Qianqian will have a father, and you will have a husband," Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao playfully retorted. "As long as Mengyao has a father, that's enough. As for me, I'm quite fine on my own. I'll get you a set of my dad's new pajamas. Your clothes can be washed and dried by morning," she added. Lin Chen nodded. "But where will I sleep?" Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of annoyance. You'll sleep in the guest room. Are you really going to listen to Qianqian and sleep in my room? Lin Chen chuckled. I think that sounds quite nice. IT will save on the air conditioning bill tonight. Xu Mengyao sighed. You should hurry and take a shower. You've had quite a bit to drink. After your shower, go straight to bed. Half an hour later, after Lin Chen had showered, he lay on the bed in the guest room. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and Lin Xiaoqian peeked in. Daddy, what are you doing here? I didn't see you in Mommy's room. Xiaoqian, weren't you supposed to be in bed? Lin Chen asked. Daddy, I can't sleep. I want to hear a story. Aunt Qingqing's stories aren't interesting. Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed onto Lin Chen's bed. Daddy, I have a question. Lin Xiaoqian appeared slightly anxious. What is it? Lin Chen asked, kissing her forehead. Are you and Mommy divorced? Lin Xiaoqian asked, her eyes wide. Lin Chen was taken aback. Xiaoqian, why do you ask that? We're perfectly fine. But you and Mommy aren't sleeping together, Lin Xiaoqian pointed out. Grandpa and Grandma sleep together. Don't you know Mommy calls me her husband? Lin Chen replied. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. I know. But you aren't sleeping together. Everyone, please take a moment to give a 5-star review. Thank you. Also, a wave of free gifts would be appreciated. Oh, Chapter 83. Qianqian? This is our marriage certificate. Knock, knock. Xu Mengyao entered. Qianqian, why aren't you sleeping? Did Daddy come here? He drank a lot of alcohol and can't take care of you tonight. Lin Chen interjected. Wife, could you bring our marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao paused. Why? Lin Chen pinched Lin Xiaoqian's cheek lightly. Xiaoqian mentioned we aren't sleeping together and asked if we are divorced. It seems she is quite perceptive for her age. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian, realizing that since Lin Chen's arrival, their daughters seem to have become much more astute. Qianqian, don't bother your daddy. Come with me to look at something, and then you can go to bed, she said with a hint of exasperation. Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed down from the bed. Xu Mengyao led her to her own bedroom, where she had a safe containing some jewelry and important documents, including their marriage certificate. Opening the safe, Xu Mengyao retrieved the certificate. Qianqian, this is Daddy and Mommy's marriage certificate. You see, there are pictures of Daddy and Mommy on it. If Daddy and Mommy were divorced, we wouldn't have this certificate, that Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Xiaoqian scrutinized it closely, but after a few seconds, she murmured, Mommy, I can't read. Is this really a marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao sighed. Let me check what the first 2 characters are. She looked up marriage on her phone and chose to use the voice feature to read it aloud. Is this a marriage certificate? She asked teasingly. Why don't you trust Daddy and Mommy? Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mommy, why aren't you and Daddy sleeping together? Grandpa and Grandma sleep together, Xu Mengyao explained. For certain reasons, Daddy and Mommy haven't lived together before. We need time to adjust. Both Daddy and Mommy love you, and we want divorce. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Mommy, really? Of course. Now let us make a pinky promise, Xu Mengyao said, and they linked pinkies. Mommy, you can't change your mind. If you do, you'll turn into a puppy. All right, if I change, I'll become a puppy. Now hurry and go to Aunt Qingqing's room to sleep. You mustn't come out again. Daddy and Mommy need to rest properly. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully returned to her room. Xu Mengyao pondered for a moment before heading back to Lin Chen. I just showed Qianqian the marriage certificate. What is going on with her? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen replied, she is afraid we might separate. Lacking a sense of security, that it's a normal reaction. With enough love, her insecurity will gradually fade. Xu Mengyao nodded gently. All right, go to sleep now. Wait, there's one more thing, Lin Chen said. What is it? Xu Mengyao inquired. Wife, good night, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. After hesitating for 2 to 3 seconds, she softly replied, good night, husband. She quickly retreated, clutching her chest as her heart raced. You rascal, Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Hastily returning to her room, she lay on her bed, covering her entire head with the blanket. Ding, ding. Soon after, her phone rang. It was a video call from her parents. Mom, Dad, Xu Mengyao answered. Her parents were together at the moment. Yang Qingyue asked, Mengyao, how was Aunt Liang's birthday banquet? Did anything unusual happen? Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. There was an issue. The Zheng family wanted Uncle Zhao to introduce me to Zheng Su 2 months ago. Uncle Zhao intended to do so at the banquet, but after my marriage to Lin Chen, he didn't proceed. Su Guofeng looked puzzled. Did the Zheng family stir up trouble? Xu Mengyao replied. They appeared very polite, continually apologizing, even during toasts. Lin Chen noted that their demeanor was off. When they weren't drunk, their eyes were fine, but once intoxicated, their self-control diminished. Su Guofeng commented, Mengyao, You have Qianqian with you. It's apparent that the Zheng family is angling for a marriage alliance. Their intentions are clear to all. Yang Qingwei retorted, Old Su, are you implying that just because Mengyao has Qianqian, she is no longer desirable? Su Guofeng cleared his throat. Of course, that's not what I meant. I'm saying that Zheng Su has more options now. Yang Qingwei asked, Isn't Zheng Su's grandfather in a critical situation? If Mengyao and Zheng Su were to get engaged, would it be beneficial or detrimental for his grandfather? Su Guofeng shook his head. I'm not sure about his grandfather's condition. If they were to get engaged, some might laugh behind their backs, but it would certainly provide some advantages. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? I want to be getting engaged to him. Su Guofeng replied. We're merely analyzing the situation. If it's truly a critical phase, your engagement could elevate your status. Our family has considerable wealth. You're right. But if that's the case, their intentions are quite shrewd. They stand to gain everything while I lose out. My father's remaining connections would be used to benefit them. Yang Qingyue's father previously held a higher position than Zheng Su's grandfather. Su Guofeng added, Mengyao, this is all speculation. Please keep our private discussions confidential. Understood, Su Mengyao nodded. Yang Qingyue voiced her concerns. Dear, if the Zheng family is plotting this way and it falls through, the likelihood of them targeting us increases significantly. Su Guofeng agreed. Indeed, but we need not worry excessively. The Zheng family may have better connections in the political arena now, but our Su family's assets far exceed theirs. We have a significant advantage in this regard. He paused before continuing, Mengyao, refrain from expanding your business further. Focus on strengthening risk management. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement. Recognizing the unfavorable circumstances for expansion. Yang Qingyue, Mengyao, where is Qianqian? Didn't Lin Chen drink quite a lot? Did Qianqian go back with him? Su Mengyao, no, she and Qingqing are sleeping. Is Lin Chen at our house? Yang Qingyue inquired. Su Mengyao hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Yes, that's quite good. He drank a lot. If you let him return alone, what if something happens? Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Guofeng added, since Lin Chen is at our place, why not let him and Qianqian stay a few more days? I reckon Qianqian misses her little friends. Yes, Su Mengyao nodded. Su Guofeng chuckled. Lin Chen enjoys drinking, and there are some fine wines in the cellar. Get him a few bottles. Take from the first wine cabinet. The best ones are in there. Yang Qingyue glanced at Su Guofeng. Old Su, when my dad came over before, you never touched the first wine cabinet. Now you're quite generous. Su Guofeng. That your father is a revolutionary soldier. I can't corrupt him. Chapter 84. This painting was done by Lin Chen, Zhao's residence. Zhao Jingshou and the others had seen off all the guests. Some relatives had followed them home, where they cut the cake and chatted for quite some time. Wife, go ahead and unwrap the gifts. I'll record a video. If anything is too extravagant, it must be returned. Zhao Jingshou activated his phone's recording feature. He needed to be cautious. If someone recorded a video showcasing valuable gifts and later reported him, he wouldn't be able to clear his name, no matter how hard he tried. Of course, the likelihood of that happening was slim. All right, Liang Chunhua nodded. She began to unwrap the gifts one by one. Given Zhao Jingshou's position, the gifts from guests were certainly of good quality, but they mostly fell within reasonable limits. The most expensive gifts generally wouldn't exceed 10,000. The Zhao family was affluent, and receiving such gifts was quite reasonable, as they usually gifted at a similar standard. Wife, this is from Mengyao, right? Zhao Jingshou inquired. Liang Chunhua was about to open a painting tube. Yes, I remember it was from Mengyao. Liang Chunhua slowly emptied the contents. Zhao Jingshou helped unfold the painting. Gazing at the unfurled painting, Zhao Jingshou was taken aback. Having encountered numerous works of art, his aesthetic sense was quite refined, and he could tell at a glance that this painting was of considerable value. Husband, this painting is wonderful. The double longevity theme. Mengyao has put thought into it. Liang Chunhua exclaimed, her eyes brightening. Though her taste wasn't as refined, she found this painting exceptionally appealing. Zhao Jingshou took a deep breath. Indeed, it shows intention, but the issue is that this painting by Mengyao is excessively thoughtful. After a while of close examination, he said, Wife, we can't accept this. I feel this painting could easily sell for several 100,000. Liang Chunhua was taken aback. So much? Zhao Jingshou nodded. It could only be more, not less. Liang Chunhua, but I think we can accept it. Zhao Jingshou frowned. Wife, don't be foolish. Even if it's from Mengyao, we still cannot accept it. Mengyao wouldn't spread it around to harm us. But there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't leak. What if it gets out? Liang Chunhua pointed to the lower right corner. Look there. Zhao Jingshou leaned in to take a closer look. This painting was done by Lin Chen. Zhao Jingxiu's eyes revealed disbelief. Liang Chunhua, it should be. There's no other signature, and this painting seems newly created. Mengyao is quite discerning. She wouldn't send over a painting worth millions to put us in a difficult position. Zhao Jingxiu marveled. If it's Lin Chen's work, then Mengyao and he are indeed a match, a perfect couple. Can we accept it? I quite like this painting, Liang Chunhua asked. Zhao Jingxiu pondered. Lin Chen is Mengyao's husband. He didn't spend any money on it. The framing materials are quite ordinary. If you really like it, then go ahead and accept it. However, we must first confirm if it truly is Lin Chen's work. Liang Chunhua took out her phone. It's not too late. Mengyao should still be awake. I'll call and ask. Soon, Liang Chunhua got through. Xu Mengyao was indeed still awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Auntie, Xu Mengyao called out. Mengyao, we just opened the painting you sent, and it has Lin Chen's signature. Did Lin Chen paint it? Liang Chunhua asked. Yes, I wasn't sure what to give, and Lin Chen's painting turned out quite well. So I had him create one. Xu Mengyao replied. Is there a problem? Liang Chunhua chuckled. If it's Lin Chen's painting, then there's no issue. Mengyao, when you have time in the future, bring Lin Chen over for dinner. Auntie wants to thank him. Sure, okay. Soon, Liang Chunhua hung up the call. Zhao Jingxiu recalled Lin Chen's demeanor. Lin Chen was neither arrogant nor humble. It turned out he was quite accomplished. Wife, unwrap the others. I want to admire this some more. The next morning, Lin Chen and the others awoke, and the nanny had prepared breakfast. Lin Qianqian pouted her little lips, having gotten used to Lin Chen's cooking. She found yesterday's banquet unappetizing, and the breakfast prepared by the nanny was even less to her liking. Although they had dined at a regular restaurant yesterday, the chef was from a high-end hotel and was quite skilled. Qianqian, you can't be picky, Xu Mengyao admonished. Lin Qianqian rolled her eyes. Mama, Auntie Qingqing and the others work every day. They must be very tired, right? What are you trying to say? Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen. Daddy? Let Auntie Qingqing and the others take a break. What do you think? Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Qianqian's little nose. Little Qianqian, while I know what you're scheming, it's wonderful that you can empathize with others' hardships. I think it's a good idea. What do you say, wife? Xu Mengyao replied, somewhat exasperated. You two have conspired together. How can I oppose you? Anyway, it's just 2 days, and the house won't get too dirty. Let them have a couple of days off. Soon, Xu Mengyao conveyed this to the 4 nannies. They happily departed, enjoying a paid leave, feeling quite comfortable. Little Qianqian, Daddy will cook lunch. But breakfast is already ready. Can we waste food? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Then let's eat quickly. After we finish, we can go out for a stroll. Perhaps we'll run into your good friends. Yes, Lin Qianqian nodded. While eating, she said, Daddy, I want to play with Qianqian, Pippi, and Yuanyuan. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao, who explained. They're all kids from the neighborhood. Qianqian, and Yuanyuan are slightly older girls, while Pippi is a little boy. They all come from well-off families. Lin Chen nodded. Could those living here be lacking? This neighborhood was a pure villa area, with even the smallest houses measuring at least 400 or 500 square meters, and any villa here was priced no less than 50 million. He had earned some money, but compared to the wealthy residents here, his earnings were nothing significant. After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others quickly went outside. After a while, Lin Qianqian spotted a little friend, who was a bit older than her. Qianqian, the little girl beamed upon seeing Lin Qianqian. This is my daddy. I have a daddy, and my daddy is a superhero, she babbled excitedly. The little girl, accompanied by her mother, looked at Xu Mengyao. Qianqian seems to have become much more cheerful, and her speech is much smoother than before. Being older, didn't match her now. Xu Mengyao smiled. This is all thanks to her father. Sister Song, this is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, Sister Song's family is in the clothing business, and their business is quite substantial. Sister Song, named Song Sisi, displayed surprise in her eyes, noticing how naturally Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband. As far as she knew, Xu Mengyao hadn't held a wedding. Whether they were legally married, she couldn't tell. Hello, Brother Lin, Song Sisi greeted with a smile. Lin Chen nodded. Hello. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Husband, I have some business at the company. You take Qianqian out on your own. Qianqian, you must listen to your daddy. Lin Qianqian looked at Xu Mengyao. Mama, give daddy a kiss. Xu Mengyao squatted down and kissed Lin Qianqian. Mama, you should kiss daddy too, Lin Qianqian chirped Xu Mengyao. Chapter 85 Lin Qianqian showing off her daddy. Don't say silly things. Adults shouldn't casually kiss in public. Xu Mengyao pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little face. You play nicely with Yi and the others. When you go back to Daddy, you won't see them for a while. Sister Song, I'll take my leave now. Song Cici nodded, feeling a bit puzzled. It appeared that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen had a decent relationship, yet Lin Xiaoqian was living elsewhere, while Xu Mengyao remained there. If their relationship was so good, why were they living apart? Lin Chen's place was far from Xu Mengyao's company, which didn't make sense either. With Xu Mengyao's financial means, she could easily buy a place near her company. Before long, Xu Mengyao departed. Qianqian continued to play with Yi. Brother Lin, how did you teach Qianqian? She has changed so much compared to before. I want to learn from you. As the two little ones played. Song Cici sincerely asked. Lin Chen replied, what was Qianqian like before? Song Cici pondered for a moment. Qianqian is a smart child, but she was quite shy before. Even when playing with familiar children, she wasn't very proactive. Her speech wasn't as fluent as it is now. Yi was a few months older and spoke more smoothly before. Now, Qianqian seemed like a little adult, while Yi clearly lagged behind. Do you have any secret tips? Lin Chen mused. He had a system that could elevate Lin Xiaoqian's abilities significantly. Any skill he mastered would enhance her in some way. He couldn't claim to have any unique secret. Qianqian spent most of her time with the nanny, who likely restricted her for safety reasons. When I take care of Qianqian, I encourage her to try things boldly. Song Cici nodded. It seems Qianqian is smart. It's just that her potential wasn't fully unearthed before. Lin Chen smiled. Every child is a treasure. As parents, we must learn how to excavate it. Just because a child struggles academically doesn't mean they're not intelligent. In nature, every animal has its strengths. It's wrong to consider speed as the sole standard. Song Cici gently nodded. Brother Lin, what industry are you in? Perhaps we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Lin Chen considered. I primarily earn from writing children's fairy tales. I also practice calligraphy and painting, so I guess I'm in the arts. Lin Chen smiled and said, Daddy, can you teach me and Yi how to play ball? Lin Xiaoqian ran over, her voice soft and sweet. Of course. But what if we don't have a ball? Lin Chen squatted down to ask. Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment. We can go back and get one. Song Cici inquired. What kind of ball do you want? Auntie can call someone to bring it over. Basketball. Daddy is the best at basketball, Lin Xiaoqian said with a hint of pride. Her little friends all had fathers, and until now, she had none. She wanted her friends to know she had a daddy, and that her daddy was the best. Song Cici quickly made a call. Before long, someone delivered a basketball. Lin Chen began to teach the two little ones how to play basketball, and gradually, their circle grew from 2 to 3, then to 4, as Lin Xiaoqian's friends joined in. Lin Chen devotedly engaged with the children, relishing every moment as he amassed considerable experience. His basketball skills had reached a master level, and coupled with his formidable physique, he was among the best globally, though technically he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle. Lin Chen's prowess seemed to surpass that of a basketball coach. He was serious about guiding the children. However, he was Sue's husband. Such a coach was beyond their means. The three mothers gathered nearby, discussing amongst themselves, Daddy, I'm a bit tired. Can you tell us a story? After an hour, Lin Xiaoqian looked up and said, Sure. You all sit over there. Lin Chen smiled. Soon, he vividly began to narrate a story to Lin Xiaoqian and the others. The tales resided in his mind, requiring no book. With his legendary level of fairy tale creation, he captivated his audience, and Lin Xiaoqian and the others listened intently. Song Cici and the others watched from a distance, astonished. Daddy, I want to hear another story. Uncle, I want to hear more too. After one story concluded, Lin Xiaoqian and the others clamored for more. Lin Chen smiled and began again. I finally understand why Qianqian has changed so much. Lin Chen provides high-quality companionship. Indeed. Unbeknownst to them, the evening arrived. Xu Mengyao returned home much earlier than usual. As soon as she opened the door, the aroma wafted through, bringing warmth to her heart. Mama! Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran over. Qianqian, did you have fun today? Xu Mengyao scooped Lin Xiaoqian into her arms and kissed her. Lin Xiaoqian gleefully replied, Mama, I had so much fun today. And the others all know I have a daddy now, and my daddy is the very best. What did Daddy do with you? Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. We played basketball, Daddy told us stories, sang songs, and he even taught us how to paint. I painted the best. Hee hee. Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen, chuckling. Little Qianqian is just trying to show off in front of her friends. She nearly emptied my repertoire of skills, Xu Mengyao remarked. She used to envy others with daddies. Qianqian, you no longer envy Yi and the others, right? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. Not anymore. because I have the best daddy in the world, Lin Qian sweetly declared. Mama, are you working tomorrow? Not tomorrow, why? Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Mama, can I invite Yi and the others over for dinner? Xu Mengyao replied. You need to ask Daddy. Since he's cooking, it will be a bit more difficult if you invite your friends over. I already asked Daddy. Daddy said it's fine, Lin Qian asserted. Xu Mengyao said. If Daddy agrees, then of course you can. She turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you think we should invite only Qianqian's friends, or their mothers too? Having adults around will make it a bit crowded, Lin Chen replied. Invite the adults as well? Today Qianqian showed off her daddy. Tomorrow let you show off your husband. Xu Mengyao. Her face flushed slightly, playfully chiding. What do you have to show off? Mommy, Daddy is the best, Lin Chen smiled. You all hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Xu Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, do you drink? My dad called last night and asked me to bring you 2 bottles of the best wine. Lin Chen grinned. I generally don't drink, but since my father-in-law is so thoughtful, I must give it a try. Xu Mengyao lightly huffed. Her father was not yet Lin Chen's father-in-law. They hadn't held a wedding ceremony. Chapter 86 Legendary Culinary Skills. Xu Mengyao soon arrived at the wine cellar. This cellar housed 8 temperature-controlled wine cabinets, each stocked with numerous fine wines, each bottle worth over 10,000. Ordinary mutai and the like were not stored here. Xu Mengyao opened the first wine cabinet. The wine in the first cabinet is the finest and most expensive, all of it of exceptional quality, with each bottle worth no less than 100,000. Some of these wines are difficult to procure, and even Su Guofeng is reluctant to indulge. Xu Mengyao, who lacks knowledge about wine, carelessly picked a bottle. Lin Chen, I have only taken 1 bottle for you. Although you can drink, do not overindulge, as excessive drinking can harm your health. Tomorrow, when you and Qianqian return, I will get you a few more bottles. Lin Chen chuckled softly. I'll just have a little. Mainly I want to taste my father-in-law's wine, Xu Mengyao replied. There's no need to bring me more wine tomorrow. I usually don't drink, and it's not convenient to drink with Qianqian around. Xu Mengyao added, occasionally, I will visit, and when I do, I can bring Qianqian along, so you can have a glass when you wish. Taking care of a child is quite exhausting. A drink can help you relax. Lin Chen replied, I don't find taking care of Qianqian tiring at all. Teaching Lin Qianqian new things is rewarding. The sensation of improvement is captivating, and he thoroughly enjoys the process. For instance, learning a foreign language was quite arduous before. Now, after teaching Lin Qianqian English for 3 hours, he has mastered a language, which is quite delightful. He has now proficiently grasped over 10 foreign languages. Hee, Daddy is a good boy, right? Hearing Lin Chen say this, Lin Qianqian gleefully responded, Our Qianqian is the most well-behaved. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian and said with a smile. Xu Mengyao opened a bottle of wine and took out 2 glasses, 1 large and 1 small. Lin Chen, I'll share a little with you. Xu Mengyao filled both glasses to the brim. As the wine poured out, its aroma wafted in the air. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He is not a connoisseur, but the fragrance of this wine ignited his desire to taste it. This wine must be extraordinary. Lin Chen, thank you for taking such good care of Qianqian. Xu Mengyao raised her glass. Lin Chen turned to Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, isn't Mommy mistaken? Lin Qianqian nodded her little head. Mommy, you should call him husband. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian. This little short sleeve is too breezy. Husband, thank you. Xu Mengyao called out without much hesitation. She had done so many times and was now somewhat accustomed to it. Lin Chen raised his glass. Wife, the title is one thing, but we are family now. Thanking me for taking care of Qianqian feels a bit off. Isn't that right? Qianqian? Lin Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. Xu Mengyao. As long as you understand my meaning, I didn't take care of Qianqian as well as you do. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao clinked their glasses. Just a small sip will do. Let us not toast too much at home. Both took a small sip. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she tasted the food. She felt that today's dishes were more delicious than any she had eaten before. Lin Chen, I find today's dishes even more delectable. Is it my imagination? Or is it the different cookware that makes the food taste better? Xu Mengyao pondered. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you really tell the difference? Xu Mengyao nodded. Of course I can. Today's dishes are noticeably better than before. Daddy, they are indeed tastier. They are even better than lunch. Lin Qianqian chimed in with her opinion. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. While tidying up the kitchen at noon, his culinary skills had reached a legendary level, from being a top-tier master to a legendary chef. This change was substantial, and indeed the flavors would be significantly enhanced. Mengyao, more expensive cookware does improve the taste considerably. You're overthinking it.its, my cooking that has made a breakthrough. Lin Chen smiled. Throughout history, the greatest chefs have only reached the top-tier master level, which is the limit of human capability. With the system's assistance, he has now surpassed that limit. Lin Chen, you. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Lin Chen is truly a genius. It hasn't been long, and his culinary skills have advanced to such an astonishing degree. Let us try some other dishes. Lin Chen smiled. Xu Mengyao sampled the others, and they too were remarkably delicious. Lin Chen, same ingredients, yet how do you manage to make them taste so exquisite while mine are rather unremarkable? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Qianqian piped up, Mommy, yours is also edible. Xu Mengyao retorted, Qianqian, thank you for your consolation. No need to thank me, Mommy. Lin Qianqian replied in her sweet voice, Xu Mengyao. This must be the difference between a top student and a mediocre one. Explaining to you, a primary school student, is likely futile. Xu Mengyao. Ding ding. Just as Lin Chen and the others were finishing their meal, Xu Mengyao's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was a video call from her mother. After a moment's consideration, she accepted the call. After all, her parents were aware of Lin Chen's presence here. Grandma, Lin Qianqian exclaimed sweetly upon seeing young Qingyue. Qianqian, what are you doing? Lin Qianqian replied, Grandma. I'm having dinner. It's made by Daddy, and it's delicious. Young Qingyue swallowed hard, reminiscing about Lin Chen's cooking. Su Guofeng had tried to find skilled chefs to prepare meals, but their cooking could not compare to Lin Chen's. Mengyao, where is Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue asked. Xu Mengyao turned the camera towards Lin Chen, who greeted her. Aunt Yang, I hope you're feeling better now. Much better, Dato. Mengyao is quite good to you. She brought out the best bottle of wine for you to enjoy. Yang Qingyue chuckled. Xu Mengyao replied, Mom, I just grabbed the one at the front. Yang Qingyue laughed. Your dad didn't dare to drink that bottle last time. He put it away again. It's good that you gave it to Lin Chen. He wouldn't drink it himself, but he would for you. Xu Mengyao playfully scolded. Mom, what are you saying? Mom, you called so early. Is there something on your mind? Yang Qingyue replied, Lin Chen, isn't your mother's birthday coming up soon? I plan to buy her a birthday gift. If you're returning home, please take the gift with you, and if not, I'll send it directly to your place. Lin Chen responded, My mother's birthday is the week after next. The house is under construction, so I don't plan to return for now. He certainly has to bring Lin Qianqian along, and with the house in disarray, it wouldn't be convenient to bring her back. Yang Qingyue nodded. Then I'll send it directly to your hometown. What's your mother's phone number? Please send it to me, as I need it for the recipient's details. Mengyao, you should also prepare a birthday gift. Lin Qianqian raised her little hand. Grandma, I want to prepare a birthday gift for Grandma too. Yang Qingyue chuckled. All right, and Qianqian tooed. Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Are both sets of parents about to meet? Chapter 87. Lin Chen? Try holding me in the evening. Lin Chen read a story to Lin Qianqian, who fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. She was sleeping in Xu Mengyao's room. Lin Chen sent Xu Mengyao a message, and she soon arrived, having finished her shower and dressed in sleepwear. The weather was a bit warm, and her sleepwear was rather cool. Lin Chen, what are you staring at? Xu Mengyao said, her face slightly flushed. Lin Chen smiled. I'm just admiring my wife. Is that a crime? Mengyao, you accompany Qianqian while I go take a shower. Wait a moment. Xu Mengyao hesitated slightly. Lin Chen grinned. Are you hoping for a hug and a kiss? Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance. You were just thinking of sweet things. My parents already know we're married, but yours still don't. You should find a chance to tell them. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao with a teasing smile. Mengyao, isn't this just between the two of us? Are we now discussing it as two families? Xu Mengyao replied, It is between us, but my parents know while yours do not. That feels unfair. The painting you gifted is greatly appreciated by my mom. She has been thinking of getting a gift for your mother's birthday. Lin Chen regarded Xu Mengyao with a cheerful smile. Mengyao, is that really all there is to it? Xu Mengyao's gaze flickered. Of course, what else would there be? Don't overthink it. Just tell your parents the truth. We're married, but we are still just ordinary friends for now. Lin Chen's expression dimmed. Just ordinary friends? I thought we were good friends already. It seems I may have been overly sentimental. Xu Mengyao felt a pang of anxiety. Good friends will suffice. I misspoke. We're still just friends. Don't say anything that might confuse your parents and lead to misunderstandings. Lin Chen reassured her. Don't worry. There won't be any misunderstandings. Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. Lin Chen smiled. My parents will definitely see you as their daughter-in-law. There's no way that could be misunderstood. Xu Mengyao. Just go take a shower. I'm tired of discussing this with you. Time flew by, and the next day arrived in the morning. Xu Mengyao took Lin Qianqian and Lin Chen to the supermarket, preparing additional ingredients for the guests expected at noon. At Su Lin, you're so attentive with Qianqian. Indeed, if he weren't your husband, I would have considered paying him to help take care of the kids. He plays basketball well and tells stories the children love. Mengyao, even if Lin Chen earns a little less, such a man is quite admirable. After all, you earn well, and your money is practically inexhaustible, remarked Yi's mother and the others. Lin Qianqian was playing with Tian, Yi, and Yuan, while Pai was taken away by his parents due to other matters. Within the same neighborhood, there are various small circles, and Xu Mengyao and her friends form one. Xu Mengyao remarked. Lin Chen earns quite a bit himself. She didn't want them to misunderstand that Lin Chen was spending her money. As noon approached, they arrived at Xu Mengyao's villa. Tian, Yuan, my daddy's cooking is the best in the world, Lin Qianqian said with a bit of pride. Really? Qianqian, are you boasting? Lin Qianqian's three little friends expressed skepticism. Soon, Xu Mengyao and the others arrived. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma, causing them to swallow their saliva involuntarily. It smells so good, Daddy. We're back? Lin Qianqian joyfully ran towards the kitchen. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, take your friends to wash their hands. We'll be eating shortly. Xu Mengyao and the others want to wash their hands. Lin Chen quickly brought out dish after dish, having prepared more than usual due to the number of guests. 10 dishes in total, symbolizing perfection. This, Lin Chen, how did you make these dishes look even more exquisite than those prepared by a 5-star chef? These dishes resemble pieces of art. The three adults gasped in amazement. Xu Mengyao was not surprised, as Lin Chen's usual dishes were already quite exquisite, despite him cooking less frequently. Lin Chen smiled. Everyone, hurry and eat while it's hot. Everyone sat down, not holding back. Xu Mengyao stated. The dining table at Xu Mengyao's home was large enough to accommodate all 9 of them comfortably. Soon, everyone began to eat. Huh? Yi's mother and the others soon had their eyes wide open. Lin Chen's dishes were not only visually appealing, but their flavors were unparalleled. They were wealthy and had tasted all kinds of delicacies, yet they had never encountered anything so delicious. Qianqian, you weren't exaggerating at all. Uncle Lin, the food is so delicious. Lin Qianqian's 3 friends chimed in. Lin Qianqian beamed with delight, as having her friends recognize and admire her was a source of great happiness. How is it? Xu Mengyao asked with a smile. Yi's mother and the others praised the dishes endlessly, eagerly trying the other dishes, each more delicious than the last. They all felt stuffed by the end of the meal. Lin Qianqian's friends were also full. Though they were picky eaters and usually ate slowly, today they showed no signs of fussiness and devoured their food quickly. Lin Chen, your culinary skills are remarkable. Lin Chen, you must have won over Mengyao with your cooking. The 4 little ones went off to play, while Yi's mother and the others remarked. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao and smiled. You should ask Mengyao about that. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. I wasn't conquered by you. I just ended up with you by chance. She spoke the truth, but to Yi's mother, it sounded like sweet nothings. Mengyao, I'm full, and you're still feeding me dog food. Have some compassion for this single dog, would you? Yuan's mother said, as she had divorced her husband. Yi's mother added. Lin Chen, you and Mengyao haven't had a wedding yet, right? If you do, don't forget to invite us. No problem. Lin Chen smiled. Before long, the guests departed, and Yi and the others went for their afternoon nap. Lin Qianqian also needed to sleep. Once Xu Mengyao had lulled Lin Qianqian asleep, Lin Chen finished washing the dishes. Xu Mengyao said, the dishes didn't need to be washed. Qing and the others will be back later, and they'll handle it. Lin Chen smiled. I'm idle anyway. So, how about it? Did I make you proud today? A kiss would be nice. A hug would suffice too. Xu Mengyao summoned her courage and said, Lin Chen, you can forget about kissing me for now. You try holding me. After saying that, she shut her eyes. Deep down, she understood Lin Chen's goodness, but she was uncertain whether she could accept intimate contact at that moment. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he took a couple of steps closer. Xu Mengyao sensed Lin Chen's approach. Her body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. Lin Chen gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mengyao, let's wait a bit. You're not ready yet. Xu Mengyao opened her eyes. She spoke bitterly. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening. I can't control myself. Chapter 88. Acquiring Western Medicine Skills. Lin Chen reassured her. Relax, dear. Many veterans experience post-traumatic stress disorder. It's perfectly normal to struggle with psychological issues. If it were easy to manage, you would have done so by now. This Lin Chen smiled. Though I couldn't hold you. I received your intentions. Xu Mengyao lowered her head and softly said, once my parents return, I'll move in with you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Xu Mengyao stomped her foot, shyly saying, if you didn't here, then forget it. I didn't say anything, Lin Chen. I vaguely heard you say you want to move in with me. That's not true. I'm going to nap with Qianqian. Xu Mengyao quickly walked towards the stairs. Mengyao, why don't you take the elevator? Xu Mengyao thought the elevator was too close to Lin Chen, and she wanted to distance herself quickly. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Although he hadn't held Xu Mengyao, their relationship had taken a significant step forward. Xu Mengyao had just proactively asked him to hold her. However, she still had some psychological barriers to overcome. For ordinary people, being proactive might be easier, but for Xu Mengyao, who battled psychological issues, taking that step was quite challenging. He thought that once her in-laws returned, she would need to be persuaded to move in with him, yet she had suggested it herself, which was quite delightful. Lin Chen mused to himself. The progression of their relationship was far better than a one-sided pursuit. In the room, Xu Mengyao covered her face. She hadn't anticipated that she would suggest Lin Chen hold her, or even that she wanted to move in with him. Did I just act too indiscreetly? How does Lin Chen view me now? Xu Mengyao felt her face growing warm. 2 hours later, Lin Qianqian woke up. Lin Chen said, Qianqian, we're heading back now. How about we come visit your friends again soon? Uh-huh. Lin Qianqian nodded. She did not linger too long in her farewell. In her heart, Lin Chen held far greater significance than any of her little friends. Xu Mengyao handed a bag to Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, inside is Qianqian's vaccination record. She needs to get her vaccinations, so please take her when the time comes. Lin Qian gazed up at Lin Chen with teary eyes. Daddy, injections hurt so much. I don't want to get an injection. Can I just take medicine instead? Lin Chen shook his head. Qian, that's not possible. Vaccinations are not for treating illnesses, they are for preventing them. Daddy can treat you when you're sick, but he cannot prevent diseases. But Daddy, I will cry, Lin Qian replied, fear evident in her voice. Xu Mengyao added, in the past few vaccinations, Qianqian cried so loudly that it was a bit frightening for me to take her. Lin Chen nodded. I will take her. Qian, say goodbye to Mommy. She has some things to attend to. Goodbye, Mommy. Both Daddy and I love you, Xu Mengyao said as she lifted Lin Qian into her arms. Mommy will take you to the car. Soon, Lin Chen drove away, and Xu Mengyao stood watching the car depart, lingering for quite some time before finally heading inside. Cough. Yuan's mother appeared. Xu Mengyao snapped back to reality. Yuan's mother said, Mengyao, Yuan and her friends are out to play. I came to call Qianqian, but it seems I arrived too late. She has already left with her father. Someone is about to turn into a stone waiting for her husband. Xu Mengyao responded with a silent expression. Mengyao, what exactly is going on between you and Lin Chen? Your relationship seems quite special, Yuan's mother inquired. Their relationship was fairly good, though not as close as that between Shunqing and Xu Mengyao. But still, it was commendable for neighbors to bond in such a manner, Xu Mengyao replied. We unexpectedly had Qianqian. We weren't together before, but now we have registered our marriage. Yuan's mother nodded. I understand. First, get in the car and then sort out the wedding later. Mengyao, you should seize the opportunity. I can see that Lin Chen treats both you and Qianqian very well. Feelings are what matter most. Money is not as important. My ex-husband was wealthy, yet he still ran off with a vixen. Xu Mengyao slightly nodded. Yuan's mother continued, you two should ideally live together. Otherwise, I fear you might be taken advantage of by a vixen. It's hard for men to pursue women, but it's much easier for women to pursue men, especially beautiful ones. Qingqing, I just did something foolish, Xu Mengyao messaged Shunqing. Shunqing replied, what foolish thing did you do? Tell me so I can be entertained. Xu Mengyao confessed. Lin Chen has been very good to both me and Qianqian. In a moment of impulse, I agreed to let Lin Chen hug me. Shunqing sent a voice message, saying, Mengyao, did you message me just to show off your affection? You've caused me 3,000 points of emotional damage. No feast can restore me unless it's a grand meal prepared by Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao clarified, Lin Chen did not hug me. When he was about to, I trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen said we could hug another time. I suggested that once my parents return, we could stay at his place. Shunqing's eyes lit up. That's great. Does your family need a nanny? I can handle that. Xu Mengyao replied, no need, thank you. Shunqing asked, when are your parents coming back? I miss them. Xu Mengyao retorted. I see you're eager for me to go over so you can conveniently join us for meals. Qingqing, do you think Lin Chen will find me frivolous, or think I lack dignity if I say it like that? Qing advised, just follow your heart. Your relationship with him is not like that of ordinary couples. You have a certificate and a child. Essentially, you are in a marital relationship. My military strategist is not worried about your lack of dignity, but rather that you might be too dignified and miss out on Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao then summarized the recent events to Qing. Qing laughed. Lin Chen is quite clever. With one meal, he might gain several advocates on his behalf, Xu Mengyao noted. Yuan's mother is already advocating for Lin Chen. I need to focus on my work now. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove to a community hospital. Daddy, I'm scared, Lin Qian said, her eyes welling up with tears before they even entered. She was intelligent, but still only a little over 2 years old. Many children her age are afraid of injections. Qian, how about we don't get the injection first? Daddy will take you to buy some doctor toys, and we can familiarize ourselves with how doctors work, okay? Lin Chen kissed Lin Qian. He didn't want to force her into getting the injection, as that would only make her more resistant to it in the future. Okay. Lin Qian's eyes brightened. Lin Chen bought her the doctor toys, and once home, he began playing with her. Host, by playing with the doctor toys, you have acquired Western medical skills. After 20 hours, you will reach the master level. After 40 hours, you will attain the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. He was surprised. The time needed for traditional Chinese medicine was 30 hours and 60 hours respectively, while Western medical skills required less time. Why is the time for Western medicine significantly shorter? Lin Chen inquired within his mind. The system explained, Western medicine utilizes various instruments, making it less challenging to learn. An ordinary person can become proficient after a few years of study. Traditional Chinese medicine requires much more time to achieve any level of success. Lin Chen asked, which is superior? The system clarified. In urgent situations with available equipment, Western medicine can resolve issues more quickly, but if time is not pressing or equipment is lacking, traditional Chinese medicine is more suitable. There is no need to compare their merits. Any medical practice that can heal and alleviate suffering is valuable. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Lin Qian grew quite fond of her newly acquired doctor toys, playing with them for an hour, examining various dolls. Meanwhile, Lin Chen taught her some Western medical knowledge. As he taught Lin Qian, he gained a wealth of experience and his proficiency in Western medicine soared. Daddy, I'm a doctor now. Can I skip the injection? Lin Qian inquired. Lin Chen, puzzled, asked, You're a doctor. So why wouldn't you get an injection? Lin Qian replied earnestly, Daddy, because the virus babies are afraid of doctors. I'm a doctor. They're scared of me. So I don't need to get an injection. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her reasoning. That is quite logical, but Qian, doctors can also get sick. When doctors fall ill, they need to get injections and take medicine too. He gently patted Lin Qian's head. However, little doctor, we can postpone the injection for a few days. Daddy can teach you more about being a doctor. The more she understood about doctors and medical instruments, the less her fear would be. Days flew by. Xu Mengyao had been quite busy lately and hadn't he visited. Lin Chen spent his days fully engaged with Lin Qian, who was increasingly immersed in her doctor toys. Every day, he would play with her for over an hour, and his proficiency in Western medicine surged. After 20 hours, one could reach the master level. Lin Chen had already accumulated 5 hours of experience, surpassing most Western doctors. Qianqian, are you still afraid? Lin Chen asked as he brought Lin Qian back to the community hospital. Lin Qian shook her head. Daddy, I'm not afraid anymore. Previously, the hospital seemed terrifying to her. Even without injections, she would cry at the mere sight of it now. She understood that hospitals were places for healing. Lin Chen cautioned, Qian, getting an injection will still hurt. If it does hurt, don't be ashamed to cry. Daddy want to laugh at you. Lin Qian shook her head. Daddy, I want to cry. The medicine helps the little cells in my body fight the virus. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qian and carried her into the community hospital. After registering, they went to the 3rd floor, where vaccinations were administered. There were children crying, and as one child wailed, it triggered 2 others to join in. Had this been before, Lin Qian would certainly have cried as well. But now, she had learned much, which greatly reduced her fear of the unknown. Instead, she curiously observed the others without crying. Before long, it was Lin Qian's turn. Qian, if it hurts, you can cry, Lin Chen said gently. Lin Qian shook her head. Daddy, I want to cry. I'm not a little baby anymore. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. The nurse smiled and said, You're so brave, little one. I'll be gentle, and I'll try not to hurt you. Lin Qian nodded. The next moment, the nurse's needle was inserted. Tears welled up in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes, but she held back her cries, determined not to let them escape. Soon, the nurse withdrew the needle. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her eyes and said, "Daddy, I didn't cry. I'm the bravest baby, right?" "Yes, our Xiaoqian is the bravest," Lin Chen replied, kissing her. "Getting an injection isn't so scary, is it?" "Nope, injections aren't scary at all," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, giggling happily. Ding ding, in the evening, Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, called via video. "Grandma!" Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed upon seeing Chun Mei. Chun Mei responded eagerly, though her expression lacked the usual joy. "Xiaoqian, you eat by yourself?" "Daddy will talk to Grandma," Lin Chen said as he stepped onto the balcony with the phone. "Mom, is something wrong? Please, take your time and explain." On the other end, Chun Mei spoke with a bitter tone. "We're short on supplies for building the house, and your father rode his motorcycle to the town to buy some materials. He had an accident and suffered a minor fracture in his arm." Lin Chen's expression changed. "Did the examination results come out? Are we sure it's just a minor fracture with no other issues?" Chun Mei reassured him. "There's a bit of abrasion, but it's not serious. The results confirm it's just a minor fracture." But Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest. "But what?" Chun Mei continued. "The examination results show it's just a minor fracture in his arm, but he can't stand straight. Whenever he tries, he experiences significant pain in his back." "Mom, I'll come back immediately," Lin Chen said. "Don't worry. I've learned some medical skills. Even if I can't solve it, I'll take Dad to a big hospital." After ending the video call, Lin Chen dialed Xu Mengyao's number. "Let us pause the meeting for a moment." Xu Mengyao stepped outside the conference room, knowing Lin Chen rarely called at this time, indicating that something important must be happening. "Lin Chen, what is up?" she asked. "I need to return to my hometown. The house is still under construction, and it's quite chaotic. I also have matters to attend to, so I might not be able to bring Xiaoqian back with me," Lin Chen explained. "What happened?" Xu Mengyao felt a rush of anxiety. "My dad fell off his motorcycle and has a minor fracture in his arm. It's not a major issue, but he can't straighten his back. I need to check on him." Xu Mengyao's expression changed. "I'll finish work soon and I'll go with you. If you end up busy, I can take Qianqian to a hotel. There should be hotels in your town, right?" Lin Chen confirmed. "There are hotels in town, but the conditions won't be as good as those you're used to." Xu Mengyao shook her head. "I'm not that picky. I'll request a temporary flight clearance. If all goes well, I'll be able to take off in an hour and a half. Prepare yourself, and we'll meet at the airport." After saying that, Xu Mengyao hung up. Returning to the conference room, she quickly wrapped up the meeting. "Liang Yi, to the airport," she instructed. Liang Yi, the driver and bodyguard, immediately drove off. Ding ding, Xu Mengyao called her father. Since it was still early in the US, Xu Guofeng was awakened by her call. "Mengyao, is there an urgent matter?" he asked upon answering. "Yes, Dad." Lin Chen's father had an accident on his motorcycle and suffered a minor fracture in his arm. He can't straighten his back, so Qianqian and I need to go back with Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao explained. Xu Guofeng's expression changed slightly. "Then you must go back. Dad, is there anything I should be cautious about?" Xu Mengyao inquired. Feeling a bit nervous, Xu Guofeng asked, "Mengyao, have you and Lin Chen registered your marriage? Do his parents know?" Xu Mengyao replied, "I mentioned to Lin Chen that he could inform his parents, but I'm not sure if he has. Just be flexible." "You know what to do." That Xu Mengyao felt a bit exasperated. "Dad, you're really unreliable. Please ask Mom for advice on etiquette. I'm not familiar with it." "All right, I'll get up and go over there right away." Xu Mengyao ended the call. Xu Guofeng hurriedly bought breakfast and rushed to the hospital. Yang Qinghua was surprised to see him so early. "Dear, why are you here so early today?" she asked. "Mengyao called me. Lin Chen's father had an accident on his motorcycle, and Lin Chen is going back. Mengyao said she and Qianqian will also return to visit." Xu Guofeng explained. Yang Qinghua's expression changed. "It's not serious, right? They definitely need to go back and check." Xu Guofeng reassured her. "The father-in-law has a minor fracture in his arm and some abrasions, but those aren't serious. However, his back is a concern." Yang Qinghua's expression turned serious. "Back injuries are not to be taken lightly. If Lin Chen needs help, make sure to find a skilled doctor to avoid any long-term issues." "Understood," Xu Guofeng nodded. "Mengyao asked me what she should pay attention to." Yang Qinghua frowned. "That's hard to say. Customs differ everywhere. Gifts must be prepared, of course. Cigarettes, liquor, tea, cosmetics, health products. Prepare a variety. Also, be mindful of attire and behavior. Just be polite and respectful." By the way, they haven't hosted a banquet yet. Although they have registered their marriage, it's best not to stay at Lin Chen's family home. If there are specific customs, she should ask Lin Chen. Xu Guofeng replied. You can discuss it directly with Mengyao. She is on her way to the airport from the company. All right, Yang Qinghua said, dialing Xu Mengyao. After discussing everything, she said, Mengyao, Lin Chen left a very good impression on us. Make sure you don't leave a bad one. Xu Mengyao felt a rush of anxiety. Mom, you're making me nervous. Yang Qinghua smiled. Being nervous is good. It shows you care about Lin Chen. As long as you care about him. You won't make any major mistakes. I need to go now, Xu Mengyao said. Hanging up. Liang Yi, sitting in the front, asked, President, do you need me to accompany you to Lin Chen's hometown for protection? I can disappear when Lin Chen is around, but when he is not, I can ensure your safety. Xu Mengyao thought for a moment. Having Liang Yi accompany them would be a good idea. Okay, you can come along. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the airport, and after a short wait, he met Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, Liang Yi is coming with us. You probably won't be able to be with us all the time, so having Liang Yi around will make you feel more at ease, Xu Mengyao stated. Lin Chen nodded, and they quickly boarded Xu Mengyao's private jet. Liang Yi, please take care of Qianqian. Mommy needs to talk to Daddy, Xu Mengyao instructed. Liang Yi nodded, leading Lin Xiaoqian to the back of the plane, where the engine had already started, and the noise inside was considerable. So they wouldn't be able to hear the conversation in the front. Lin Chen, have you told your parents? Xu Mengyao asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Chen looked puzzled. Told them what? Xu Mengyao clarified. First, that we registered our marriage. You mentioned it before, but I'm not sure if you've informed them. Second, have you told them that Qianqian and I are coming back with you? Lin Chen shook his head. The conversation had yet to commence. I had initially considered discussing it when you visited me, but since you haven't come over these past few days, the subject remains untouched. Perhaps this is for the best, as it allows us to surprise them upon our return. Xu Mengyao felt a flutter of anxiety. Lin Chen, is it a bit presumptuous of me to accompany you back? Lin Chen replied with a smile. They will undoubtedly be delighted to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law, Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, shall I send a message to my mother now? Xu Mengyao quickly interjected. Perhaps it's best not to. Your father has sustained an injury. She will be preoccupied with that. If you message her, she might also need to divide her attention to prepare for our arrival. Let us just go directly. Lin Chen nodded. We can discuss it once the plane lands. At that point, I will call to inquire about the latest updates. They should also prepare a little, as they are about to meet their daughter-in-law. It would be unfortunate if they appeared disheveled. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I will go fetch Qianqian. Shortly thereafter, Xu Mengyao returned to Lin Chen's side. Qianqian insists on sitting with Liang Yi. That little rascal wants us to sit together. What a heartwarming little bundle of joy, Lin Chen remarked with a chuckle. Xu Mengyao replied. I believe it's more akin to a silk t-shirt. Minutes passed, and the airplane began to taxi. A mere 10 minutes later, it accelerated towards the azure sky. Lin Chen grasped Xu Mengyao's hand. She glanced at him. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, I have a fear of flying. I need your strength. Xu Mengyao looked at their intertwined hands, realizing that Lin Chen might be deliberately seeking an excuse to hold her hand. She was still unprepared for an embrace, but holding hands was acceptable. They had done so on 2 previous occasions, the second one even witnessed by their classmates. Lin Chen, scientific data indicates that the likelihood of an airplane incident is minimal, and the safety of aircraft is paramount, Xu Mengyao stated. Mengyao, I would advise against uttering such reassurances while in flight. Sometimes the positive assertions falter while the negative ones prove true, Xu Mengyao retorted. You are being overly idealistic. 2 hours passed, and the plane prepared for descent. Xu Mengyao looked at her hand, still clasped in Lin Chen's. He had not released it throughout the journey. In the cockpit, the captain, Su Hongguang, exhibited a slight change in expression. The front landing gear deployment has failed. Releasing the landing gear has failed. Attempting to release again, he continued to operate the controls while the co-pilot, Luo Hui, hurriedly assisted. Despite multiple attempts, the front landing gear remained obstinately stuck. Tower, B6688 is experiencing a landing gear malfunction and cannot deploy. We request to ascend to a higher altitude to resolve the issue, Su Hongguang calmly radioed. The tower responded, B6688, please follow instructions to ascend to a safe altitude. Their aircraft, which was poised for landing, now ascended again at the tower's command. Lin Chen gazed out the window, his brow furrowing. The plane's failure to land normally, despite the clear weather, suggested a potential mechanical issue. Mengyao, it seems we might be facing a small predicament, Lin Chen remarked. That moment, Xu Mengyao also sensed something amiss. As a frequent flyer, it was unusual for a plane to ascend after preparing for landing. Do not panic. Perhaps another aircraft is in need of an emergency landing, she reassured him. Such situations were not unheard of, though though Xu Mengyao had yet to encounter one herself. Before long, the plane reached several thousand meters in altitude. Stabilizing somewhat, Xu Mengyao pressed the call button, and shortly after, a flight attendant approached. "What is happening? Please do not conceal anything," Xu Mengyao inquired. The flight attendant hesitated momentarily and then responded, "Ms. Xu, the front landing gear is malfunctioning and cannot be deployed. After communicating with the tower, they have instructed us to ascend to a safe altitude, where they will assist us in resolving the landing gear issue. We will be fine." Xu Mengyao's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, a problem had arisen. Lin Chen asked, "How much longer can the fuel sustain us?" "1 hour," the flight attendant replied. Xu Mengyao's demeanor grew serious. If the issue could not be resolved within that hour,